In a dark and damp alley in Hell's Kitchen, New York, a burly and strong Chinese youth is crouching on the ground, lost in thought about the events he has experienced. He was originally an ordinary young man, striving hard and yearning to buy property in the big city. But upon waking up, he found himself here, along with a system informing him that this is the Marvel world. Marvel? He had previously only read a few Marvel fan novels and watched some clips about Marvel on a certain website, never having seen a single Marvel movie. Yet now he was in the Marvel universe. He wanted to seek the protection of superheroes, but didn't know where to go. At that moment, a superhero appeared before him. Besides the Hulk and Iron Man, whom he still remembered due to their distinct features, he had little knowledge. However, the scan information had already made him aware of the dangers of the Marvel universe, and now he was truly in it. How should he survive in this perilous world? Oh, right, he also had a cheat. Having a cheat is good, Bai Wenming thought to himself, a smile quietly emerging in his heart. Although Marvel is dangerous, what does it have to do with him as a cheat holder? So now, let him see what kind of cheat allows him to roam freely in Marvel. System. Bai Wenming softly called out to the system in his heart. Sealing Magic Box system reporting to you. Sealing Magic Box? That name seemed somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, Bai Wenming's face turned pale. Oh no, this cheat is simply not strong enough. The waters in Marvel are too deep. He, as a Kamen Rider, simply cannot grasp it. He just wants to return to Blue Star. Can you send me back to Blue Star and bring another protagonist here? Bai Wenming calmly asked in his heart. I'm very sorry, host, but it is currently not possible. Due to disturbances in the Magic Spirit Seal, energy has been depleted to suppress this disturbance, and time travel cannot be performed again. Only when the host eliminates the mutant beasts and reseals them in the sealing magic box can the host return to the original timeline. A mechanical voice echoed in Bai Wenming's mind. Mutant beasts? So my troubles are not limited to the Marvel world, but also these mutant beasts, right? Bai Wenming felt somewhat numb. Correct. Additionally, the host needs to seal the mutant beasts as soon as possible. As the mutant beasts continuously absorb evil energy, their strength will increase without limits. Do you know what you're talking about? This is Marvel, not Dalian. Evil energy is everywhere, and you're telling me their power can grow without limits. Bai Wenming was completely bewildered. Although there are many superheroes in Marvel, there are also quite a few supervillains. Moreover, everyone knows the state of security in the U.S. The mutant beasts here are like rats in a rice bin. They could probably casually reach the strength of the 4 great beasts. What should this poor and helpless Kamen Rider do? I'm very sorry, so the host needs to work hard as soon as possible. Furthermore, as the host seals evil, the power of the armor will increase. The bloodline concentration will also rise, and the host will gain more elemental bloodlines, so there's no need for the host to worry too much. The system mechanically comforted him. Okay, then let's quickly seal the mutant beasts. I can summon all 5 sets of armors now, right? Just let Flame Dragon Knight come out and smash everything. Then quickly leave this cursed place. Bai Wenming came back to his senses, preparing to quickly seal them while the mutant beasts had just arrived in this world, still unsteady and not very powerful, and then leave this world. I'm very sorry, host. The remaining energy, I could only transform your bloodline into the wood bloodline, so the host can currently only summon the Woodwind Eagle armor. The system brought yet another piece of bad news. Bai Wenming was a bit dazed. What use does this system even have? The Kamen Rider is already weak, and now he can only summon the Wind Eagle armor, the little brother among the armors. Even the Earth Tiger armor is stronger than it. Additionally, all Elemental Light and Shadow Spirit Stones have been lost, and the host needs to find them by themselves. The system's mechanical voice even carried a hint of regret. Bai Wenming felt completely numb. Does this mean he can't even be a Kamen Rider now? So what is your purpose? Are you here to lead me to my death? Bai Wenming's voice carried a hint of coldness. I'm very sorry. Sorry my ass. I was just working hard, being a good property slave, and now you bring me to this cursed place, tell me I have nothing, and make me fight mutant beasts? This isn't how you die. Before the system could finish a sentence, Bai Wenming exploded. This situation was something he had never experienced before. Just coming to this world had already made him extremely tense, and now one bad news after another had completely snapped his mental state. He erupted in a tirade against the system. Now, I hope you can give me some good news. Otherwise, I might as well find a random place to wait for death. The mutant beasts have nothing to do with me. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, and it won't fall on this ordinary person. After scolding the system for a while, Bai Wenming finally sat weakly in the corner of the wall, mumbling. The location of the wood lightstone is about 5 kilometers away. I can show you the three-dimensional coordinates. The system immediately replied after Bai Wenming finished speaking. It was worried that Bai Wenming would really give up. If that happened, it would be doomed. It had no energy to transform anyone else to gain elemental bloodlines. Without elemental bloodlines, it couldn't summon armors, and without armors, it couldn't seal mutant beasts. Without sealing mutant beasts, it couldn't gain energy, falling into a dead loop. Then quickly show me the route. I don't want any complications. Bai Wenming, hearing the system's voice, quickly stood up and said. A three-dimensional map was displayed in Bai Wenming's mind, with a distant light point blinking, indicating the location of the wood lightstone. The entire map was roughly 20 by 20 kilometers in size. Buildings appeared where his gaze fell, while areas beyond his sight remained blank, waiting for him to unlock the new map. Can this map be displayed continuously? Bai Wenming asked the system while walking. Any spatial coordinates the host has encountered will be displayed here and will not disappear. Speak plainly. Bai Wenming said irritably. All maps that the host has experienced will be recorded here and will not be lost. The system immediately switched to a much simpler expression, feeling somewhat wronged. After all, the spatial coordinates had indeed been recorded. From now on, I won't have to worry about getting lost anymore. This is a high-definition map with tremendous commercial value. If it were on Blue Star, the shady map companies would probably go bankrupt. Bai Wenming thought to himself. He was sure he would never get lost again with this three-dimensional HD VR map in his mind. Although it was only 5 kilometers to the wood lightstone, that was in a straight line, and now Bai Wenming could only cautiously advance along a small path, as he was unfamiliar with the roads here and had no shady map to navigate for him. Time continued to pass. Fortunately, the coordinates of the endpoint were very clear, so after about an hour, Bai Wenming finally arrived at the path where the wood lightstone was located. Stop! Young man, lend us some money. A voice rang out behind Bai Wenming. To his surprise, despite the speaker using English, he could understand it. After all, in the Marvel world, even aliens spoke English. It seemed like a basic skill, as easy as breathing. He slowly turned around and saw several black men with colorful hair standing behind him, wearing skull-printed bandanas and silver skull ornaments hanging from their necks. They were twirling spring knives, while two others were playing with traditional American swords, the gun barrels subtly aimed at him. Clearly, based on their attire, they were gang members. These individuals all looked somewhat similar, just varying in height and build. What should I do? Bai Wenming panicked, as he had never experienced anything like this. Who would have thought he would be threatened with a gun in real life? Previously, he had only seen blades in fights, but now they had guns. It was simply too unreasonable. Hey kid, are you looking down on us? Lend us some money, or else you can't guarantee what will happen. You understand, one of the armed men said, raising his gun slightly, his tone growing impatient. Cold sweat began to bead on Bai Wenming's forehead. Was he really going to meet his end here, having done nothing all day? Host, you're still over 50 steps away from the wood lightstone. The system suddenly spoke up. I know that, but I'm facing a gun. A gun. Bai Wenming was almost at his breaking point. How could he not know he was over 50 meters away? The problem was that with a gun pointed at him, even 50 meters was too close. Two guns could easily turn him into a sieve. The host can run with all his might, and I will tell you the bullet's trajectory. Just dodge when I do, the system replied. It was also panicking. It seemed the host was about to die here, and it would soon meet its own end. It frantically calculated the escape route for the host, and the only viable option now was to reach the wood lightstone, become a Kamen Rider, and escape this danger, even turning the tables. Let's go for it. Bai Wenming gritted his teeth. He had no other choice but to follow the system's advice. Otherwise, he really would die here today. At that moment, the gang members were growing impatient, their fingers nearly touching the triggers. Bai Wenming controlled his stiff body and sprinted madly toward the direction of the wood lightstone. The gang members were surprised to see Bai Wenming running away. Did this guy really not have even $20? An Asian, unable to pull together $20? Hey, Peter, let's make this kid bleed a little, one gang member said, watching Bai Wenming escape. Hey, guess where my shot will land? Head, torso, or limbs? Peter, one of the gang members, responded, bursting into laughter after he spoke. Clearly, they didn't regard Bai Wenming's life as valuable. In their eyes, he was just an Asian in Hell's Kitchen. If he died, he died. At this point, Bai Wenming had already run a few steps, leaving him 39 meters away from the Lightstone. Bang! Before his companion could respond, Peter pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out instantly. In that split second, the system captured the bullet's trajectory, calculated its path, and displayed a golden line in Bai Wenming's mind, indicating that it was flying toward his back. If nothing unexpected occurred, the bullet would pierce through his body in 0.3 seconds. However, the bullet, already tracked by the system, had lost its lethal capability. As soon as Bai Wenming realized the bullet's trajectory, he began to veer to the right. The 0.2 seconds was just enough for him to move a short distance, but that was sufficient. The bullet grazed past his arm. Having narrowly escaped death, adrenaline surged in Bai Wenming's body, making his reactions quicker and his speed slightly faster as he drew closer to the Lightstone, now only 28 meters away. Seeing Bai Wenming dodge the bullet, the gang members were momentarily stunned. This guy was a bit lucky. Was his movement just a stroke of fortune, or did he really have eyes in the back of his head? But the two with guns didn't hesitate. Since they had already drawn their weapons, this guy had to lie here today, no matter what. Once they regained their composure, the two instantly raised their guns again, aiming them at Bai Wenming. Bang, 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 they fired several more shots. At that moment, bystanders were instinctively reacting, with thoughts of gunfire flooding their minds as they started to flee or drop to the ground. Bai Wenming instantly reacted, rolling to the side, then quickly getting back up and accelerating. At this point, he was only a little over 10 meters away from the wood Lightstone, and he could see the glowing stone on the roadside, radiating a dazzling light. Seeing Bai Wenming dodge for bullets again, the two gang members were furious, their noses almost crooked with anger. Their already limited intelligence had only one thought now. Empty the magazine, this Asian had to die. With their fingers continuously pulling the triggers, bullets flew toward Bai Wenming at high speed, covering all his escape routes. Seeing the trajectory of more than 10 bullets, Bai Wenming felt despair. He couldn't possibly dodge this time. Was he really going to die here today? In the face of life and death, adrenaline surged again, and Bai Wenming's speed increased even more. Faster, faster, I don't want to die. Bai Wenming continuously shouted in his mind. Was he really going to die at the hands of these lowlives? He was unwilling to accept it. The distance to the Lightstone was continuously shrinking. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. At the same time, the bullets were also closing in, with only 5 meters separating them. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to reach the wood Lightstone now. It seemed he was going to lose his life right here. Bai Wenming's eyes had turned blood red. All he wanted was to live. Why was living so hard? At this moment, the system was also in a panic. The host was about to die, and it was about to meet its end too. Data flowed frantically as it tried to find a solution. I've got a way. The system thought of energy. Yes, it still had a bit of energy left. Though minimal, it was enough for now. If it could delay a few bullets by 0.1 seconds, that would be sufficient. A stream of energy emanated from Bai Wenming's body, very slight, yet it remained stationary, while Bai Wenming continued to sprint. A few bullets aimed at Bai Wenming's torso were delayed by 0.2 seconds before breaking through the obstruction and continuing to fly, having lost some speed. However, the bullets aimed at his limbs were not blocked and flew straight toward him. They penetrated Bai Wenming's left hand and right leg, but the others missed. Bai Wenming lunged toward the Lightstone. The bullets that had been delayed by 0.2 seconds continued their flight. Finally, Bai Wenming's hand made contact with the Lightstone, and bullets pressed against his skin. Wind Eagle Armor merge. Both the system and Bai Wenming shouted simultaneously. Wind Eagle Armor. The summoner harnesses the light energy of the wood crystal stone, accepts the wood Wind Eagle Armor, and completes the fusion, transforming into the Kamen Rider, Wind Eagle. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry echoed through the sky, and a belt coiled around Bai Wenming's waist like a serpent. Following that, light energy flowed like a vibrant stream from the belt, starting to spread up and down his body. The Wind Eagle Armor began to cover him like a rising tide, first unfolding from the front and then from the back, until in an instant, a set of azure Wind Eagle Armor tightly enveloped Bai Wenming's body. This process seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Ding! A bullet struck violently against the armor, but it failed to inflict any damage. What's going on? The gang members stood dumbfounded, watching as the seemingly normal person transformed into a bizarre blue figure. They looked down at the 6 bullets that had fallen to the ground with a clatter, and a smile suddenly crept onto Bai Wenming's lips. If he hadn't reacted in time, just a fraction slower, he might have already met his end here, perhaps even having his corpse discarded in a stinking gutter, rotting and stinking. The mere thought of it was laughable. The 2 gang members holding guns showed no hesitation and immediately began to reload. In their view, no living creature could withstand 11.43 millimeters caliber bullets. If there were, they would just fire another round. Then, 2 more clips of bullets were fired in quick succession, yet Bai Wenming still looked down at the ground, as if those bullets had no effect on him at all. For the gang members, hitting a stationary target was not difficult, but at that moment, their shots were futile because the Wind Eagle armor completely blocked all their attacks. Monster! Run! As they felt the bullets hitting the blue figure with no effect, the gang members instantly fell into extreme panic, their minds consumed with one thought: escape, the farther the better. Bai Wenming finally slowly lifted his head, looking at the fleeing gang members with a smile on his face, and said, "Have you finished shooting? If you're done, it's my turn to perform." With those words, a strong killing intent quietly spread from him. He didn't draw any weapons. He merely lifted his feet slightly, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Looking back at the direction where the blue monster had disappeared, the gang members breathed a sigh of relief, their steps gradually slowing down, and one of them shouted, "The monster is gone. Guys, no need to run anymore." Upon hearing this, the others' footsteps came to a complete halt, and they turned to look back at the place where the blue monster had been. Indeed, the blue monster had vanished without a trace. Peter stopped, a smug smile on his face, and shouted, "Hey, I knew it. There's nothing a few bullets can't solve. Guys, look how great I am." With that, he twirled his gun proudly and looked at the gang members with a self-satisfied grin, laughing heartily. However, when they saw the expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief on their faces, Peter couldn't help but laugh again, saying, "Hey, brothers, I know I'm amazing, but you don't need to look at me like that. You have to know, I'm Bloody Peter, famous in Hell's Kitchen. Soon, I'll lead you to wealth and glory." The others didn't respond, merely staring at him silently. Suddenly, they turned and began to flee again in a panic. Despite the deficiencies in Peter's brain, he finally realized something was wrong. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned around, only to see the blue monster resembling a red-eyed fruit fly appearing right behind him. The already limited capacity of his brain was now consumed by endless fear. He wanted to escape, but found his body unresponsive, ultimately collapsing awkwardly to the ground, faint yellow liquid beginning to seep from him. Bai Wenming crouched down, keenly observing the gang member, and said, "Bloody Peter? I really like that name. I hope to see you again in your next life. I'll send you off to reincarnation." Peter's gaze was blank. He wanted to flee, but was powerless to do so. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain swept through him as Bai Wenming crushed his leg. Then, Peter's body fell like a parabola into the stinking gutter by the roadside, splashing water everywhere. Although the red-eyed fruit fly armor was relatively weak among the armors, and Bai Wenming had just donned it, his strength was still limited. However, for these ordinary people, it was undoubtedly a burden too heavy for them to bear. Bai Wenming's body didn't pause for a moment. With a leap, he disappeared from the spot again. Seeing the blue monster reappear before them, the gang members understood that Peter was finished, but there was no time for sorrow now. They quickly turned and fled in all directions, knowing this was the only way to keep their lives. However, the greatest strength of the Wind Eagle armor lay in its speed. It was an armor with average attack capability and weak defense, lacking any special abilities like armor piercing, true damage, or invisibility. Its only advantage was speed, and how could ordinary people escape the pursuit of the Wind Eagle armor? A minute later, the gang members huddled back to back, fearfully scanning their surroundings, trying to find the blue monster's whereabouts. But the blue monster did not reappear. A strong sense of oppression spread within them, and they could clearly feel the breath of death closing in. Finally, the blue monster appeared again. Clap, clap, clap. The blue monster lightly clapped its hands, its blood-red eyes resembling a devil returning from hell. "Why aren't you running?" "Can't run anymore," Bai Wenming asked with a smile. If you can't run, then it's time for me to show my true power. Bai Wenming yelled sternly. With that, he charged towards the gang members. Upon seeing this, they wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but it was futile. Staring at the gaping hole that appeared in their chests, the gang members struggled to spit out blood and slowly collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness as they closed them slowly. At last, the winged eagle armor revealed its form, standing quietly beside the gang members, its arms coated in blood, while the rest of the armor remained clean. It gently shook its arms, and the blood splattered down. The armor instantly regained its pristine shine, as if nothing had ever happened, if one overlooked the corpses lying nearby. After standing for a long time, Bai Wenming finally moved. He was still alive, not dead. The excitement he felt was hard to express in words. At that moment, all he felt was the joy of having survived a calamity. He bent down, calmly beginning to search the bodies without a trace of fear or excitement, only a sense of tranquility, even though these were the very people he had just killed. His childhood as an orphan had given him an incredibly strong heart. Although he felt immense fear when threatened with a gun earlier, since that was in the past, it was no longer an issue. The countless sufferings endured as an orphan were immeasurable. While what had just occurred was serious, he was still alive, so it was no big deal. He hoped to find enough money on these gang members for a meal. He had not a penny to his name. In the Marvel world, being broke was a serious issue. After all, eating and drinking required money. From these 5 gang members, he found over $70, a Colt M1911 handgun, 1 magazine, and several knives. Then, he ran back to Peter's corpse and found over $120, another Colt M1911 handgun, 1 magazine, and a gold chain. As expected, being the leader of this little team, he was quite well off. Putting everything into a bag, Bai Wenming leaped away, disappearing from the scene. Armor disengaged. In an abandoned factory, Bai Wenming let his hands drop naturally and issued the command mentally. The winged eagle armor vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through him, causing Bai Wenming to fall straight to the ground. He couldn't help but let out a scream, using it to divert his attention and alleviate the pain. Blood began to seep from the areas where he had been hit, dripping onto the floor. After a while, he gradually adapted to the pain, lying flat on the ground and breathing heavily. Slowly, the bleeding stopped, and his body began to heal. After all, as a summoner of a Kamen Rider, his physical strength and recovery ability far exceeded that of an average person. While he hadn't reached the level of Wolverine, he was still dozens of times stronger than an ordinary human, able to endure prolonged attacks from 3 mutant beasts without issue, similar to characters in TV shows. After some time, Bai Wenming sat up, put the money in his pocket, loaded 2 magazines into his handgun, engaged the safety, and tucked it into his waistband before limping out of the abandoned factory. By this time, police had arrived at the crime scene. Although the police in Hell's Kitchen were mostly incompetent, they were still skilled at covering up incidents. "Captain, this situation seems a bit odd," one of the officers said to his superior. "My eyes aren't blind. I can see there's something off about this scene," the captain replied irritably, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the crime scene. In Hell's Kitchen, it was common for a few people to die. They typically just came to collect the bodies afterward. But this time, something felt different about the scene. Most previous cases involved shootings or stabbings or simple brawls, which they had seen many times. Now, they were eager to find out how the holes in these gang members' chests had been created. After discussing for a while, the captain said, "This isn't something we can handle," reported up the chain. "Oh, damn it. The more I look, the more it seems like these are holes made by fists. I hope I'm just seeing things." When their superiors received the report, they were somewhat surprised. What was going on? It was normal for a few people to die in Hell's Kitchen. What was there to make a fuss about? It would be rare if no one died on any given day. But upon seeing the bodies of the gang members, they understood why their subordinates had reported it. These were definitely large holes created by someone punching through the body, injuries no human could inflict. "Report this to the FBI. We can't handle this. I don't want to face this monster," the police chief said with a grim expression. Hearing this, the officers breathed a sigh of relief. This case would soon be taken over by someone else, meaning they were one step further from danger. As for how the FBI would handle it, that was no longer their concern. They were not the ones in danger. Soon, the main team withdrew, leaving only a few officers to guard the crime scene, waiting for the arrival of the FBI personnel. "Hello, I'm with the FBI. I'm in charge of this operation. You can call me Carlson. A young man greeted the officers left at the scene, handing over his credentials, followed by his subordinates. After confirming the authenticity of the credentials, the captain said, "Hello, I'm the police chief in this area. You can call me Chief Peter." "All right. Chief Peter, could you tell me what you found?" The young man asked with a friendly smile. "Of course, but we don't know much about this case. We discovered the victims' bodies about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. After rescue attempts, we found no survivors. After that, we reported the case, and now it's in your hands. Chief Peter, have you identified the deceased?" Chief Peter nodded and had one of his subordinates hand over a stack of files to Carlson. "We've retrieved the victims' records. Here are their detailed profiles. They were regulars at the police station, with their last incarceration about 2 weeks ago. No suspicious activity has been found so far." Carlson raised an eyebrow, took the files, and flipped through a few pages before asking, "What did the nearby surveillance reveal? Any activity traces of the deceased before their deaths?" "Come on, you know this is Hell's Kitchen. If there were surveillance that lasted more than a day, those idiots around here would be derelict in their duties." Chief Peter shrugged, speaking in a peculiar tone. "Oh, is that so? All right, I understand. We'll take over from here. This case is now fully our responsibility. You and your men can go grab a drink and relax. If there are any further questions later, we'll reach out to you," Carlson said, closing the file and extending his hand. Chief Peter shook his hand and said, "Good luck, buddy. You're right. We do need a drink to unwind. Hope everything goes smoothly for you." With that, Chief Peter led his 4 subordinates away, showing no embarrassment about the case being taken over by others. It was better to let someone else take the risk. After watching Chief Peter leave, Carlson turned to his subordinate and said, "Paul, take a few men and patrol the area to see if there are any witnesses or other clues." "Understood, sir." Carlson approached the deceased and crouched down to inspect the large hole in the chest, filled with doubt. Could there really be a human force capable of punching through a body? "Sir, we found blood traces elsewhere, and we also discovered another body," one of his subordinates reported as he ran up to Carlson. "Another deceased?" Carlson looked puzzled. What were the previous officers doing that they hadn't noticed another body? "Yes, in a nearby stinking gutter. It's completely submerged in sewage. We also found over 30 bullets in an alley," the subordinate confirmed, nodding as he relayed the findings to Carlson. "Oh, damn it, lead the way," Carlson said. "Is this the deceased?" Carlson frowned as he looked at the body on the ground. "Yes, we suspect that the assailant broke the right leg and then kicked the victim in the waist, resulting in the current state of the deceased." The officer shrugged, pointing at the body, whose upper and lower halves were nearly separated. His deduction about the attack was quite accurate. He was a professional, after all, and could determine the attack process with just a glance at the body. "Sir, here are the bullet casings we found. These bullets were likely fired by the deceased. The deformation at the bullet tips suggests they struck a very hard solid object before losing momentum and dropping." The officer led Carlson to the location where the bullets were found. "So what's your conclusion?" Carlson asked. At this location, the attacker encountered several deceased individuals, who then began to flee. Upon reaching the newly discovered body, they initiated a killing spree, after which the remaining victims fled again. Based on the scattered, uncovered footprints, we can deduce that these individuals were fleeing in different directions. For some unknown reason, they regrouped, after which the attacker struck and killed them all. The agent clearly recounted the sequence of events, as if he had witnessed the entire incident firsthand. From the injuries and conditions of the deceased, we can infer that the attacker possesses immense strength and incredible speed. However, we found no traces of the attacker at the scene, not even footprints, which is quite peculiar. The agent began to contemplate the characteristics of the attacker while voicing his doubts. "No footprints?" Carlson asked, puzzled. "That's right. But in that alley, we found quite a peculiar footprint. Strangely, it abruptly ends where the bullets disappeared. According to the footprint, its owner seemed to be running continuously, likely trying to evade the deceased," the agent responded. "Okay, I understand. Gather the team, take the bodies away, and make sure to submit the investigation report to me within 2 days. That footprint should also be modeled to determine its height, weight, and other relevant information," Carlson ordered, casting a glance at the bullet casings on the ground without turning his head. "Understood, sir." Standing up, Carlson looked at the crowd that had gathered around, frowning slightly, but saying nothing as he left with his subordinates. The people in the surrounding crowd, watched with vigilance as Carlson and the agents drove away. This was Hell's Kitchen. Why were official personnel present here? 2 days later, in an office. Director, here is the investigation report for the incident. Carlson handed a report to a bald man with one eye. Nothing about the killer? The one-eyed man quickly skimmed through the report before looking directly at the agent for his conclusions on the case. Yes, Director. No leads at all. We only speculate that the attacker possesses a strength of about 1 ton. Additionally, another footprint at the crime scene indicates a height of 185 centimeters, weight of 85 kilograms, and shoe size of 43. Carlson nodded, responding to the one-eyed man's inquiries. There are other footprints, but no hair or blood traces, and the deceased had used a handgun to fight back. What's your conclusion on that? The one-eyed man set the report aside and asked calmly. Mutant, there's a high probability that the killer is the owner of that footprint. When confronted by the deceased with a gun, he was likely greatly stimulated, awakening his powers as a mutant, with abilities related to flight and telekinesis, though not particularly strong. Carlson replied. That makes sense. This case needs to be followed up. If there are any similar incidents, we should launch an immediate investigation. I believe it won't be long before we have a useful ally, the one-eyed man said with a slight smile. Once mutants gain their powers, they often expose themselves for various reasons, and at that point, it would be their turn to step in and bring a poor, ignorant, and confused young man back onto the right path, making him serve their purposes. Understood, Carlson nodded, accepting the one-eyed man's orders. Do you have anything else? The one-eyed man turned his chair slightly, indicating that Carlson could leave if he had nothing further to say. Nothing else. With that, Carlson stepped out, gently closing the door behind him. A new mutant with decent power. Should be able to work for me in no time, the one-eyed man muttered to himself. After speaking, he pressed a button on the desk, revealing a hidden compartment in the wall, and the chair began to slowly move, taking him into the backspace. Bai Wenming lounged lazily on a bench in the park, enjoying the warm sunlight. It had been 3 days since he had transformed, and his injuries had mostly healed. The primary issue facing him was that he was broke. To be precise, he had $17.56 left, enough to get him through until tomorrow morning, possibly even noon, but by tomorrow evening, he would be starving. His current status was that of an illegal resident, with no information in the identity system, so he absolutely couldn't find a legitimate job. He could only take on work that illegal residents could do, such as working in a plantation or washing dishes in a kitchen. Naturally, this was something he absolutely did not want to do. He touched the gun at his waist, and an idea began to form in his mind. In the past, he would never have dared to do this, but now, he felt a surge of courage. The fear of life and death often carries immense weight, and only Bai Wenming understood just how resolute he had become after experiencing the trials of life and death. As night fell, an Asian man pushed open a door, revealing the loud music and revelry of a bar. The patrons inside looked surprised to see an Asian. They were a rare sight in this place. He walked straight to the bar, took out $10, and calmly said, "A drink, please." A burly black man silently handed him a drink and collected the money from the counter. 5 minutes later, after finishing his drink, Bai Wenming stood up to leave. Someone in a booth behind him had been watching him, and as he stepped out, the leader nodded at his underlings, prompting 2 of them to get up and follow him. After a few steps out of the bar, he reached a corner. As the 2 gang members turned the corner, they were met with the dark barrels of 2 guns pointed at them. They quickly raised their hands, adopting a surrendering posture. "Hey, brother, don't do this. We're just passing through," the one on the left said, trembling. "Hand over all your money, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, get ready to say goodbye to this world," Bai Wenming said, suppressing his disgust. The smell coming from the 2 gang members was overpowering, nearly making him regurgitate the burger he had for lunch. The 2 men shakily pulled out their cash, then raised their hands again. Seeing the large gold chains around their necks, Bai Wenming felt a wave of revulsion. Previously, he had taken a gold chain from a gang member named Peter, thinking he had struck gold, only to find it was fake. Indeed, if these guys could afford gold chains, they wouldn't be holed up in Hell's Kitchen. All right, turn around slowly and head back to that bar. Enjoy the festivities, but don't make any sudden moves, or I won't hesitate to use this gun, Bai Wenming said in a low voice. The 2 gang members had no thoughts of resistance and obediently followed his instructions. As they returned to the bar, Bai Wenming picked up the cash they had dropped and prepared to leave. He intended to find a hotel to stay in, as the two men had over $700 between them. Just then, as the two gang members pushed the door to go back inside, gunshots suddenly rang out from the bar, plunging the place into a chaotic real-life CS. At the moment he heard the gunfire, Bai Wenming felt a stirring in his heart. Armor merge. The red-eyed fruit fly, winged eagle armor quickly manifested, wrapping around his body. He lightly leaped and instantly reached a window near the bar, crouching down. Using the cover of night, he blended almost perfectly with the blue wall. He listened intently to the commotion inside the bar, trying to figure out what was happening. At this point, people had started fleeing from the bar's front door, eager to escape the dangerous scene. The two gang members, upon hearing the gunfire, bolted away like startled rabbits. As for the bar's boss, they didn't know him at all and didn't care. The gunfire inside the bar continued unabated, accompanied by curses and desperate cries for help. Bai Wenming didn't rashly take action. Instead, he remained hidden, patiently waiting for the right moment. After a long while, the gunfire finally ceased. What lay before him was a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and blood pooling everywhere, the stench of blood and gunpowder filling the air. Only two groups of people remained, hiding behind cover, trying to suppress their breathing while reloading and tending to their wounds. From the number of bodies and survivors at the scene, it was clear that both groups had suffered heavy casualties. K, Trelf, are you really that cowardly? You had the guts to steal my goods, but not to face me. A burly white man snarled from behind a pillar, his eyes gleaming with malice. Dodge, damn it. I swear I'll chop off your head and shove it up your ass, Trelf retorted. He was the owner of the bar, and at that moment, he was nursing a gunshot wound to his right arm while his men hurried to staunch the bleeding. The two began hurling insults at each other, blaming one another for the current situation. After eavesdropping for a while, Bai Wenming finally pieced together the backstory. It turned out that Trelf was a notorious gangster in the area, akin to those commonly found on the streets of America, with around 20 to 30 henchmen and access to several automatic and semi-automatic weapons. His gang primarily profited from the sale of drugs. Such gangs might not be particularly strong, but the police wouldn't easily confront them due to their firepower. Dodge, on the other hand, was the owner of the bar and led a larger gang with about 50 to 60 members, focusing on the smuggling of vehicles as their main source of income. This bar was also a significant stronghold for them. Logically, these two criminal enterprises shouldn't have intersected. Their operations were vastly different, and without any conflicting interests, they wouldn't typically engage in direct confrontation. However, Trelf had come onto Dodge's territory and had inflicted considerable losses on him. The conflict had arisen when Dodge's henchman, Doug, had stolen the girlfriend of Trelf's subordinate, Zainif, while partying outside the bar. This incident naturally led to a confrontation, resulting in Zainif being beaten by Doug and his crew, while Doug took Zainif's girlfriend to the wilderness. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't warrant such severe retaliation. The only loss was Zainif, who had been publicly humiliated. Afterward, Zainif returned to work for Trelf, and his girlfriend came back to him, which should have been a happy resolution. However, a subsequent event prompted Trelf to seek revenge. A shipment that Trelf had just received was stolen, and Zainif was found dead at the scene, with his girlfriend missing. Subsequently, both the stolen goods and Zainif's girlfriend turned up on Dodge's turf. Thus, the intense gunfight erupted inside the bar. Wait, you're saying your goods ended up on my turf? Dodge picked up on this crucial detail, a wave of unease washing over him. Damn it, how could this be? Smuggling makes far more money than selling drugs. Why would he abandon such a lucrative business to raid someone else's goods? It definitely wasn't his idea. Trelf cursed loudly. Damn it. You're not trying to deny this, are you? That bitch showed up with your men, and my goods are on your turf. You think you can fool me? K. We might have both been played. I'm not involved in your business. That takes too long. We were set up. Their intention was to pit us against each other, then take our turf and resources. Dodge muttered darkly, suddenly realizing that everything happening today was meticulously orchestrated. He quickly warned Trelf that if they could cooperate, they might still stand a chance to survive. However, he glanced at the three henchmen beside him and knew that the opportunity was slim. He also realized that the puppet master wouldn't give him a chance to make a comeback. They would wipe out the remaining henchmen in the factory. Even if he managed to survive today, he would end up isolated and alone. Oh God, you damn bitch, you still want to fool me? Trelf completely disregarded Dodge's words. His mind was already clouded by rage. He was a single-minded individual, arrogant and dismissive of the few people around him. Now, blinded by anger, he made the reckless decision to stir up trouble on someone else's turf. If someone told him he had been played, he would just raise his submachine gun and empty a magazine into that person's mouth, sending him to hell to say those words. Afterward, he would have time to listen to that person. But right now, he only wanted to kill Dodge. As for whether he had truly been played, he could figure that out slowly after killing Dodge. Just then, a sudden round of applause broke the tension in the room. The expressions on Dodge and Trelf's faces changed instantly as they realized there were others present. "Hey guys, I see someone's in a bit of trouble. Do you need some help?" A young man appeared at the bar's entrance, grinning widely. "Zakharov? It's you? So it was you who orchestrated all of this." Dodge's voice revealed deep despair. Zakharov's presence confirmed that he had been in control of everything all along, and now Dodge was left with only 3 henchmen. The dozen or so inside the bar had already fallen in pools of blood, while the rest had yet to arrive. His only option now was to see if he could take Zakharov with him before he died. A leader of a criminal organization never lacked the courage to fight to the death. "Who are you?" This was Trelf's voice, who also had only a handful of henchmen left. After this battle, if he survived, he would be out of the game for a long time because he would have no men left. "From now on, your business belongs to me, Dodge," Zakharov said, ignoring Trelf and addressing Dodge directly. It was just a simple scheme, and sure enough, this fool took the bait easily, Zakharov said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Action!" Zakharov wiped the smile off his face, retreating behind his subordinates as he issued the command. Instantly, gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. At that moment, Zakharov felt a strong gust of wind approaching from behind. He quickly dropped to the ground and rolled to the side while glancing back at his previous position. Just one look filled him with terror, and one word echoed in his mind: monster. The monster's attack did not cease with Zakharov's roll. It continued forward, relentlessly targeting his subordinates. Warm blood gushed from wounds, and soon, the upper halves of 2 gang members fell to the ground. "Watch your backs," Zakharov shouted as he stood up. His men, filled with confusion, halted their attacks and turned around. Thanks to the bar's lighting, they finally got a good look at the monstrous figure behind them. The creature was predominantly blue, covered in protrusions, with large eyes and sharp claws. Most striking were its 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. Yes, it was Evil Ginseng Beast. Bai Wenming felt puzzled and inquired of the system. "Correct, host. This is the Evil Ginseng Beast," the system replied. Bai Wenming couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at the unexpected twist to his plan to prey on the predators. However, he still remained hidden in the shadows, carefully observing the Evil Ginseng Beast's strength. If the gang members could assist him in severely injuring the beast, that would be perfect. Even if they didn't achieve that, he would gain a clearer understanding of its power. Zakharov led his men in a barrage of fire against the Evil Ginseng Beast, then entered the bar, preparing for the creature's counterattack. Bullets embedded in the beast's skin but had little effect. With a shudder, the bullets fell to the ground with a clatter. Seeing humans enter the bar, the Evil Ginseng Beast showed no hesitation and followed with heavy steps. Countless bullets were fired, creating a powerful suppressive fire, but it was all in vain. The Evil Ginseng Beast continued to stride forward, inching closer to the humans. Bai Wenming quietly raised his head, silently observing the situation inside the bar. The bullets were ineffective against the Evil Ginseng Beast. It approached 2 gang members who looked terrified, slapping each of them and sending them crashing to the ground. However, their chests still rose and fell, indicating they were not dead. The beast roared in excitement, spitting a stream of green slime onto each of the incapacitated men. Soon after, it systematically eliminated all 20 of Zakharov's subordinates. At this point, Zakharov was on the verge of collapse, his eyes wide and a crazed grin on his face. He fired the remaining bullets from his handgun in a frenzy, oblivious to the fact that his weapon was now empty. "Oh!" The Evil Ginseng Beast looked at Zakharov, excitedly roaring. It had caught a whiff of the man's potent, evil aura. If it could spray its amnesia liquid onto his face and absorb the evil energy from these people, it would greatly enhance its power and, in the near future, become the strongest mutant beast. With a swipe of its claw, The evil ginseng beast knocked Zakharov unconscious, then eagerly sprayed all of its freshly produced amnesia liquid onto him. It was out of energy and ready to enjoy this feast to restore its strength. The evil ginseng beast excitedly clapped its claws and approached the two earlier gang members, lowering its head to absorb their energy. Just then, it was unexpectedly attacked from behind, causing it to stumble. It turned around and saw its eternal enemy, the Kamen Rider. "Monster, surrender. Your good days are over," Bai Wenming declared, taking the two flying discs and placing them back on his shoulders. The only response was the beast's angry roar. He rotated the belt's dial, and the winged eagle sword appeared on his arm. Unlike actors in movies, he wouldn't engage in hand-to-hand combat first, and then summon his weapons after taking damage. Why face problems barehanded when he could solve them with weapons? With a leap, he arrived in front of the evil ginseng beast and thrust the sword forward. The beast raised its hand to block, but Bai Wenming swiftly changed his attack, delivering an upward slash that the creature couldn't evade. While earlier bullets had failed to inflict harm, this strike caused sparks to fly from its chest as it suffered a severe injury. Seizing the moment while the beast was still stunned, Bai Wenming struck again with two more sword thrusts, inflicting significant damage. Having taken so many hits, the evil ginseng beast became furious and opened its jagged mouth to spit out slime. Bai Wenming swiftly dodged the goo, but as he observed the creature still spewing slime, he realized he couldn't get close. Long arms hitting short arms, just like an AD top laner. Bai Wenming recalled some unpleasant memories. In those moments, he had been denied experience for a full 3 minutes without gaining a single minion. "Do you think you're an AD top laner? I'm definitely not." Bai Wenming twisted the belt's dial, transforming the Wind Eagle sword into the Wind Eagle crossbow. By Yubi, the two began a ranged confrontation, turning the battleground into a leveling ground. The evil ginseng beast took several crossbow bolts and started to falter. Although it hadn't been harmed by humans, the amnesia liquid it had spit still drained a considerable amount of its energy. After taking 2 more bolts from the Wind Eagle, its energy was nearly depleted, and its body began to glow green. "I've brought it down to kill range." Seeing the green glow on the evil ginseng beast, Bai Wenming instantly understood he could unleash his ultimate move. He quickly put away the Wind Eagle crossbow and summoned the Wind Eagle sword again. "Don't think you can play AD top laner and come out on top. You're just being beaten without a chance to fight back," Bai Wenming taunted as he twisted the dial on his belt to the right. A beam of light energy emitted from the belt, forming a post. Bai Wenming lightly tapped the Wind Eagle sword against the post, which vanished and transformed into energy that clung to the sword, causing it to emanate blue light. "Piercing Wind Strike," Bai Wenming shouted excitedly, as this had been one of his childhood dreams. Wind Eagle sword's piercing wind strike post, subduing demons and beasts, compelled by the gale, stops in an instant. Bai Wenming recited the incantation as 18 light spears appeared around him. With a swift movement, the spears, charged with energy from the Wind Eagle sword, shot towards the evil ginseng beast. In the name of the ultimate move, as a Kamen Rider, he had not left anything empty-handed. The evil ginseng beast was ensnared by a blue fire-filled Taiji symbol, helplessly wailing. Bai Wenming didn't stop. He twisted the dial on his belt again. Piercing wind leg. He leaped into the air and kicked downward at an angle. His entire body passed through the evil ginseng beast as if he were not really there. Slowly rising, he turned to see the evil ginseng beast explode behind him, morphing into a magic spirit post that floated in midair, with the creature's visage vividly depicted on it. Bai Wenming turned around leisurely, catching the spinning magic spirit post and placing it in front of the Taiji symbol on his belt. The post transformed into a stream of energy that gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing completely from his hands. At the moment when a magic spirit dissipated, a vast amount of energy surged towards Bai Wenming's body and the armor he was wearing like a tidal wave. The color of the entire armor became noticeably brighter, and the comfortable feeling almost made him hum out loud. It's no wonder that characters in TV shows become stronger towards the end. "I'm currently about 30 to 40% stronger than before," Bai Wenming quietly pondered after that surge of energy vanished. "Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your first ability beast. Your wood bloodline has been upgraded by 5% and now stands at 65%. The system's voice rang out at that moment. "Only a 5% increase? Yes, host. This ability beast was relatively weak, and it didn't absorb much evil energy, so the increase is limited to 5%, the system answered by Wunming's unspoken question. So, the more evil energy the ability beasts absorb, the greater my strength increase will be after I defeat them. Bai Wenming quickly grasped the deeper meaning in the system's words. Correct, host. However, you need to be cautious. The more evil energy they absorb, the stronger they become. At that point, your strength might not be enough to seal them. The system promptly pointed out the key, preventing Bai Wenming from allowing the ability beast to continue causing destruction and creating future troubles for himself. I understand, Bai Wenming nodded, grasping the system's intent. He then began to clean up the battlefield. His original goal was to see if he could pick up some loot or eliminate some dark forces. Now that these dark forces had turned against each other, it would be fine for him to tidy up the battlefield, as these people wouldn't wake up anytime soon. An hour later, looking at the bundles on the ground, Bai Wenming felt a surge of excitement. There was at least over $100,000 inside, along with several firearms and more than 40 magazines, plus a pile of jewelry. He had struck it rich and no longer had to worry about financial issues. Watching Bai Wenming, clad in the Wind Eagle armor, move these spoils, the system couldn't help but interject, "Does the host need to spend some energy to open a storage space?" "What? You have that function? How big is this storage space?" Bai Wenming was quite surprised by this capability of the system. The most suitable storage space currently is 1 cubic meter, and it doesn't require much energy. The system provided its answer. 1 cubic meter? That should be enough. Bai Wenming promptly issued the command to open the space. How do I use this storage space? He immediately thought of a question. The host should cover their right hand over the object and think about storing it, and the object will be transferred to the space. When releasing it, it will also appear at the right hand's position, usable in both human and armor forms, the system explained. Then, Bai Wenming placed his right hand over the bundle, and it instantly disappeared. Is it really that amazing? Bai Wenming was filled with surprise as he released the bundle again, repeating the operation several times like a child who had just received a new toy. Seeing the gang members on the ground, Bai Wenming ignored them and directly left the area. Are you saying these bastards have lost their memories? Police Chief George of Hell's Kitchen asked his subordinate officer, Edward, with a skeptical expression. Yes, Chief. We used a lie detector to question them, and the results showed they weren't lying. We also had a doctor examine them, confirming that they have all lost their memories, Edward replied with a somewhat peculiar expression. He looked at the examination report in his hand, finding it hard to believe, but the current situation was indeed as such. Damn it, they lost their memories at this time, Chief George said angrily. The deaths of over 50 people at once put immense pressure on him. His superiors had been urging him for a conclusion, and the media demanded he reveal the truth. But now, all the key individuals had lost their memories. Wasn't this pushing him into a fire pit? These bastards could kill each other, but at least they should have cleaned up the scene. Now that the public knows, it has become a nationwide news story. How is he supposed to handle this? Have there been any results regarding the green slime? Chief George asked Edward irritably. Not yet, Chief. I will inform you as soon as I have results, Edward replied. All right, you can go now. Report any new findings to me immediately, Chief George said, irritably tossing his pen aside, turning to look out at the scenery outside, trying to relax his stressed mind. Didn't I tell you to get out? Feeling someone behind him, Chief George became somewhat angry. Even his subordinates were bothering him now. He turned around to scold the person only to find someone he didn't recognize. Damn it. Allowing unidentified people to come and go in his office. Were these people just loafing around? He glared at the bald man in front of him with an unfriendly gaze. Hello, Chief George. I'm Nick Fury from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Here's my identification. The bald man extended his hand, introducing himself while quickly flashing his credentials. I don't seem to know you, and you've entered my office without permission, which raises suspicions of interfering with official duties. Please leave. If you haven't disappeared from my sight within 3 seconds, you will be arrested for obstruction of justice, Chief George said, forcing down his inner anger, speaking slowly and deliberately. Oh, very impressive. But you can call your subordinates over now. If they can respond to you, Nick Fury said casually, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Chief George, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Nick Fury. I'm here because the case within your jurisdiction involves national security, and I'm responsible for this case. Where's your identification? And your orders? Chief George glared at the bald man, his expression dark. As long as he couldn't produce his credentials and orders, he swore he would send this man to hell with a bullet. Here, this is the dispatch letter for the case, and this is my identification. Nick Fury pulled out his credentials and the dispatch letter and tossed them on the table. Chief George unceremoniously picked them up and flipped through them a few times, the gloom on his face lifting significantly. All right, but why did you suddenly appear in my office? You should know this is an office with many confidential pieces of information. Chief George suddenly spoke up, deciding to teach this man a lesson. Chief George, this case relates to national security. All participants and parties involved need to be contained to prevent the leakage of state secrets. Since you and your officers are involved in this case, you and your officers cannot leave this place for the time being. Our personnel will take over this case. You can leave once the case is concluded. Nick Fury's expression turned serious. Chief George wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nick Fury. If you want to leave here, you need to help us quickly solve this case. After that, I will apologize to you, but for now, you need to temporarily step aside. Chief George was taken away. 3 days later, Nick Fury and his team quietly evacuated the area, taking all the green slime with them. This peculiar slime had the ability to cause memory loss, which was perfect for their purposes. Before long, the slime was sent to a mysterious base and then transported to several little-known laboratories in Europe. Throughout this series of actions, Nick Fury remained completely unaware. Is this New Mexico? Bai Wenming asked the system. Exactly. This is the last suspected location of the ability beast, which is 354 kilometers away from here and will take about 4 hours of driving. The system's map clearly displayed the last known sighting of the mysterious creature mentioned in the news. Since gaining energy, the system had become capable of many new abilities, such as creating a completely new identity, which was a piece of cake for it. Now, he was a legal immigrant with a green card. With both wealth and identity established, Bai Wenming had been living quite comfortably, enjoying the decadent life of capitalism until he discovered the trail of the suspected ability beast in the news, prompting him to rush over. He was driving a high-displacement diesel truck, speeding along the interstate highway, and it was undoubtedly a very pleasant journey. I hope this time I can achieve something. I've traveled such a long distance. Ability beast, don't even think about escaping, Bai Wenming thought to himself, gazing ahead at the road. At that moment, in a military testing base in New Mexico, Bruce Banner was conducting a highly secret experiment with his girlfriend, Betty Ross. Let's begin. Fire the gamma rays, Bruce Banner commanded, and the technicians immediately began operating the equipment, carefully adjusting the power and angle to target the experimental subject. As the green gamma rays illuminated the experimental specimen, a wounded toad, the various indicators matched the predetermined plan perfectly, and the wounds on the toad's body were healing continuously. The personnel in the laboratory watched excitedly as the data from the experiment indicated that success was imminent. The past year's efforts were finally paying off. They had spent countless nights in the lab with only this machine for company, and now the success of the experiment proved that their hard work was worthwhile. The cell repair and damage error rate is maintained within 1%, Bruce Banner said, excitedly clenching his fists as he looked at the data on the monitor. The experiment was a success, and he had once again proven that he was still the omnipotent Dr. Banner. Just as all the results pointed in a positive direction, suddenly, the data began to spike dramatically, and the experiment encountered serious problems. The gamma ray dosage is too high. I can't stop it, Betty Ross exclaimed anxiously as she hammered on the keyboard, trying to halt the gamma ray emission while urgently reporting the abnormal situation to those around her. Seeing the abnormal data values and the shaking instruments, Bruce Banner realized that the situation had become extremely dangerous. With so many people present, it was too unsafe. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop all work and leave the laboratory immediately." The technicians heard the command and evacuated without hesitation. The experiment had gone awry, and personal safety had to take priority. As for the experimental results, they could discuss later why the anomaly occurred. Once everyone had exited, Banner locked the laboratory door and said to Betty, "Dear, I'm going back to check what went wrong with the equipment. Just wait for me outside." Betty looked at Banner in shock as he acted, desperately pounding on the door and shouting, "Bruce, come out. It's dangerous in there." "I know. That's why you all left. As the person responsible for the experiment, I need to understand what happened." "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Bruce replied urgently. needing to go back and investigate what had gone wrong. Bruce. Watching Bruce Banner turn away, Betty's heart suddenly filled with panic, as if something bad was about to happen. Bruce returned to the laboratory where the experimental equipment was located, glanced at the data, and rushed to the equipment, trying to stop it using the most basic mechanical structure. Why had the gamma ray dosage suddenly increased? Why had it gone out of control? This question lingered in his mind as he recalled the experimental data, attempting to figure out where the problem lay. Through the lens watching the gamma ray source, Banner's hands frantically searched the machine, trying to bring it to a halt. Only by stopping the machine could he obtain complete data for improvements in the next experiment. If the equipment malfunctioned, the data would be incomplete. The gamma ray dosage continued to rise, and beads of sweat flowed down Banner's forehead like a waterfall, but he had no time to wipe it away. The most important thing was to stop the machine. However, all his efforts were in vain. The gamma rays continued to intensify. Finally, the gamma rays broke through the machine's shielding, escaping unchecked, and shot upwards, enveloping Bruce Banner from above. His body instantly froze. The machine finally stabilized, but the gamma rays continued to bombard Dr. Banner as massive energy surged into his body, destroying it while simultaneously rapidly repairing it. This state persisted for a long time. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Banner's heart raced to an astonishing 200 beats per minute, and a faint green hue emerged deep within his pupils, rapidly expanding. The green color spread swiftly from his pupils to his entire body, and Dr. Banner's physique began to swell, entering an extremely unstable state. It was as if his blood was breaking free from the confines of his veins, and cracks appeared all over his body, seeming ready to explode at any moment. Yet, under the continuous repair of the gamma rays, an explosion never occurred. At last, the green spread throughout his body, the unstable state dissipated, and the gamma ray source lost power under program control, ceasing to emit gamma rays. The laboratory fell into complete silence, not a sound to be heard. Dr. Banner's eyes remained closed, and his presence seemed to vanish completely, making it impossible to detect him. After a breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, he moved. His body expanded at an incredible speed, with his toes digging deep into the ground, cracking the neat floor into fissures. His clothes were torn apart, becoming tattered strips hanging from him. 2 seconds later, Dr. Banner's head touched the ceiling of the laboratory, which was 3.5 meters high. His muscles twisted together, glowing with a green light. Finally, Dr. Banner opened his eyes, but the scholarly gaze that had been there before was gone, replaced only by brutality and madness. "Hulk!" This green giant uttered his first words after his birth, immediately beginning to wreak havoc on everything around him, as if the objects had provoked his wrath. "What the hell is that?" Bai Wenming slammed on the brakes, his gaze fixed on the tank burning fiercely not far away. He quickly pushed open the car door, jumped out, and cautiously approached the tank, ready to transform at any moment. Boom! The burning tank suddenly made a loud noise, startling Bai Wenming, who immediately stepped back. After a while, confirming there were no further anomalies, he cautiously moved closer again. Looking at the tank, which was now unrecognizable, he couldn't help but sigh. If only he could have a brand new tank. What boy hasn't dreamed of owning a tank while growing up? Driving a tank down the street would be such a cool thing. As he reached the front of the tank, Bai Wenming was shocked to see a massive fist imprint right on the front of the vehicle. This had to be the main reason for the tank's destruction. "Oh my god, that's insane. If that punch had hit me," he extended his hand to gesture, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Imagining that fist hitting him sent a chill down his spine. Even after transforming, he couldn't have delivered such a punch. Anyone capable of that was definitely not human. He warily looked up and noticed some commotion in the distance. He quickly turned and rushed back to his vehicle, preparing to leave this dangerous place immediately. He had come here to find the ability beast and didn't want to get involved in any trouble. The area had turned perilous, and he had no intention of getting mixed up in it. As the scenery outside the car window retreated, Bai Wenming relaxed and began humming a little tune. The feeling of this road trip was quite nice. Just then, a fireball came hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. "This is just too unlucky. I've already driven so far, and it's still targeting me." Bai Wenming was exasperated as he watched the oncoming fireball. His previously joyful mood vanished without a trace. However, he didn't panic. He floored the gas pedal, speeding away from the impact range of the fireball. The fireball slammed into the ground, exploding upon impact and triggering a secondary explosion. It turned out that the fireball was actually a helicopter that had been smashed to pieces. He turned off the engine, released the handbrake, and transformed into the winged eagle armor, sitting quietly inside the car. He wanted to see what the heavens had in store for him today. After all, he was the light shadow armor. He couldn't be frightened by such trifles. Damn it. Bai Wenming decided to take back what he had just said when he spotted a green monster. He realized that this thing could really put him in danger, so it was better to make a quick exit. He deactivated his transformation. Now he was just an ordinary person, and a being like the Hulk wouldn't notice him. Hey, young man, you need to leave here. This is now a military-restricted area. A U.S. soldier knocked on his car window, signaling Bai Wenming to evacuate quickly. Okay, I understand, but I don't know which direction is safe to go. Bai Wenming feigned surprise, speaking in a troubled tone. He definitely didn't want to encounter that green giant again. Its movements were too unpredictable. He hoped to get some useful information from the soldier to avoid that dangerous creature. After all, his winged eagle armor was simply no match for the Hulk. If the Hulk landed a punch, the armor would be obliterated on the spot. Not to mention attacking the Hulk, the winged shadow armor's attacks would merely be tickling to an ability beast, let alone dealing with the Hulk. The soldier was stumped. He didn't know where was safe either. They had no way of tracking the movements of that green monster, and many of his comrades had already been killed by it. They couldn't stop that giant's movements, and thinking about it left him somewhat confused. Could such a creature truly exist on Earth? Young man, just keep driving straight along this road. It should be relatively safe. Don't stop until nightfall. If you encounter that green monster, just hit the gas and get out of there, the soldier finally said after some thought. Okay, thank you very much for your advice. Goodbye. Bai Wenming raised the car window, slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the vehicle shot off. It seemed the U.S. military truly had no way to deal with the green giant. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. In the evening, the car stopped in front of a motel. He rested for the night and set off the next day towards the location where the ability beast had previously appeared. System, have you detected any residual information from the ability beast standing at the site mentioned in the newspaper? Bai Wenming asked the system. If the ability beast had been here, it certainly wouldn't have escaped the system's detection. No trace of the ability beast's aura detected. Sigh, another wild goose chase. This was probably just a story concocted by some unscrupulous editor. Bai Wenming sighed helplessly and slumped back into his car seat. Where to go now? Bai Wenming fell into contemplation. This cursed place still had the Hulk around, and where the Hulk was meant danger. Even if that giant meant no harm to him, he was just too strong. The aftermath of a fight could easily kill an ordinary person. Oh, this feels so good. He finished the orange juice in his cup, gazing at the beach ahead and sighed. After returning to New York, thanks to the system's help, he had now become a millionaire. He had no thoughts of purchasing property. After all, this was the Marvel world, and nowhere was safe. Even with millions, as long as he spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun, he would never run out of things to enjoy. If the Marvel world weren't so dangerous, he might actually consider living here for the rest of his life. After all, he was an armored warrior. Host, you need to take action quickly. 2 months is enough time for the ability beast to grow significantly stronger, the system urged Bai Wenming. He had been outside for 2 months, and no one knew how much the ability beast's strength had increased, while the host spent every day indulging in pleasure, showing no intention of sealing the ability beast anytime soon. I want to deal with all the ability beasts quickly too, but if they're not showing themselves, what can I do? Should I summon the ultimate Emperor armor and fly up, shouting, "Armor Warrior is here. Ability beasts, come meet your doom. Do you think they'll obediently come out for me to kill?" He swallowed another gulp of orange juice and spoke leisurely. If you can find the location of the ability beasts, I will set off to seal them right now. If you can't find them, then just shut up and let me enjoy my life. Or if you can provide me with the locations of other light shadow stones, I'll leave to search for them right away. Bai Wenming expressed his dissatisfaction. With nothing at hand, expecting him to hunt down the ability beasts was simply impossible. The system felt a bit helpless. It currently had no information about the ability beasts, and there were no traces of the light shadow stones either. It couldn't fulfill either of Bai Wenming's requests. Soon, Bai Wenming's gaze was drawn to a blonde with big waves. Those curves definitely looked like at least a D cup. The system's words had long since been forgotten. Is my charm really this great? As he watched the blonde approach, Bai Wenming felt a surge of excitement. Tonight was likely going to be another sleepless night. Despite the turmoil inside, he maintained a calm exterior, sipping his orange juice slowly, careful not to give off a lecherous vibe. "Hello, Mr. Bai." A blonde with big waves slowly walked up to Bai Wenming and stopped in front of him. "You know me?" Bai Wenming took off his sunglasses and set down his orange juice, puzzled. I do. But I don't remember meeting you. I don't recall anyone like you." Bai Wenming felt a surge of caution upon hearing the blonde beauty's words. He was just an unknown person. Suddenly having a beautiful woman say she knew him raised red flags. After all, he had interacted with quite a few beautiful women recently and wasn't easily swayed by looks. "Well, it's never too late to get acquainted," the blonde beauty replied, clearly taken aback by his response. She then flashed a radiant smile and bent down slightly, saying, "How big?" Looking at the subtle sight before him, Bai Wenming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Mr. Bai, you're really not very friendly," the beauty giggled, her alluring figure swaying gently with her laughter. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Hilton. From today on, we know each other," the blonde said, straightening up. "All right, so we're acquainted now. Can you leave?" "You're blocking my sunlight," Bai Wenming replied, reclining back in his beach chair, taking a sip of his chilled orange juice, trying to calm his racing heart. There were many beautiful women waiting for his attention. There was no need to give up the whole forest for this one tree. This woman definitely had ulterior motives. He just wasn't clear on what they were yet. "See you then." Jennifer's expression froze for a moment, surprised that this little man was so unromantic. Wasn't she pretty enough? Having been rejected all along, she gracefully turned and walked away. Bai Wenming put his sunglasses back on, staring at her departing figure. A second glance wouldn't hurt. Looking won't do any good, he mocked himself inwardly. Beautiful women were toxic. He shouldn't provoke them casually. "Hey, buddy," a beautiful girl comes right up to you, and you don't seize the opportunity? You can't be that incapable, can you? A flippant voice suddenly came from beside him. Bai Wenming turned around and felt the guy look somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. "Is this really what you call a beauty?" "Bro, your standards are pretty low," he retorted bluntly. Was this guy looking for trouble? Clearly, the person next to him hadn't expected this reaction and found himself at a loss for words. His good mood was ruined by this man and woman, and staying on the beach felt pointless. Bai Wenming decided to get up and head back to the hotel. "Host, there's an aura of an ability beast within 25 kilometers. The system's voice chimed in, tinged with excitement. Finally, the ability beast was out and about. Now the host could take action. "Show me the coordinates." "I'm going back to change clothes," Bai Wenming replied, feeling a surge of excitement. An ability beast meant he could enhance his strength again, which was far more appealing than any beautiful woman. "Here are its coordinates." A three-dimensional map appeared in Bai Wenming's mind, showing a red dot flashing in the distance. Plan the best route immediately, he instructed the system as he moved. 20 minutes later, a Porsche 911 came to a stop. "Which ability beast is it this time?" Bai Wenming unbuckled his seatbelt and asked. This distance should be enough for the system to gather detailed information about the ability beast. "It's the rock beast," the system replied somewhat reluctantly, as if it were disappointed to have this one. "What did you say?" "The rock beast." Bai Wenming was about to get out of the car when he abruptly halted, incredulously asking the system, "Oh my god, the rock beast? What was he supposed to do now? Was the wind shadow armor prepared to give it a spa treatment?" "It is indeed the rock beast," the system confirmed, shattering Bai Wenming's doubts and confirming he hadn't misheard. Bai Wenming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Any other armor could handle the rock beast without much difficulty, but he was the wind eagle armor. How could a red-eyed fly even think of biting a pile of rocks? Forget it. I'm already here. I might as well take a look. What if the system's investigation was inaccurate? Bai Wenming reassured himself and then got out of the car. He walked a few steps into a small alley, ensuring there were no cameras around before softly saying, "Armor merge." The wind eagle armor instantly covered him. He gently leaped up to the nearest high point and looked toward the source of the enormous noise. It really is the rock beast. Seeing the ability beast rampaging wildly, the panicked crowd fleeing for their lives, and the car alarms blaring from being struck by rocks, Bai Wenming's moment of hope vanished. He twisted the dial on his belt and summoned the wind eagle crossbow, then jumped down, flying toward the location of the rock beast. There was no way he would confront it head-on. He wasn't Dong Shan. A stealth/archer armor trying to act like a warrior was just asking for trouble. His task now was to attract the rock beast's attention and ensure the nearby people could escape. It would count as a good deed. As for killing the rock beast, unless a miracle happened, there was no way he could seal that ability beast on his own. The rock beast was about to smash a giant rock toward the fleeing crowd when a beam of light suddenly struck it, causing the rock it was controlling to fall to the ground with a thud. Enraged, the rock beast turned to look in the direction of the attack. A flash of blue caught its eye, followed by another beam hitting it. Armor warrior? The rock beast looked uncertainly at the blue figure in the distance, but the armor warrior didn't approach. Instead, it kept attacking from afar, unable to inflict damage but still hindering its movements. The rock beast was repeatedly attacked, but couldn't retaliate. It was furious, roaring loudly while trying to stomp the annoying armor warrior into pieces, stomping its feet in frustration. Watching the rock beast remain unscathed, Bai Wenming's expression darkened. He knew the Wind Eagle armor had low damage, but he hadn't expected it to be this low. It couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. After so many attacks, the rock beast seemed unaffected. If this were a game, its health bar probably wouldn't even have dropped. If the armor warrior went in for close combat, he'd likely be reduced to scrap in no time. Fortunately, he had a ranged weapon that allowed him to attack from a distance. Otherwise, he would have bolted by now. System quickly enhanced the Wind Eagle armor's strength. This damage is just pathetic. Even if I run out of energy, that ability beast would still be hopping around. Bai Wenming complained to the system. The system fell silent. It was not responsible for designing the armor, so how could it enhance it? He should go find the designer. Still, it had to admit that the damage was indeed low. How could this armor even call itself an armor warrior with such weak capability? By normal standards, any hero with blue skin was typically an overpowered existence capable of overwhelming enemies, but the Wind Eagle armor's damage didn't match its blue identity at all. Seeing that most of the crowd around had almost dispersed, Bai Wenming also decided to retreat because he clearly knew that continuing the fight would be pointless and would only waste time. This rock beast had already been marked by him. No matter how far away it was, he could accurately locate its position. After he finds other shadow stones, it wouldn't be too late to come back and take revenge on this rock beast. He put away the Windhawk crossbow, removed the Windhawk wheel, and casually threw them out. The Windhawk wheel struck the rock beast, creating dazzling sparks before flying back. Damn thing. The next time I see you, I will definitely turn you into a magic spirit sticker, Bai Wenming said provocatively, then quickly retreated. The rock beast was furious, stomping its feet in place. It enlarged several nearby stones and smashed them fiercely at the spot where Bai Wenming had just been, demolishing the surrounding buildings into ruins. It's been so long, and you still haven't detected any other shadow stone fluctuations? You're really useless. On the way back in the car, Bai Wenming asked the system while driving, and he also took the opportunity to PUA the system. Not yet, but don't worry, as long as there's a fluctuation from shadow stone, I can immediately lock onto its position, the system replied helplessly. It knew full well that this was its responsibility, and it could not escape. If the system had been a bit smarter, it might have retorted to Bai Wenming, "Can you transform just by obtaining a shadow stone? Hurry up and search everywhere for ability beasts. Sealing them is the only way to awaken other bloodlines. You spend every day indulging in pleasures and do nothing serious. What's the use of finding a shadow stone?" Unfortunately, the system didn't think of that and could only silently endure Bai Wenming's scolding. "Is that you?" Bai Wenming was surprised to find that the person who had been so mouthy before was actually staying in the same presidential suite hotel as him. The more he looked at this person, the more familiar he seemed. His brain quickly processed the information. In the Marvel world, there weren't many people who fit the criteria of being rich and mouthy. Combining this person's appearance, Bai Wenming instantly understood who he was. Iron Man, or rather Tony Stark. I wonder if he has built that iron suit yet. Bai Wenming mused to himself. His understanding of Marvel wasn't extensive, but he knew about Iron Man and the Hulk. Now he had met both of them, and had even playfully teased Iron Man, which inexplicably filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Tony Stark also looked at the Asian man in front of him with some surprise, wondering to himself, what level is this guy at, to be staying in the same hotel as me? He immediately pulled out his phone and called Pepper Potts. "What's wrong? Boss, aren't you on vacation right now?" A female voice came from the other end of the line. Put down everything you're doing immediately and go acquire a hotel, Tony Stark said, staring intently at Bai Wenming, his tone firm. Boss, what's going on? Pepper asked, confused. She didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to acquire a hotel. You don't need to worry about the details. Just acquire the Hilaire Hotel at any cost. Even if it means tripling or quintupling the offer, Tony Stark said, watching Bai Wenming's expression become increasingly strange, and his anger surged. Okay, I understand. I'll organize the team to acquire it right away, Pepper replied, still not knowing what was wrong with Tony, but obeying his orders. Well, isn't this the one with poor taste? What's wrong becoming a big spender now? Bai Wenming started to talk back sarcastically. Shut up. Just wait and see. You'll be kicked out of this hotel soon. What level do you think you are to dare stay in the same room as me? Tony Stark's face flushed instantly. He was infuriated by Bai Wenming's words. After all, he was Iron Man. Who in New York could be richer than him? What angered him the most was that Bai Wenming had the audacity to say he had poor taste. Damn it, his taste was famously good. How many Victoria's Secret models had he dated? I don't believe it. If you have that capability, I'll jump off this building myself, Bai Wenming said with a smile. Pepper, offer a tenfold premium. I want to acquire this hotel immediately. Tony Stark looked at Bai Wenming, whose face was filled with a smile, yet also annoyance, and his anger could no longer be contained. He swore that after acquiring the hotel, he would have security throw this annoying guy out. Big talker. How about we make a bet? Bai Wenming said with interest. What are we betting on? Tony Stark replied coldly. Looking at your current demeanor, it seems like you plan to have security throw me out. Let's make a deal. If you can make me leave this hotel today, I will run naked around New York City 3 times and shout that I'm a clown. If I don't leave today, you'll admit that your taste is poor. What do you say? Dare to bet? Bai Wenming said with a smile. Deal. Clown, just wait and see. You'll soon be a real clown. Tony Stark's young face was full of confidence. He firmly believed he would win. When this guy ran naked, he would enjoy the performance of a clown and let the whole world know this guy was a clown. That day would definitely become a focus for the world media. Then let's wait and see. Bai Wenming called the butler of the presidential suite, asking him to bring a coffee table and chairs. He then sat down on the chair, smiling and staring at Tony Stark. Seeing this, Tony Stark also called for his room's butler, who brought over a sofa and coffee table, and he ordered a few bottles of wine. The two sat there, one drinking tea and the other drinking wine, facing each other with a very awkward atmosphere. Thus, 2 people sat in the corridor of this floor, looking particularly out of place. There were only 2 suites on this floor, both presidential suites. Bai Wenming wore a smile, while Tony Stark had a cold smirk on his face, neither willing to give in. After a few minutes, Bai Wenming's phone suddenly rang, the sound piercing through the originally quiet corridor. He looked at the caller ID, smiled, and said, "Efficiency is quite good. They called me so quickly." He answered the phone and then smiled at Tony Stark. Something bad. Tony Stark was suddenly startled, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. But he quickly calmed down, convinced that no one would refuse a tenfold premium. This annoying guy would surely fail today, and he would become a real clown. He stared at Bai Wenming for a few seconds. Then Bai Wenming put the phone on speaker, allowing everyone present to hear the voice on the line. "Boss, I have good news to tell you." A pleasantly surprised male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, what good news?" Bai Wenming replied leisurely, taking a sip of tea afterward. "Someone wants to acquire the hotel at a 5-fold premium." "Boss, you're about to make a fortune," the man on the other end said excitedly. "A 5-fold premium? What a high profit." Hearing this, Tony Stark's previously confident expression instantly froze. The wine glass in his hand stopped mid-air as he forgot to shake it. "Oh, then you go negotiate further. I believe in your abilities. I estimate the final offer will reach a 10-fold premium," Bai Wenming said, looking at Tony Stark, speaking each word deliberately. "Boss, that's impossible. No one would offer a 10-fold premium for a hotel unless that person is a fool," the man on the other end replied. "You go negotiate. There will be someone to offer that price." "Oh, right. It's a fool. You're absolutely right. Anyone who offers a 10-fold premium to acquire a hotel is indeed a fool," Bai Wenming said with a smile, secretly pleased. This was truly a divine assist. He must give some reward later. Tony Stark's wine glass suddenly slipped from his hand, crashing onto the thick carpet without breaking. However, the wine inside spilled out like a torrent, creating a mess on the floor. His face was pale, and he stared intently at Bai Wenming, speechless. With his exceptional intelligence, how could he not understand what was happening at that moment? In the eyes of this annoying guy, he was nothing more than a ridiculous clown being mocked at will. Boss, I've done my best to negotiate, but I really don't hold out much hope. After all, our negotiation target isn't a fool, the man on the other end of the phone said immediately. Okay, I look forward to your good news, Bai Wenming replied with a smile before hanging up the phone. Who would be willing to pay 10 times the price to acquire my hotel? Bob was right. This person is clearly a fool. Bai Wenming casually tossed his phone onto the table, speaking dismissively. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's emotions were ignited instantly. His previously stiff body regained its vitality as he stood up, his eyes ablaze with anger, fixating on Bai Wenming. Hello there, it seems our bet has me winning, huh? You're not just lacking in taste. You're an utterly foolish fool, huh? By the end, Bai Wenming was laughing so hard he could barely stand up. Tony Stark glared fiercely at Bai Wenming, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The surrounding waitstaff felt a surge of tension, secretly wondering if the two would end up fighting right there. Should they step in to separate them? Yo, are you trying to back out of the deal? Not only do you have poor taste, but now you plan to be dishonest. Bai Wenming continued to provoke Tony Stark. Tony Stark shot several furious glares at Bai Wenming, but remained silent. He turned and walked straight out, not even bothering to pick up the remaining items in the room. Leaving just like that? You're welcome to come back to my hotel anytime. I'm sure it will make you feel right at home. Oh, by the way, I'll keep this room reserved just for you. From today on, this suite will no longer be open to the public. It belongs to you alone from now on. Mr. Poor Taste Tony Stark. Bai Wenming stood up and teased Tony Stark's back, displaying some courtesy as the host now that the guest was leaving. Tony Stark's body paused slightly before he quickened his pace to leave. This hotel had been acquired by Bai Wenming 2 weeks ago and now belonged entirely to him as a sole proprietorship. Although he had no plans in real estate, having money meant he should at least live comfortably, so he directly purchased a 5-star hotel and used one of the presidential suites as his lounge. I didn't expect this acquisition to be so satisfying. Bai Wenming felt a sense of pride inside. Who else could make Iron Man suffer such a huge loss? As for finances, in the Marvel world, as long as he had enough money, it was fine. Even though he currently possessed hundreds of billions in wealth, with a snap of the universe's Bureau of Population Control Director's fingers, that wealth could vanish in an instant. What he needed to do now was to eliminate the ability beasts as soon as possible and leave this world. A month later, in the training grounds, Bai Wenming was drenched in sweat, droplets flowing down like rain. After this set of training, how many more sets are there? Bai Wenming's consciousness was a bit hazy. Although the armor summoner's body strength and recovery ability were incredibly strong, he had lost track of time due to the high-intensity training and was completely immersed in it. Since his encounter with the rock beast, he had deeply realized how weak his current strength was. Even though the Windhawk armor itself was not weak, the problem lay in his limited abilities as the summoner. He was too weak to fully utilize the armor's power, let alone the fact that the armor required someone to control it. Under such circumstances, the armor's strength should be even more formidable. Moreover, the armor summoner should also be able to fend off ability beasts without wearing the armor. If he encountered a special situation in the future and couldn't summon the armor, wouldn't he be left defenseless against the enemy? Realizing this, Bai Wenming immediately asked the system to formulate a detailed training plan aimed at enhancing his physical abilities, allowing him to at least unleash the full power of the armor. If his strength improved, he might even be able to amplify the armor's capabilities. The strongest argument for these points is the Snow Mastiff armor. The difference in strength between the first generation and second generation Snow Mastiff armors is like heaven and earth. Although the Snow Mastiff armor seemed worn out in Shi Zhao's hands, upon reflecting on Shi Zhao's experiences, it becomes clear that the summoner has a significant impact on the armor. The Snow Mastiff armor has very high requirements for the summoner's physical fitness due to its issue of low merging energy and poor endurance. Shi Zhao had undergone hellish training under the King of Realms since childhood, so his physical fitness was naturally formidable, which is why the Snow Mastiff armor he summoned was so powerful. Coupled with the armor's inherently high attacking power, belonging to the metal category in the 5 elements, it specializes in combat. As for defensive power, it may seem unbelievable, but the defense of the Snow Mastiff armor is on par with that of the Black Rhino armor. The Black Rhino armor only has strong defense in the shoulder area. In every battle, besides the water shield. The shoulders are the main area that absorbs damage. The chest and back armor of the Snow Mastiff armor are very thick, and although its shoulder armor might not be as good as the Black Rhino's, it is not far off, providing a more balanced overall defense. In battles against the four fierce beasts, the Snow Mastiff armor's opponent, Tao Tai, is the strongest one, and for the Snow Mastiff armor to be able to trade blows with it and reach a stalemate is already impressive. Meanwhile, other armor summoners were at a disadvantage against the protectors. If it weren't for the issues with the Emperor armor, the other armors would likely face disintegration. In contrast, the Snow Mastiff armor summoned by Zhuxi has the weakest combat power among the five in Team 2. Thus, it can be said that armors themselves do not have absolute strengths or weaknesses. Each set of armor has its own advantages, relying on the summoner's physical fitness and willpower to fully exploit the armor's strengths or compensate for its weaknesses. In this regard, Team 2's Wendong performed very well. He adeptly utilized the empty hero armor, excelling in both ranged attacks and close combat. North Kai's Black Rhino armor was particularly impressive. He could take on 3 opponents at once, battling against the Evil Wood, Evil Water, and Evil Fire protectors simultaneously. The gap between the first and second generations of the Earth Tiger armor is also quite evident. The second generation Earth Tiger could defeat 3 strong enemies in a single battle, while the Earth Tiger armor summoned by Kuenzhong feels more like a little kitten, showcasing a stark difference in strength. Therefore, Bai Wenming began rigorous training to hone his abilities. He knew he could not be a hindrance to the armor, and at least needed to unleash the armor's full potential. Fortunately, the 5 Elements bloodline granted him strong recovery abilities. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been sent to the morgue long ago, given the intensity of his training. "Host, today's training has been completed," the system said cautiously, worried that if Bai Wenming continued training this way, he might collapse before he even got the chance to eliminate the ability beasts. "Oh, okay." Bai Wenming finally came back to his senses, putting down the heavy equipment. With a thud, the sound echoed. The weight of the equipment was evidently not light. In fact, it had reached 700 kilograms. Facing an average human, even without wearing armor, Bai Wenming could now easily defeat them. The pounding heart echoed like a rapid drumbeat, forcefully pumping blood throughout Bai Wenming's body. Steam began to rise from his skin. Yes, steam. It was as if he was enveloped in a mist, making it difficult to see his face. "How much has my strength improved compared to before?" After a long time, Bai Wenming finally regained some clarity and weakly asked the system. "All physical data has increased 5-fold, while your recovery ability remains roughly the same." The system replied honestly. "Well, that's good. It's worth all the effort I've put in during this time," Bai Wenming said with a smile, then plopped down onto the ground, fatigue washing over him, causing him to wince in pain. Yet he simply didn't want to get up. It was just too tiring. From his outward appearance, it was clear that his current strength was vastly different from before. His muscles, swollen from training, looked exceptionally large, and his weight had reached 95 kilograms. His maximum strength was a staggering 800 kilograms, and his speed had reached an astonishing 7 seconds for the 100 meters. Although his physical data had only increased 4 to 5 times, his actual strength was far beyond that. He was now capable of matching 4 or 5 of his previous selves. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Bai Wenming slowly stood up and walked out of the training area. Outside, a group of people was already waiting for him, including nutritionists and masseurs, but no trainers, as the system was more professional than any trainer and understood Bai Wenming's physical condition better. Each of these people earned a monthly salary of $30,000, which was quite a hefty sum. They rushed forward and quickly placed Bai Wenming on a massage bed, where the masseurs began expertly massaging his body, while the nutritionists closely monitored his physical data to provide precise dietary guidance for the coming days. "Boss, here are your latest physical data. If it weren't for tracking your data consistently during this time, I wouldn't dare believe this is real. Your physical data represents the pinnacle of human condition, making those so-called top athletes look pale in comparison." One of the nutritionists exclaimed excitedly, handing over a thick booklet that detailed the data collected during the monitoring period. Although this booklet did not contain direct data, such as weightlifting, high jumping, or running that could directly reflect physical fitness, one could still infer from the indirect data that this person's strength was beyond imagination. This was the most perfect set of human physical data he had ever seen, It hardly seemed human, but rather resembled a monster that had stepped out of a myth. If only I could witness your training process firsthand. I really want to know how a human can train to achieve such a formidable body. The nutritionist secretly sighed, though he only thought this to himself. If he expressed this idea aloud, he would probably be kicked out of the team immediately by Bai Wenming. After all, paying them such high wages was not to satisfy their curiosity. Several team members had already been ruthlessly dismissed for not understanding the gravity of the situation. This training session has come to an end for now. Bai Wenming concluded the meticulously planned training program. He knew that continuing would not yield significant improvements. After all, the human body has its limits, and his potential had reached its peak during this training. Now he needed to relax well, then seek out those ability beasts. Only by harnessing their energy could he possibly break through his potential and achieve even greater breakthroughs in future training. Boss, are you serious? Everyone was shocked to hear Bai Wenming's words. After all, they had been serving him, enjoying a relaxed job with generous pay. This job seemed perfect in their eyes. But now, suddenly being told they might lose it, they felt as if they had been punched in the chest, making it hard to breathe. What happened to the boss didn't matter to them. What mattered was that they would lose this stable source of income. Yes, but during this time, your salaries will continue to be paid as usual. It won't be long before I resume training, so you need to be on standby at all times. If you don't show up promptly when I need you, feel free to leave this team, Bai Wenming said, eyes closed, enjoying the masseur's skilled techniques as he casually spoke. Long live the boss! Hearing Bai Wenming's words, everyone fell into extreme joy. They had managed to keep their jobs. This was simply too perfect. As for the standby requirement, everyone had no objections. After all, this was a job paying $30,000 a month. If they couldn't fully commit and be there when the boss needed them, what was the point of the salary? They would soon be replaced by others. An hour later, all the members of the training team left the room, leaving Bai Wenming alone on the massage chair, quietly enjoying this moment of tranquility. The training is over, and my improvement has been completed. Now I need you to tell me your findings during this time. Any information on ability beasts or clues about shadow stones will do, Bai Wenming said to the system. During this time, I discovered information about 3 ability beasts, but you will need to be on site to accurately track their whereabouts. The system quickly responded, not daring to delay or hesitate at all, as it had been scolded by Bai Wenming for some time. It was you who asked me to formulate a training plan based on your maximum capacity, and now you're scolding me. The system said pitifully, crouching in a corner and silently crying. Once my body is relaxed, we'll set off to find the ability beasts. After all, training results need to be tested and manifested through actual combat, right? Yes, you're absolutely right, the system quickly agreed. I feel like you're just humoring me. Bai Wenming frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. No, really not, the system replied, its voice tinged with a pitiful whimper. What was wrong with his host? Had the training messed with his mind? Better not be, Bai Wenming sighed. The training during this period had truly felt like torment to him. From the moment training started, it was as if he was in hell. Those training tasks were simply unbearable for a human. Heaven knows how he managed to persevere, so it was understandable that his temper might be a bit short. Repressed emotions need an outlet, and with no one else in the training room, he could only vent his frustrations by scolding the system. He couldn't entirely blame himself. During this time, several ability beasts had shown signs of appearing, but he hadn't sought them out during training. He had just let the system closely monitor the information. Now that training was over, he needed to harness the power of the armor to enhance his potential. What he needed to do now was to completely relax his tense body. As a strong and vibrant, wealthy man in his 20s, for the following week, Bai Wenming was always surrounded by a group of beautiful women. He engaged in intimate activities and playful antics with them, living an extremely indulgent life. Despite the numerous beauties around him, ready to swarm him or take turns engaging with him, they were still intimidated by Bai Wenming's wild actions. This guy was simply not human. He was like an untiring beast. A week quickly passed, and the beauties all left, leaving behind a hollow and lonely Bai Wenming. Now his desires had been fully discharged, and he entered a state of reflection, contemplating the meaning of life and his relationship with the universe. Ability beasts, your good days are finally coming to an end. Bai Wenming supported himself with his waist and slowly stood up, his eyes shining with determination. Where is the nearest ability beast? Bai Wenming asked from inside the car. The coordinates are clearly displayed, the system replied. Immediately, a light point appeared on the three-dimensional map in his mind, indicating that the location was not far from him, only 15 kilometers away. Is it in Queens? Then let's get moving, Bai Wenming said as he started the sports car, which shot forward like an arrow towards the destination. As he approached Queens, he noticed that the police presence here had significantly increased compared to before. During the time since this ability beast had appeared, it had been wreaking havoc, causing over 100 victims in just 10 days. The entire city of New York was in an uproar over this incident. Media outlets across the country were closely following the story, speculating and predicting when this monster would finally be brought down. The headlines of all news media were dominated by the whereabouts of this ability beast, leaving the people of New York in a state of panic. All the media were condemning and questioning the capabilities of the New York Police Department, which had spent a fortune of taxpayers' money and boasted top-notch equipment and a large police force. Yet this case had dragged on for 10 days with no resolution. Where was all that taxpayer money going? What use was the New York Police Department that they were funding? Some tabloids even fabricated sensational stories, claiming that the monster was controlled by the New York Police Department and had come out to commit crimes to cover up some unspeakable truths. Faced with such immense public pressure, the head of the New York Police Department was in a bind and immediately redirected police forces from other areas to Queens, hoping to stop the ability beast from continuing its rampage. However, all efforts were in vain, as the beast continued to rack up its kill count. As for why they only worried about public opinion, what about the dead? How to protect the lives of the people of New York? These were not concerns for the New York Police Department. Their priority was to quell the public outrage. Every day, the number of deaths from gun violence exceeded those caused by the ability beast. Losing a few more lives was hardly a big deal to them. The police actions filled Queens with a tense atmosphere. Even abandoned buildings and derelict factories were thoroughly searched by officers with police dogs and various equipment. Yet the ability beast remained elusive. Whether day or night, police patrolled relentlessly, but new victims continued to appear, triggering a new wave of panic. In light of their perceived inability to control the situation, the New York Police Department also planned to withdraw all additional police support, allowing the ability beast to continue its rampage. They would wait a few days until public interest waned. After all, people couldn't remain focused on a single incident indefinitely. With a little guidance, they could divert public attention away from themselves. Would the public's criticism and condemnation affect their funding? Would it impact their capabilities? Please, they were the New York Police Department, one of the largest and oldest police departments in the country, with over 30,000 full-time officers and nearly 20,000 auxiliary officers, boasting their own armed forces and intelligence system. As for public condemnation and protests, they were utterly ineffective against them. This was the attitude of the New York Police Department. It was now just after 6 in the evening, night had fallen, and the lights were coming on. The engine of the sports car roared as Bai Wenming surveyed the surrounding buildings. "Host, this is the last known location of the ability beast," the system notified him. "Which ability beast is it? What are its powers?" Bai Wenming asked, gripping the steering wheel. "It's the lily beast, based on the lily flower. Be careful. The presence of the lily beast indicates that the apricot wood beast is also nearby." The system provided specific information after collecting residue data from the scene. "Understood. Let's start tracking this ability beast and take it down quickly. Then we can deal with the apricot wood beast. I want to see how much my strength has improved during this time," Bai Wenming replied decisively. Windhawk armor merge. With the thought, the Windhawk armor instantly appeared on him. He opened the car door and stepped out. Following the route provided by the system, he quickly located the lily beast. At that moment, the lily beast was greedily absorbing the evil energy it had obtained from the night before, and once it completely digested this energy, it would become even stronger. Seeing the lily beast completely unaware of his approach, Bai Wenming smiled. It felt like a stealthy assassin targeting a defenseless mage, like picking off heads. He twisted the belt's wheel, and the Windhawk sword appeared on his arm. With a gentle push of his legs, he leaped behind the lily beast like an agile leopard, landing silently. The lily beast was still immersed in absorbing the evil energy and had no idea he was near. "Since you didn't notice me, don't blame me for being ruthless," Bai Wenming thought with a cold smile, driving the sword into the lily beast with great force. The blade collided with the lily beast's body, sparking as it struck. The lily beast was startled awake by the fierce attack, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it! How could these weak humans find me?" Enraged, it planned to turn around and teach these humans a harsh lesson, making them repent in the Shadow Realm for their sins today. But Bai Wenming was not foolish enough to wait for the lily beast to counterattack. He understood the principle of strike while the iron is hot, and seizing the brief moment of its dazed state, he thrust the sword twice more. The lily beast's back erupted with sparks once again, and now it could finally move. It lunged forward, hoping to evade Bai Wenming's next strike, and planning to show these weak humans its true power. Simultaneously, it sent out a signal, attempting to summon the apricot-wood beast to help eliminate these weak humans. Try to escape? Not so easy, Bai Wenming thought as he stepped forward, swinging his sword multiple times. The lily beast was engulfed in sparks, utterly unable to resist. Behind the lily beast, it had already been stabbed 7 or 8 times, each strike akin to a critical hit. Although the lily beast had absorbed a considerable amount of evil energy since arriving in this world, enhancing its strength significantly, it was still a fragile mage with low health. After 7 or 8 critical hits, the lily beast's health reached the point of being slain, and it began to emit a green glow. Seeing the green light emanating from the lily beast, Bai Wenming understood that it could no longer resist. He let the lily beast stumble forward. He twisted the right side of his belt's wheel, and the belt sprayed forth energy, transforming into the wind-piercing strike instant kill seal. At that moment, the lily beast finally regained its ability to move. It turned to face its attacker, wanting to see who had wounded it so gravely, planning to punish these humans once the apricot-wood beast arrived. Armor warrior. The lily beast was taken aback at the sight of the windhawk armor. Shouldn't armor warriors be heroes? Why was this one hiding behind and launching sneak attacks instead of fighting it head-on? In an instant, it saw the windhawk sword lightly touch the instant kill seal, enveloping the sword in energy. The lily beast sank into complete despair, having just escaped from the Shadow Realm, and now faced the prospect of being sealed once more. Windhawk sword's wind-piercing strike seal vanquished demons and beasts, compelled by the raging wind, stop in an instant. As the wind-piercing strike instant kill technique was unleashed, bolts of light pierced through the lily beast's body, forming a dazzling blue flame Taiji diagram that tightly controlled its movements. The lily beast could only emit painful wails, completely unable to move an inch. Then, Bai Wenming twisted the belt's wheel again and shouted, "Windhawk leg!" He leapt high into the air, a blue light flashing as the windhawk armor knelt on one knee, facing away from the lily beast. Slowly, he stood up, and in that moment, the lily beast exploded, transforming into a magic spirit sticker that floated in the air, still vividly displaying its once lively form. Grasping the magic spirit sticker, he placed it at his waist, and it began to be absorbed, ultimately sealing the lily beast successfully. At that moment, as he felt the energy of the lily beast flowing continuously into his body, he was enveloped by a tingling sensation, feeling incredibly comfortable. Due to the immense evil energy the lily beast had absorbed over time, the energy it provided to Bai Wenming was far greater than that of the evil ginseng beast, about 1.5 times more, causing the color of the windhawk armor to become even brighter and more radiant. The poor lily beast had never launched a single attack throughout the encounter, being easily sealed. If the two had faced each other directly, with Bai Wenming's current strength, he would have likely needed to expend considerable effort to achieve the seal, and there was even a chance he could have been counterattacked by the lily beast. During its time, the lily beast had absorbed too much evil energy, greatly enhancing its already formidable attack capabilities. The light projectiles it emitted were astonishingly powerful, and even the windhawk armor found it difficult to withstand several of its attacks. However, who could have imagined that such a seemingly powerful fragile mage would fall to a close-range attack from the assassin-type windhawk armor, having no chance to resist and being easily harvested? Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the second ability beast. The wood bloodline has increased by 7%, now reaching 72%. The system's notification chimed in, informing him of the substantial rewards from this battle. Understand, Bai Wenming nodded slightly. With his growing strength, he had gained a deeper understanding of his own body and could roughly estimate the extent of his bloodline enhancement. Host, an ability beast is approaching rapidly. we should retreat. Your energy is now insufficient for another battle. The system reminded him timely. Summoning the armor consumed energy, and sealing the lily beast had already drained a significant amount. Bai Wenming was now left with very little energy, inadequate for a fierce fight. Is it the apricot wood beast you mentioned earlier? Bai Wenming readied himself for the incoming enemy and inquired of the system. That is likely, but it cannot be confirmed until it makes an appearance, the system replied. You really are useless. You can't even confirm that. Bai Wenming couldn't help but complain, feeling that the system was too inadequate, incapable of identifying which ability beast it was, making him question its usefulness. When ability beasts do not release energy, no sensing method could detect their information. It's not that I am weak. It's a characteristic of the beasts themselves, the system explained somewhat defensively. The design of the ability beast was such that they couldn't be easily sensed. The reason the rock beast's specific information could be detected earlier was that it was releasing energy while attacking pedestrians. The apricot wood beast, on the other hand, was not currently releasing energy, which made it impossible to gather specific information. Fortunately, the magnetic fields of the ability beasts conflicted with those of the shadow stones, allowing the system to detect the presence of the beast. Now that the shadow stones were with the system, the ability beast could not sense the existence of the armor warrior through the magnetic field. Has this ability beast detected our presence? Bai Wenming thought for a moment, and then asked the system to clarify his plan. It has not detected us yet. Host, what are your plans? Haha, just as I thought. The mountain man has his clever plans. Bai Wenming did not directly reveal his plan, but looked around and soon spotted a large, leafy tree. With a gentle push of his legs, he leaped to the treetop like a bird. Under the cover of night, if one did not search carefully, even if the opponent knew he was in the tree, it would be hard to spot him. Within 2 minutes, a figure suddenly appeared on the previous battlefield. It was the apricot wood beast. Its vital areas were protected by bark-like armor, similar to the windhawk armor, with red protrusions around its eyes. The wooden whip in its hand cracked against the ground repeatedly, creating deep fissures in the surface from its master's anxiety and unease. Where's the lily beast? The apricot wood beast was frantic. It had been absorbing evil energy when it suddenly received a distress signal from the lily beast and rushed over, only to arrive too late, with the lily beast's information and energy abruptly vanishing. However, the lingering aura of the lily beast clearly indicated it had been there moments ago. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. If a strong enemy had indeed killed the lily beast without engaging in battle, it wouldn't have had time to send a distress signal. But now the lily beast had vanished without any evidence of a fight, leaving the apricot wood beast deeply puzzled. What on earth happened? The apricot wood beast struck the ground with its wooden whip, causing cracks to spread outwards from the point of impact. It began sending out signals, trying to alert the lily beast to its arrival, convinced that even when facing a formidable foe, if they worked together, they could escape with their lives. But why hadn't the lily beast appeared yet? Host, the ability beast has appeared. Why are we not acting? The system inquired, puzzled by Wenming's inaction. The ability beast was right in front of them, yet he was not taking action. What was going on? Earlier, when Bai Wenming had decided to wait for the right moment, the system had thought he was preparing for battle. But now, with the ability beast present, he was still immobile. Was he planning to watch the ability beast perform before retreating? What was the point of that? Shut up and don't expose our position. I'm waiting for the perfect moment, Bai Wenming reprimanded, feeling annoyed by the system's comments at this time. Host, I have no physical form and can only communicate with you mentally. Bai Wenming fell silent. Then don't interfere with my actions, or I might miss the optimal moment, he stated stubbornly, refusing to admit he might have misjudged the situation. Okay, the system replied before falling silent. Bai Wenming remained fully focused on the movements of the apricot wood beast. He knew that this ability beast was highly alert at the moment, making it not a good time for a sneak attack. Indeed, he was preparing to ambush. His previous success in ambushing the lily beast had tasted sweet, and he intended to use the same tactic to see if he could replicate that success. This way, he could seal the apricot wood beast with minimal energy expenditure. Sealing the lily beast had already consumed a significant amount of his energy, and now he was left with just over half. If the apricot wood beast landed a few hits, he might not be able to seal it today. He had to strike unexpectedly, taking the initiative to incapacitate the ability beast and bring its health down to the kill threshold to have a chance to seal it. At that moment, the apricot-wood beast stopped whipping the ground and stood still, seemingly deep in thought. Oh, oh! The apricot-wood beast continually called out the name of the lily beast, eagerly hoping for a response to determine its whereabouts. However, the lily beast had long since perished and would never speak again, thus it could not answer the calls of the apricot-wood beast. Of course, the two ability beasts were fated to meet again, but that would be when they were transformed into magic spirit stickers in the demon sealing box. At that point, perhaps it would present a poignant scene reminiscent of, if we can't meet again with red eyes, can we still meet with red eyes? But for now, the apricot-wood beast needed to remain in the outside world for a while longer. After calling for a long time without any response, the apricot-wood beast ceased its movements and stood quietly. "Come out. I know you're right here," it suddenly said. A big question mark appeared in Bai Wenming's mind. The ability beast could actually talk? This was not a power that ordinary ability beasts possessed. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and quickly asked the system, "Can ability beasts really talk?" Ability beasts can indeed speak. Previously on Blue Star, due to insufficient strength, most ability beasts could not comprehend human language. Only the 5 Dart Protectors were created by the Shadow Emperor and thus naturally mastered the language of the entire world. With their immense power, they understood human language. Other ability beasts, even those as strong as the 4 fierce beasts, do not speak human languages. However, in this world, there exists a rule that everyone can speak English, just like how you automatically acquired the language of this world upon arrival. These ability beasts have also mastered it. The system patiently explained the unusual situation. "I see," Bai Wenming nodded, understanding now. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, and even when facing aliens, one had to adhere to the language rules here. Nevertheless, Bai Wenming remained motionless in the tree. He was unsure if the apricot-wood beast was deliberately setting a trap, waiting for him to fall into its snare. Instead of acting rashly, it was better to observe the situation and regain some energy. He waited for a long time without seeing any movement. The apricot-wood beast let out an angry roar, fully aware that the lily beast had likely met with misfortune. It knew that it would take time before the lily beast might reappear. As an ability beast, as long as there was evil energy present, they would not perish. In a sense, they were immortal. Unless sealed by an armor warrior, they would exist in this world forever. However, they had been sealed multiple times by armor warriors and had grown accustomed to the idea that traitors would emerge among the descendants of armor warriors, leading to their release and subsequent sealing again. After so many experiences, they had grown unafraid of armor warriors. What did it matter how powerful an armor warrior was? They would eventually face death one day. All the apricot-wood beast had to do was patiently wait for the right moment to wipe out all the bloodlines of the armor warriors, thus freeing themselves from the threat of their natural enemies and thriving in this world. Thinking of this, the apricot-wood beast suddenly realized, beginning to mutter to itself, "Armor warrior? Has Lily already been sealed by an armor warrior?" No wonder Lily's information and aura suddenly vanished. This explains everything. The apricot-wood beast felt a swell of pride for its cleverness, deducing the entire situation from just a few clues. It's been so long, and that armor warrior hasn't shown up, which means he must have left. I should return to gather strength and avenge Lily, it continued. At this moment, the apricot-wood beast decided to leave the area and quickly return to its lair. This place was no longer safe, and it needed to depart promptly. Just as the apricot-wood beast turned to leave, Bai Wenming keenly noticed the opening it had exposed behind it. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, pushing off the ground with his feet and darting towards the apricot-wood beast like a bolt of lightning, hoping to catch it by surprise with a quick series of strikes, ideally bringing its health down to the brink, and then releasing a finishing move to complete today's double kill achievement. At that moment, the apricot-wood beast, seemingly with eyes in the back of its head, suddenly spun around, and the wooden whips in its hands lashed out like lightning toward Bai Wenming, who was closing in. The distance between them quickly diminished, and the fire in the armor's chest flickered as Bai Wenming was forcefully struck away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Foolish human, you fell for such a simple tactic. This generation of armor warriors is nothing special. It's time to eliminate you. Our era as ability beasts is finally approaching." The apricot-wood beast mocked. How did you discover me? Bai Wenming stood up, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected this ability beast to employ a tactic of luring him out, and he had unwittingly been caught off guard, though thankfully he was not injured. While the apricot wood beast's whip did drain some of his energy, it did not inflict any substantial harm, as he was currently in armor form. I am an ability beast formed from wood and dark energy. What's so strange about controlling some trees? You were foolish enough to hide in a tree. The moment I stood here, I sensed your presence through the trees, the apricot wood beast said proudly. And you hiding in the tree was an attempt to ambush me? Aren't you heroes always claiming to be on the side of justice? Why resort to such despicable tactics instead of facing us head-on? Wasn't Lily injured and sealed because you ambushed her? The apricot wood beast continued, anger clearly visible in its eyes when mentioning the lily beast. Heroes? I only care about results. Bai Wenming lightly wiped his chest armor where he had been struck, preparing for battle. He decided to emulate Team 2 style and savor the experience of being an armor warrior in combat. The small head of the apricot wood beast filled with confusion. This was completely different from its understanding of armor warriors. It seemed more like a villain than the ability beasts themselves. Since you've discovered me, I won't hide any longer. Monster, prepare to face death, Bai Wenming declared loudly. In the dim light, an armor warrior and an ability beast faced off from over 10 meters apart, their shadows stretching long on the ground. Due to the recent activities of the lily beast, the streets at night were nearly deserted, providing a relatively quiet environment for their battle. Bai Wenming did not immediately summon his weapon. His energy was already low, and this was a perfect opportunity to test the results of his recent training. The hardships he had endured could not be in vain. He needed to prove his strength in this battle. Seeing this, the ability beast began to taunt. Windhawk armor? How much energy do you have left after sealing the lily? Instead of fleeing, you still think you can confront me? If I hit you a few times, you won't have enough energy left to seal me, and at that point, you'll just have to watch me leave, or worse, be torn apart by me. You'll regret it then. Bai Wenming took a deep breath, ignoring the apricot wood beast's provocation. He decided to go all out. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would show his courage and strength in this battle. He fixed his gaze on the apricot wood beast and suddenly surged forward, legs propelling him like a cheetah as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with this ability beast. As Bai Wenming charged forward, the apricot wood beast's hands, covered in vines, immediately began to move. Using the powerful resilience of the vines and the strength inherent to the apricot wood beast, it transformed the two whips into versatile weapons, determined to subdue this intruder. Your movements are too slow. Bai Wenming scoffed inwardly, quickening his pace. The whips whistled past him, appearing dangerously close, as if they would ensnare him at any moment. However, he maneuvered with ease, evading the first whip's attack effortlessly. With a swift leap, he dodged the second whip and found himself in front of the apricot wood beast, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sent the beast flying several meters away. The apricot wood beast crashed heavily to the ground, still in the process of being kicked back and barely touching the ground. Did you think I could only seal you through ambush? You underestimate me. A glint of red light flashed in the red eyes of the Windhawk armor as Bai Wenming surged forward again, preparing to launch another attack to keep the apricot wood beast from landing. Seeing Bai Wenming attack once more, the apricot wood beast's eyes flashed with a fierce light. You're asking for death. You dare enter my attack range. You won't leave easily now. The two whips plunged deep into the ground, using their powerful grip to forcibly pull back the apricot wood beast, which had been propelled forward. It then kicked at Bai Wenming with force. Bai Wenming had not anticipated this move from the ability beast. As the two were now too close to change tactics, they could only clash with each other. However, it was important to note that the ability beast was positioned on the right side of the street, while Bai Wenming was on the left. Since ancient times, there had been a saying, those who kick from the left will always lose. Moreover, Bai Wenming had initiated the attack first, and the apricot wood beast followed suit. The kick landed solidly on Bai Wenming, causing sparks to erupt from his chest. His body, which had been rushing forward, was sent flying back like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the apricot wood beast remained stable on the ground with the support of its whips. It smugly taunted, "Is that all? Windhawk armor, you're much weaker than before." Bai Wenming, half kneeling on the ground, looked up at the apricot wood beast, determination shining in his eyes. "Is that all you can do? If your strength is only this much, you'll be sealed by me today." He stood up and resumed his fighting stance, prompting the apricot wood beast to retract its whips, shortening them to 2 meters in length. Don't get too cocky," the apricot wood beast sneered, then launched a fierce offensive. Seeing the charging apricot wood beast, Bai Wenming did not back down. He swung his arms and charged forward as well, the murderous intent in both their eyes nearly palpable, as if they would consume each other. He deftly avoided the whip strikes, and then threw a powerful right jab. Surprisingly, the apricot wood beast did not dodge, but braced itself against the punch with its armor. "Now that we're close, you won't easily escape my grasp." The apricot wood beast's eyes glinted with malice as its left hand swiftly reached out to grab Bai Wenming's right fist. At the same time, the vines wrapped tightly around their arms, binding them together. Bai Wenming was taken aback and quickly threw several punches at the apricot wood beast, hoping to force it to release its grip. However, the apricot wood beast blocked each blow, only one punch managing to land on its body. Thanks to the protective armor, it didn't inflict much damage. "Let's trade blows and see who can endure longer," the apricot wood beast declared, then swung its right fist down hard. Bai Wenming blocked the punch, while swiftly kicking out his right foot toward the beast's knee. The apricot wood beast was caught off guard and stumbled, bending at the waist due to their arms being entangled. Instead of retracting his leg, Bai Wenming pushed down hard, cracking the ground beneath him, and followed up with a powerful knee strike aimed directly at the apricot wood beast. With a dull thud, the knee strike struck the beast, leaving it momentarily dazed. Bai Wenming seized the opportunity to firmly control the stunned apricot wood beast with his right hand and knee, bending down to deliver heavy elbow strikes. After a rapid series of strikes, the apricot wood beast finally regained its senses. It pushed off the ground with its feet, simultaneously releasing the vines that had wrapped around Bai Wenming's arm, intending to pin him to the ground and engage in a binding play. However, as it stood on one leg, its right foot had not yet touched the ground. In the process of lunging toward Bai Wenming, it lost its balance and was instead forced to roll to the right by Bai Wenming's momentum. They both fell to the ground, but the outcome was entirely different from what the apricot wood beast had envisioned. Bai Wenming was the one now in the dominant position. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he began to rain down punches on the apricot wood beast. After several blows to its head, the beast abandoned its defensive strategy, no longer trying to protect itself, and instead attacking Bai Wenming in return. Having just witnessed Bai Wenming seal the lily beast, it did not believe the windhawk armor had sufficient energy reserves. If that were the case, then it would engage in a blood exchange battle to see who could endure longer. As the apricot wood beast's right fist lunged toward Bai Wenming's face, he formed a palm with his right hand to easily block the punch. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his toes, using the force of the beast's attack to leap upward and perform a graceful flip, landing steadily on the ground. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Why don't you dare come close to me anymore?" Bai Wenming taunted, grasping his right wrist with his left hand and stretching his joints. "I've had enough of this game. Now I'm going to get serious," Bai Wenming declared, leaping nimbly and vanishing from his previous position. The apricot wood beast was alarmed and quickly turned around, wary of a sneak attack from behind. However, it failed to catch sight of Bai Wenming and felt a surge of panic mixed with a hint of luck. Just as it prepared to turn back again, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its shoulder as a powerful force knocked it down to the ground. Turning its head to see the direction of the blow, it still could not find the windhawk armor's figure. "What are you looking at?" A voice suddenly came from behind, prompting the apricot wood beast to turn again, but it still could not find Bai Wenming. In its moment of confusion, a foot struck like lightning, kicking it hard on the top of its head and sending it flying several meters away. The apricot wood beast was terrified and quickly crossed its arms over its head, as its vines rapidly grew, forming a solid shield above to block the blow and thus avoiding further injury. Bai Wenming struggled to stand up, the contempt in his heart gradually dissipating. He knew all too well that if he continued like this, he might meet the same fate as the lily beast. "I admit, you do have some skill, but today you won't be sealing me," the apricot wood beast declared firmly, raising its vine shield. "Really? I don't think so." A sly glint flashed in Bai Wenming's eyes. "Then let's settle this once and for all," the apricot wood beast roared, but it merely shook its shield slightly, not making any further moves. What's the matter? Are you scared? Bai Wenming teased, stepping forward. The apricot-wood beast nervously gripped its shield, watching Bai Wenming with unease. You're given an opportunity, yet you're useless. It seems you're not as strong as I thought. Bai Wenming twisted the belt wheel, and the Windhawk sword appeared in his arm with a crisp sound. Next, it's my turn to perform. Prepare to accept my challenge. With a smile, he vanished from the apricot-wood beast's view in an instant. The apricot-wood beast anxiously turned around several times, but could not spot the Windhawk armor, growing more frantic by the second. Suddenly, a blade of light struck at its back, erupting a shower of sparks. Too slow, too slow. The mocking laughter echoed from all directions, sending the apricot-wood beast into a panic. Its shield had provided no protection in this battle, failing to offer even a sliver of psychological comfort. The apricot-wood beast was continuously struck by sword slashes, stabs, and kicks, plunging it into despair. It roared in anger, attempting to vent its fear. Come out. If you have the ability, face me head-on. Are you scared? Are armor warriors just cowards? The apricot-wood beast bellowed, trying to provoke Bai Wenming into a direct confrontation, but at that moment, it had no chance of winning. Can't keep up with my speed, huh? Don't worry, you still won't be able to match my rhythm. Bai Wenming's voice came from behind, filled with mockery. Upon hearing this, the apricot-wood beast suddenly turned and lunged at Bai Wenming, but it was just a miss. Bai Wenming easily jumped up, dodging the attack, and landed on the apricot-wood beast's shoulder, delivering a powerful kick that knocked it down to the ground. As the apricot-wood beast began to emit a green light, it fell into a weakened state, its health dropping to critical levels. With your little strength, you dare to make a fuss in front of me. Bai Wenming walked calmly to the back of the apricot-wood beast, speaking disdainfully. The apricot-wood beast did not respond. Perhaps it was too weak to speak at that moment. Then let me send you on your way, Bai Wenming murmured, twisting the right side of his belt's wheel, the instant kill seal appearing in his hand. Wind-piercing strike. The blade of light soared up, forcibly lifting the fallen apricot-wood beast, binding it tightly in the blue flame Taiji diagram as it howled in pain. Windhawk leg. After Bai Wenming stood up, the apricot-wood beast exploded behind him, transforming into a magic spirit sticker. Watching the apricot-wood beast's magic spirit sticker slowly vanish, Bai Wenming smiled satisfactorily. He had successfully defeated and sealed 2 ability beasts. Had he truly become this powerful? If it were the Bai Wenming from the beginning, he would have likely only faced disintegration against these 2 ability beasts. In this time, these beasts had absorbed a massive amount of evil energy, rapidly increasing in strength. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the 3rd ability beast. The wood bloodline has increased by 8%, now reaching 80%. The system's prompt sounded as the energy flowed into him. 80%? My potential and strength have seen a significant boost. This feeling is truly wonderful. Bai Wenming smiled, sensing the subtle changes in his body. Yes, host, and the armor has undergone new changes, the system stated. Oh, what changes? Bai Wenming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The armor can now summon the Shadow Steed, but it is not yet in its complete form, the system explained. Not in complete form? Can this Shadow Steed even be incomplete? Isn't it just a mode of transport? Does an incomplete form lack power? Bai Wenming questioned, somewhat puzzled. The Shadow Steed currently cannot use its weapon system because your body and energy are insufficient to support that system, the system replied. All right, I can accept that. Bai Wenming stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Can I summon the Shadow Steed now? He asked, unsure if he had enough energy left for the summon. Currently, your energy is too low. Summoning is not recommended, the system cautioned. Got it. Then I'll wait until tomorrow, Bai Wenming casually replied. Since he had already gained the ability to summon the Shadow Steed, there was no rush. He could afford to wait until tomorrow. He glanced at the system's map, made a leap, and vanished from his spot, returning to the alley where he had parked earlier. Armor disengage. As Bai Wenming's words fell, the Windhawk armor disappeared, and he returned to his original form. He sat in the sports car, preparing to head back to the hotel. At that moment, a police officer passed by and, noticing someone wandering outside late at night, approached him. The officer knocked on the car window, and Bai Wenming rolled it down, asking with confusion, "What's going on?" "Hey, it's late. Don't wander around outside." You should know what's been happening in Queens lately. It's not safe here, the officer warned. I know. I was just checking on a friend who lives here. I'll be leaving soon. Bai Wenming crafted a quick excuse. All right, then hurry and get out of here. The officer stepped back, signaling Bai Wenming to drive away. Hey, buddy, I believe this place will calm down soon. Take care, Bai Wenming said, starting the engine and driving away from the area. System, still no signs of other shadow stones. As the sports car sped down the night road, Bai Wenming inquired again. Today's battle had given him a deeper understanding of the Windhawk armor's capabilities. He was acutely aware of its weaknesses: quick energy consumption, weak defenses, and fast attacks. He was now more eager than ever for other shadow stones to complete the armor merge. Having already killed 3 ability beasts, the energy absorbed would be sufficient to transform into other elemental bloodlines. I was just about to tell you, when you seal the apricot wood beast, I detected a faint fluctuation of a gold shadow stone, but that fluctuation appeared for only a moment before disappearing, and I couldn't determine its exact location. The system responded. With a sharp stomp on the brakes, the screeching sound echoed on the road, leaving 2 deep black skid marks that seemed to narrate the urgency of the stop. What did you say? Bai Wenming asked, his expression filled with confusion and a hint of unease. I detected a fluctuation of the golden shadow stone when you sealed the apricot wood beast, but then the fluctuation disappeared immediately. I couldn't pinpoint its exact location. The system repeated solemnly, a hint of confusion in its tone. Could it be that you misjudged it? After all, that's not impossible, Bai Wenming replied hesitantly, still holding onto a sliver of hope. Impossible? I definitely did not misinterpret it. It was indeed the fluctuation of the golden shadow stone, I am certain. The system firmly rejected Bai Wenming's doubts, its tone unwavering. The fluctuation that appeared when sealing the apricot wood beast? That must be related to the apricot wood beast, Bai Wenming pondered, analyzing various possibilities in his mind. He immediately turned the car around, carefully searching in the direction from which the apricot wood beast had come for traces of the golden shadow stone. After a long search, however, he found nothing. A surge of frustration welled up inside him. It was as if the golden shadow stone was just out of reach, like a stunning beauty tempting him but remaining unattainable, leaving him feeling increasingly agitated. Driving through the narrow alley, Bai Wenming's mood darkened, as if shrouded by a cloud of despair. He kept thinking about where the golden shadow stone might be and why it always eluded him. Just then, his attention was drawn to a scene ahead. A Slavic woman with platinum blonde hair and a devilish figure was being harassed by a group of thugs. Her pitiful appearance melted Bai Wenming's heart instantly. Originally a bit distracted, Bai Wenming's focus sharpened at that moment. He was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman being bullied. He slowed down the car, rolled down the window, and honked twice, trying to scare off the thugs. Hey, what are you doing? I want you to stand by. Bai Wenming shouted at the thugs, his voice echoing through the quiet alley. However, due to the cover of night, he could not see their faces, only sensing that they were like ghosts hidden in the darkness. What are you trying to do? Kid, get lost, the leading thug said arrogantly, malice gleaming in his eyes. Here's your chance. Leave now, Bai Wenming said as he got out of the car, one hand resting on the door, his gaze resolute. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Give you a chance, say that again. The leading thug pulled out a handgun, pointing it at Bai Wenming's head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He had set his sights on Bai Wenming's sports car and was determined to claim it today, even if it meant taking the kid's life. Do you know what I hate the most? Bai Wenming's previously cheerful expression instantly turned serious, his voice low and menacing. I don't care what you hate. Kid, right now, put your hands on your head and kneel on the ground. This car is mine, the thug interrupted, shaking the gun threateningly to prompt compliance. I hate it when someone points a gun at me, Bai Wenming suddenly shouted, his eyes flashing with anger. He swiftly pulled out his arm and thrust it into the thug's body. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, their eyes wide, as if witnessing a demon. Blood dripped steadily from Bai Wenming's arm, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing clearly in the quiet alley, soon pooling beneath him. Tell me, how could someone dare to point a gun at me? Isn't that asking for death? Bai Wenming turned to the thugs, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he spoke slowly. The thugs trembled in fear. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. They only want to flee this place immediately. You're lucky you didn't point a gun at me. Stay kneeling over there until I leave. Can you manage that? Bai Wenming said, his tone suddenly gentle as he spoke softly. The thugs nodded frantically, too afraid to move, as if they had been frozen in place. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Bai Wenming barked, his eyes flashing with authority. The thugs jumped in fright, immediately kneeling against the wall, not daring to make any further resistance. "Who are you?" Bai Wenming frowned, looking at the woman before him. He had initially thought he might enjoy a romantic evening, and now this mess had soured his mood. "I don't know. I have no memory of what happened before. I only remember what just occurred, as if someone suddenly brought me here," the woman said, clutching her collar, her eyes filled with a flicker of panic. Her pitiful expression resembled that of a frightened fawn, eliciting sympathy from Bai Wenming. "Were you sent to deal with me? I want to know how you discovered my location." Bai Wenming spoke to himself, filled with confusion. "What are you talking about?" the woman asked, her face a picture of bewilderment and confusion. "Your acting skills aren't great. You don't need to pretend. Normal girls wouldn't show such confusion, especially since there's a warm corpse nearby," Bai Wenming said impatiently. He didn't want to be schemed against. He just wanted to know how they had tracked him down. Though his strength was considerable, he still didn't want to deal with official personnel. He was well aware that this represented a potential threat. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but I beg you to take me away from here. I'm afraid something bad will happen after you leave," the woman pleaded softly, biting her lip, a glimmer of desperation in her eyes. "Not saying anything? Then I'm leaving." Bai Wenming glanced at the woman, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He felt incredibly unlucky tonight for encountering such trouble. He turned to leave when the woman spoke again. "Mr. Bai Wenming, you can't leave now." Her voice was no longer weak, but firm and resolute. "I knew it. Damn it." Bai Wenming couldn't help but curse, filled with anger and helplessness. "Tell me your identity." Bai Wenming leaned against the car door, pulled out a cigarette and lighter, lit one up, and took a slow drag as he watched the smoke rise, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "My name is Natasha Romanoff, an employee of the Bureau of Justice. Right now, Mr. Bai Wenming, the criminal case we were investigating is connected to the murder that just occurred before my eyes. We need your cooperation in our investigation," Natasha said, her gaze revealing determination and seriousness. "How did you find me?" Bai Wenming ignored Natasha's words and pressed the issue again, his confusion deepening. "You'll naturally know when Mr. Bai arrives at our location," Natasha replied mysteriously. "Not saying anything? I'm leaving, and your people are not to appear before me again. I'll spare you this time because of your identity, but if you dare show up again, you can prepare for reincarnation," Bai Wenming said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before exhaling the smoke, his eyes cold as he spoke. After speaking, he flicked the cigarette but to the ground, stamping it out to ensure there were no embers before preparing to leave. Is Mr. Bai getting a bit arrogant? Or does Mr. Bai not know what the Bureau of Justice represents? Natasha remarked, unable to help herself as she watched Bai Wenming turn to leave. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she regretted them. Bai Wenming suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he grabbed Natasha by the neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. "How bold of you!" That was Natasha's first thought. She hadn't even realized what was happening or had a chance to react. The pressure on her neck left no doubt that if this man wished it, she could lose her life in an instant. "Who gave you the courage to speak like that in front of me? Is it Liang Jingru?" Bai Wenming glared at Natasha, slowly asking each word, the chill in his gaze sending shivers down her spine. "I do not intend to be your enemy. I just do not want to be oppressed by you. You better understand this." After Bai Wenming released his grip, Natasha sat down on the ground. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on the woman on the ground, and slowly said. Natasha took deep, rapid breaths, trying to get more oxygen into her body. Her hands moved continuously to guide her breath, and the veins that had popped out due to tension gradually returned to normal. This scene reminded her of the difficult training period she had once gone through, and the feeling of being on the verge of death surged back in her heart. "Remember to clean up the scene here." After Bai Wenming left this sentence, he ignored the woman on the ground and directly got into his sports car and drove away. Sitting in the driver's seat, Bai Wenming became increasingly angry, feeling overwhelmed with frustration. He slammed the steering wheel in anger and then drove straight back to the hotel. Why did the fluctuations of the Jinni Yingxi disappear so quickly? Lying in the bathtub, Bai Wenming fell into deep distress. He aimlessly splashed the water with his hands, but suddenly his thoughts wandered, and he began to play with the water excitedly. Watching the water splashing up, his negative emotions gradually dissipated. Suddenly, looking at the splashes of water, Bai Wenming seemed to remember something important, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. He suddenly realized why the fluctuations of the Jinni Yingxi had flashed by. The Xingmu beast must have previously come into contact with the Jinni Yingxi, using its own energy to create a special shield that concealed the Jinni Yingxi within. At the moment the Xingmu beast was sealed, its energy fluctuated, which led to the system detecting the fluctuations of the Jinni Yingxi. Now, what he needed to do was find the energy left by the Xingmu beast. The Jinni Yingxi must be within it. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to Natasha. After her body recovered, she noticed a few shifty-eyed thugs staring at her with ill intentions. Natasha felt a surge of anger and cursed inwardly. Are these guys out of their minds? She quickly struck, swiftly taking down the thugs, who ended up with their limbs twisted and fell into a deep coma. Natasha took out her communicator, and soon several vehicles arrived. Over a dozen men in black, under her command, quickly cleaned up the scene and took the thugs away, restoring the place to its previous silence. Are you saying that person's speed and strength are almost at the human limit? Bald Egg stared intently at Natasha across the table and asked. Yes, Director. Additionally, we cannot accurately assess the power of that armor. We only know that it is extremely fast. The last incident was likely caused by that person wearing the armor. Natasha replied truthfully. What is your assessment after close contact with him? Bald Egg continued to ask, unwilling to give up. He had sent Black Widow and almost faced disaster. This target seemed a bit tough to deal with. He is extremely dangerous, completely disregarding human life, and very powerful. Right now, we do not have the capability to deal with him in the city, Natasha answered after some thought. What about his personal information? Bald Egg asked after pondering for a moment. There are no issues with the data. All information is complete, but we cannot find any trace of his life 3 months ago, specifically 84 days ago. It's as if this person suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Understand. Classify this person's information as top secret level 8. We must quickly grasp his weaknesses and devise a plan to deal with him. If he intends to cause destruction, our first task is to figure out how to stop him. This task will be assigned to you, Bald Egg commanded. Understood. However, I'm not very optimistic about this mission. After all, he has no family, is wealthy, and is not lacking in women, Natasha said with a frown. Everyone has weaknesses. Think about why he would travel such a long distance to kill that monster. And his target was very clear. He killed and then left immediately. I believe you can think from this angle. Those monsters must be related to him, Nick Fury said, tapping the table with his finger. Got it. I believe in your abilities. If you can't handle it, then I'm afraid not many can, he added. I will do my best. With that, Natasha left. Black Widow set out to take action. The next morning, Natasha returned to the site of yesterday's battle. Now, from this location as a center, what is the maximum distance you can sense? Bai Wenming asked the system. 50 kilometers, and the Jinni Yingxi will not be within a 20-kilometer range of this location. Otherwise, I could directly lock onto its position. Display the 50-kilometer area on the map. Bai Wenming commanded the system, giving his instructions. This area, which bordered Hell's Kitchen, was quite large. These places could all be eliminated since the system did not indicate the presence of the Jinni Yingxi when he first arrived. After we arrived at this location, mark off all areas where your detection range overlaps with this area, Bai Wenming ordered again, and the system followed his instructions, marking off a large area. Looking at the significantly reduced but still vast area, Bai Wenming began to formulate the next step of his plan. These mutant beasts should not be able to move the Jinni Yingxi, right? Yes, the magnetic field of the Jinni Yingxi exerts a suppressive effect on mutant beasts. The system confirmed Bai Wenming's question. Since it won't be within a 20-kilometer range, let's eliminate that area too. Zoom in on the remaining areas. The mutant beasts that just arrived in this world do not have enough energy to construct a shield to envelop the Jinni Yingxi, and the lily beast showed no abnormal activity after being sealed, which means it was not present when a shield was constructed. After that, they must have entered human living areas and did not leave this range. If they were close, the lily beast would definitely have been involved. Bai Wenming began to reason. Mark off the crime scene of the lily beast. Another large area was excluded, and the Jinyingshi was left in the remaining area. The lack of reports regarding the Xingmu beast during this time also means it has not committed crimes in densely populated areas. Its activity range should be concentrated in these places. These places, Bai Wenming determined the most likely location of the Jinyingshi, feeling excitement rising in his heart. In the following days, Bai Wenming busied himself in the streets and alleys of New York, ruling out one location after another. His heart grew increasingly anxious. If none of these places had the Jinyingshi, where on earth could it be? Finally, he arrived at the last location, a large garbage dump. He disgustedly covered his nose. His sense of smell was too sensitive, which was not a good thing for him. Nonetheless, he stepped into this dirty and chaotic place. Bai Wenming slowly walked past the towering piles of garbage. The people rummaging through the trash looked at him in surprise. His clothing indicated he was not there to seek a living. So what is he really doing here? The crowd soon returned to their busy search through the garbage, believing that as long as he didn't enter their search area, there would be no trouble. These people were illegal immigrants, relying on rummaging through trash heaps to make a living. Although their living conditions seemed poor, their income was relatively decent. Bai Wenming circled around the garbage heap a few times. It was difficult to judge anything just by appearances. He realized he would need the help of the local power players here. "You help me call your boss over, and this $100 is yours," he said, waving the cash in front of a person on a nearby garbage pile. After observing the serious scavengers and their treasures, he concluded that there must be underground forces present, as the profit from this place were too substantial. Where there are interests, there will be a community. Now, he needed the cooperation of these people, and directly approaching the leader would be the most efficient way. A glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the scavenger, as there were no legal restrictions here. "Hurry up, or this $100 will belong to someone else," he warned. The two exchanged glances, and Bai Wenming understood what the other was thinking. He couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Did he really look like a fat sheep ready for slaughter? He kicked an empty can with his left foot, which hit the scavenger, causing him to double over in pain. Bai Wenming turned to another person on the garbage pile and said, "You, go find your boss. This $100 is yours." The scavenger, having witnessed the earlier incident, understood that this person was not to be trifled with, but he didn't know what his backing was, so he immediately went to find their small leader. "Hey, sir, what can I do for you?" A young Irishman approached, his scars and tattoos indicating he was not an easy opponent. "Are you in charge of this area?" Bai Wenming asked. I'm not quite sure what you mean, sir," the young man replied, puzzled. "Forget it. Do you know this area well? Have there been any unusual occurrences here in the past 3 months? For example, missing persons or any other abnormal situations? If you provide accurate clues, I will offer you a generous reward," Bai Wenming explained patiently. One of the younger guys whispered something in the ear of the young leader. "Listen, let's put that aside for now. We need to discuss something else," the young leader said, a glint of malice in his eyes. In his view, this place was their territory. Now, a fat sheep had come to their doorstep and had even hurt one of their men. How could they let him go easily? "You walked into this yourself," the young man thought to himself. "Do you have a hearing problem? Can't you understand human language?" Bai Wenming was almost furious. Why were these people always thinking of themselves as lambs to be slaughtered? He had a major deal in mind, and all these people needed to do was to think a little and talk, yet they were focusing on him instead. What was going on? Bai Wenming grew impatient. He instantly appeared in front of the young man, kicking him to the ground, then stepping on him, and said to the bystanders, "You, stop looking around. I'm talking about you. Go find the biggest boss you know, and tell him I have business to discuss with him. Hurry up." With that, he ignored the struggling young man beneath his foot and leisurely pulled out a cigarette, taking a slow drag. Soon, a group of people surrounded them. The surrounding scavengers immediately backed off, allowing the newcomers to encircle Bai Wenming and the young man beneath his foot. "Kid, what did my men do to deserve being trampled by you?" a burly man at the front said, watching Bai Wenming warily, secretly contemplating that if this person had no backing, he might end up staying in this garbage dump forever. "Are you the one in charge of this area? If so, I have business to discuss with you. If not, go find the person in charge. I don't want to waste any more time. My patience is limited," Bai Wenming said, kicking the young man aside. "I manage this place. What business do you want to discuss?" the burly man asked. "Have there been any unusual activities in this area over the past 3 months? For example, missing persons or any other abnormalities?" If you provide useful clues that can help me find what I need, I will offer you a generous reward. Bai Wenming repeated his earlier words. How much is the reward? The burly man inquired. If the clues are useful, you can get at least $100,000. If you find what I need, it's directly $1 million, Bai Wenming stated his price. $100,000 for all of us to work for you? Are you treating us like beggars? The burly man scoffed. All right, then how much do you think is appropriate? Bai Wenming replied promptly, considering he could offer all his assets for the Jinyingshi he needed. $10 million for finding the item. The burly man boldly demanded, trying to test Bai Wenming's limits. Okay, I can accept your price. Now tell me about all the unusual occurrences here over the last 3 months. Most importantly, has anyone died? Or have you seen anything strange? Or has anything suddenly changed from before? Bai Wenming agreed to the burly man's hefty demand. You can also tell me about any unusual situations you've encountered. I'll give you $1,000 for any I accept, Bai Wenming added. The glint of greed flashed in the burly man's eyes, and Bai Wenming noticed it but didn't react. He still needed these people's help for now, so he would tolerate them for the time being. About 60 days ago, 5 or 6 people died. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Oh, tell me the specifics, and I'll give you $1,000. Bai Wenming immediately showed interest, pulling out $1,000 to hand to the younger guy. The younger guy eagerly snatched the money from Bai Wenming's hand, which surprised him a bit, but he accepted the action. Perhaps the chaos caused by the Xingmu beast led to these people's deaths. As long as there were clues, it was fine. After all, if he could find the Jinyingshi, what did money matter? Everyone around was stunned by this sudden scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if everything happening before them exceeded their understanding of human strength. Could this really be the power that humans could exhibit? However, Bai Wenming was not disturbed by the spectacle before him. With a slight sway of his body, he quickly took control of the bald, burly man. Why can't you all just do as I say? Do you think your lives are too long? Bai Wenming lightly patted the bald man's face, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. Let go of the boss. Only then did the small-time thugs react, rushing in to shout at Bai Wenming. Back off, or he'll lose his life in the next moment. Bai Wenming glanced around, his eyes flickering with a cold light, and with a slight pressure from his right hand, the bald man couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from the pain. Let me go, and I'll let you leave. The bald man, under Bai Wenming's control, struggled to speak, his tone broken and clearly suffering from the pain he had just experienced. You're quite brave, aren't you? Bai Wenming looked down at the bald man, his eyes filled with derision. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave this area. Let me go, and I'll make sure they let you go. The bald man tried to threaten Bai Wenming into releasing him. My objectives aren't accomplished yet. Why would I leave? Do you think I'm afraid to kill you? From now on, shut your mouth and let me finish speaking, Bai Wenming said impatiently, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. All right, can you now tell me the questions I asked earlier? I'll repeat. Tell me about all the unusual occurrences here in the past 3 months, especially if anyone has died, if there have been sightings of monsters, or if anywhere has suddenly changed from before. My previous promises still stand. If you find what I need, I'll give you $10 million. For useful clues, I'll give you $1,000. Of course, don't mock me like that piece of trash just now, or I won't hesitate to send you to see him, Bai Wenming concluded, releasing his grip. The bald man immediately gasped for air, feeling as if he had almost suffocated just now. All the small-time thugs looked at the bald man simultaneously, their eyes filled with inquiry, seemingly waiting for his decision. Do exactly as he says, the bald man immediately instructed, fearing that if he delayed, he would be choked again by Bai Wenming. The pain from earlier remained fresh in his memory, and he had no doubt that Bai Wenming would kill him without hesitation. In this man's eyes, his life was worth less than dust. He was a terrifyingly powerful madman. Everyone immediately began to recall the unusual occurrences from the past 3 months, and soon the scene became noisy with their chatter, making Bai Wenming's head throb. He had to shout, "Stop!" Everyone immediately ceased talking, as if frozen in place, fearing they might provoke this ruthless demon and bring doom upon themselves, just like the thug who had been killed with a single punch earlier. Now, those who think there were deaths among the unusual occurrences, raise your hands, Bai Wenming commanded. Immediately, a number of arms shot up. Good. Tell me about the unusual occurrences you discovered. Who died? If anyone's answer matches his, put your hands down, Bai Wenming asked a thug standing in front of him. Mike Connell. He died a month ago. His body was found in his residence. Harry Dodge, 2 months ago, was found dead in a garbage pile. The thug replied. Is there anyone else? Bai Wenming pressed on. No, that's it. All right, those who raise their hands and have the same situation as his, put your hands down. Here's $1,000 for you. Next, Bai Wenming said as he pulled out $1,000 and handed it to the thug. Thus, time passed second by second, continuing for over 2 hours. The bald man maintained his position, feeling as if ants were gnawing at his body. He was completely numb, as if he had lost all sensation. Finally, after distributing enough cash from his storage space, Bai Wenming obtained the information he desired. Wait, you're saying that location gives a chilling feeling when approached, and suddenly there's a black tree that appeared overnight. Bai Wenming asked the scavenger excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, sir, the scavenger replied respectfully, and everyone present looked at Bai Wenming with admiration, as if he were an all-powerful hero. At that moment, everyone was shocked by Bai Wenming's money-dispensing display. He was extraordinarily wealthy, like a walking treasure trove. Of course, some were tempted to take risks, but when they recalled the fate of the thug who had been killed by Bai Wenming, they quickly suppressed that thought. They understood the power of this man and knew it was better to avoid provoking him. What about that tree? Where is it? Why didn't anyone else find it? Bai Wenming pressed, his urgency evident. I tried to chop it down, but when I got close, an overwhelming fear drove me away. Then, new garbage arrived, and that tree got buried under the trash. The scavenger explained earnestly, his accent evident. Do you remember that location? If you do, take me there. If it's indeed what I'm looking for, I can assure you that you'll be rich, Bai Wenming said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. I remember very clearly. I can take you there right now. The scavenger replied enthusiastically, completely unaware of the strange glances from his companions. Bai Wenming noticed the looks from the scavenger's friends, but didn't care. His only focus was on finding the Jinyingshi. If he truly found it, he would ensure the scavenger's well-being, allowing him to live a prosperous life. If not, he would simply give the scavenger $1,000 and end the matter. As he released his grip, the bald man collapsed to the ground. He could no longer control his body, as if all his strength had been drained. Leave 2 people to take care of him. The rest follow me to see the place he mentioned, Bai Wenming said, glancing at the trembling bald man with a hint of helplessness before continuing. A large group followed the scavenger as they left, leaving a few thugs behind. Boss, why not just kill him now? One thug suggested, pulling out a gun, a fierce glint in his eyes. He looked very loyal. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I still want to live, the bald man responded, his eyes snapping open in anger, glaring fiercely at the thug. Bro, he has no weapon now. No matter how strong he is, can't a few of us with guns handle him? The thug said, feeling a bit wronged. He just wanted to avenge his boss, hoping to get noticed for a potential promotion. Do you think your 2 eyes are just for show? Do you think it's normal for that man to have so much cash in his pockets? The bald man scolded, watching Bai Wenming pull out stack after stack of cash to hand to his subordinates and the scavenger, as if his pockets were bottomless. This filled him with fear. He concluded that Bai Wenming was definitely not human. As for what kind of being Bai Wenming was, he didn't know, but he was certain he wasn't human. Moreover, according to the scavenger, they were clearly searching for something evil. Who else but a demon would be hunting for evil objects? The 2 thugs couldn't help but envision the gruesome fate of their comrade who had been killed by Bai Wenming, sending chills down their spines and freezing their hearts. All right, help me up. Let's go see what he's looking for, the bald man said, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hesitation and unease. Now have the engineering vehicles come over and completely clear this mountain of garbage. If what I need is really inside, I can clearly tell you that you are about to welcome a surge of wealth, Bai Wenming said confidently, standing before the massive pile of trash, his eyes sparkling with assurance. Hooray! Everyone around cheered excitedly, fully believing in the boldness of their boss, as if they could already see wealth waving at them. Soon, the rumbling sound of the engineering vehicle starting up began to echo, and the size of the garbage mountain was rapidly diminishing at an astonishing rate. However, at that moment, many people began to feel an inexplicable fear, as if something bad was about to happen. Boss, it's that feeling again. It's back, one scavenger said, his voice trembling with fear. At first, Bai Wenming did not notice anything unusual, but seeing the terrified expressions and restless movements of those around him, he gradually became aware that something was indeed wrong. Accelerate the engineering vehicles. As long as we can clear this mountain of garbage, each driver will receive a reward of $10,000. Bai Wenming decisively implemented an incentive strategy, knowing that he needed to ignite these people's enthusiasm. In the next moment, the previously slow-moving engineering vehicles suddenly sped up significantly, their rumbling sounds resonating in the air. In that moment, what did fear matter? The temptation of $10,000 was enough to make them temporarily forget their dread. Soon, the source of the fear finally revealed its true form, a tree-like object as black as ink, standing quietly amidst the garbage, as if hiding endless secrets. All right, guys, you can start backing away now. When Bai Wenming saw the black tree, his eyes widened instantly, and a strong premonition surged within him. The Jinyingshi must be inside. That was what his intuition told him. Everyone quickly retreated, nervously watching the front, filled with unease. Wind Eagle Armor, merge! Bai Wenming shouted loudly, his passionate voice echoing in the air. After summoning the Wind Eagle Armor, he flexed his wrists, determination shining in his eyes. Jinyingshi, here I come. He struck out fiercely with several punches, causing cracks to appear in the energy shield, as if it were under immense pressure. The Jinyingshi is inside. The system exclaimed excitedly, its voice filled with enthusiasm. Hearing the system's words, Bai Wenming's force suddenly increased significantly. Each punch carried tremendous power, as if he intended to completely shatter that energy shield. After several powerful strikes, the energy shield finally shattered and disappeared without a trace, revealing its true form inside. A white stone seemingly composed of light, emanating a mysterious aura. This is the Jinyingshi? Bai Wenming pondered inwardly, and in the next moment, he immediately grasped the Jinyingshi in his hand, feeling its unique texture. The system began to slowly absorb the Jinyingshi, and the next moment, a white crystal appeared on the surface of the sealing box, while the moving stone brightened slightly, as if welcoming this new companion. With the Jinyingshi in hand, an indescribable joy surged within Bai Wenming. System, awaken the golden bloodline now, he said eagerly to the system. Received, host. The system quickly began its process, and a mysterious power started to circulate within Bai Wenming's body. The next second, a peculiar sensation spread throughout Bai Wenming's entire body, as if an electric current was coursing through him. 3 seconds later, this feeling vanished as if it had never existed. Is that it? Bai Wenming asked, puzzled. He had thought awakening the golden bloodline would be a more shocking process. Yes, host. You now possess the golden bloodline and can summon the golden snow mastiff armor. Currently, the concentration of your wood bloodline is 80%, and the concentration of your golden bloodline is 60%. You can enhance the bloodline concentration by sealing more evil, making the armor even more powerful. The system's voice resonated in his mind, answering his confusion. Should I summon the snow mastiff armor now, or should I first choo the wind eagle armor and then summon it? Bai Wenming asked excitedly, filled with anticipation. The host can choose to switch armor now or choo the wind eagle armor first and then proceed with the summoning. The system provided 2 options, allowing Bai Wenming to decide according to his own wishes. Snow Mastiff Armor, merge. Upon hearing the system's words, Bai Wenming immediately issued the summoning command, his passionate voice seemingly announcing the arrival of new power. In the next second, the Wind Eagle Armor vanished, replaced by the mighty Snow Mastiff Armor that appeared on Bai Wenming, the heavy armor exuding a powerful aura. So strong, when the Snow Mastiff Armor manifested on him, Bai Wenming felt only one thing. This armor was truly powerful. He couldn't help but shake his shoulder guards and threw a few air punches, feeling the immense strength and defense of the Snow Mastiff armor. In that moment, he finally understood what true power meant, no longer needing to worry about being easily struck down. However, he was also acutely aware that while the Snow Mastiff armor was powerful, it consumed energy very rapidly, at least 5 times more than the Wind Eagle armor. His current physical condition had significantly improved, but he still couldn't sustain continuous combat for a few minutes. Now that I've found the Jinyingshi, it's time to deal with the remaining loose ends, Bai Wenming thought to himself, already formulating a plan in his mind. Everyone, come over here, he called out to the crowd in the distance, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. A group of people began to move hesitantly, their faces no longer displaying the previous excitement, replaced instead by unease and fear. They had witnessed Bai Wenming summon armor and the immense power he possessed, filling them with awe. Even though Bai Wenming had previously killed a man with a single punch, that kind of power was shocking. Yet his human appearance had given them a sense of safety, making them feel he was one of their kind. However, now that they saw him after summoning his armor, that notion was instantly overturned. They realized Bai Wenming was not an ordinary person, but someone fundamentally different from them. Yet, intimidated by Bai Wenming's authority, the group cautiously approached, afraid to disobey the command of this mysterious powerhouse, worried that angering him could lead to terrifying consequences. I am quite satisfied with your actions, and I'm also pleased with today's outcome. Therefore, for some of you who have offended me, I can choose to overlook it. You are quite fortunate, Bai Wenming said, his gaze intentionally sweeping over a few bald thugs, a hint of intimidation evident in his look. Sweat beads immediately appeared on the foreheads of the bald thugs, and they began to fidget restlessly, filled with guilt and fear. I'm sorry, sir, one bald thug stammered, feeling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, utterly incapable of resisting. But Bai Wenming interrupted him. I said I'm pleased with today's outcome, so I choose to overlook your offense. You don't need to apologize to me. Moreover, what I said before still stands. Everyone present will receive a share. Each person gets $1,000. Each driver who clears the garbage pile will receive an additional $10,000. And you, the previous deal continues, but at my price, $1 million. Do you accept? Bai Wenming surveyed his surroundings, his voice soft but firm, finally locking his gaze on the bald thug. Sir, I don't need. The bald thug quickly began to decline, feeling that accepting this money was like making a deal with the devil, fearing it would bring disaster upon himself. You don't need to decline. I'm a man of my word. When I say I'll kill, I'll kill. When I say I'll give you $1 million, I'll give you $1 million, Bai Wenming said with a smile, but that smile appeared to the bald thug like a devil's grin, sending chills down his spine. The bald thug was so anxious he was almost in tears, feeling incredibly unlucky to have attracted the attention of this monster. He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Wenming's wave of his hand, leaving him to swallow his words, filled with despair. He even entertained thoughts of killing those few thugs, because it was their actions that had led him into this terrifying situation. As for you, I have two choices for you, Bai Wenming said, looking at the scavenger who had provided him with clues, a hint of approval in his eyes. You can choose to continue following me and serve me. I will offer you generous rewards. Or you can choose to leave and pursue your own life. I won't make it difficult for you. The first choice, then, is that I'll give you a full $1 million, and I can also help you resolve your identity issues. After that, you can leave here and pursue the life you want, Bai Wenming said, a slight smile on his lips as he presented his first proposal. Instantly, the eyes of everyone around sparkled with intense excitement, as if they had seen a golden opportunity to get rich, wishing they could immediately replace the scavenger standing before them. Indeed, around this garbage dump, there were many hidden interests, but what did it have to do with them? They were merely a group of illegal immigrants controlled by gangs. Even if they died here, no one would know. Every day, lives were lost in this garbage dump for various reasons. Disease, robbery, brawls. Even a small wound could be fatal. A tiny needle could take their lives. After all, they were just pitiful creatures under the control of the gangs. Nobody would seek justice for them if they died. They not only had to endure this harsh environment, but also faced a high work-related death rate, along with exploitation by the gangs, all while constantly being wary of the malicious intentions of their companions. And now, this boss was actually saying he could help them resolve their identity issues and offer $1 million. How could they not feel envy and resentment? This meant they had a chance to leave this damn place and live the life they had longed for since arriving in America. What about the second choice? At that moment, the scavenger finally spoke up. The second choice is that you will follow me and work for me from now on. Of course, if your performance is poor, I could kick you out at any time, Bai Wenming replied, slightly surprised that the scavenger would listen to his second condition after hearing the first. Was the first offer not enticing enough? Upon hearing this condition, a hint of disappointment surged in the hearts of those around them, as if they were secretly relieved that the one being chosen wasn't themselves. I choose the second condition, the scavenger said firmly, shocking everyone, including Bai Wenming. A chorus of sighs erupted around them. Damn, didn't he know what $1 million meant? Choosing the second option meant that the luxurious big house, delicious steaks, and a prosperous life would be out of reach for them. Can you tell me why you chose the second condition? Bai Wenming asked with genuine interest, eager to know what was going through this person's mind and why he would choose to follow him. I can't hold on to $1 million. If I got that money, I'd probably encounter misfortune and die soon after, the scavenger replied, his voice hoarse as he explained his reasoning. Wow, that's quite a unique reason. All right then, do you have anything you need to pack? Once I finish distributing the money to these people, I'll take you away from here. You can use this time to gather what you want to take with you. You don't need to bring clothes. You'll get new ones when we get there, Bai Wenming said with a smile. I don't have anything worth taking with me. There's nothing here I want to keep, the scavenger replied, worried that if he left Bai Wenming's sight, he might lose his life. After all, there were too many mentally unstable people around, and if they killed him, who knew if Bai Wenming would avenge him? So now, he dared not step away from this spot, fearing he might lose his chance to escape. All right then, you can stay here and wait for the bank's cash truck to arrive, Bai Wenming said, glancing at the people around him. Their inappropriate thoughts instantly vanished. They didn't want to provoke this terrifying man. Bai Wenming distributed the money to everyone, then transferred $1 million to the account provided by the bald thug, before leading the scavenger away, amid the gazes filled with respect, envy, and resentment from the crowd. Looking at the scavenger's face filled with hesitation and unease, Bai Wenming comforted him with a smile. Sit tight. You'll be fine after a wash. It's no big deal. Also, the place we're going is quite far from here, so don't think you could just walk there. Despite the scavenger's efforts to clean himself up a bit, he had been too dirty before. Now, facing the pristine sports car, he hesitated to get in, fearing he might dirty the interior. As a result, Bai Wenming simply left him behind and jumped into the car without looking back. It took the scavenger a full 3 minutes before he finally mustered the courage to get into the car. I'm sorry, the scavenger said quietly, looking down. You have 3 chances to make mistakes. After 3, if you still mess up, you can leave on your own. Not listening to me just now wasted 3 minutes of my time. That's your first mistake. You still have 2 chances left, Bai Wenming said expressionlessly, completely disregarding the scavenger's apology. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time, the scavenger quickly replied, raising his head eagerly. Stop saying sorry. You just wasted your first chance, Bai Wenming said as he started the car, his eyes fixed on the road as if the previous incident had never happened. After that, the car fell into an endless silence. The two had been strangers until now and found no topics to discuss. Fortunately, Bai Wenming had thick skin and didn't feel awkward. The sports car sped along, and 2.5 hours later, they finally arrived at the Hilaire Hotel. Boss, this is, the lobby manager approached, looking puzzled at the scavenger behind Bai Wenming. This person's attire clearly indicated he was a poor wretch, and the smell he carried was nauseating. The lobby manager couldn't understand why the boss would bring someone like this back. Arrange a room for him on my floor. This room will not be made public. He will live here, Bai Wenming ordered. Also, hurry and find him a room to wash up. Prepare a new set of clothes for him according to his height. Move quickly. Don't let him appear before me until he's cleaned up. Put all expenses on the company account, Bai Wenming said, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach. The scavenger's stench was simply too overwhelming, especially in the confined space of the car, making him feel like he might vomit. He regretted bringing this person into the car. In the future, just getting into that sports car would probably leave him with psychological scars. 3 hours later, the lobby manager knocked on Bai Wenming's door with a bald man accompanying him. Come in, Bai Wenming said, casually, still laughing at the funny scene on the television when he heard the knock. Boss, I've completed the tasks you assigned, the lobby manager said respectfully. All right, got it. The room is ready for him too, right? Bai Wenming's eyes remained glued to the television, a smile still on his face, as he found the show incredibly funny. It's ready just downstairs. The room card has already been given to him, the lobby manager replied. Good, then you can go. Leave him here, Bai Wenming said, still focused on the TV, ignoring the others. The lobby manager left, leaving the bald man standing there, unsure of what to do next. A few minutes later, after the TV drama finished playing, Bai Wenming slowly turned around and was momentarily taken aback when he saw the bald figure behind him. Say something so I can confirm it's still you, Bai Wenming said, his tone slightly uncertain. The dirty, small scavenger he had seen before seemed to have vanished, replaced by a figure with a typical Latin American face, albeit with a more delicate appearance and a notably slender build. What should I say? The bald figure looked at Bai Wenming with confusion. Oh, as long as you haven't changed. Bai Wenming relaxed upon hearing that familiar voice, getting up to pour a glass of water and handing it to the bald figure. Please sit down. From now on, just call me boss. By the way, how old are you? Bai Wenming gestured for the bald figure to take a seat on the sofa opposite him. Okay, boss. I'm 17 this year, the bald figure replied. Bai Wenming hadn't expected the person to still be a minor, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. What's your name? After pondering how to manage this 17-year-old, Bai Wenming couldn't help but ask. Berta. That name sounds a bit like a girl's name. It actually suits your slender appearance, Bai Wenming teased with a smile upon hearing the bald figure's name. I'm actually a girl, Berta replied expressionlessly. Oh, you're a... Bai Wenming's words suddenly halted, a strange expression crossing his face as he looked at Berta. He examined her closely several times, then glanced at his own body, feeling a mix of confusion. No way, your chest isn't even bigger than mine, and you're telling me you're a girl? Wait, she doesn't even have any breasts. It's completely flat. How could you lack secondary sexual characteristics entirely? Noticing Bai Wenming's gaze, Berta remained unfazed, as if she had grown accustomed to it. Bai Wenming scrutinized Berta's skeletal structure. It indeed didn't resemble that of an adult male. It seemed this bald figure truly was a girl, and he fell into a momentary silence. After a long pause, Bai Wenming finally asked, What about your parents? They died in a shipwreck while attempting to cross the border, Berta replied in a flat tone, as if the matter were completely detached from her. All right, looks like you don't have any other place to go. Did you go to school before? Bai Wenming planned to enroll Berta in a high school, support her until she graduated from college, and then give her $1 million to resolve this issue. He had initially intended for her to go straight to high school, but now it seemed that given her age and poor foundation, that idea might be difficult to implement. I attended school for a year and can write my own name. Bai Wenming sighed helplessly, realizing that a simple remark he had made could lead to such a significant dilemma. This girl named Berta was not only young but lacked any skills and was practically illiterate. These three traits combined made him feel a headache. If he could do it all over again, he certainly wouldn't have suggested that second choice for Berta. But now that she was right in front of him, how was he going to resolve this issue? To be honest, I'm not planning to use you. After all, you're quite young and don't have any skills. Hearing your age, I initially intended for you to go straight to high school. Now, I want you to receive some general education. Once you can keep up with high school studies, you can attend high school, then college. I will cover all expenses during this time. After you graduate from college, I'll give you $1 million. By then, you should be capable of managing that money without being like you are now. However, I still want to ask for your opinion. What are your thoughts on your future? Bai Wenming decided to hand the question back to Berta. After all, it was her life, and she might have her own ideas. Is the item from today very precious to you? Berta suddenly asked, catching Bai Wenming off guard. He hadn't expected her to be so clever as to understand how to fight for her own interests. It's quite precious. It's very important to me, Bai Wenming answered. This hotel is yours, right? Can I work here as a cleaner? Berta proposed. How does your previous question relate to your answer? Bai Wenming was even more puzzled now. He didn't understand the connection between asking about the value of the Jinyingshi and her wanting to become a cleaner. I don't have any other skills. I think I should be able to manage being a cleaner after some time learning. Moreover, if I mess up, that item might help me keep this job, Berta explained. Why not follow my plan? Bai Wenming asked with interest. Although he had agreed to Berta's suggestion, he still wanted to know why she made that choice. I have hands and feet. Being a cleaner allows me to support myself, and it won't be too tiring. In my spare time, I can also study knowledge on my own, which will help me gain more, Berta replied earnestly. Understand. Then let's do it your way. Your legal identity will be arranged for you tomorrow, and after that, you can do as you wish. I won't interfere with you anymore. Good luck. If you feel you can handle that $1 million, come find me, and I'll give you the money. After that, we'll have no further relations, understood? Bai Wenming said with a serious expression. Understood. Berta nodded, indicating that she was clear on the matter. You can leave for now. Your documents will be ready tomorrow. After that, don't come looking for me unless it's necessary, Bai Wenming said, turning his attention back to the television, signaling for Berta to leave. Berta slowly exited the room, gently closing the door to avoid making a sound. Meanwhile, the bald thug respectfully reported today's events to a powerful figure. A blue monster can punch a human skull to pieces in human form and possesses space abilities or space items. Interesting. A muscular man gently stroked the cane in his hands, a glimmer of inscrutable light flashing in his eyes. He was Gene Bing, one of the most famous crime bosses in New York and across America, with a vast criminal enterprise spanning the globe and immense influence. The hotel that wired you the money is the Hilaire Hotel? Gene Bing asked. Yes, we also investigated. This hotel was fully acquired 2 months ago by an Asian named Bai Wenming. We compared photos and found that this Bai Wenming is the same person who came to our territory today in human form. The bald thug disclosed the prepared information. Understood. If he doesn't take any action afterward, we don't need to pay him further attention. After all, he did give you money today. Provoking him wouldn't benefit us. It's not good to have another enemy, Gene Bing said, closing his eyes and pondering for a moment before slowly opening them again. He stated this because he had recently been targeted by a blind man who had ruined quite a bit of his business, which had left him extremely frustrated. Attempting to buy Bai Wenming to work for him felt somewhat unrealistic, considering Bai Wenming was not lacking in money and was powerful. People like him were usually hard to buy off. The next morning, Bai Wenming gradually woke up. He brewed himself a fragrant cup of tea and quietly sat in a chair, lost in deep thought. To him, this was also a form of cultivation, a way to tap into the inner strength within himself, enabling him to master the Wind Eagle armor more proficiently. After a long while, he opened his eyes and softly asked the system, "Where's the rock beast now?" Coordinates have been displayed for you. It is 405 kilometers from your location. The system's mechanical voice echoed through the room. This guy has run so far? No matter, it's time to send it into the ceiling box, Bai Wenming said with a determined glance at the coordinates of the rock beast. Recall the almost negligible effect the Wind Eagle armor had during their previous battle. He even began to doubt if the Wind Eagle armor truly deserved the title of Armor Warrior. But now, with the addition of the Snow Mastiff armor, the situation would change. Rock Beast, don't run. Prepare to face your fate. Wind Eagle armor merge. With a resounding eagle cry, the Wind Eagle armor instantly appeared on Bai Wenming. Following that, he twisted the gas valve, and the Wind Eagle steed also appeared beside him. Wow, this is the Wind Eagle steed. It's so cool. Bai Wenming circled around the Wind Eagle steed, his eyes filled with delight as he was intoxicated by its handsome appearance. The modified room's window slowly opened, and Bai Wenming leaped up, sitting on the Wind Eagle steed. He then increased the horsepower, and the Wind Eagle steed instantly vanished from the area like an arrow leaving the bow, its speed astonishing. Since he already had the coordinates of the rock beast, and the Wind Eagle steed could almost become invisible while flying, current human technology could not detect its presence at all. Moreover, the Wind Eagle steed speed had exceeded 10 times the speed of sound, and this was not its maximum speed. It was just that Bai Wenming's bloodline concentration was still insufficient, and his energy was not enough to summon the fully realized Wind Eagle steed. Otherwise, it could go even faster. Looking down at the seemingly sleeping rock beast, Bai Wenming's lips curled into a sly smile. He thought to himself, "You just didn't notice me. You can't say I'm ambushing you." Since the Snow Mastiff armor hadn't been enhanced yet, and to ensure he could defeat the rock beast in one go, Bai Wenming decided to play it safe and aim to take it down entirely in one strike. Once he landed, the Wind Eagle steed vanished silently. Bai Wenming gently leaped to the position behind the rock beast. Snow Mastiff armor merge. To inflict greater damage on the rock beast, he didn't even shout the summons out loud, but silently chanted it in his heart. In an instant, the white Snow Mastiff armor replaced the Wind Eagle armor, covering his body. He twisted the gas valve again, and the thunder axe appeared in his hand. At this point, the rock beast still showed no reaction, remaining immersed in its own world. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Bai Wenming glanced at the back of the rock beast, determining the angle and point of attack, then raised the thunder axe forcefully. With a loud bang, the thunder axe collided violently with the rock beast's back, producing a sound of metal clashing, and sparks erupted from the impact point. It seems its power has increased quite a bit. Feeling the damage done by the thunder axe, Bai Wenming felt a surge of urgency. He clearly realized the evolution speed of the mutant beasts was far too rapid. In just a short time, The rock beast's strength had increased significantly, while he had yet to notice the changes in other mutant beasts. He needed to hasten the pace of sealing the mutant beasts. Suddenly struck by this unexpected powerful attack, the rock beast, which was absorbing evil energy, was taken by surprise and fell into a state of rigidity, unable to move. Bai Wenming would not give the rock beast a chance to breathe. Despite the heavy thunder axe being immensely powerful, its attack speed was relatively slow. However, since the rock beast was currently immobilized, Bai Wenming quickly launched his next assault. He swung the axe down again, and the power of the thunder axe impacted the rock beast back once more, causing more sparks to fly and stones to begin falling from the impacted area. Not expecting the second wave of attacks to come so quickly, the rock beast realized it could no longer sit idly by, or it might be chopped to death by the enemy behind it without any chance to fight back. Determined, the rock beast decided to unleash all the remaining unabsorbed evil energy within it. This action cost it dearly, injuring its own body, but it deemed everything worth it. Even Bai Wenming, wearing the snow mastiff armor, was forced back 4 or 5 steps by this surge of energy. Taking advantage of this energy explosion, the rock beast successfully broke free from the rigidity caused by the snow mastiff armor's attack, regaining its ability to act. The agility that was incongruous with its rocky physique emerged, and it swiftly turned to prepare for a proper fight with this enemy, making it clear that sneaking up on the great rock beast was a grave mistake. Snow mastiff armor? The rock beast was taken aback, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Damn it. After the appearance of the Wind Eagle armor, it hadn't thought another armor would show up for so long. It had assumed there were no other armor warriors left in this world, and since the Wind Eagle armor posed only a limited threat, it believed it could rest easy. However, now the snow mastiff armor had appeared, indicating that other armors would soon follow, and it would again face a situation of being besieged, filling the rock beast with despair. These thoughts flashed through the rock beast's mind, and before it could contemplate further, the thunder axe appeared before it again. Despite being forced back by the energy, Bai Wenming did not halt his assault. Instead, he stepped forward 2 steps, exerting force with both hands and swinging the axe downwards, aiming directly at the rock beast's head. Before the rock beast could react, after turning around, it was struck squarely by the axe, causing its body to sway perilously as if it would fall at any moment. Drawing on its extensive combat experience, the rock beast instinctively used a part of its body to block Bai Wenming's next attack, gradually regaining its awareness. Seeing this, Bai Wenming retreated 2 steps, confronting the rock beast. Damn, this is the snow mastiff armor, not the weak wind eagle armor. Not even 3 critical hits from the thunder axe could take it down. This guy's defense is too strong. Bai Wenming was shocked internally, beginning to reconsider his previous views on the Wind Eagle armor. Perhaps he had wronged it. The truth might lay with the rock beast itself. He advanced again to exchange blows with the rock beast for a couple of rounds, only to realize a significant drawback of the thunder axe. It was too heavy. Despite its immense power, the attack speed was too slow, leading to the previous 2 attacks not achieving their intended effects and almost allowing the rock beast to seize the opportunity to counterattack. He stepped back a few paces, twisted the gas valve again, and the thunder axe disappeared in an instant. Following that, he twisted the gas valve once more, and the thunder staff appeared in his hand. He struck the thunder staff against each other, producing a crisp sound, then loudly declared, "Next, let me show you my new weapon and see just how formidable your defense can be." With that, he swung the thunder staff, charging at the rock beast. "Come on, you can't harm me." The rock beast roared defiantly. The wound from earlier began to consume energy and was gradually filled with rock, its injuries healing rapidly until it returned to its peak condition. After using the thunder staff, Bai Wenming's attack speed significantly increased. This left the rock beast's defenses unable to keep up as it was continuously struck by the thunder staff at various points on its body. The rock beast's counterattacks against the snow mastiff armor felt like mere scratches. The exchange of blows appeared quite simplistic. However, the attack power of the snow mastiff armor was indeed something the rock beast couldn't easily withstand. At this moment, its stats were indeed higher than those of the rock beast. Bai Wenming swung the thunder staff with force, causing green light to surge from the rock beast. It had already endured 3 consecutive strikes from the thunder axe, and now with the relentless hits from the thunder staff, even with the amount of evil energy it had absorbed during that time, it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold on. As Bai Wenming observed the rock beast's health dropping to a critical level, he slowly stepped back a few paces and twisted the gas valve, causing the thunder axe to reappear in his hand. "You wicked creature, it's time for you to face judgment," Bai Wenming declared, preparing for his next move. The rock beast was now in a weakened state, unable to retaliate. Thunder slash. Bai Wenming twisted the left belt wheel, unleashing his finishing move. He lightly tapped the thunder slash finishing sticker, which transformed back into a burst of energy that attached itself to the thunder axe. He then slowly pulled the thunder axe back to a diagonal position behind his body and swung it forward with both hands, taking a step forward with his left foot in alignment with the axe's direction. In an instant, a white axe-shaped finishing move shot out. Thunder axe's thunder slash sticker. Crush evil to ruin. Slice through like mud. Chaos be dispelled. Once the finishing move hit, a white flame-like Tai Chi diagram tightly bound the rock beast, which began to emit pitiful howls. Bai Wenming raised the thunder axe, which then disappeared. He clasped his hands together, gave a slight flick, and then released. Thunder fist. As he moved, his body began to shift toward the rock beast. He retracted his right leg and resumed a standing position. In an instant, the rock beast's body erupted into an explosion, transforming into a magical spirit sticker that floated behind the thick armor of the snow mastiff. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Bai Wenming turned and grasped the rock beast's magical spirit sticker, placing it in front of his belt. Once the magical spirit sticker vanished, a massive surge of energy swept over him. Bai Wenming felt as if his body had become lighter, as if he could easily jump and escape the pull of gravity, soaring into space. However, he quickly realized this was merely an illusion. After initially absorbing the energy, the system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have sealed the 4th mutant beast, the rock beast. Your golden bloodline has increased by 18%, reaching 78%. No wonder it could hold on for so long. An 18% increase in bloodline concentration must contain an immense amount of energy," Bai Wenming remarked, acknowledging the formidable strength of the rock beast. He was no longer the weak version of himself from before. His physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to unleash most of the power of the snow mastiff armor. Yet, the rock beast had still managed to endure so many of his attacks. Fortunately, the current outcome was satisfactory. With the sealing of the rock beast, he had also gained a corresponding boost in strength. The rewards for sealing a rock beast were comparable to those of the previous 3 mutant beasts, which made Bai Wenming slightly tempted. He even considered whether he could allow the mutant beasts to roam free for a while longer, letting them absorb more evil energy before sealing them, as this might yield even more energy. But he quickly abandoned that thought. If the mutant beasts absorbed too much evil energy, he might truly be unable to defeat them later, and that would be a real problem. Summoning the Wind Eagle Steed, Bai Wenming returned to New York. "You're saying there was a monster near our hotel last night?" Bai Wenming looked at Bob in confusion. He had just left for a short while, traveled hundreds of kilometers to seal a mutant beast, and returned only to be informed of disturbances at the hotel. This was hard for him to believe. Bob was the general manager of the hotel and had been working there since before it was acquired. After Bai Wenming bought the Hilaire Hotel, he did not fire Bob, but instead allowed him to continue managing the hotel's daily operations. However, last night, he had not detected any signs of mutant beasts. If it were a mutant beast causing chaos, there would typically be traces of energy fluctuations, and, at this distance, the system should have been able to detect it. Since the system didn't alert him, that meant it couldn't have been caused by a mutant beast. So who could have done it? "Yes, boss. This morning we found a few corpses. All their blood was missing. The police have already reported this situation to us. It seems that the infamous playboy, Tony Stark, is also involved in this case," Bob confirmed. "Tony Stark? What's going on?" Bai Wenming's interest was piqued. "Just monsters. What do they have to do with him?" In the world of Marvel, humans faced daily chaos either from supervillains or the aftermath of superhero battles. The appearance of a monster that killed a few people wasn't a big deal, right? Would this affect the lives of ordinary people in the Marvel Universe? However, since Tony Stark was involved, he had to take a closer look and see if he could catch this old guy in an embarrassing situation again. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. I only know that Tony Stark is related to this incident. If there's any new information, I'll let you know promptly," Bob said, equally curious about Tony Stark's role in this case. as such significant news was not common. At that moment, all the media in America had turned their attention to New York. Tony Stark was a walking headline generator. With such a significant event occurring, how could the media miss out on this wave of traffic? On the other side, an agent couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Stark, you're saying you saw a vampire last night? Please forgive me for interrupting, but I'm curious. Are the vampires you're talking about the same species as the ones in my mind?" "Shut up. I'm recounting what happened." Tony Stark snapped, nearly losing his life, and now someone was telling him he hadn't seen a vampire? Did a super millionaire have the time and energy to lie to you lowlifes? He had indeed drunk some alcohol last night, but he wasn't at the point of being dizzy. "Now shut up and don't interrupt Mr. Stark's recollections." A leading agent glared at the unruly subordinate. Was this really the time to interject? He could deal with him later. "Mr. Stark, please recall the appearance of that vampire so we can ensure the sketches we draw are accurate. Try to describe it in detail." The leading agent turned to Tony Stark and said, "They look almost indistinguishable from normal people, except their skin is much paler, and they have 2 sharp fangs in their mouths. Moreover, their speed is incredibly fast. They can crawl along walls. I'm certain they have an organization, know each other, and there's some level of command. My few bodyguards were drained of their blood and died while trying to protect me from those vampires," Tony Stark explained after a moment of thought. As the agents looked on, puzzled about how to accurately depict the suspect, Tony Stark could no longer hold back. He snatched the sketch pad and confidently declared, "Leave it to me. I can draw their portraits directly without you all struggling with it." With that, he began to swiftly sketch on the pad. In just a few minutes, several vivid sketches were presented before everyone, the figures in the drawings seeming to leap to life. "This is what the vampires that attacked me last night looked like," Tony Stark said as he handed the sketches to the lead agent, tossing the pen and paper to the artist as a display of his confidence, a glint of pride in his eyes. "I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation soon. After all, I've contributed so much to the federal government in terms of job opportunities and taxes, and now I'm facing a life-threatening situation. I believe this situation is intolerable, and the federal government would never turn a blind eye to it. Don't you think?" Tony Stark's deep, powerful voice clearly reached the ears of the lead agent. This young billionaire had almost lost his life, igniting a fierce anger within him. He had given so much, yet could not even ensure his own safety. He couldn't help but wonder if his wealth had all gone to a bunch of incompetent fools. Beads of sweat instantly formed on the forehead of the lead agent, feeling the immense pressure that Tony Stark was exerting. Pressure he couldn't bear. "Mr. Stark, I'm truly sorry, and we will definitely apprehend these individuals as soon as possible," the lead agent stammered, his face slick with sweat that trickled down, but he didn't dare wipe away, hurriedly explaining. However, he was interrupted by Tony Stark. "Shut up. What I want now is results, along with assurance that there won't be any further attacks against me. If you can't provide that, starting now, I won't donate another cent to you, and I'll make sure other donors understand that our contributions here are utterly useless," Stark nearly shouted. "Why, yes. We will immediately take action to arrest these individuals and ensure they face justice as soon as possible," the lead agent hurriedly replied. "All right, you can leave now. I don't want to see you in front of me again until you've captured these individuals. If you can't manage that, I have my own ways to deal with this, and I hope you understand the consequences of my actions when that time comes." "Understood." Stark glared at the lead agent, enunciating every word. "Understood, understood. We will definitely bring these individuals to you as soon as possible." The lead agent bowed and said with a forced smile, "Good, then what are you standing around for? Do you think those vampires will show up on their own?" Tony Stark snapped irritably. All the agents felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and quickly withdrew, acutely aware of Tony Stark's fury, which instilled fear in them. Meanwhile, the news spread like wildfire, reaching various corners. Most of the influential figures became aware of the situation, while minority dismissed it, believing it was merely Tony Stark seeking attention, as he often did. After learning of the incident, most people appeared somewhat confused, but promptly reinforced their security measures, fearing they might also fall into the same dangerous situation as Tony Stark. A segment of the elite, however, cursed vehemently, furious that someone dared to attack Tony Stark, thinking they must be tired of living. Phone calls flew in all directions like snowflakes, causing the underground world to erupt in chaos. "Hey, isn't that Tony Stark?" Bai Wenming's voice suddenly reached Tony Stark's ears, pulling him from his thoughts. "It's you, Tony Stark. already boiling with anger, became even more agitated, his face flushing red. "What are you doing here?" Stark asked irritably. "Of course, I'm here to see your misfortune," Bai Wenming said without hiding his intentions, which left Tony Stark momentarily speechless with anger. "I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. Please disappear from my sight," Stark said tersely. "You not only have poor judgment, but you also seem a bit weak," Bai Wenming teased after reading Bob's message. Stark paused, taken aback, and Bai Wenming continued. "You should be more observant when pursuing women. Look at you now. Your body is falling apart." "Shut up," Tony Stark roared, wanting nothing more than a silence by Wenming's irritating mouth. "I'm facing vampires. Do you understand?" Stark took a few deep breaths, but couldn't help but retort, feeling that his poor performance was entirely due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy, not because of any weakness on his part. "What does it matter if they're vampires? In front of me, I can take them down with one punch, easy. You just need to train a bit. Stop acting like such a weakling." Bai Wenming laughed, secretly pondering what kind of rewards he would get if he came across actual vampires. "If you don't believe me, fine," Bai Wenming said as he glanced at Stark, suppressing the urge to tease him further. After all, if someone told him there were vampires in the world, he would be skeptical too. Surely, this guy wasn't joking? But to his surprise, vampires truly existed, and he had encountered them firsthand. "Fuck," Stark muttered in frustration, cursing inwardly about how it had to be him to face such a situation. "All right, I'm done with the small talk. I came here to ask you to take me to the scene to see if we can catch those guys." Bai Wenming stood up, looking toward the distance, his expression serious. "Do you really believe in the existence of vampires? Have you encountered them before? What are their weaknesses?" Stark immediately became alert, his instincts telling him that Bai Wenming must know some undisclosed information. I haven't encountered them before, but since you're saying all this, I've decided to check out the scene and make my own judgment. Of course, if that thing does exist, I'll show you what a real man can do, unlike you, who's such a coward," Bai Wenming said, casting a mocking glance at Stark. "Damn it, I hope you won't be so scared you can't even stand when you see that thing, and then come back to brag to me." Tony Stark shot back defiantly, not backing down. "Are you saying that when you encountered vampires, you were scared?" Bai Wenming seized the opportunity to point out the flaw in Stark's words. Stark fell into silence, unsure how to respond. Silence, endless silence. "No way, how could that be? Who am I? I'm Tony Stark. How could I be scared in front of vampires?" "Do you think Tony Stark would be afraid?" After a long pause, Stark finally squeezed out those words, attempting to salvage his dignity. "Ha ha ha, cowardly Stark." Bai Wenming couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter as he realized he had stumbled upon such an amusing situation today. "Shut up. Damn it, believe it or not, I won't take you." Tony Stark raged, but his threats were powerless against Bai Wenming's amusement. "Ha ha ha. Then let our cowardly Mr. Stark take us to the place that scared him so much." Bai Wenming patted Stark on the shoulder, his face full of teasing. As the two arrived at the scene, they found it cordoned off by police tape, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering. However, under the leadership of Tony Stark, they easily crossed the line and entered the crime scene. "Mr. Stark, do you have any further questions?" an agent asked, a puzzled expression on his face as he curiously sized up Bai Wenming, wondering who this person could be. "We're just here to take a look, so don't mind us," Tony Stark replied, his expression somewhat awkward as he returned to the scene of last night's terror. He turned to look at Bai Wenming, only to find him eagerly surveying everything around. Stark waved his hand, signaling the agents to leave and not to follow them. "Well, there should be someone who appeared at that position and near that pillar. Their strength is probably about twice that of a normal person, and I roughly estimated their speed to be about 1.5 times faster than that of an average person. My bodyguards were completely unprepared for how fast they were and suffered quite a bit at first," Stark explained. Bai Wenming examined the bloodstains marked by the police tape on the ground and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He asked, "This is the blood that dropped after you injured the vampire, right?" The thick, evil aura emanating from it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He silently vowed to eliminate all this evil energy. "Yes, it's the blood from the vampire we shot," Stark confirmed, nodding at Bai Wenming's guess. "Did their strength change after being hit by the bullets? Did their speed and power decrease?" Bai Wenming inquired again, turning his head. "After being hit by the bullets, their strength did decrease, but their healing speed is extremely fast, especially after draining blood. The wounds can almost heal completely," Stark replied, frowning as he tried to recall the events from last night. Got it, let's go. Bai Wenming nodded slightly, turning to prepare to leave. He had a clear understanding of the vampire's strength. It was indeed quite formidable for an ordinary person. Even Stark's bodyguards, who were quite capable, seemed a bit overwhelmed when facing a vampire. Moreover, with so many agents and police present, they wouldn't be able to do much. Not going to take a look around? Stark asked, puzzled. They had just arrived, so why were they leaving so soon? Come on, I'm taking you to a good place. We're going to find the owners of these bloodstains, Bai Wenming replied, quietly, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He intended to follow the strong aura of evil in the air to locate its source and see if sealing this evil energy would lead to any changes in his armor. If there were any changes, he would truly become an armor warrior dedicated to combating evil. If not, then the evil forces in the Marvel world would have nothing to do with him. After all, he was an armor warrior specifically designed to deal with mutant beasts. What did you just say? Stark's eyes widened in shock. Was this guy joking? How could he possibly pinpoint the location of the perpetrators? His voice unconsciously rose an octave, drawing the attention of all the agents and police present, who looked up at them in confusion, wondering what was happening. Bai Wenming shot Stark an annoyed glare, and Stark quickly realized his outburst, awkwardly forcing a smile. Do you really know their location? After they exited the crime scene and reached a relatively secluded area, Stark asked again. If you want revenge, then shut your mouth. I'm taking you to find them now. Bai Wenming pointed to the distance and said to Stark. All right, I'll call people over right now. Stark nodded excitedly, pulling out his phone to contact his subordinates. No need, just the two of us will go. Today, I'll show you what a real man can do. You'll never understand the joy of being a real man while looking like such a weakling. Bai Wenming shook his head, stopping Stark's actions while disdainfully looking down on him. This made Stark so angry that he felt his nose might twist. He inwardly cursed, thinking, who is this guy? Why does he have to irritate me with every word? I'm going to make him understand my power soon and show him what true wealth can do. Does he think he can act arrogantly in front of Tony Stark just because he has some money? Not a chance. How exactly did you locate them? Stark asked, puzzled, as they sat in the sports car. Bai Wenming glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a few cars trailing them. Their hiding techniques were abysmal, or it seemed they had no intention of hiding at all. These cars were clearly part of Stark's bodyguard team. After all, having just experienced a life-and-death crisis the previous night, it was only natural for him to have his bodyguards nearby. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but didn't take notice of the cars following them, allowing them to trail behind. As long as they didn't disrupt him, it was fine. Talent, Bai Wenming casually replied, thinking he couldn't credit the system for this. Strange talent, Stark muttered, falling silent and focusing his eyes on the road ahead, his mind racing to memorize the route they were taking. For a moment, the cramped cabin fell into silence, the only sound being the roar of the engine echoing in their ears. Following the system's instructions, they made several turns and finally arrived at their destination. We're here. Bai Wenming turned off the engine, reached for his seatbelt, and spoke slowly. This is the place. Stark looked at the scene before him, confusion written all over his face. The location was incredibly unremarkable. Behind a wall was a row of low buildings, with the tallest being only a 3-story red brick structure. The area was eerily quiet, as if no one lived there. The only unusual feature was a suspension bridge nearby. Go meet up with your subordinates. I didn't expect to find a pleasant surprise. You're still somewhat useful, Bai Wenming said, feeling a surge of energy fluctuations. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he clearly sensed the thick aura of evil inside, which should belong to the vampires. Additionally, he unexpectedly detected the presence of a mutant beast as well. However, judging by the energy signature, the mutant beast didn't seem to be in good condition. Marvel really is something. A mutant beast is actually imprisoned here. Bai Wenming couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a mix of pity and relief. It was unfortunate that this mutant beast, if it absorbed more evil energy, could yield him greater rewards upon sealing. Yet, it was fortunate that he had casually stumbled upon a mutant beast. What incredible luck. What do you mean by still being somewhat useful? Stark, overhearing this, nearly jumped in anger, his nose almost crinkling with rage. He inwardly cursed. What does that mean? I've been tolerating this guy for long enough. Does he know how much I've endured? You can't push me to the edge and expect me not to show my prowess. Just because he has some money doesn't mean he can act arrogantly in front of me. Tony Stark. No way. How did you pinpoint their location? Stark asked, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity as they sat in the sports car. Bai Wenming glanced in the rearview mirror again, noticing the lack of stealth from the cars behind them. To be honest, I just had a gut feeling, Bai Wenming replied casually, not wanting to reveal too much about the system. Your gut feeling? Stark raised an eyebrow, still skeptical. Yeah, you could say that, Bai Wenming said, keeping it vague. Interesting, Stark muttered under his breath, still trying to figure out how Bai Wenming had managed to draw such a conclusion. As they drove onward, Stark couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to Bai Wenming than met the eye. After using the Thunder Staff, Bai Wenming's attack speed significantly increased. This left the rock beast defenses unable to keep up as it was continuously struck by the Thunder Staff at various points on its body. The rock beast's counterattacks against the snow mastiff armor felt like mere scratches. The exchange of blows appeared quite simplistic. However, the attack power of the snow mastiff armor was indeed something the rock beast couldn't easily withstand. At this moment, its stats were indeed higher than those of the rock beast. Bai Wenming swung the Thunder Staff with force, causing green light to surge from the rock beast. It had already endured 3 consecutive strikes from the Thunder Axe, and now with the relentless hits from the Thunder Staff, even with the amount of evil energy it had absorbed during that time, it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold on. As Bai Wenming observed the rock beast's health dropping to a critical level, he slowly stepped back a few paces and twisted the gas valve, causing the Thunder Axe to reappear in his hand. You wicked creature, it's time for you to face judgment, Bai Wenming declared, preparing for his next move. The rock beast was now in a weakened state, unable to retaliate. Thunder Slash. Bai Wenming twisted the left belt wheel, unleashing his finishing move. He lightly tapped the Thunder Slash finishing sticker, which transformed back into a burst of energy that attached itself to the Thunder Axe. He then slowly pulled the Thunder Axe back to a diagonal position behind his body and swung it forward with both hands, taking a step forward with his left foot in alignment with the axe's direction. In an instant, a white axe-shaped finishing move shot out. Thunder Axe's Thunder Slash sticker. Crush evil to ruin. Slice through like mud. Chaos be dispelled. Once the finishing move hit, a white flame-like Tai Chi diagram tightly bound the rock beast, which began to emit pitiful howls. Bai Wenming raised the Thunder Axe, which then disappeared. He clasped his hands together, gave a slight flick, and then released. Thunder Fist. As he moved, his body began to shift toward the rock beast. He retracted his right leg and resumed a standing position. In an instant, the rock beast's body erupted into an explosion, transforming into a magical spirit sticker that floated behind the thick armor of the snow mastiff. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Bai Wenming turned and grasped the rock beast's magical spirit sticker, placing it in front of his belt. Once the magical spirit sticker vanished, a massive surge of energy swept over him. Bai Wenming felt as if his body had become lighter, as if he could easily jump and escape the pull of gravity, soaring into space. However, he quickly realized this was merely an illusion. After initially absorbing the energy, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have sealed the 4th mutant beast, the rock beast. Your golden bloodline has increased by 18%, reaching 78%. No wonder it could hold on for so long. An 18% increase in bloodline concentration must contain an immense amount of energy, Bai Wenming remarked, acknowledging the formidable strength of the rock beast. He was no longer the weak version of himself from before. His physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to unleash most of the power of the snow mastiff armor. Yet, the rock beast had still managed to endure so many of his attacks. Fortunately, the current outcome was satisfactory. With the sealing of the rock beast, he had also gained a corresponding boost in strength. The rewards for sealing a rock beast were comparable to those of the previous 3 mutant beasts, which made Bai Wenming slightly tempted. He even considered whether he could allow the mutant beasts to roam free for a while longer, letting them absorb more evil energy before sealing them, as this might yield even more energy. But he quickly abandoned that thought. If the mutant beasts absorbed too much evil energy, he might truly be unable to defeat them later, and that would be a real problem. Summoning the Wind Eagle Steed, Bai Wenming returned to New York. You're saying there was a monster near our hotel last night? Bai Wenming looked at Bob in confusion. He had just left for a short while, traveled hundreds of kilometers to seal a mutant beast, and returned only to be informed of disturbances at the hotel. This was hard for him to believe. Bob was the general manager of the hotel and had been working there since before it was acquired. After Bai Wenming bought the Hilaire Hotel, he did not fire Bob, but instead allowed him to continue managing the hotel's daily operations. However, last night, he had not detected any signs of mutant beasts. If it were mutant beast causing chaos, there would typically be traces of energy fluctuations, and, at this distance, the system should have been able to detect it. Since the system didn't alert him, that meant it couldn't have been caused by a mutant beast. So who could have done it? Yes, boss. This morning we found a few corpses. All their blood was missing. The police have already reported this situation to us. It seems that the infamous playboy, Tony Stark, is also involved in this case, Bob confirmed. Tony Stark? What's going on? Bai Wenming's interest was piqued. Just monsters. What do they have to do with him? In the world of Marvel, humans faced daily chaos either from supervillains or the aftermath of superhero battles. The appearance of a monster that killed a few people wasn't a big deal, right? Would this affect the lives of ordinary people in the Marvel Universe? However, since Tony Stark was involved, he had to take a closer look and see if he could catch this old guy in an embarrassing situation again. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. I only know that Tony Stark is related to this incident. If there's any new information, I'll let you know promptly, Bob said, equally curious about Tony Stark's role in this case, as such significant news was not common. At that moment, all the media in America had turned their attention to New York. Tony Stark was a walking headline generator. With such a significant event occurring, how could the media miss out on this wave of traffic? On the other side, an agent couldn't help but ask, Mr. Stark, you're saying you saw a vampire last night? Please forgive me for interrupting, but I'm curious. Are the vampires you're talking about the same species as the ones in my mind? Shut up. I'm recounting what happened. Tony Stark snapped, nearly losing his life. And now someone was telling him he hadn't seen a vampire? Did a super millionaire have the time and energy to lie to you lowlifes? He had indeed drunk some alcohol last night, but he wasn't at the point of being dizzy. Now shut up and don't interrupt Mr. Stark's recollections. A leading agent glared at the unruly subordinate. Was this really the time to interject? He could deal with him later. Mr. Stark, please recall the appearance of that vampire, so we can ensure the sketches we draw are accurate. Try to describe it in detail. The leading agent turned to Tony Stark and said, They look almost indistinguishable from normal people, except their skin is much paler, and they have 2 sharp fangs in their mouths. Moreover, their speed is incredibly fast. They can crawl along walls. I'm certain they have an organization, know each other, and there's some level of command. My few bodyguards were drained of their blood and died while trying to protect me from those vampires, Tony Stark explained after a moment of thought. The two engaged in a swift exchange of blows, and the young vampire was forced back to his original position. His hands trembled uncontrollably, pain coursing through him as blood dripped to the ground. Every attack he aimed at Bai Wenming was completely deflected by the sturdy armor, rendering his efforts nearly futile. In contrast, Bai Wenming's strikes were relentless, and the young vampire could only dodge when possible. When he couldn't, he attempted to block using his battle experience. However, he never anticipated the strength of Bai Wenming's attacks, which shattered his defenses and broke his hand, leaving it in the process of healing. Why aren't you fighting back? Is this all you can do? Bai Wenming taunted, resting the thunder staff on his shoulder with a mocking smile. Don't get cocky. You won't leave here so easily, the young vampire retorted, his face flushed with anger as his blood began to circulate faster, trying to accelerate the healing of his wounds. He recalled a terrifying monster they had encountered not long ago, which had caused them considerable damage. Yet that monster was now imprisoned, suffering in a cell. This thought calmed his trembling heart. I won't leave until I've eliminated all of you. Don't worry, Bai Wenming replied, smirking. Let's all attack together. I can't handle him alone. Everyone, be careful. His attacks are powerful. Don't get hurt, the young vampire shouted, calling on his companions. Soon, a group emerged from the small building, a mix of men and women of all ages. No, they couldn't be called humans. They were a group of vampires, a full assortment. Some were even in the midst of feeding, holding women in their grasp and greedily draining their blood. The women had strange smiles on their faces, seemingly unaware of the life draining from them. Bai Wenming glanced over and immediately recognized that these women were beyond saving. They likely had less than half of their blood left. Seeing this scene ignited a surge of anger within Bai Wenming. He abruptly kicked a few guns at his feet towards the vampires. With his immense strength, the guns shot forward like arrows toward their targets. Several vampires dodged swiftly, easily evading the flying guns while continuing their feeding without pause. Now that's more like it. Come out and let me take you down. Hiding inside doesn't make you a hero, Bai Wenming said, lowering the thunderstaff and speaking casually. The defenses of this kid are too strong. Everyone, be careful, the young vampire warned. Although he had managed to land some hits on Bai Wenming earlier, it now appeared that the opponent was unharmed. If you're weak, just admit it and stop saying the opponent is strong. You're embarrassing the Holy Clan, a more arrogant vampire scoffed, having had a long-standing rivalry with the previous vampire. Now, awakened from his slumber, he was filled with anger. Then you go ahead. Try it if you can, the young vampire shouted in frustration. I'll show you how it's done. Just watch, the arrogant vampire declared, transforming into a shadow that charged at Bai Wenming. How could he be so strong? The charging vampire managed to utter a few words before being instantly enveloped in blood mist, as Bai Wenming struck him down with a thunderstaff. The attack power of the snow mastiff armor was far too strong, giving the vampire no chance to retreat or heal. A single hit from the thunderstaff obliterated him. Unlike the previous vampire, he did not attempt to block the attack with his arm. Bai Wenming retrieved the thunderstaff and teased, "Well done, this one knew to come forward and let my staff taste its flavor. You all should learn from this. As a reward, I grant him reincarnation." All the vampires' expressions changed, knowing they couldn't afford to be injured by this enemy, or the fate of the one who had just been obliterated could very well be their own. The opponent's attacks were indeed too powerful. Close the top and block out the sunlight. Let's leverage our advantage. Since their defenses and attacks are so strong, we shouldn't engage directly. We'll take a guerrilla approach. No matter how tough this tinkin is, it can still be broken, one of the vampires suggested from the crowd. He understood that it was Bai Wenming's armor that had put them in a predicament. If they could destroy it, Bai Wenming would become easy prey. Although the vampire clans in the Americas no longer feared sunlight and wouldn't be burned by it, having undergone bloodline modifications, they were not entirely the same as European vampires. However, their combat effectiveness would still be diminished in sunlight, as they were fundamentally still vampires, and sunlight did have a restraining effect on them. With the roof raised, the room instantly darkened, the sunlight blocked outside the building. Fortunately, it was daytime, so visibility wasn't completely lost. But everyone present was not ordinary. In that dim light, they could still clearly perceive the movements of their enemies, which did not hinder the ongoing battle. After the roof was raised, the vampires sprang into action, their hands elongating into sharp claws, fangs bared, and their eyes turning blood red. They charged toward Bai Wenming like arrows, their speed astonishing, their clothing fluttering in the wind. The vampires who had been feeding dropped their women to the ground, leaving them lifeless in an instant. With attacks raining down on the snow mastiff armor, Bai Wenming wanted to counterattack, but the vampires struck and retreated, giving him no opportunity to hit back. He endured a barrage of clangs and clatters. While he didn't sustain any substantial damage, he realized this approach wouldn't work. The armor's energy was finite, and if he continued to absorb hits like this, it would soon be depleted. Thus, he braced against several attacks, quickly moving to the wall, positioning himself against it. This way, the direction of incoming attacks was halved, allowing him to focus on the enemies in front of him. The vampire's attacks diminished significantly. Seeing an opportunity, Bai Wenming unleashed a powerful force, directly obliterating several nearby vampires. The remaining vampires began to retreat, contemplating how to eliminate or capture this intruder. Both sides temporarily halted their movements, quietly facing each other. "Looks like the snow mastiff armor alone won't be enough to deal with you all," Bai Wenming said slowly, moving his hands, causing the thunderstaff to disappear. "You underestimated us. Your speed really is quite fast, but it's still quite hard to deal with," Bai Wenming added, shaking his arms and loosening his muscles. "However, to flaunt speed in front of me is akin to showing off a great sword in front of Guan Yu. Utterly foolish. How dare you?" Bai Wenming said, revealing a mocking smile. Wind Eagle armor merge. The snow mastiff armor gradually dissipated, replaced by the blue Wind Eagle armor, merging in less than a second. He twisted the wheel on his right side, and the Wind Eagle sword appeared on his arm. "Next, let me show you what true speed is," Bai Wenming's voice rang out, and in the next moment his figure vanished from the spot. An ominous feeling surged through the vampires, and they shouted in unison, "Be careful! Be careful? What good is being careful? Can help you avoid death." The winged eagle sword pierced through a vampire's head like lightning, causing the creature to collapse limply and instantly dissolve into a cloud of black ash. Vampires possess an extraordinary ability to heal, but their brains and hearts remain their fatal weaknesses. If struck, they will die. For those powerful vampires, the only remaining weak point is the blood core in their hearts. While a hit to the head or heart won't kill them, as long as the blood core remains intact, they won't perish. The vampire Bai Wenming just struck down, however, lacked such strength, making his head a critical vulnerability. Dead vampires leave no corpses, only turning to ash. "Why aren't you looking at me?" Bai Wenming's sword ghosted from behind, stabbing into another vampire's head. With a single strike, that vampire also turned into a cloud of black ash. How infuriating! These vampires were so bold, daring not to regard their opponent. Underestimating an enemy is not a good habit. "Why are you looking at me again?" The winged eagle sword struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing yet another vampire who had noticed Bai Wenming. Just as he was about to act, he was killed on the spot. This was maddening. These vampires, upon realizing their opponent, didn't immediately attack. It was simply outrageous. Arrogance was not a trait to be praised. Once again, Bai Wenming's figure vanished, seemingly blending into the air. "Why do you keep staring at me? Are your eyes not working? Why do you keep ignoring me? Do you look down on me?" The vampires finally realized with panic that their once proud speed was a mere joke before this enemy. They couldn't catch even a glimpse of his movements, let alone land a hit on Bai Wenming. They swore that if they could just touch Bai Wenming once, they would unleash a torrent of attacks upon him. At that moment, it would be their turn to retaliate. However, at this moment, only Bai Wenming's mocking voice echoed around them, and the number of vampires on the field continued to dwindle. A bone-chilling dread surged through all the vampires. They had never experienced such a battle. To be precise, this form of combat was what they had always employed, easily slaying enemies with their speed, just as Bai Wenming was doing to them now. The only difference was that this time, they were the ones being slaughtered, and their speed was utterly crushed. After plunging the winged eagle sword into yet another vampire's brain, Bai Wenming prepared to withdraw the sword and seek his next target, only to find it inexplicably bound by a mysterious force. "Got you," a sinister voice echoed. This vampire was incredibly powerful. His only weakness was the blood core in his heart. Thus, after Bai Wenming struck him, he did not die, instead grabbing the winged eagle sword in an attempt to restrain Bai Wenming's movements, allowing the other vampires an opportunity to attack. Upon seeing Bai Wenming's figure, the vampires surged forth like a tidal wave. They were fed up with being on the receiving end of this beating. It was their turn now. "Die, blue monster! What have you grabbed?" Bai Wenming's voice rang out, startling the vampire, who was now unable to see anything. With his head pierced, his eyes had lost their function, plunging him into complete darkness. Bai Wenming delivered a powerful kick to the vampire, sending him flying like a cannonball. The winged eagle sword sliced through the vampire's palm, causing droplets of blood to rise against gravity, descending rapidly to the ground. Though the attack power of the winged eagle armor was relatively lower, as an armor warrior, Bai Wenming's full-force kick shattered nearly all of the vampire's bones, rendering him incapable of defense. Thanks to the energy within the blood core, the vampire's injured areas healed at an astonishing speed, and the wound stopped bleeding. "What have you grabbed? Say something," Bai Wenming pursued, delivering another kick to the vampire still in midair, causing his wound to burst open again, blood gushing forth. At this point, the vampire's bones were nearly all shattered, yet the blood core continued to release energy, healing his body. Bai Wenming casually struck down another vampire charging at him before once again pursuing the flying vampire. "Do you look down on me? What have you grabbed?" Another kick followed. The vampires were beginning to get smarter, moving closer to the flying vampire. This time, they were determined to corner this enemy, leaving him no escape. It would be their turn to strike back. "Die, blue monster! Where are you looking?" Bai Wenming retracted his sword, causing the body of a vampire to fall limp to the ground. Upon hearing the sound, the vampires immediately halted, but due to their momentum, they still moved a bit forward. They turned to see the source of the voice, Behind them, the body of a vampire was turning to ash beneath Bai Wenming's feet. "I'm right here. Why are you running away?" Bai Wenming waved his sword, a cruel smile spreading across his face. How could he be so foolish as to keep attacking the same target again and again, especially against such a deadly foe as these vampires? "Are you practicing running? Here's the deal. I'm a nice guy, so I'll help you out. Now, start running. Whoever runs slow will get this sword in their head." A friendly reminder. As long as you run faster than the other vampires, you can avoid getting stabbed in the head by this sword. Bai Wenming raised the sword, shaking it, signaling all the vampires, his smile growing more sinister. "Now let the training begin. Hurry up and run. I'll start chasing you in 10 seconds. Bai Wenming's figure vanished again, leaving behind an eerie voice echoing in the courtyard. The vampires were thrown into complete chaos, unsure of how to act, filled with energy, but clueless on how to utilize it. The vampire that had been repeatedly knocked away was nearly healed, with only a little unhealed area on his head, still blind. He struggled to get up. "Did I tell you to get up?" Bai Wenming kicked him away again, reopening his wounds and causing blood to flow once more. The vampires were even more frantic now. This enemy was too fast, and they had no way to counter it, lacking any experience in dealing with such a foe. 5. Bai Wenming began counting down the last 5 seconds of this training. 4. The vampires trembled, feeling like jesters being toyed with. How could this not anger them? Never had an enemy dared to treat them this way. This should be their own lines when facing adversaries. 3. Bai Wenming remained unseen, only that cold voice resonating throughout the courtyard. 2. The vampires panicked, flailing around like headless flies, 2 of them even colliding into each other and tumbling to the ground. 1. Training begins. Hurry up and run. Don't let me catch you. Bai Wenming materialized next to the 2 fallen vampires, his sword flashing as it swiftly ended their wretched lives. Then, Bai Wenming surveyed the chaotic scene of vampires scurrying around like headless flies, a bloodthirsty grin creeping onto his face. Sorry, but this was still his turn. Bai Wenming wielded the Wind Eagle sword like a reaper's scythe, continuously reaping the lives of vampires, filling the hearts of all the remaining vampires with despair. "Everyone, don't panic. Stand back to back," a vampire suddenly shouted. His voice seemed to inject a dose of calmness into the other vampires, who quickly formed several defensive formations, standing back to back and gradually closing in to form a tighter defense. Originally, there were over 50 vampires in the room, but after the fierce battle, only about 20 remained. Bai Wenming appeared leisurely, watching the vampires' movements with interest. He did not interfere, simply standing there with a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Now let's see how you deal with us, kid." One vampire shouted loudly, his words instilling confidence in the others. With their backs together, they could detect any incoming attacks from any direction and warn each other. They firmly believed that Bai Wenming would no longer be able to kill any of them. "Quick, go get the elder and tell him we have a powerful enemy causing chaos that we can't handle." Another vampire shouted toward those hiding on the building facade. These vampires, forming the defensive formation, were the backbone of their clan, all transformed personally by the elders and possessing great strength. Most enemies who came to attack found it difficult to break through their defenses. They were responsible for the clan's operations, enjoying a life of luxury without having to hunt for food, simply receiving tributes from lower-ranking vampires while indulging in power, wealth, and blood. The vampires hiding on the building facade belonged to the lower ranks of the clan. Their task was to capture blood slaves and provide wealth. After all, being part of an immortal race was incredibly alluring to many, leading them to willingly give up everything to gain the status of a vampire. "Oh dear, it seems there's really no way out," Bai Wenming said with a cheerful smile, observing as all the vampires formed a large defensive formation. Any movement above ground would not escape their notice. He thought to himself that it would indeed be challenging to kill any of them individually. "However, you gathered together yourselves, so don't blame me." Bai Wenming stood atop a large tree, still wearing a smile, as if everything were under his control. The vampires felt a sense of foreboding. They knew that if they dispersed, they would face certain death. They had already experienced this when they were individually struck down by Wenming's sword. Bai Wenming twisted the wheel at his waist and called out, "Wind-piercing strike." A finishing sticker appeared before him. He lightly tapped the Wind Eagle sword against the sticker, which instantly transformed into a burst of energy that attached to the sword. Wind Eagle sword's wind-piercing strike sticker banished demons and beasts, compelled by the fierce wind, halted in an instant, he recited, and the finishing move activated. A blue light enveloped the entire room, and all the vampires below were bound by a massive blue flame Tai Chi diagram. They struggled desperately, but could not move an inch, continually emitting pitiful wails under the scorching flames. The Wind Eagle sword vanished from his hand, and Bai Wenming waved his arms as if stretching, then twisted the wheel at his waist again, calling out, "Wind Eagle leg. Stop, kid. I'll tear you to shreds." An angry voice approached rapidly. "The Elder is coming out. We're saved. We can survive." The thoughts of the wailing vampires instantly shifted to this new hope. Though their bodies were being scorched by the flames, causing unbearable pain, they still felt a flicker of joy and relief. "Kid, just wait to be dealt with by the Elder." This was their second thought. Bai Wenming heard the voice and saw a shadow approaching quickly. He didn't pay it any mind and calmly waited. The shadow drew closer, and Bai Wenming could see the Elder's furious actions, which only fueled his own anger, prompting him to speed up. He didn't know what Bai Wenming planned to do next, but he knew that if he let Bai Wenming continue, the bloodlines he had built over centuries would perish here. Transforming bloodlines was no easy task. It required the infusion of essence blood into a human body. Without essence blood, they could only drain blood from humans. The production of essence blood was not arbitrary either. With Elder Edward's strength, it would take him 2 to 3 years to produce a single drop of essence blood without compromising his own power. Thus, he had to save all his bloodlines to maintain the operation of the Edward family. The two drew near and collided violently, sending the vampire Elder flying, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly wounded. Bai Wenming emerged unscathed through the binding of the finishing move. He stood up, and all the vampires behind him, roasted by the blue flames, exploded, leaving no trace behind, not even a speck of ash, while a massive surge of energy flowed into his body. The vampire Elder struggled to rise, seeing that all of his bloodlines had vanished completely. His anger ignited instantly, and he spoke slowly, "Kid, I'll tear you to shreds and make you experience the terror of hell. You will wail endlessly for eternity, unable to live or die." "Oh my, I'm so scared. Can I apologize?" "Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me," Bai Wenming replied in a bizarre tone, beginning to speak mockingly. "Kid, you're done for. No one can save you." The vampire Elder laughed in rage, not expecting this enemy to be so audacious as to mock him. The Edward family had established its foothold in North America and even New York based on his intimidation, silencing all dissenting voices in their infancy. No one dared to oppose him until now. And here was someone who had the audacity to kill all his bloodlines and mock him so brazenly. Had the world forgotten the terror of Edward? Not long ago, a powerful monster had invaded the Edward family's base. Strong as it was, it had still been subdued and imprisoned by him, suffering daily in agony. Now, just a few days later, another enemy had come knocking, reigniting his fury. "Don't panic, just speak your mind. I won't hold it against you," Bai Wenming said, his tone calming down. "Kid, you—" Edward felt increasingly perplexed, unable to comprehend who this person was. Was he really insane? "I've already apologized, and you don't even respond? How rude. A rude vampire only has one outcome, to be defeated by me, so prepare to meet your end," Bai Wenming said, gathering the power of the Wind Eagle sword and rushing toward the vampire Edward. Seeing Bai Wenming charge, Edward unfurled a pair of bat wings from his back, his hands transforming into sharp claws, revealing his fangs. "Let me show you what true fear is, kid." The two figures surged toward each other like arrows, and a fierce clash erupted, the sounds of their battle echoing in the air. It must be said, Edward was indeed a formidable elder vampire. His claws, honed over centuries, were incredibly strong and resilient, allowing him to hold his ground against the Wind Eagle sword, exchanging blows in a fierce contest of offense and defense. "If your strength ends here, you will meet the same fate as those vampires I defeated before," Bai Wenming said even amidst the intense battle, skillfully employing his verbal jabs to disrupt Edward's mindset and create chaos in his attacks. "Kid, stop talking big. If you only have this much ability, you will regret what you've done today," Edward retorted, not willing to back down, claws flying as he counterattacked. Is that so? Then just feel the power of this sword, Bai Wenming replied, suddenly changing his footwork. Edward instinctively sensed danger and took a few steps back, fearing Bai Wenming's next move would harm him. But when he saw that Bai Wenming showed no signs of continuing his attack, confusion filled his face. Are you really that foolish to fall for my tricks so easily? Bai Wenming thought to himself, suppressing a laugh at Edward's expression. Edward's face turned pale and red, realizing he had been tricked by this kid's words. Enraged, he launched another fierce attack, determined to teach Bai Wenming a severe lesson. With a loud crash, Bai Wenming delivered a powerful kick, sending Edward flying. As Edward clamped the wind eagle sword with his claws, Bai Wenming suddenly exerted strength, kicking him away. The tremendous force caused Edward to arc through the air and crash heavily to the ground. Bai Wenming prepared to follow up and finish off the elder vampire while he was vulnerable. But the next moment he halted in his tracks, muttering in frustration, I miscalculated. I forgot this guy is an elder vampire. He can fly. Edward flapped his grotesque flesh wings, stabilizing himself mid-air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, which had dripped from Bai Wenming's kick, his eyes flashing with a sinister light as he spoke. Kid, you do have some strength, and your power is impressive. But now, I will unleash my full strength. You shouldn't have provoked Edward the vampire. You will soon experience the true way of vampire combat, and I will tear your body into pieces, making you die in endless pain. Coincidentally, I don't want to play with you anymore. You're still far from being my match in speed, Bai Wenming said, his body vanishing in an instant. Edward was taken aback, unable to see how his opponent had disappeared. Anxiety filled him, and he nervously scanned for Bai Wenming's figure. Edward's misfortune was that he had come out too late. If he had appeared earlier, he certainly wouldn't have allowed Bai Wenming to unleash the full speed of the Wind Eagle armor. In close combat, that was always the best strategy against the Wind Eagle armor, as its attack power was relatively weak, and its defense was also not particularly robust. Are you looking for me? Edward suddenly felt a pain in his body, and he heard Bai Wenming's voice, realizing he had just been stabbed by the sword. Ignoring the pain from his wound, he quickly swung his claws back, attempting to exchange injury for injury, but he missed, still unable to see Bai Wenming's figure behind him. Bai Wenming swiftly withdrew the sword after striking and distanced himself from Edward. Edward's wound healed at a visible rate, as he was a powerful elder vampire, with a recovery ability far exceeding that of ordinary vampires. Edward closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the movements around him. He knew that a person's actions would inevitably cause disturbances in the wind, and what he needed to do now was to rely on his keen hearing and the unique abilities of his vampire lineage to capture even the slightest change in the air, allowing him to expose Bai Wenming's whereabouts. However, the next second, he felt another pain in his body as a blade pierced his chest. He quickly opened his eyes to see Bai Wenming standing just a meter away from him, withdrawing the sword that had extended from his arm. Hey, actually close your eyes. Do you look down on me? Bai Wenming taunted, pulling out the sword and vanishing once again into the air. How is this possible? How can you move at high speed without causing any wind disturbance? Edward, ignoring the pain in his chest, was filled with shock as he shouted into the surrounding air. He had encountered fast enemies before, but never had anyone moved like Bai Wenming, managing to move at high speeds without triggering any wind fluctuations. Bai Wenming did not respond. He understood that the only drawback of the Wind Eagle armor was that it could not fly, and he couldn't remain airborne for long. To maneuver in the air, he needed to summon the Wind Eagle steed. But in this environment, there was no need for that. He could rely solely on his speed and skills. Edward flapped his flesh wings desperately, moving frantically. He dared not stop, knowing that if he did, he would become Bai Wenming's living target. The speed of the Wind Eagle armor was too great. Bai Wenming circled around Edward, moving rapidly, the Wind Eagle sword slicing through him and leaving numerous wounds. Edward's body quickly became covered in blood. However, Edward's recovery ability was formidable. The wounds healed almost instantly. With the sword light flashing around him, Edward helplessly moved in midair, filled with frustration, finding no opportunity to counterattack. This state continued for quite a while, until Bai Wenming finally halted his movements. He sighed deeply and said, I thought you had more skills. Turns out you're just like this, haha. Never mind. Let's replenish some energy. Bai Wenming sensed that there were many vampires still within the building. Since he couldn't take down their elder for now, he might as well deal with these lower-tier vampires first. Snow Mastiff armor emerged. Bai Wenming released the summoning of the Wind Eagle armor, and the Snow Mastiff armor reappeared on him. He twisted the wheel on his belt, and the thunder axe appeared in his hand. Edward watched in confusion as the armor on Bai Wenming changed. He thought about rushing to fight Bai Wenming again, but he couldn't gauge Bai Wenming's current state, so he could only follow at a distance, closely monitoring his every move. Observing Bai Wenming's actions, Edward could almost guess his next plan. But at this moment, he didn't care. His bloodlines had already suffered heavy losses. The lower vampires below were of no importance to him. They merely existed to provide food for him and his bloodlines, so losing them was no big deal. These lower-tier vampires were only meant to serve him and his bloodlines. That was their purpose. He could use the lives of these lowly bloodlines to test Bai Wenming's current strength. If it was the same as before, he would charge in without hesitation to kill Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming stepped into the building, unleashing a bloody storm. No matter how much the vampires cried and begged, they could not escape the fate of being cleaved by his axe, turning into clouds of black ash. Edward observed from the sidelines for a long time, unable to discern what was different about Bai Wenming's current state compared to before. Gradually, he relaxed and regained his confidence, firmly believing that with his powerful regeneration ability, he could outlast Bai Wenming today and teach him the consequences of provoking Edward the vampire. He slowly approached, while Bai Wenming seemed completely unaware, casually swinging the thunder axe to eliminate a terrified vampire, then stepping forward towards another. Just when Edward was only 3 meters away from Bai Wenming, he suddenly halted, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Trying to trick me? It won't be that easy," he said, his tone dark. "Then feel free to keep coming closer. You won't be able to touch me, and I can't hurt you," Bai Wenming replied casually. Thus, the two moved in the building, Bai Wenming relentlessly slaying any vampire he encountered, while Edward quietly observed from a few meters behind. Before long, all the vampires in the building had been wiped out. In the system's perception, only a few vampires remained around the mutant beast. Bai Wenming, holding the thunder axe, headed straight for the mutant beast's location. Edward saw where Bai Wenming was going, and a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. He actually knows about that monster's existence. "You know about the monster below?" Edward couldn't help but ask. "Yes," Bai Wenming replied without looking back, continuing forward. "Are you in league with it?" "No, they're just like you. They are targets I intend to eliminate." "They? Are you saying there are more of those monsters?" "Exactly, a total of 55, and now only 50 remain. You guys are quite capable to have imprisoned and tortured it like this. I never expected a mutant beast would end up like this," Bai Wenming said with a smile, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Come on, it's a mutant beast, not some ordinary creature." Bai Wenming swung the thunder axe, effortlessly cleaving through an iron door that led to the basement. He stepped inside and immediately spotted 5 vampires. "Who are you?" The 5 vampires quickly noticed Bai Wenming's entrance, questioning him warily. "The one here to take your lives," Bai Wenming said, gripping the thunder axe in one hand and charging at the 5 vampires like a cheetah. At that moment, Edward made his move, attacking Bai Wenming from behind. These were his last 5 bloodlines. If they were all killed by Bai Wenming, he would truly be left all alone and could not allow Bai Wenming to run rampant. He had figured out Bai Wenming's capabilities. He knew that while the opponent was fast, he couldn't do anything to him. With his powerful regeneration, he was confident he could outlast Bai Wenming. How is this possible? Edward felt a surge of despair. How could the enemy be so strong? If he really had such power, he would have perished outside earlier. Why wait until now to make a move? Bai Wenming looked at Edward, now split in half, and said disdainfully, "Old man, I wanted to take care of you for a while now. Let's see you dance one more time." On the ground, the blood and flesh began to merge slowly. But even so, Edward was still not dead. "Do you know why I brought you here? Because there's nowhere for you to hide. Old man, I want to see how strong your regeneration ability really is. Can you keep reviving like this?" Bai Wenming stared at the writhing halves of Edward's body, a glint of coldness in his eyes. At that moment, the 5 vampires attacked simultaneously, striking Bai Wenming. Their blows made him sway slightly, stunning the 5 vampires. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. However, Bai Wenming didn't give them a chance to think. He immediately retaliated with a sweeping strike, cutting all 5 of them in half in an instant. At this point, Edward's body was already reassembling, his limbs beginning to move. Bai Wenming withdrew the thunder axe and executed a powerful downward strike aimed at Edward's head, driving the axe deep into the ground. Keep reviving. I want to see just how much energy you have left for resurrection today, Bai Wenming stated firmly. Edward's body continued to writhe, attempting to revive himself again. After going back and forth over 50 times, Edward's body finally ceased to move. His energy had been utterly depleted, and he began to dissolve into black ash. 2 minutes later, a blood-red crystal appeared on the ground, catching Bai Wenming's attention. Is this the blood core of a vampire? Bai Wenming picked up the crystal, speaking slowly, but no one was there to answer his question. Looking at the 6 piles of black ash, Bai Wenming fell silent for a moment before kicking them away violently, as if intending to erase all this evil completely. He took a few steps forward, glancing at the locust beast, which was still struggling against its restraints despite being tortured beyond recognition, and couldn't help but chuckle. You really are pathetic. I've never seen such a disgraceful mutant beast. Armor warrior? The locust beast looked at the snow mastiff armor before it, a wave of despair flooding his heart. After being tormented for so long, it was unable to fight back, and now an armor warrior had appeared. Was it going to be sealed again upon arriving in this world? Well then, it's time to send you to the sealing box. Do you have anything to say? Bai Wenming said with a smile, twisting the wheel on his belt to release the finishing sticker. Are armor warriors just opportunistic cowards? You claim to be heroes, yet you won't even let me go free for a proper battle. If you're going to seal me, at least do it honorably. Surely you can't be so dishonorable. The locust beast protested, attempting to provoke Bai Wenming with its words. Oh really? You make a fair point, Bai Wenming said, lowering the thunder axe as if he was going to release the locust beast from its bindings. The locust beast felt a surge of joy, thinking its scheme had succeeded. As long as the snow mastiff armor was released, it could escape and save its life. However, the next moment, Bai Wenming stopped his actions, pointing at the locust beast and bursting into laughter. Just kidding. Ha ha. Feeling desperate now? You finally came up with something to say, and now you're all flustered? Huh? Do you even know your identity? You're a mutant beast. A mutant beast. What right do you have to talk to me about who's a hero? And to think I've never seen such a disgraceful mutant beast. Don't you feel ashamed? Just a few little vampires, and you've been reduced to this. You truly dishonor the name of mutant beasts, Bai Wenming ridiculed, leaving the locust beast utterly stunned. Hey dude, I'm a mutant beast, and you're an armor warrior. What does my disgrace have to do with you? Before the locust beast could retort, Bai Wenming unleashed his finishing move. All of its resentment and words were silenced. Moments later, the locust beast transformed into a magical spirit sticker, absorbed by Bai Wenming, marking the successful sealing of the 5th mutant beast. Congratulations, host! You have successfully sealed the 5th mutant beast, the locust beast. Your golden bloodline has increased by 6%, now reaching 84%. The system prompt echoed in Bai Wenming's ears. This mutant beast was really too weak. It hardly absorbed any evil energy, and it only increased my bloodline by this little bit. Bai Wenming scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face, as if this mutant beast had utterly failed to impress him. If the locust beast were still alive, it would probably be cursing, "What's wrong with being weak? Am I eating your food? Why are you meddling in my business?" Stepping out of the basement, Bai Wenming's gaze shifted to the tree in the courtyard. "Stop hiding and come out. Are you waiting for a feast for your whole family back there?" Bai Wenming called out, knowing that someone troublesome was hidden behind that tree. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed, and still no one emerged. "Don't blame me for being rude if you don't come out," Bai Wenming snorted coldly, striding toward the tree. "How did you find me?" A bat flew down from the tree and instantly transformed into Edward, his eyes filled with despair. "In front of me, no evil can hide," Bai Wenming said, a confident smile creeping onto his lips. He understood that if the system had marked him, hiding was futile. It would render the system useless. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you have the guts, catch me," Edward shouted almost madly, a hint of craziness in his eyes. With that, his body exploded, transforming into a swarm of bats that rushed toward the exit. "Do you think this little trick will confuse me?" Bai Wenming approached one of the bats impassively, each step sounding like it was crushing Edward's hope. Step by step, firm and forceful, as if he intended to crush Edward's despair completely. Edward reappeared, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and hopelessness. "Since you plan to kill me to the last, let's die together," he roared, charging toward Bai Wenming. "Do you even deserve to challenge me?" Bai Wenming's eyes flashed with disdain as he seemed to gather immense power in his hand. With a powerful strike, he cleaved Edward in half once more. With a loud crash, the resulting explosion sent smoke billowing through the air. After a while, as the smoke dissipated, Bai Wenming stood unharmed, as if the intense battle had never occurred. The once dominant vampire clan of Edward was now completely eradicated. Feeling a massive surge of energy flood into his body, beginning to transform his muscles, bones, and meridians, Bai Wenming couldn't help but hum lightly. It felt like indulging in an exquisite massage, utterly comfortable. Edward was indeed an ancient vampire who had lived for hundreds of years. After eliminating him, the energy provided was surprisingly similar to that of the locust beast, indicating that this old creature had amassed quite a bit of energy. On the system map, there was no longer even a trace of evil energy present. Bai Wenming casually glanced at the area where vampires had kept humans as blood slaves. He paid no mind to their existence, deciding to let Stark deal with them after he got outside. "Armor release," Bai Wenming silently commanded in his heart. As the words fell, the armor instantly dissipated. He tidied up his clothes and turned toward the main entrance. With a strong push, he opened the heavy iron door, and blinding sunlight streamed in, causing Bai Wenming to squint involuntarily. "You're still alive?" Stark exclaimed in surprise, his back surrounded by a group of armed bodyguards clad in the army's most advanced combat gear, complete with bulletproof vests and night vision equipment. Upon hearing Stark's words, Bai Wenming's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean I'm still alive? Am I supposed to be dead?" Anger surged within him. How could this guy say such a thing? "Do you think everyone is as weak as you? I'm a real man, not some soft shrimp like you. The vampires inside have all been wiped out, and your enemies were taken care of before you even got here. You won't get a chance for revenge," Bai Wenming replied in a mocking tone, deliberately provoking Stark. "Impossible. I asked around, and this is the territory of the Edward vampire family. Their power is immense," Stark said skeptically, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "Immense power? They're just a bunch of useless fools. What are you doing here? Didn't you say they were powerful? If they came out, wouldn't you be asking for death standing here?" Bai Wenming said, looking at Stark with amusement, suddenly realizing something, his expression turning pale. Then, a fierce aura radiated from him, as if he was about to explode at any moment. If what he feared was true, he wouldn't mind sending Stark to hell. Iron Man or not, if he crossed his taboo, he would have to pay the price. Stark was speechless, his heart filled with an inexplicable fear as he looked at Bai Wenming's suddenly fierce gaze, as though death were imminent. The bodyguard around him felt the tension rise, raising their guns slightly, ready to respond to any potential danger. "Hey, calm down, man. I mean you no harm," Stark quickly said, feeling exasperated. How had this guy suddenly gone insane? Was he really considering killing someone just based on his imagination? "Sorry, my state is a bit off," Bai Wenming replied, calming down as the fierceness in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of apology. After eliminating the vampire clan, he had absorbed a massive amount of energy, and without the armor to help share the burden, it all went into his body. Now, he was in an extremely excited state, almost wanting to test out his current strength, which had led to the earlier outburst. "Dude, did you really wipe out the entire Edward family?" Stark didn't dwell on Bai Wenming's previous actions. He just wanted to confirm the truth of Bai Wenming's words. Come on, if the Edward family had truly been eradicated, then Bai Wenming's earlier behavior would be completely understandable. After all, the strong have privileges. If Bai Wenming could eliminate the Edward family, he could just as easily wipe out the Stark family. When Stark learned about the Edward family's strength over the phone, his previously proud heart collapsed in an instant. It turned out that money wasn't everything. What was the Stark family in the eyes of those extraordinary forces? Just something they could eliminate at will. A strong sense of unwillingness surged within him, a feeling of helplessness when facing extraordinary power. If he ever provoked those forces, wouldn't he be at risk of being eliminated at any time? But how could he deal with these extraordinary forces? Some weaker ones could be managed with his money. But what about powerful forces like the Edward family? What did he do then? Stark was filled with anxiety. Now, he stood before someone who claimed to have annihilated the Edward family, and he was only interested in verifying the truth of this claim and understanding how it had been achieved. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look for yourself. Oh, by the way, there are some humans captured by the vampires inside. You might want to contact the authorities to handle that, Bai Wenming casually mentioned, also revealing the location of the humans to Stark. Sorry, I need to leave now. I'm not feeling quite right and need to take care of some things, Bai Wenming said, forcefully pushing past the crowd and walking toward his sports car. He hadn't driven the previous car since it had been cleaned. Now, he had switched to a Lamborghini. As he settled into the car, he caught a faint whiff of a lingering foul odor, reminding him of that unforgettable afternoon. Feeling the immense power Bai Wenming had unleashed with just a simple push, sending him and his men reeling, Stark understood that Bai Wenming was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. He finally believed Bai Wenming's claim about eradicating the Edward family. A strong impulse surged within him. He too wanted to become extraordinary. Bai Wenming raced through the streets, completely ignoring any thoughts of returning to the hotel, and headed straight toward the seaside. When the sports car came to a stop, he noticed there were very few people around. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt and dove into the vast ocean like an arrow released from a bow. Underwater, he walked at a leisurely pace, having swum about 40 to 50 meters. At this point, the water's depth reached around 10 meters, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. He quietly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the beauty beneath the waves, and began to meditate. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. 10 minutes, an hour, 5 hours. After 5 hours, Bai Wenming finally opened his eyes in frustration. His body was still in an excited state, but this excitement was not from his consciousness. Instead, it stemmed from his muscles, bones, and meridians having absorbed an excess of energy, making him feel robust and restless to release it. Damn it! Bai Wenming punched the water angrily, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light. He suddenly realized that since meditation wasn't calming his body down, he might as well unleash the impulse within him. Perhaps that would solve the problem. With that thought, he assumed a stance and began to practice Tai Chi in the water. This Tai Chi technique was intrinsic to the winged eagle armor. After summoning the armor, he had naturally learned it without anyone needing to teach him, and he had memorized it thoroughly. However, he had always thought this technique was useless and had hardly ever practiced it. The snow mastiff armor came with a breathing technique that he also had never practiced, believing it wouldn't be of much help. After all, he had the 5 elements bloodline, and depending on the situation, he could choose different armors to confront his enemies, effectively hiding the armor's inherent weaknesses, so he didn't feel the need to compensate for them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered to practice these techniques, as he valued the time spent playing with girls far more than training. Moreover, his combat power relied primarily on summoning armor, with relatively few opportunities for physical combat. But now he decided to give it a try, seeing if this Tai Chi could help him better control his body. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had been living quite comfortably, even feeling a bit reluctant to return to his ordinary world. In Marvel, he was a formidable armor warrior, equipped with a magical system and endless wealth. Why would he want to go back to being that impoverished kid? Practicing Tai Chi in the ocean, the movements were inherently slow, and doing so underwater made it even slower. Yet, Bai Wenming remained unfazed, continuing to practice the Tai Chi technique leisurely, again and again, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. Gradually, he became completely immersed in his practice, nearly forgetting the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent a full 8 hours underwater, yet he still felt no discomfort or unusual sensations. As time passed, 2 whirlpools began to form between his hands, slowly rotating with the movement of his fists. Gradually, the diameter of the whirlpools began to expand from the size of fist to 2 fists, then half a meter, 2 meters. 3 hours later, the diameter of the 2 whirlpools had swelled to an astonishing 10 meters. At that moment, Bai Wenming suddenly unleashed a punch, and the whirlpool seemed to respond to some command, slowly advancing into the depths of the ocean, devouring everything in their path. Oh my God, what's happening? The crew members of a large fishing boat looked on in terror at the expanding whirlpools not far away, filled with fear and confusion about what was happening. The crew immediately called out to each other, all faces tense as they stared at the approaching whirlpools, praying that they wouldn't brush against the edges of the boat. Simultaneously, the boat quickly turned, knowing that if they got caught by those whirlpools, there would be no escape. It would mean destruction for the boat and its crew. They weren't afraid of storms. Their vessel was sturdy enough to withstand heavy weather, but against whirlpools, they had no means of defense. This was a lesson paid for by the lives of countless ancestors. Perhaps their prayers worked. Just as the whirlpools were about to make contact with the boat, the two opposing whirlpools suddenly collided and vanished, leaving behind a mass of marine life and sediment that had been stirred up from the seafloor. We survived. The crew members embraced tightly, relieved to have escaped disaster. Meanwhile, Bai Wenming was completely unaware of all this happening above. He remained focused on his Tai Chi practice, oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. A day later, Bai Wenming finally snapped back to reality from his training. He looked around at the chaotic scene underwater, filled with confusion. He asked the system, "Where exactly am I? I thought I was being swept away by the sea." "Host, you have remained at the location you arrived at yesterday. However, while practicing Tai Chi, you have moved about a step's distance," the system replied. "Oh, yesterday? Did you say yesterday? I must have heard wrong," Bai Wenming replied, casually, then suddenly realized that the system meant he had spent a whole day underwater. "Yes, host, you have been practicing Tai Chi here for an entire day. It is now the second day," the system confirmed again. "I practiced for a whole day in the sea." Bai Wenming's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe he had stayed underwater for so long. After all, he was a human who breathed air. "I'm really impressive." After a moment, Bai Wenming couldn't help but praise himself. Who else could stay underwater for an entire day, just using their physical body? He felt his body was still full of energy, yet that initial excitement had dissipated. This indicated that his day-long immersion had indeed yielded significant results. "It's time to head back up." Bai Wenming sighed softly. Although he hadn't felt any suffocation underwater, as a human, he still wasn't accustomed to living in water, and at this moment, he was eager to return to land. He gradually walked up from the seafloor, taking in the underwater scenery he had never had the chance to see before. Coupled with his progress, his mood brightened, and he couldn't help but hum a tune as he quickly reached the shore. "Hey, where did you pop out from?" A beachgoer, startled to see a person suddenly emerge from the water, stumbled and fell to the ground, taking a moment to regain composure before stammering his question. Just swimming around for a bit." "No worries, you carry on." Bai Wenming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, before continuing to walk away. "I don't believe it. I've been waiting here for so long and haven't caught a single fish. Now a guy suddenly pops up claiming he was just swimming? How could I possibly believe that?" The man silently grumbled to himself, but dared not voice his thoughts. "Where's my car?" Bai Wenming looked at the empty parking spot where his car had been, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over him. He distinctly remembered parking his sports car there yesterday, but now, who could tell him where it had gone? How dare you steal in front of me? You really have some guts." Bai Wenming let out a cold laugh. "Show me the location of the car." He commanded the system. "Coordinates displayed, currently 45 kilometers away from you." The system responded quickly. He summoned the Wind Eagle steed, and within just a minute, he arrived at his destination, landing steadily on the ground and then removing his armor. What lay before him was a car dealership. "Sir, are you here to look at cars? We have a complete range of vehicles here. Whatever model you can think of, we have it, and the prices are much cheaper than outside." A salesperson hurriedly approached, enthusiastically promoting the cars to Bai Wenming while showcasing a catalog with various car styles. "Call your manager over." Bai Wenming's expression darkened. He didn't explode with anger immediately, but spoke to the salesperson. Sir, had you bought a car from us before?" "When you made your purchase, we clearly stated that we are not responsible for any problems that arise after the vehicle is sold. After all, our prices are right there." The salesperson's smile faded, replaced by a more professional tone. "I told you to call the manager over. I don't want to make things difficult for you. And don't provoke me." Bai Wenming glanced at the salesperson, and that look made the salesperson's hair stand on end, his legs feeling a bit weak. "Hurry up, my patience is limited," Bai Wenming emphasized. "Okay, sir, I'll go call him right now," the salesperson said with difficulty, then hurried away as if fleeing for his life. "Sir, I'm not sure what you want from me." After a while, the salesperson returned with a bald man, followed by several burly men. These burly men looked like trouble, and one of them had a blind eye, adding to their intimidation. "Bring me my car, a blue Lamborghini Bull that you brought over yesterday. Then we can discuss how to punish you for this matter," Bai Wenming said sternly as he looked at the manager. "Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand. If you have no other matters, I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving." The manager squinted after hearing Bai Wenming's words, not expecting to be confronted so soon. But since the car was already in their hands, how could they possibly return it? Bai Wenming let out a cold laugh and instantly threw a punch that hit the manager, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into a wall with a loud bang before slowly sliding down, blood starting to seep from the corners of his mouth and various parts of his body, unknowingly seeking death. Bai Wenming coldly uttered these words, then turned to the burly men beside him. "You should be able to contact a higher-up manager, right? Go find him for me now." Seeking death. The burly men finally realized what was happening and became furious, drawing traditional American katana knives. Bai Wenming kicked each of them down, just like the previous manager, leaving them lifeless on the ground. "Continue to call for the manager." Bai Wenming turned to the salesperson and said, "Why, yes, sir, I'll go now." The salesperson stammered, mechanically turning and walking into the dealership. Soon, a large group of people emerged from the dealership, all exuding a fierce aura, led by several middle-aged Latino men in suits with big beards. "Boss, it's him." The salesperson trembled, pointing at Bai Wenming nervously. The boss glanced at the bodies of the previous men, quietly instructed the younger ones behind him, and soon several went to check on the situation, returning to shake their heads and whispering something. "Bring me my car, a blue Lamborghini Bull that you brought over yesterday. Give me the car, and for everyone involved in this, chop off one hand, and we can consider this matter settled." Bai Wenming laid out his demands. "Take him and feed him to the fish in the sea," the boss said coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion, clearly not taking Bai Wenming's words seriously. Creating trouble in his territory was simply asking for death. His business was so large that no one had ever dared to cause trouble in his domain. If they did, they would only end up one way, fed to sharks in the sea. Even a New York City mayor's car had no precedent for returning once it reached their hands. A nameless minor character dared to be so arrogant. Clearly, he had been too merciful, giving certain people the wrong idea. Any car that came into their possession underwent a series of modifications, like repainting, changing doors and tires, and then was transported for sale across the country. Even if it was placed before the owner, they wouldn't recognize it as theirs. Moreover, this was Boss Jin's business. How dare anyone in New York cause a disturbance? Didn't they know how to spell death? "Are you really planning to go down this path?" Bai Wenming said, looking at the approaching gang members, anger igniting in his eyes. Originally, if they had just returned his car and apologized, this matter could have been settled. But seeing how audacious these people were, thinking of silencing the owner even after he came to confront them, then he wouldn't hold back. His figure flickered and shadows flew out, blood splattering in the air as rivers of blood flowed on the ground. Once on the ground, all the shadows spat out blood and then collapsed, lifeless. Seeing his subordinates instantly wiped out, the boss's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. This person indeed had some skill, but so what? In front of bullets, no matter how powerful one was, they would still fall. At 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. This was the experience his enemies had paid for with their lives, and now, someone had come here to wreak havoc. Let him remember this lesson with his life. With a wave of his hand, the subordinates beside him immediately drew various weapons, including submachine guns, automatic rifles, and handguns. "You have some ability, but to run wild in my territory, you aren't worthy," the boss said with a look of disdain. "The matter of stealing my car originally wasn't a big deal, but you all, who gave you the guts to point guns at me?" Seeing the dark muzzles aimed at him, Bai Wenming couldn't help but recall the first day he arrived in this world, in the same situation. If he had been just a tenth of a second slower, he might never have seen this world again. That kind of fear was still deeply etched in his mind, and he would never forget the mocking of those few black men and the gunfire from that day. "Kid, do you really think you can solve problems just with fists? Have you lost your mind? Look at what they're holding. It's a gun. When you get to hell, remember to report my name and let Satan treat you better," the boss said with a smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. After saying this, his expression instantly turned cold. With a raise of his hand, his subordinates began to pull the triggers, and bullets streamed toward Bai Wenming like a flood. A burst of bullets poured out like a torrential rain, and the boss spoke with disdain. Just a small fry, daring to act wildly in my territory without weighing his own worth. Clean up the scene and quickly send those few to the hospital. After saying this, he turned to leave this troublesome place. Do you think you can leave so easily? A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the dark smoke, the intense killing intent seemingly piercing the soul. What? How is he still alive? The boss was shocked. Quick, reload, and keep shooting. We must kill him. He quickly reacted, urgently ordering his subordinates, while he and a few others hurriedly ran toward the car. The younger brothers below swiftly changed to new bullets and fired another round, then hurried to reload again, anxiously waiting for the smoke to gradually dissipate. How dare you shoot at me? You will all pay the price. The voice sounded as if it came from a white monster, instantly scaring all the younger brothers into a state of panic. How could anyone withstand such a dense barrage of bullets? This was beyond their comprehension. Then, the finger of that white monster pressed the trigger again, preparing to fire a third round. D. A cold voice echoed, followed by a surge of bloody wind. None of the shooters managed to escape, and not a single innocent person was harmed. You were lucky you didn't stand in the front row. Bai Wenming pushed aside a younger brother who was frozen in fear, then walked toward the car dealership. Just as he was about to enter the dealership, a dripping sound came. It was the sound of the younger brothers wetting their pants from fear. Everyone was too scared to move, their eyes wide open, fearing that the previous terrifying scene would replay. Stop hiding. Weren't you all quite formidable just now? Why are you hiding now? Bai Wenming shouted toward an office on the upper floor. Upon hearing this, the boss, Claire, felt his heart skip a beat. That monster is really fine. He can actually withstand bullets. This thought kept swirling in his mind. I want to live. I must live. I can't die. What will Lilith do if I die? He thought frantically, his brain racing with ideas on how to survive. Ultimately, all his thoughts focused on one point, which was Jean Bing. He had to rely on Jean Bing's power to have any hope of surviving. No matter how powerful this monster below was, he would be no match for Jean Bing. If you don't come out, I'll go find you. Bai Wenming's voice clearly reached his ears through the wall, causing him to shiver all over. He trembled and ran to the phone, saying to a few people nearby, "Block him. I need to call Boss Jean. As long as Boss Jean answers, we can survive." A few people swallowed hard and nodded. Understood, boss. Claire nervously typed in the phone number, anxiously waiting for Jean Bing to answer, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. After a few beeps, "I'm Jean Bing. What's the matter?" The call finally connected. "Boss Jean, save me," Claire pleaded urgently. "Claire, what happened?" Jean Bing's calm voice entered Claire's ears, slowly calming his racing heart. "Boss Jean, we brought a car over yesterday, and today the owner came looking for it. I don't know how he found the location, but he showed up. I ordered my men to shoot, but that person didn't die. He's right below our dealership, and he wants to kill me. Boss Jean, please save me." Claire quickly recounted the events without daring to hide or alter anything. He understood that if Jean Bing discovered he had distorted the facts, the consequences would be far worse than death, especially since he was under Jean Bing's control. "That's strange. I'm not downstairs. I'm right next to you." Before Jean Bing could respond, Claire suddenly heard a voice ring in his ear, startling him. He stiffly looked up to see a white monster bending down and staring at him, its blood-red eyes like those of a demon, sending chills down his spine. The phone in his hand slowly slipped away as his whole body trembled, resembling a sieve, his eyes fixed on Bai Wenming, not daring to blink. He began to doubt whether he was dreaming. Where were his subordinates? Weren't they supposed to be guarding the entrance? How did this monster get inside? I'll give you a reminder. Your phone is on the ground. What you should be doing now is not staring at me, but quickly picking it up, putting it to your ear, and listening to your rescuer or ally. Follow their instructions, and that's your chance to survive, understand? Otherwise, your life will end today. Bai Wenming spoke in a gentle tone, without a hint of killing intent, while pointing to the ground, signaling Claire to look down and pick up the phone. Claire's body continued to tremble. Seeing this, Bai Wenming sighed helplessly. "You're a grown person. How can you not handle such a simple task? Luckily, you met a good person like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what to do if your phone fell." Bai Wenming bent down, picked up the phone, activated the speaker function, and placed the phone to Claire's ear, saying, "Look, I picked up your phone. Now you can continue to listen to your rescuer." Then, he raised his voice slightly and spoke into the phone. To the gentleman on the other end, I've picked up the phone of your subordinate or anyone related to you who is calling. You can continue speaking. He should be able to hear you now. All right, this person seems a bit off. His current state looks strange, as if he's in a daze, but you can continue talking. I'll be listening, and when he's back to normal, I'll convey your message. I'm Jean Bing. Who are you? The voice on the other end of the phone did not change tone due to this little interruption, but instead asked seriously who this audacious person was. I'm just a nameless nobody. My car was stolen by your subordinates. When I came to claim it, I was shot at for a long time. Now I'm just here to ask for an explanation. Do you have any objections? Bai Wenming said politely, clearly stating his current purpose, asking for an explanation. I see. Can you leave your name? After a few seconds of contemplation, Jean Bing asked on the other end of the call. Bai Wenming. Of course, if you're interested in saving him, feel free to bring people over. I won't take his life for now. After you arrive, we can discuss this matter together. If you're not interested in saving him, you can send someone to handle the aftermath after I leave. Bai Wenming said naturally, as though the one about to die was not a person, but a trivial mosquito. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. After Jean Bing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Congratulations. Your boss is coming to save you. You have 30 minutes left to live. You can quickly call your family to let them know you're fine and in good health. Then sort out your belongings and write a will to prevent your family from fighting over your inheritance or ending up on the streets after you die. Bai Wenming gently placed the phone on the table and then turned to Claire. You just happened to run into me. I'm kind-hearted and honest. If it were someone else, you'd have been dead 800 times by now. I even left you half an hour to handle your personal affairs. I'm practically a living bodhisattva. So touching, right? Bai Wenming said slowly as he sat down on the sofa. At this moment, Claire finally moved, his eyes darting around, and in a hoarse voice, he asked, Can Boss Jean save me? He can't. No one can save you in front of me, Bai Wenming replied, crossing his legs and speaking leisurely. I'll give you all my assets. Can you buy me a life? Claire asked desperately. What do you think? I don't need your money. To be honest, the issue with the sports car wasn't that serious. I just wanted an attitude from you. If you sincerely apologized and showed genuine remorse, this would have been over. I would have taken the car, and everyone would have been happy. Bai Wenming looked at Claire, speaking lightly. Even if your subordinates later upset me, I would have just wanted to teach those little thieves a lesson by having them lose a hand so they wouldn't take what doesn't belong to them in the future. But who told you to pull a gun? Those who aim a gun at me must die. Bai Wenming stated the reason for Claire's impending death. Is there really no other way for me to survive? Claire spoke slowly, clearly sensing the breath of death drawing closer. Nope. Oh, come on, don't keep that long face. Just cheer up, call your family, and arrange your affairs. That's much better than how you are now. You don't have much time left. Only half an hour, no, 29 minutes. Don't worry, I don't have a penchant for torturing. It'll be quick. One punch, and you'll head to the paradise of the West. In your next life, be smarter and don't run into me again, Bai Wenming gestured. I forgot. You might not know what the paradise of the West is. You can simply understand it as a place similar to what you call heaven, Bai Wenming added, realizing Claire might not know about it. Claire stared deeply at Bai Wenming without speaking, silently picking up the phone to call his daughter. After about 10 minutes, the call ended. I can see you have a deep bond with your daughter, Bai Wenming said gently. Yes, she's only 5 years old, like a little angel in my life. Her favorite is Barbie dolls, and I promised her I would get her a beautiful Barbie for her birthday in a few days. Claire spoke with warmth, recalling moments spent with his daughter, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. But as he thought about leaving his daughter, he couldn't help but cry. You're really no fun. If I had known today would be like this, why bother in the first place? Be smarter in your next life, and just don't run into me again. Bai Wenming shifted in his seat, glancing at the corpses of the younger brothers at the entrance. Trying to tug at my emotions? Until you've been shot, you won't know the pain, but Bai Wenming knew. Those bullets fired by those little black men had indeed hit him. For other offenses against him, he might have been forgiving, as long as the other party sincerely apologized and sought to amend their ways. But pulling a gun that he would never let slide. Time passed second by second, and the room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Bai Wenming sat on the sofa, blankly staring at the wall, while Claire slumped in the boss chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. Bai Wenming stretched lazily, stood up, and said languidly, Your backup is here. Do you want to go welcome him? Make a good impression. Claire's eyes snapped open, shining with excitement. Did Jean Bing come? He quickly got up and walked to the window, watching as a convoy stopped in front of the dealership. Soon, the passengers in the front row hurriedly got out and opened the back door, revealing Jean Bing's massive figure to Claire's view. Although he looked agile, Jean Bing was holding a cane. He excitedly clenched his fist, repeatedly shouting, "Yes." Seeing Claire's excitement, Bai Wenming tilted his head. Did this person really think he would survive just because Jean Bing arrived? He had already said that no matter who showed up today, Claire would die, even if it were Jesus. Claire hurried to the door, gripping the doorknob, just as a voice came from behind him. "Remember to bring Jean Bing up." His mind instantly cooled. That monster was still in the room, and his life was still under the other's control. Yet he couldn't help but fantasize. What if Boss Jean really could save me? But in the end, he still opened the door. If he didn't take a gamble now, he would truly die. He quickly descended the stairs and met Jean Bing, who was surrounded by people. Claire's eyes brimmed with tears as he said, "Boss Jean, save me. Where is that person? Take me to see him." Jean Bing glanced at Claire, making him speechless. "Boss, Claire tried to continue but was interrupted by Jean Bing. "Take me to see him." Jean Bing's years of authority intimidated Claire, and he obediently led the way. Upon entering, they saw a person in white armor sitting on the sofa, tilting his head and watching them. "You are Jean Bing. You are Bai Wenming?" The two spoke almost simultaneously, inquiring about each other. They carefully scrutinized one another. Jean Bing slowly walked in, and his subordinates attempted to follow, but were stopped by Jean Bing's wave of his hand. They remained outside, watching Bai Wenming warily. Jean Bing sat down in front of Bai Wenming, resting his cane against the armrest. "Mr. Bai, are you going to continue presenting yourself like this?" After a while, Jean Bing finally asked. Sorry, I forgot." With that, Bai Wenming removed his armor, revealing a handsome face to everyone. "Mr. Bai really doesn't know how to hide. I couldn't help but cheer when I first saw the photo of his face." Jean Bing smiled and said, "You know me?" Bai Wenming looked at Jean Bing in confusion, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Bai, while you were searching for something, it just so happened that my subordinates were there. Later, they reported to me, and given your generous nature, I became somewhat interested and conducted an investigation." "I hope you won't take offense," Jean Bing said with a smile. "Oh, I see. So it was on your territory," Bai Wenming replied with a light smile, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The room fell into a brief silence, and after a while, Jean Bing's voice broke the stillness. "Do you know about the destruction of the Edward family?" Jean Bing slightly narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "Edward family? I haven't heard of them. However, I did eliminate a vampire force a few days ago. After that, I went to the seaside to relax, and my car was stolen, which is why I came here to look for it." Bai Wenming shook his head, denying any knowledge of the Edward family, having never heard of them at all. "Haha, Mr. Bai, you may not know, but the family that was eliminated is indeed the Edward family, a vampire family." Jean Bing's face showed a flash of shock, realizing it was indeed Bai Wenming who had done it. Before coming here, he had received relevant information indicating that this incident was intricately connected to both Bai Wenming and Tony Stark. Hearing Bai Wenming admitted himself stirred up waves of thought within him. In just one day, the Edward family was wiped out. What incredible power that must entail. Jean Bing dared not think further. At the same time, another question lingered in his mind. Had the relationship between Tony Stark and Bai Wenming reached such a point? Just after Tony Stark was attacked, Bai Wenming went to eliminate the Edward family. What kind of connection did they have? Did Tony Stark pay a hefty price to have Bai Wenming intervene? Or was there some hidden story? So that vampire family was called Edward. I genuinely didn't know. Bai Wenming casually responded, not caring about the name of the vampire family. Since they had already been eliminated, it didn't matter what they were called. "I see that Mr. Jean seems quite interested in this matter. Do you have some connection with that vampire family? Are you seeking revenge for them?" Bai Wenming straightened up, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he observed Jean Bing lost in thought. If Jean Bing truly had ties to that family, he would not let him off easily today. "Mr. Bai, please don't joke. How could I be associated with those inhuman creatures? I'm simply amazed by your strength. To eliminate the Edward family in a single day is truly astonishing. Previously, I had conflicts with this family due to business matters, and upon learning of their strength, I gained a deeper understanding of your prowess." Jean Bing, sensing the intensity of Bai Wenming's gaze, quickly shook his head to deny any relationship with the Edward family, as he genuinely looked down on those vampires. Hey, I thought I might have the opportunity to eliminate some vampires again. Bai Wenming leaned back against the sofa, a look of boredom on his face. Haha. Jean Bing struggled to maintain his smile. What did Bai Wenming mean by that? If he really had connections with the Edward family, it seemed he was planning to take him down as well. Was he a madman? Jean Bing had been in the business long enough and had never encountered someone so confident, proclaiming he would eliminate him. Today was quite an eye-opener for him. It seemed that Jean Bing had not acted in a long time, leading others to mistakenly think he had grown old and complacent, allowing even a blind man to find trouble with him at this time. Had his reputation really become that unworthy? I see that Mr. Bai doesn't seem to harbor any malice toward me. I previously thought this matter was directed at me, Jean Bing tentatively asked, his fingers lightly rubbing the armrest of his cane, appearing casual. Why would I target you? I don't need that little bit of money, Bai Wenming replied, nonchalantly. I thought you had some connection with that blind man. I didn't expect to underestimate you. That blind man is not worthy of being associated with someone like you. Jean Bing sighed in relief. He had thought he would have to face a formidable opponent today, but it seemed he wouldn't need to, allowing him to focus on dealing with that blind man. Previously, he was unsure of Bai Wenming's attitude and was prepared to pull back some of his men to guard against a sudden attack. Now it appeared he had worried unnecessarily. Bai Wenming was a powerful figure, and his words carried a certain credibility. Blind man? What blind man? Bai Wenming raised his head, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes, sensing an unusual aura that seemed to hint at Jean Bing's big secret. Haha, it's nothing. Just a blind man causing me some trouble recently, giving my subordinates a bit of a headache. But that blind man doesn't dare to show up in front of me, which has been quite annoying. Jean Bing smiled, but only hinted at the matter without revealing specifics. That blind man is quite capable. Even blind, he can still cause you trouble, Bai Wenming remarked, a hint of curiosity regarding this blind man emerging in his heart. How could a blind man dare to provoke Jean Bing and live for so long afterward? He must possess some extraordinary abilities. Haha. Hearing Bai Wenming's words, Jean Bing felt somewhat speechless. This person's character was truly hard to grasp. It seemed he was indifferent to everything except vampires, almost like he was just watching a show. Forget it. I don't want to discuss this with you anymore. I'm going to deal with that Claire now, and then you can send someone to retrieve my car. After that, we'll go our separate ways. No more disturbances. Bai Wenming stood up and said. With that, he summoned the snow mastiff armor. May I ask, Mr. Bai, for the conditions under which you would spare my subordinate? I will do my best to meet your requirements. Jean Bing also stood up, his massive frame opposing the snow mastiff armor. He had to save this subordinate, as he had personally come. If his subordinate was killed, he would lose face. There are no conditions that can let your subordinate live. He shot at me. One of my life principles is that anyone who points a gun at me must die. Bai Wenming's words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present through the armor. If it were other offenses against me, considering you, Jean Bing, personally came today, I might have given you some face. But who told your subordinate to pull a gun? There's no room for negotiation on this, Bai Wenming continued. This principle applies to everyone, including you, Jean Bing. Finally, Bai Wenming dropped this statement and took steps toward the door. Seeing as you tried to plead for him earlier, I'll give you two choices. First, I'll send you off this world with one punch. Second, you can take a gun and end it yourself, Bai Wenming said expressionlessly to Claire. Claire's desperate gaze flicked back and forth between Bai Wenming and Jean Bing as he gritted his teeth and said, Can you spare my family? I'm not a murderous madman. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't harm ordinary people, Bai Wenming quickly explained. I will take good care of your family afterwards. Jean Bing did not turn around, maintaining his previous posture, but he gave Claire a promise. Thank you, Boss Jean. Claire trembled as he spoke, feeling slightly reassured that at least his family would be looked after. I choose the second option. Claire steeled himself, closed his eyes, and said calmly. Then let's begin. Claire opened his eyes and slowly drew the handgun from his waist, gripping it tightly and aiming it at his own head. He began to reflect on his life, filled with regret. If only he hadn't gone to fetch that car yesterday, he could have stayed with Lilith and watched her grow up. 3 seconds later, a gunshot rang out, and Claire's life came to an end, concluding his story. All right, have my car brought to the entrance. I'll be waiting there, Bai Wenming said as he slowly walked down the stairs, addressing the younger brothers glaring at him, and then stepped toward the dealership's entrance. A few minutes later, Bai Wenming's sports car arrived at the entrance. He transformed back, started the car, and sped away like the wind. This incident, sparked by a sports car worth hundreds of thousands, ultimately ended with over 10 deaths, closing the chapter on the matter. Oh, isn't that Tony Stark? What brings you back to this sad place? Bai Wenming stood at the suite door, teasing as he spotted Tony Stark walking toward him. Tony Stark's previously enthusiastic smile instantly froze, and he couldn't help but roar inside. Is this guy insane? Why is he so infuriating? A lady following Tony Stark could no longer hold back her laughter and said, "So this is the guy who put Tony in his place last time. He's quite handsome." In her impression, Tony Stark had almost never suffered a loss. Even when he did, he quickly turned the situation around. But after being humbled last time, he had remained quiet, which piqued her curiosity about the owner of this place. What kind of person could make Tony Stark so subdued? Unexpectedly, Bai Wenming's first words directly provoked Tony Stark, which made her laugh out loud. Although her laughter was light, the room was silent, making it sound particularly clear to the three present. This must be Pepper, right? What's her name again? Bai Wenming looked at the lady beside Stark, mumbling to himself. He had an inkling that this lady was Pepper, but he just couldn't remember her name. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Marvel. Hearing Pepper's laughter, Tony Stark's face darkened completely. He couldn't help but glance back at Pepper, thinking, why are you so happy when I'm being ridiculed? Seeing Tony Stark look back at her, Pepper quickly covered her mouth, signaling that she wouldn't make another sound. Stark shot her a fierce glare before turning back to Bai Wenming. I hope you're not here because another vampire is causing you trouble. Bai Wenming opened the door and casually asked. He genuinely couldn't think of why Tony Stark would come to see him. It seemed they had no particular relationship. Bai Wenming gestured for the two to enter the room, suggesting that they discuss matters inside. I'm here to thank you for helping me deal with the vampire issue before. Tony Stark hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say something. Bai Wenming sat comfortably on the sofa and exhaled, waiting for the servant to bring tea. Upon hearing this, he replied, "No need to thank me. I didn't act for you. I mainly wanted to eliminate the vampires. You just happened to be in the way." Tony Stark couldn't help but reflect. The one thanking you is Tony Stark. Do you know that no one has ever made Tony Stark act like this? But he didn't voice these thoughts, as Bai Wenming before him was simply extraordinary. After learning about the Edward family's strength and witnessing Bai Wenming eliminate them, he had concluded that Bai Wenming was no ordinary human. Besides thanking you, is there anything else? If it's just gratitude, you can leave now. I've already received your thanks. Bai Wenming set down his teacup, glancing at the television, intending to watch a show. Have you ever injected the super soldier serum? Tony Stark's voice pulled Bai Wenming's attention back. Super soldier serum? I have some impression of it. I think I've heard of it, but I've never injected it. Bai Wenming looked at Stark, shaking his head. Why? Do you want to inject that stuff? Just the name suggests it's not something good. If there's a super soldier serum, is there also a super general serum or a super marshal serum? Bai Wenming asked with interest. Tony Stark was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Steve Rogers once injected the super soldier serum. I learned about it while researching my father's records these past few days, Stark finally replied after thinking. Steve Rogers? Never heard of him. Who is that? Bai Wenming asked, looking puzzled. Captain America. The Captain America from World War II, Tony Stark explained. You should have said Captain America. What does Steve Rogers have to do with anything? Oh, now I remember. Captain America did inject the super soldier serum, Bai Wenming said, realization dawning. He recalled seeing Captain America in a movie, having watched The Avengers. I found in my father's records that Captain America injected the super soldier serum, and it said that he reached the limits of human capability after doing so. I thought you might have injected or had contact with a super soldier serum, so I came to ask if you had any related information, Stark said seriously, looking intently at Bai Wenming. Can't you make it yourself? Bai Wenming was curious. Wasn't Tony Stark the most brilliant scientist in Marvel? He could create Iron Man suits, yet he needed to ask about a simple serum? Why couldn't he just make a super soldier serum himself? Tony Stark was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Wenming to have such a high opinion of his abilities, thinking he could easily create the super soldier serum. If he had that kind of capability, why would he need Bai Wenming's help to deal with those vampires? Are you sure you can't do it? Bai Wenming asked, a look of confusion on his face, his eyes glimmering with doubt. Seeing Bai Wenming's expression, Tony Stark, who had initially planned to admit he couldn't do it, felt a pang of anxiety. He secretly vowed never to utter such words at this moment. Once he got back, no matter what it took, he would create the super soldier serum within a month. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face his laboratory. Of course I can do it. I'm Tony Stark. This kind of small task is a piece of cake for me. Tony Stark forced a confident smile, trying to appear unfazed. That's the spirit. It's just a serum. It shouldn't be too difficult. I'm looking forward to your good news. Bai Wenming nodded in satisfaction, as if he genuinely believed Tony Stark's words. The two began to play off each other, with Tony Stark boasting about his abilities, claiming that creating a simple serum was as easy as child's play. Bai Wenming continued to flatter him, praising how amazing Tony Stark was, making it seem like producing a serum was as simple as eating and drinking, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. In their conversation, the idea of creating the serum within a month seemed to become a foregone conclusion, and they both basked in this false confidence. Let me do the math for you. With your intelligence, it shouldn't take more than a year, right? Bai Wenming said excitedly, counting on his fingers while looking at Tony Stark. Yeah, a year is indeed a bit long for me, Tony Stark. It's almost an insult to my intelligence. Tony Stark quickly agreed, but inwardly he lamented that he was digging his own grave. Don't worry. Let me calculate it for you. A year is indeed a bit long. How about we spend 2 hours each day? That wouldn't take too much of your time. You can certainly find those 2 hours, right? Bai Wenming said seriously, feeling that Tony Stark was too casual and needed some pressure. Of course, I can spare 2 hours. Tony Stark gritted his teeth, thinking that sacrificing some leisure time for the serum would be worth it. Look, 2 hours a day for a year would add up to about 730 hours. That's almost a month's worth of time, right? Bai Wenming said with a triumphant smile, as if he could already see the serum in front of him. Yeah, a month's time should be enough. Tony Stark nodded mechanically, but doubts lingered in his mind. Could a month really be feasible? Now, let's consider the speed of producing this serum. It was created during World War II, right? Right, the super soldier serum was created during World War II. You see, it's been 60 or 70 years since World War II. During this time, experimental equipment has advanced significantly. I think it's reasonable to subtract 60 hours from that. So, a year minus 1 hour seems fair. The current instruments are far more advanced than those back then. True, the conditions back then can't be compared to now. Subtracting 60 hours is reasonable. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, beginning to believe that he really could produce the serum in a month. Also, when the serum was created before, there were no successful precedents. Now that we know it can be made and have a clear goal, how about we subtract another 60 hours? Bai Wenming took a sip of tea and continued. Yeah, having a goal makes it easier. Subtracting 60 hours is reasonable. Tony Stark thought Bai Wenming made a lot of sense, and he began to fully invest himself in this illusory plan. Thus, time passed quickly as they chatted and fantasized. As night fell, Tony Stark waited at the entrance for his bodyguards to bring the car over. A gust of wind blew, and he suddenly became alert, filled with regret and self-reproach. How could he have said that he could produce the serum in a month? His understanding of the serum was almost zero. Besides knowing the name, he didn't know anything else, not even the effects and side effects of the serum after injection. How could he possibly create it in a month? What was I thinking? How could I make such a bold claim? Tony Stark closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Oh no, I'll be too embarrassed to face Bai Wenming in the future, he thought desperately. Tony, that Bai Wenming is quite interesting. It's rare to see you chatting so happily with someone. Pepper's voice came from behind, pulling Tony Stark back to reality. Thinking back to his conversation with Bai Wenming, Tony Stark realized in despair that Bai Wenming knew nothing about the serum. Aside from the name, he couldn't even explain what the serum meant. How could he have discussed it for so long with someone so uninformed? Pepper, please don't mention Bai Wenming's name in front of me again, Tony Stark said wearily, his eyes full of helplessness. Tony, what's wrong? Weren't you both having a great time talking? Pepper asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I just don't want to talk about him anymore, Tony Stark replied, wanting to forget this embarrassing experience as quickly as possible. Oh, all right. By the way, Tony, you mentioned you'd have the serum ready in a month, so you might need to adjust your schedule since the experiment will take up some of your time. You need to confirm your upcoming schedule, Pepper reminded him, pointing out that the shareholders' meeting was an important event Tony Stark had to attend. Cancel all my appointments. I'll be in the lab full-time from now on. Tony Stark decided to go all in. He would try his utmost to create the serum. Even if he failed, at least he would have tried. Didn't you say the serum experiment was very simple? Plus, there's the shareholders meeting in 15 days that you need to attend, Pepper reminded him, knowing that Tony Stark's decision could lead to some complications. I was fooled by him. That Bai Wenming has completely misled me. He doesn't understand anything. Tony Stark said with a quivering voice, feeling like a fool who had been duped. Before the shareholders meeting, have me called out. I'll be in the lab at all other times, Stark replied earnestly, finalizing his upcoming schedule. How can there be such terrible people in this world? Stark silently wept and sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness and lamentation. Pepper watched Tony, who seemed a bit odd at the moment, and a wave of confusion rose within her. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He had clearly said that the serum was not difficult. So how had things turned into this? With her head down, Pepper quietly followed Tony into the car, and the convoy swiftly sped away, leaving a trail of dust behind. The next morning, after completing a set of Tai Chi and a breathing exercise, Bai Wenming finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom. Outside, someone was already waiting for him. Boss, Director George Stacy had arranged to meet you at 9 a.m. today. His assistant just informed us that Director Stacy is on his way, Bob reported respectfully. Is he the chief of the New York Police Department? Bai Wenming frowned slightly, recalling the details, and asked. Yes, he's here mainly to discuss our group's donation to the NYPD for next year, Bob elaborated. Is this donation mandatory? Are there any specific amounts we need to meet? Bai Wenming was a bit surprised, not expecting such a thing. It is mandatory to donate. After the donation, they will increase police presence around our hotel to maintain security. If we don't donate, it could attract negative forces, impacting the hotel's regular operations. The donation amount in previous years has been around $5 million. This is the industry norm for all five-star hotels, Bob explained patiently, smiling. Isn't this just a form of protection money? Bai Wenming muttered quietly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied but not pressing further. After all, for a hotel, a poor operating environment would make it hard to attract guests. Although to him, money was just a number. As long as he had enough energy, the system could easily add a zero to his bank account. While this approach was somewhat crude, it made everyone believe the source of the money was legitimate, even if the IRS came to investigate. However, energy was very precious to him, and he was unwilling to expend too much of it for this money. Having a business that could provide a stable cash flow was necessary for him. After all, he really did spend money like water and needed a constant source of funds to support his various expenses. Is the reception room all set up? Bai Wenming took a sip of water and turned to Bob, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. It was prepared yesterday, and the reception has been arranged. You just need to go and interact with Director Stacy, then hand him the prepared $5 million check. For the coming year, the NYPD will increase their deployment around our block, Bob confidently stated, having organized everything neatly, only requiring Bai Wenming's cooperation. Then give me 10 minutes to get ready. By the way, does this director have any particular hobbies? Bai Wenming casually asked, his curiosity piqued. He often plays golf. We've prepared a membership card for him, which is customary, Bob replied, feeling relieved that preparations had been made in advance. Got it. So I just need to show up, and I don't have to worry about anything else, right? Bai Wenming turned and fixed his gaze on Bob, revealing a hint of authority. An overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the room, making Bob feel as though he could hardly breathe, as if gripped by an invisible hand. After eliminating so many vampires, Bai Wenming had accumulated a vast amount of energy despite the system's low conversion efficiency. Under the influence of this energy, his physical body neared the limits of humanity, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. I've given you enough power and a high salary, simply hoping you can manage the group's internal affairs. But Bai Wenming paused, turning to gaze out the window, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. That doesn't mean you can try to sideline me. You only needed to inform me about the police chief's visit. You shouldn't have taken it upon yourself to decide other matters. Your actions make it seem like the group could operate without me. Bai Wenming's tone was calm, yet it contained an undercurrent of dissatisfaction and authority. For ordinary people, your tactics might work, but you're dealing with me. Bob felt increasingly suffocated, as if under the pressure of an unseen force. He was astonished to discover that Bai Wenming possessed such immense strength, nearly crushing him with mere presence. I can control your life at will, just like now. Everything you do seems like a joke to me. I could easily overturn all your plans. Do you understand? Bai Wenming said coldly, a cruel gleam in his eyes. If there's a next time, you can consider yourself erased from this world. With that, Bai Wenming released his grip, and Bob fell back, panting heavily, his face flushed. He gasped for air, taking several seconds to gradually recover, his eyes filled with fear and regret. Boss, I really didn't mean it that way. Truly, absolutely not, he said, tears in his eyes, his heart filled with terror. He had thought his tactics could deceive Bai Wenming and seize control of the group, but now he realized how naive and ridiculous that thinking was. If he had known Bai Wenming possessed such overwhelming strength, he would never have dared to act in such a way. Whether you understand this is up to you. There's no need to explain it to me. If there's a next time, you can see what kind of consequences my power can bring to you and your family. Bai Wenming coldly snorted, delivering this warning before turning back to his bedroom to change clothes. Let's go. You need to tidy yourself up so that Director Stacy doesn't think we're rude. As Bai Wenming stepped out of the door and saw Bob still frozen in his previous position, he sighed slightly and said, "Okay, boss, I understand." Bob raised his head, managing a forced smile, his heart filled with guilt and unease. After arriving downstairs and waiting a few minutes, a convoy of police cars slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. "Mr. Stacy, good morning." Bai Wenming extended his hand, preparing to shake hands with Director George Stacy. "This is the first time I've met such a young entrepreneur. Mr. Bai is truly impressive." Director Stacy smiled as he reached out to shake Bai Wenming's hand. "I didn't expect the director to be so young. After meeting you, I feel quite humbled. I was a bit proud earlier, but now all that pride has turned into admiration for you." Bai Wenming replied with a grin, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Stacy, let's not stand outside. Please come in." Bai Wenming gestured for Director Stacy to enter the hotel. Watching George Stacy's convoy gradually disappear into the distance, Bai Wenming felt a lingering pain in his heart over the $5 million. However, he understood that this money had to be given. There was no room for negotiation. "Handle the rest by yourself, but I don't want to see a repeat of what happened before," Bai Wenming said without turning back, then drove off in his sports car, leaving behind a respectful Bob and the employees standing in place. "Boss, what does that mean?" A senior executive leaned closer to Bob, whispering, "Shut up. He's your boss. Don't be so disrespectful. Get your things in order. You're fired." Bob shot a furious glare at the executive, speaking sharply. He couldn't afford to keep someone like that around. If one day he accidentally offended Bai Wenming, he would truly have no place to cry. All the employees stared in shock at Bob and the senior executive, not understanding why Bob's expression had suddenly changed. He used to love hearing such praise. The executive looked at Bob, stammering, "Bob, you can't be serious, right?" No. Bob was sweating profusely, feeling flustered. He knew he had made a serious mistake. "You need to understand that the powers and privileges I've given you can be taken back at any time. Do you think your tricks can deal with me? You think I'm just a clueless rookie, and you can secretly manipulate things to take control of the group and kick me out? By then, what impact would your revenge as a broke man have on me?" After saying this, Bai Wenming turned to face him, his expression serious. "For ordinary people, your tactics might be effective, but you're dealing with me." Bob felt increasingly suffocated, as if being pressed by an invisible force. He was astonished to realize that Bai Wenming possessed such great strength, nearly crushing him with mere presence. "I can control your life at will, just like now. Everything you do is merely a joke to me. I could easily overturn all your plans. Do you understand?" Bai Wenming said coldly, a cruel glint in his eyes. "If there's a next time, you can consider yourself erased from this world." With that, Bai Wenming released his grip, and Bob felt a sense of relief as he fell back, his face turning red. He gasped for air, taking several seconds to gradually recover, his eyes filled with fear and regret. "Boss, I truly didn't mean it that way. Really, absolutely not," he said, tears in his eyes, his heart filled with terror. He had thought his tactics could deceive Bai Wenming and seize control of the group, but now he realized how naive and ridiculous that thinking was. Had he known Bai Wenming had such overwhelming strength, he would never have dared to act in such a way. "You don't need to explain it to me. Just understand it yourself. If there's a next time, you can see what consequences my strength can bring to you and your family," Bai Wenming said with a cold snort, delivering this warning before turning back to his bedroom to change clothes. "Let's go. You need to tidy yourself up so that Director Stacy doesn't think we're rude. As Bai Wenming stepped out the door and noticed Bob still frozen in his previous position, he sighed slightly and said, "Okay, boss, I understand." Bob raised his head, managing a forced smile, his heart filled with guilt and unease. After arriving downstairs and waiting a few minutes, a convoy of police cars slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. "Mr. Stacy, good morning." Bai Wenming extended his hand, preparing to shake hands with Director George Stacy. "This is the first time I've met such a young entrepreneur. Mr. Bai is truly impressive." Director Stacy smiled as he reached out to shake Bai Wenming's hand. "I didn't expect the director to be so young. After meeting you, I feel quite humbled. I was a bit proud earlier, but now all that pride has turned into admiration for you." Bai Wenming replied with a grin, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Stacy, let's not stand outside. Please come in." Bai Wenming gestured for Director Stacy to enter the hotel. With one hand gripping the axe handle and the other raised high with the axe, Bai Wenming exerted force, and the thunder axe shot forth like a lightning bolt, slicing through the air toward the demon bull beast in a graceful arc. The demon bull beast, seeing this, quickly stepped back in fear while swinging its battle axe toward Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming remained calm, stabilizing the thunder axe to block the incoming battle axe. He then agilely moved his feet, redirecting the thunder axe back toward the demon bull beast. This time, his attack hit the beast squarely in the chest, creating a brilliant spark as it staggered backward, shaken. Seeing this, Bai Wenming propelled himself forward, taking a decisive step, and with a swift upward motion, he aimed the thunder axe at the beast's head, the axe's edge striking like a sharp sword against the demon bull beast's chin. The series of blows left the demon bull beast dazed and confused, its grip on the battle axe loosening until it clattered to the ground. Bai Wenming seized this prime opportunity. Sensing the beast's weakness, he tightened his grip on the thunder axe and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes against the beast's head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After 3 strikes, a green glow suddenly emanated from the demon bull beast, indicating it had reached the critical threshold for killing. "With this little capability, you dare to act arrogant in front of me? You can't even withstand a few moves? You're truly pathetic." Bai Wenming scoffed, his disdain evident as the demon bull beast lay there, gasping for breath, unable to retort. He rotated his belt wheel and commanded, "Thunder Slash." The thunder axe trembled slightly, and, as the thunder slash was activated, a blinding energy enveloped the axe, accompanied by a mysterious incantation. "Thunder Slash of the thunder axe. Break the evil and eliminate the calamity. Cut through like mud, disperse the chaos." Before the last words were uttered, he delivered a powerful downward strike, and the might of the thunder slash exploded, accurately striking the demon bull beast. It finally regained a flicker of consciousness, only to be engulfed by the flames of the thunder Tai Chi, howling in agony. Thunder Fist. Just then, a violent explosion erupted behind him, causing Bai Wenming to swiftly turn around. He skillfully grasped a magic talisman and absorbed it at his waist. "Wonderful, wonderful." At that moment, accompanied by warm applause, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Bai Wenming warily looked toward the source of the applause. "I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to witness such an exciting battle. Our trip here has truly been worthwhile." The owner of the voice slowly revealed himself, along with several bizarre-looking figures, each one exuding a sinister air, tilting their heads with malicious glints in their eyes, fixated on Bai Wenming. "You are the demon beasts." Bai Wenming's heart stirred, a hint of doubt crossing his mind, but he quickly confirmed his suspicion. Not too dumb after all. Snow Mastiff armor. We meet again." One of the yellow-haired beasts laughed triumphantly. "Snow Mastiff hero, didn't expect us to come together. We thought we'd have a big fight after finding the demon bull beast, but we run into you, the lone armor warrior." Another green-haired beast chimed in, laughing. "What? Are you here to seek death?" Bai Wenming's lips curled into a cold smile as he slightly shifted his hands, making the thunder axe vanish from his grasp. He rotated his belt wheel, and a formidable thunder staff appeared before him as he swiftly retrieved it from the light shadow talisman. An intense battle was about to begin. Facing a group attack, using the thunder axe might have its limitations, so the thunder staff was more appropriate for the situation. The sudden appearance of the 4 demon beasts brought immense pressure to Bai Wenming, but his heart was filled with excitement. He wanted to take this chance to thoroughly test his current strength. After absorbing so much energy from the vampires, his physical abilities were nearing the limits of humanity. With the summoning of his armor, the enhancement effect on his body was an unknown, even to him. Moreover, having successfully sealed the demon bull beast earlier, his golden bloodline concentration had reached 100%, and the strength of the snow mastiff armor was at an unprecedented peak. The two complemented each other, and today, these 4 demon beasts must stay here. None would escape. Ha! Snow mastiff hero, still talking tough even when facing death. In the past, it was you armor warriors who ganged up on us. Now it's our turn to gang up on you. Let's make you experience the humiliation we felt before. Ha ha ha! This world is filled with evil fun. Once we eliminate you armor warriors, nothing will limit us anymore. This world will belong to us demon beasts. Ha ha ha! The yellow-haired beast shouted fiercely, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. A bunch of clueless trash. Even if you 4 attack together, what can change the outcome? Bai Wenming disdainfully flicked his hand and took firm steps toward the group. Then let us show you our strength, the yellow-haired beast said, a black smoke suddenly enveloping him. Soon, the 4 demon beasts appeared before Bai Wenming. The crocodile beast, the pus beast, the evil wolf beast, and the demon beast number 4. The previously arrogant yellow-haired beast was the demon beast number 4. Jia jia jia. There will only be 4 armor warriors in this world from now on, the crocodile beast boasted. You're mistaken. Today, I'm going to seal 4 more demon beasts, Bai Wenming corrected. And with that, he sped forward like a cheetah. Still so arrogant? Die, snow mastiff armor. Demon beast number 4 roared, and all 4 demon beasts let out furious howls as they charged at Bai Wenming together. The distance between them closed rapidly, and they soon collided. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We've absorbed so much evil energy, and our current state has reached unprecedented heights. The snow mastiff armor can't be this strong. What went wrong? Demon beast number 4, who had been sent flying, was filled with disbelief. He never expected that just one strike would send 3 of the attacking demon beasts flying, leaving only the pus beast, which had managed to soften its body at the moment of impact, avoiding being knocked back, while the other 3 quickly retreated to their initial positions. Although the pus beast avoided being sent flying, it looked utterly miserable, even worse off than the 3 that had been knocked away. If it hadn't softened its body in time, it too would have been sent flying. Now, only the pus beast remained before Bai Wenming, and he unleashed all his attacks upon it without reservation. The thunder staff swung like a storm, leaving blurred afterimages in the air as the pus beast howled in pain, seemingly narrating its tragic fate. With a powerful strike, the thunderstaff struck the pus beast's head, and before it could react, Bai Wenming's right hand brought down the thunderstaff again, hitting its head at lightning speed. Simultaneously, his right knee slammed into the pus beast's abdomen. A relentless series of fierce attacks poured down like a tidal wave, directly smashing the pus beast apart, with its bodily fluids gushing out like a flood from a burst dam. Bai Wenming paid no mind to whether the goo splattered on his armor. He continued to rain down blows with the thunderstaff. The scene was one that could evoke pity in viewers, leaving listeners heartbroken and onlookers in tears. After the 3 demon beasts hit the ground, their eyes showed disbelief. They exchanged glances, and upon seeing the pus beast's pitiful state, an intense sense of crisis surged within them. They could no longer afford to hesitate, rallying their strength for another charge. They might let go of the demon bull beast, but if they lost another demon beast without achieving anything, returning empty-handed after only encountering the snow mastiff armor, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the Shadow Guardians. After all, if they couldn't win in a 4-on-1 fight and fled in cowardice, the Shadow Guardians would not let them off easily, teaching them the price of cowardice. As the 3 demon beasts charged forward, Bai Wenming's relentless attacks finally bore fruit. The pus beast was pinned to the ground, unable to move, its green glow brightening the instant the 3 beasts landed. Although the glow indicated the pus beast was on the verge of defeat, Bai Wenming did not cease his assault. There were still 3 demon beasts to deal with, and he needed to ensure the pus beast was completely incapacitated and unable to escape. When the 3 demon beasts witnessed the scene before them, their fear escalated to its peak. In just 4 to 5 seconds from being knocked back to charging again, the pus beast had nearly reached its breaking point. If the pus beast were truly defeated, it would soon be able to revive. Given the current situation, this meant that in the upcoming battle, the pus beast would be entirely useless unless they could dismantle the snow mastiff armor and kill its summoner. Otherwise, the pus beast would surely be sealed today. The reason the demon beasts had previously claimed that once they eliminated the armor warriors, there would be nothing left to limit their existence was precisely due to this fact. Unless the armor warriors sealed them, they could not be destroyed. They would simply reconstitute and revive after a while. Upon seeing the pus beast condition, the three demon beasts began to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, Bai Wenming would not allow them to escape easily. Without hesitation, he abandoned the pus beast and charged straight at the three demon beasts. At that moment, the pus beast lay on the ground like a lifeless stone. Despite the odds now being 4 against 1, it had turned into 3 against 1, and the situation appeared as if Bai Wenming had completely surrounded the three demon beasts. He fought vigorously, while the three demon beasts fought cautiously, afraid to attack. "Is this all you've got? Humph. Weren't you all so confident about beating me? Now you don't even have the courage to attack." Bai Wenming taunted amidst the fierce battle. The three demon beasts felt a surge of frustration, but couldn't voice it. They never expected that this generation of the snow mastiff armor would be so powerful, leaving them no chance to retaliate. They could only adopt a defensive posture throughout the encounter, occasionally being struck by the thunderstaff. Thankfully, with the current 3-on-1 advantage, even if one was hit, it wouldn't allow Bai Wenming to finish them off. This is so boring, incredibly boring. If your strength is only this much, I'll quickly lose interest in you. And when that happens, you can prepare to be sealed, Bai Wenming said, a hint of loneliness in his tone. "Now, show me your best strength so I can have a good fight, and then seal you." Bai Wenming stepped back a few paces, addressing the three demon beasts. The three demon beasts felt helpless. If they could unleash a stronger power, they would have done so long ago, but they had already pushed their abilities to the limit. They were utterly powerless. "Humph. I'll fight you unarmed. If your strength is still what it is now, then prepare to meet your fate of being sealed," Bai Wenming declared proudly. With that, the thunderstaff vanished from his hands. He lightly shook his hands, rolled his neck, and looked at the three demon beasts with a fierce combat spirit. The three demon beasts exchanged glances and then looked at Bai Wenming, who was now unarmed. They understood that if they couldn't defeat the snow mastiff armor today, none of them would escape. With Bai Wenming unarmed, they felt a surge of courage. They thought that if they couldn't beat him now, they would have truly exhausted all options. The evil wolf beast was the first to charge, swinging its large blade toward Bai Wenming, while the crocodile beast and demon beast number 4 attacked from the sides to create an opening for the evil wolf beast. The evil wolf beast swung its blade down with all its might. I hit it. It felt a surge of excitement, as if victory was within reach. Don't get too cocky. Underestimating your opponent will cost you. Even if you are the snow mastiff armor, it won't be an exception. Bai Wenming reminded himself to stay vigilant. Looking at the blade resting against his chest, failing to leave even a mark on the armor, Bai Wenming showed a hint of impatience. "With this little strength, you think you can defeat me?" Hearing Bai Wenming's words, the evil wolf beast felt a wave of unease wash over it, and it quickly attempted to retreat. However, Bai Wenming would not allow it to escape. After speaking, he swiftly grabbed the evil wolf beast's arm with a grip like a vice, disregarding the attacks from the two other demon beasts. Their strikes were nothing compared to the one from the evil wolf beast. Its earlier strike was akin to a mere scratch, while the attacks from the other two felt like nothing more than tickles. After grabbing the evil wolf beast's arm, Bai Wenming yanked it forward. He then caught the back of the beast's head in his other hand, applying pressure to bend it over. Following this, he drove his knee into the evil wolf beast's head, the force of his strike sending the beast into a state of temporary unconsciousness. Without giving the evil wolf beast any chance to breathe, Bai Wenming unleashed 2 powerful strikes, sending it crashing to the ground. However, he did not stop his assault. He swung the thunderstaff again toward the downed evil wolf beast. At this moment, the evil wolf beast showed signs of regaining consciousness. Bai Wenming swiftly delivered a kick, connecting perfectly with the beast's head, rendering it inactive once more. The other 2 demon beasts watched in horror, realizing they had underestimated Bai Wenming. They exchanged worried glances, recognizing that if they did not act decisively, they would suffer the same fate as their fallen comrade. Motivated by panic, they charged forward, knowing they could not let Bai Wenming seal another demon beast that day. With both hands firmly controlling the two demon beasts, Bai Wenming slammed them together a few times before releasing his grip, causing both to crash to the ground, motionless. The evil wolf beast, exhibiting a tenacious vitality, stirred once more and prepared to rise. Without mercy, Bai Wenming delivered a lightning-quick kick aimed at the evil wolf beast's forehead. In a panic, the beast raised its hands to block, but its arms couldn't compete with the power of a leg. The defense it attempted to create was effortlessly kicked aside. Bai Wenming's right foot struck the evil wolf beast's head like a heavy hammer, causing its head to twist, and it was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Moving to the crocodile beast's side, Bai Wenming executed a war stomp directly on its chest, causing a deep indentation and a surge of green light to emanate from its body, indicating its weakened state. Demon Beast number 4 struggled to rise, its eyes filled with madness as it roared. Impossible! This can't be. You armor warriors can't be this powerful. Bai Wenming chuckled coldly and delivered another hook punch to Demon Beast number 4's head, knocking it to the ground, followed by another war stomp to its chest. Seeing that Demon Beast number 4 remained unresponsive, he delivered 2 more kicks, causing it to emit green light and fall into a weakened state. The evil wolf beast staggered to its feet again, its weapon nowhere to be found. It cried out in desperation, "Snow Mastiff armor, just wait. The Guardians won't let you armor warriors off easy. You have no idea how powerful they are in this world. It is filled with evil energy, and soon they will defeat you and free us." Bai Wenming shot it a disdainful glance, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch that knocked the evil wolf beast down again, followed by another kick that sent it spiraling into a weakened state. He coldly remarked, "Stop talking so much. Their strength is not something you should be concerned with." With all the demon beasts now down, Bai Wenming looked around before rotating his belt wheel to summon the Thunder Axe. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he shouted, "With such weak abilities, how dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you such audacity?" He released the lethal talisman and swung the axe, announcing, "Thunder Axe's Thunder Slash. Break the evil, eliminate the calamity, cut through like mud, disperse the chaos." After standing, he observed the 4 magic talismans slowly rotating before him. Bai Wenming grasped them and absorbed them at his waist. A massive surge of energy flooded into the armor, causing the Snow Mastiff armor to undergo remarkable changes. The first noticeable change was in the armor's appearance. All parts seemed to shrink, as if pressed by an invisible hand, making it appear more compact. However, under the continued influx of energy, the armor began to gradually expand again, refilling to its original size, as if it had undergone a magical cycle. Then, the armor shrank again before expanding once more, finally coming to a halt. The entire armor now resembled a piece of iron that had been forged multiple times, transformed into refined steel, and its color became brighter, seemingly infused with endless power. The armor's initial impression was one of significantly increased strength. Bai Wenming could distinctly feel the armor's weight increasing, its internal structure becoming smoother and more seamless under the influence of the energy. Alongside this, the armor's hardness was steadily enhancing, at least 30% stronger than before. He casually threw a punch, believing his strength had increased by 50%. Upon further reflection, despite the armor's enhanced strength, its energy consumption had not increased and had even decreased by 20%. This meant his hard power had increased while his endurance improved significantly, making the Snow Mastiff armor at least twice as powerful as before. Then, golden patterns began to appear on the helmet of the Snow Mastiff armor, glowing like mysterious runes, spreading across the armor covering the head. Unfortunately, lacking sufficient energy support, they could not extend further, only managing to adorn the helmet, before fading into stillness. The originally white armor now bore some golden patterns, enhancing the Snow Mastiff armor's mysterious appearance. "System, why hasn't my body's strength increased this time?" Bai Wenming angrily questioned the system. He had sealed 4 demon beasts, yet his body's strength hadn't grown at all, leaving him very dissatisfied. He thought to himself, "What? Am I working for nothing?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, your golden bloodline concentration has reached 100%, and you cannot increase it further. Your current bloodline concentration allows you to unleash the full power of the Snow Mastiff armor. No summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor throughout history has been able to surpass your control over it. Additionally, any demon beast sealed by the Snow Mastiff armor will no longer enhance the host body. So, you're saying that as long as I raise all 5 elemental bloodlines to 100%, sealing demon beasts will only bolster the armor's strength. Bai Wenming furrowed his brow and inquired. Yes, host, the system confirmed. Are you saying I'll be working for nothing in the future? Bai Wenming asked, a displeased expression crossing his face. Host, we need to be reasonable. Are you implying that I'm not being reasonable? Bai Wenming raised an eyebrow, catching the emphasis in the system's words. No. Host, you're the most reasonable. When you sealed those evil creatures before, the armor didn't gain any energy. It was all absorbed by you. Plus, the armor filtered out the evil energy for you, the system replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. That's true, but I still feel like I'm at a loss. After all, I'm the one doing all the hard work. It's impossible for me to work for free. I still have to find the demon beasts and seal them. Also, you heard that the demon beasts are starting to band together. The Dark Guardians have gathered quite a few demon beasts under their command. Do you understand what that means? Bai Wenming said with a hint of annoyance. What does the host mean? The system asked cautiously. Besides the armor, I have nothing else, and right now the summoning authority of the armor is in your hands. I can't do anything. Are you saying you don't have the summoning authority of the armor? No, not at all. As long as you find the light shadow stone, the summoning authority of the armor will be in your hands. In this world, you are the master of the armor. I have no summoning authority over it. The light shadow stone will not choose anyone but you as the summoner, even if the armor is dismantled. Unless you are killed by an enemy, the light shadow stone will choose a new summoner. This is a rule established when the armor was created, and I cannot change it, the system answered cautiously, fearing it would anger Bai Wenming. After listening to this, Bai Wenming fell silent, thinking to himself, this system really is a useless one. It offers me nothing. Host, with so much evil energy in this world, why bother getting hung up over a bit of demon beast energy? When you seal the evil energy of this world, the armor won't gain anything. After being filtered, it will all be given to you. This energy can enhance your lifespan, body, and spirit, and the armor won't affect your personal advancement, the system said softly. All right then, Bai Wenming replied, disinterestedly. However, the system's next words instantly sparked his interest. Bai Wenming tightly controlled both demon beasts, smashing them together a few times before letting go, causing them to crash to the ground, motionless. The evil wolf beast, demonstrating stubborn vitality, attempted to rise once more. Without mercy, Bai Wenming delivered a lightning-quick kick aimed at the evil wolf beast's forehead. In a panic, the beast raised its hands to block, but its arms were no match for a leg. The defense it attempted to create was effortlessly kicked aside. Bai Wenming's right foot struck the evil wolf beast's head like a heavy hammer, sending it flying and crashing hard into the ground. He walked over to the crocodile beast and executed a war stomp directly on its chest, causing a deep indentation and a surge of green light to emanate from its body, indicating its weakened state. Demon Beast number 4 struggled to rise, its eyes filled with madness as it roared. Impossible! This can't be. You armor warriors can't be this powerful. Bai Wenming chuckled coldly and delivered another hook punch to Demon Beast number 4's head, knocking it to the ground, followed by another war stomp to its chest. Seeing that Demon Beast number 4 remained unresponsive, he delivered 2 more kicks, causing it to emit green light and fall into a weakened state. The evil wolf beast once again staggered to its feet, and its weapon was nowhere to be found. It cried out in desperation, Snow Mastiff armor, just wait. The Guardians won't let you armor warriors off easy. You have no idea how powerful they are in this world. It is filled with evil energy, and soon they will defeat you and free us. Bai Wenming shot at a disdainful glance, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch that knocked the evil wolf beast down again, followed by another kick that sent it spiraling into a weakened state. He coldly remarked, "Stop talking so much. Their strength is not something you should be concerned with." With all the demon beasts now down, Bai Wenming looked around before rotating his belt wheel to summon the Thunder Axe. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he shouted, "With such weak abilities, how dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you such audacity? He released the lethal talisman and swung the axe, announcing, Thunder Axe's Thunder Slash. Break the evil, eliminate the calamity, cut through like mud, disperse the chaos. After standing, he observed the 4 magic talismans slowly rotating before him. Bai Wenming grasped them and absorbed them at his waist. A massive surge of energy flooded into the armor, causing the Snow Mastiff armor to undergo remarkable changes. The first noticeable change was in the armor's appearance. All parts seemed to shrink, as if pressed by an invisible hand, making it appear more compact. However, under the continued influx of energy, the armor began to gradually expand again, refilling to its original size, as if it had undergone a magical cycle. Then, the armor shrank again before expanding once more, finally coming to a halt. The entire armor now resembled a piece of iron that had been forged multiple times, transformed into refined steel, and its color became brighter, seemingly infused with endless power. The armor's initial impression was one of significantly increased strength. Bai Wenming could distinctly feel the armor's weight increasing, its internal structure becoming smoother and more seamless under the influence of the energy. Alongside this, the armor's hardness was steadily enhancing, at least 30% stronger than before. He casually threw a punch, believing his strength had increased by 50%. Upon further reflection, despite the armor's enhanced strength, its energy consumption had not increased and had even decreased by 20%. This meant his hard power had increased while his endurance improved significantly, making the Snow Mastiff armor at least twice as powerful as before. Then, golden patterns began to appear on the helmet of the Snow Mastiff armor, glowing like mysterious runes, spreading across the armor covering the head. Unfortunately, lacking sufficient energy support, they could not extend further, only managing to adorn the helmet, before fading into stillness. The originally white armor now bore some golden patterns, enhancing the Snow Mastiff armor's mysterious appearance. System, why hasn't my body strength increased this time? Bai Wenming angrily questioned the system. He had sealed 4 demon beasts, yet his body's strength hadn't grown at all, leaving him very dissatisfied. He thought to himself, what? Am I working for nothing? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, your golden bloodline concentration has reached 100%, and you cannot increase it further. Your current bloodline concentration allows you to unleash the full power of the Snow Mastiff armor. No summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor throughout history has been able to surpass your control over it. Additionally, any demon beast sealed by the Snow Mastiff armor will no longer enhance the host body. So, you're saying that as long as I raise all 5 elemental bloodlines to 100%, sealing demon beasts will only bolster the armor's strength? Bai Wenming furrowed his brow and inquired. Yes, host, the system confirmed. Are you saying I'll be working for nothing in the future? Bai Wenming asked, a displeased expression crossing his face. Host, we need to be reasonable. Are you implying that I'm not being reasonable? Bai Wenming raised an eyebrow, catching the emphasis in the system's words. No, host, you are the most reasonable. When you sealed those evil creatures before, the armor didn't gain any energy. It was all absorbed by you. Plus, the armor filtered out the evil energy for you. The system replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. That's true, but I still feel like I'm at a loss. After all, I'm the one doing all the hard work. It's impossible for me to work for free. I still have to find the demon beasts and seal them. Also, you heard that the demon beasts are starting to band together. The Dark Guardians have gathered quite a few demon beasts under their command. Do you understand what that means? Bai Wenming said with a hint of annoyance. What does the host mean? The system asked cautiously. Besides the armor, I have nothing else, and right now the summoning authority of the armor is in your hands. I can't do anything. Are you saying you don't have the summoning authority of the armor? No, not at all. As long as you find the light shadow stone, the summoning authority of the armor will be in your hands. In this world, you are the master of the armor. I have no summoning authority over it. The light shadow stone will not choose anyone but you as the summoner, even if the armor is dismantled. Unless you're killed by an enemy, the light shadow stone will choose a new summoner. This is a rule established when the armor was created, and I cannot change it, the system answered cautiously, fearing it would anger Bai Wenming. After listening to this, Bai Wenming fell silent, thinking to himself, this system really is a useless one. It offers me nothing. Host, with so much evil energy in this world, why bother getting hung up over a bit of demon beast energy? When you seal the evil energy of this world, the armor won't gain anything. After being filtered, it will all be given to you. This energy can enhance your lifespan, body, and spirit, and the armor won't affect your personal advancement, the system said softly. All right then, Bai Wenming replied, disinterestedly. However, the system's next words instantly sparked his interest. Why are you so determined to keep that fire shadow stone? Bai Wenming asked curiously after sitting back in the car, looking at Norman Osborn. If it's just for collection, I've already said I'd pay 100 million for it. He added, releasing his armor. When Norman Osborn saw Bai Wenming's true face for the first time, he was momentarily stunned. He never expected such a handsome face to be hiding beneath that blue armor. You know the name of this stone? Do you know where else I can find such stones? Norman asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regained his composure. To him, if this person knew the name of the stone, he would surely know where it originated, so he had no hesitation in deciding to give this treasure, the Fire Shadow Stone, to the handsome man before him. The Fire Shadow Stone is a one-of-a-kind item. It doesn't have a source. Given your strong desire for it, it shouldn't be of much use to you, right? Or rather, besides me, there shouldn't be anyone else in this world who needs the Fire Shadow Stone. Bai Wenming gently shook his head, completely extinguishing the faint hope in Norman's heart, while also feeling a surge of curiosity and asking, why is that? Really? I can offer a high price. Money is not an issue. I could even give you the Osborn Group, Norman replied, his eyes dimming slightly, but quickly reigniting with determination. There is indeed no source. But first, tell me what you need the Fire Shadow Stone for. Once you explain, I'll see if I can help you resolve this, and we can put this matter to rest, Bai Wenming said, looking intently at Norman Osborn. Sighing deeply, Norman looked up with a sense of resignation and despair in his eyes. Is this my fate? Stop stalling. Before I lose my patience, quickly tell me your reason. If you don't say anything within a minute, I'll leave right away, and I'll have someone send the money to you. Bai Wenming made it clear he was losing his patience, wondering why Norman was beating around the bush without getting to the point. I need the Fire Shadow Stone to cure my illness. Norman finally revealed his true need for the stone. That's quite strange. No wonder you're so persistent, Bai Wenming thought to himself, deciding to reconsider his previous view of Norman Osborn. It was indeed odd that he was so dedicated to obtaining a stone. You must be quite wealthy. Can't you afford to treat your illness? You seem healthy enough. I don't see any signs of problems. Bai Wenming scrutinized Norman Osborn, who appeared to be in good health, full of vitality, resembling a man in his 30s or 40s, making it hard to believe he was suffering from a serious illness. My illness is hereditary. It flares up at specific times in each generation, and when it does, I become bloodthirsty. Right now, I feel like I'm approaching that time. When I was near this stone before, my spirits felt lighter, which is why I had people searching for it. Norman slowly explained his connection to the Fire Shadow Stone and why he needed it. Bloodthirsty. Upon hearing these words, Bai Wenming's eyes lit up with a glimmer of interest, and he couldn't help but speculate. Could this person be a vampire? What luck today! It's a buy one, get one free situation. Norman Osborn's face suddenly turned pale. He watched Bai Wenming's excited expression, realizing that the other man harbored murderous intent toward him. I would have thought that I'd lose my life over a stone. Without this stone, I could live a few more years, but now that I've found it, thinking I was saved, I didn't expect to face death so soon. But what about Harry? Norman Osborn closed his eyes in despair, quietly waiting for Bai Wenming's strike. I see. I thought you were a vampire. But today is indeed fortunate. I can help you resolve this trouble. Bai Wenming's voice broke the silence inside the car. Open your eyes. Let's discuss how to cure your illness. Norman Osborn opened his eyes in confusion, filled with questions about what had just happened. I have a way to cure your illness. This statement sounded like music to Norman's ears, plunging him into instant ecstasy as he felt the hope of life. He never considered the possibility that Bai Wenming might deceive him. After all, this person could easily kill him, and now that the Fire Shadow Stone was in his hands, there was no reason to deceive him. Should we treat it here, or go somewhere else? The treatment process might be a bit noisy and could cause some damage to the surroundings. If we do it here, it's likely to make the news. Bai Wenming offered two options. Can you really cure my illness, Mr. Bai? Norman asked again, uncertain, afraid he had misheard. Of course I can cure it. Your illness is likely caused by a mass of evil energy within you, possibly a curse or something left by some evil presence. Soon, I will summon this evil presence and eliminate it, and your illness will be cured. Bai Wenming answered seriously, looking steadily into Norman Osborn's eyes. Evil presence? How could we have attracted such a thing? Norman muttered, unable to comprehend how his family had come to attract such a presence. I'm not sure. I don't know the history of your planet. But don't worry. Once I summon it and eliminate it, everything will be fine. You just need to decide whether to deal with it here or find a secluded place for me to handle it. If we do it here, it will definitely make the news. You should be aware of that, Bai Wenming casually remarked, leaning back in his seat and relaxing. The luxury car seats were indeed very comfortable, making him feel exceptionally at ease. Then let's return to my estate, Mr. Bai, Norman Osborn said carefully, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he realized he was about to embrace a new life and must not anger the handsome man before him. Fine by me, but make it quick. I don't want to waste too much time. Bai Wenming closed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips as he enjoyed the moment of tranquility. All right, Mr. Bai, I will have the driver return to the estate as quickly as possible. Please rest in the car, and let me know if you need anything. I will do my best to accommodate you, Norman respectfully replied, fully aware that this was a critical moment and that he could not afford any mistakes. Drive, Bai Wenming said lazily. Norman Osborn immediately opened the car window, signaling for the driver to hurry up and get in, preparing to return to the estate. Drive faster. Get us to the estate quickly. Also drive steadily. Don't disturb Mr. Bai, Osborn instructed the driver. Understood, sir. The driver respectfully responded before starting the car and speeding away. To become Norman Osborn's driver, this person must be one of Norman Osborn's trusted aides. At this moment, the driver was filled with confusion. Why did Norman Osborn call the other party Mr. White after the atmosphere had been somewhat subtle just a moment ago? What had happened in between? Although he was curious, he knew very well that this was not something he, as a driver, should ponder. Right now, he just needed to drive the car back to the mansion as quickly as possible and ensure there were no bumps during the journey. Mr. White, we've arrived, Norman Osborn said softly. As Norman Osborn got out of the car, Bai Wenming looked at the mansion before him and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he is a man whose wealth rivals a nation. However, he felt no fondness for staying in such a large mansion, as it would indeed be dull to live there alone. Can we start now? Bai Wenming inquired. I have another son, and I hope Mr. White can help me check if there is any of that disease, that kind of evil energy in him, Norman Osborn rephrased. Then bring him over, and I will take a look. Before long, Norman Osborn returned with a boy about 8 or 9 years old. Harry, greet Mr. White, Norman Osborn said sternly to Harry Osborn. Hello, Mr. White. I am Harry Osborn. Harry responded obediently. Hello there. Bai Wenming smiled and greeted the handsome little boy. System, start scanning. Bai Wenming silently commanded the system in his mind. Such tasks should naturally be handled by the system. If he were to do it himself, he could only helplessly shake his head. This was a task he truly couldn't accomplish. Evil energy detected. A message appeared in Bai Wenming's mind, indicating that there was a mass of evil energy residing in Harry Osborn's body, identical to the energy within Norman Osborn, except that the energy within Norman was stronger. Your son also possesses a form of evil energy, identical to the one in you, Bai Wenming informed Norman Osborn of the detection results. Indeed, could this be the curse that our family bears? Norman Osborn pondered internally. He had visited the hospital multiple times for various tests, but never managed to uncover the cause of the illness. Now, that Bai Wenming told him that Harry also harbored this energy, the last shred of hope in his heart was completely shattered. Could I trouble Mr. White to help remove the evil energy from Harry? Norman Osborn asked earnestly. There's no need for that. I will summon the master of this evil energy and eliminate it, and then your son's energy will naturally disappear. Bai Wenming waved his hand and said, Then I must trouble you, Mr. White. Norman Osborn bowed deeply, and Harry also cluelessly followed suit. No need for such formality. This is merely a transaction. Since the Fire Shadow Stone is in your hands, I naturally must help you solve the problem. Bai Wenming helped Harry Osborn up and said, Regardless, I must thank you, Mr. White. In the future, if you have any needs, I, Norman Osborn, swear by the Osborn family name to do everything in my power to meet your requests, Norman Osborn said solemnly. Do as you wish. Now, make sure everyone in the mansion withdraws, including your son. Once I summon the master of the evil force within you, you must leave quickly. If the enemy is too strong, I may not be able to ensure your safety. Be careful and do not get caught up in a battle. If you do, I will not come to your aid, Bai Wenming advised. Okay, I understand, Mr. White. I will arrange for their withdrawal immediately. Do you have any other instructions, Mr. White? Norman Osborn asked. None, just have them leave. The rest is up to me. Bai Wenming waved his hand and did not mention any other requests. Jim, immediately evacuate everyone from the mansion. Not a single person can stay. If anyone remains in the mansion, they will bear the consequences. In 10 minutes, besides me and Mr. White, no one is to be in the mansion, and you must withdraw to a place more than 5 kilometers away. Also, arrange a car at the mansion entrance. I will be leaving shortly. Norman Osborn called the butler and issued the order. Understood, sir. Any other requests? Jim Osborn replied. Mr. White, do you have any other instructions? Norman Osborn turned to Bai Wenming. None, just do as I said. Then follow through. Norman Osborn instructed the butler. 10 minutes later, besides Bai Wenming and Norman Osborn, the mansion was empty. Everyone had retreated 5 kilometers away. Are you ready? Bai Wenming asked. Mr. White can act at any time, Norman Osborn replied. Wait, when the evil presence appears, do not approach. Leave the mansion immediately. I will come to find you. Do not get close to avoid casualties. Bai Wenming reiterated, feeling uneasy, and then ignored Norman Osborn's response, allowing the system to initiate the summoning of the evil presence. 3 seconds later, a green smoke emerged from Norman Osborn's body, attempting to envelop him, but under the system's restraint, the green smoke ultimately left his body. The green smoke increased, gradually gathering above Norman Osborn's head to form a small green cloud. Is this the root of the affliction that has plagued our family for generations? Norman Osborn looked at the formation of the green cloud with a grave expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Throughout their family's several hundred years of history, every generation member would go into a frenzy around their 40s, becoming bloodthirsty, as if cursed, binding the entire Osborn family and leaving each member in constant fear. Now, he would finally end this curse on himself, and from now on, all members of the Osborn family would no longer suffer the misfortune of their ancestors. Norman Osborn had complete faith in Bai Wenming's strength. After all, he had no other way to fight against the master behind this curse. Slowly, the green smoke that emerged from Norman Osborn's body began to diminish until it completely disappeared. You should leave quickly, Bai Wenming said to Norman Osborn. At this point, there was no evil energy within him. Then, Mr. White, be careful. I will wait outside for your good news, Norman Osborn said. Then, disregarding his image, he took off running. He felt as if his entire body had become incredibly light. Finally, he no longer had to face that terrifying curse. Kid, are you the one who summoned me? The green cloud gradually took shape, forming a humanoid figure, glaring fiercely at Bai Wenming and questioning. Yes, it's me. What's up? Bai Wenming said with a smile, speaking leisurely. Where is Norman Osborn? Andulia scanned the surroundings, but did not find Norman Osborn's figure. Through his senses, he realized that Norman Osborn was quickly moving away from this area. He understood that this was all a carefully laid trap by Norman Osborn. He's gone. You probably won't catch up now. Why don't you try chasing him? Kid, although your body is relatively strong among humans, in front of the great Andulia, you are nothing. You should be the demon hunter invited by Norman Osborn, right? Unfortunately, you are now facing the great Andulia, and you are about to say goodbye to this beautiful world. Your soul will wail in the flames of hell for daring to offend the great Andulia. And that Norman Osborn, his ancestors have long sold their souls to the great Andulia, and he actually thinks of breaching the contract. I will ensure he first experiences the most painful tortures in the world before taking his soul. His soul will scream in the flames of hell for 100,000 years. A voice filled with terror echoed through the heavens and the earth. Do you know who you are facing? I am General Tren, the Ripper, the Flame King, the Lord of the Azure Fire Realm, the Lord of the Crotto Plain, the great Andulia. You should greet my arrival with a pious heart. Your name is Andulia? Bai Wenming asked with a tone of confusion, addressing the green cloud. Kid, remember this. In the future, when you see me, you must respectfully refer to me as the great Andulia. Foolish mortal, because of what you said earlier, I have decided to deepen your suffering in the flames of hell tenfold. The furious voice of the green cloud spread in all directions. You've been rambling for so long, hiding your true self, and you dare to call yourself great. Bai Wenming's disdainful words ignited even greater fury in the green cloud. Kid, the great Andulia will grant your wish, but because you have seen the true form of the great Andulia, I declare that your suffering will be increased tenfold on top of the previous increase of 10 times. After speaking, the humanoid figure formed by the green cloud gradually became clearer, revealing a grotesque, demonic image before Bai Wenming's eyes. From the bottom up, its feet were sharp like vultures' talons, the muscles in its legs bulging as if forged from steel, with demonic wings extending from its back. Two sharp, curved horns protruded from its head, its face grotesque and terrifying, with no teeth in its mouth, only a lizard-like tongue constantly dripping saliva, which would fall to the ground and instantly corrode a pit, releasing wisps of white smoke. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, occasionally flashing with red light. Even with the scale armor, the powerful muscle lines of Andulia were clearly visible. Standing over 2 meters tall and possessing an imposing figure, it would make an ordinary person's heart race with fear, causing them to faint at first sight, leaving them with no capacity for resistance. Not to mention the overwhelming aura that emanated from Andulia. If an ordinary human were standing in Bai Wenming's position now, they would likely have already bled from their 7 orifices and died under this pressure. You have some skills, Bai Wenming thought to himself as he felt the pressure from this body, his expression becoming serious. Kid, now go chase down Norman Osborn. The great Andulia might consider reducing the punishment you are about to face. Andulia spoke, his voice laced with the scent of sulfur. What a big mouth you have. Have you not brushed your teeth? Bai Wenming covered his nose and said, with a look of disdain, also, you must die here today. Do you have any final words to say? If not, I will begin to take action, Bai Wenming added. Kid, you seek death. You dare to offend the great Andulia. Andulia has decided to grant you death and make you endure the most painful torments in the world. What I say, even Jesus cannot save you. Andulia roared in anger, bewildered by the audacity of this human who dared to think about killing him. I'm sorry, I'm from Huaxia, and your Western gods have no power over me. So now, just obediently accept your fate of death. This is a congratulatory gift for the birth of the flame dragon armor in this world. As part of the gift, you should feel honored. After all, you are witnessing the flame dragon armor's first appearance, Bai Wenming said arrogantly. Flame dragon armor, combined. With the sound of a dragon's roar, the flame dragon armor instantly appeared on Bai Wenming's body. Flame dragon armor. The summoner can use the energy of the fire crystal stone and accept the fire of the flame dragon armor to complete the combination, thus becoming the armored warrior, flame dragon hero. The flame dragon armor dramatically shook its hands, and Bai Wenming said, you should feel incredibly lucky to witness the first appearance of the flame dragon armor. Now, prepare to offer your life as part of this gift. Kid, you'll be repenting in hell soon. Andulia, instead of getting angry, was shocked by this human's stupidity, still daring to mock him in front of a great demon lord. In his view, this person was nothing but a madman, and when he was repenting in hell, he would truly understand what kind of existence a great demon lord was. With lightning speed, Andulia lunged at Bai Wenming, spewing forth a blazing fireball. This flame was the essence of Andulia's existence. With it, he fought his way through endless demonic hordes and ultimately became a demon lord with vast territory. This demonstrated just how powerful this flame was. Bai Wenming nimbly sidestepped the flames spewed from Andulia's mouth and immediately followed up with a sidekick that struck Andulia's waist. Initially rushing straight toward Bai Wenming, Andulia's body was sent arcing away from him due to the force of the kick. Seizing the moment while the demon was still off balance, Bai Wenming stepped forward and delivered a fierce side kick. Is this all you've got? Andulia stabilized himself mid-air, quickly turning around to block Bai Wenming's kick with his hand. He immediately withdrew his leg, a glimmer of caution in his eyes, as he closely watched Bai Wenming. I underestimated you a bit, but your strength is still far from enough. Andulia set aside his previous contempt, recognizing that this human had some power, but in the face of his full attack as a lion, how much could a little rabbit really accomplish? Andulia advanced toward Bai Wenming with a lion's stride, channeling immense force into his fists. He immediately swung his left hand down hard toward Bai Wenming, followed closely by his right. Bai Wenming, undaunted, took a step forward, closing the distance to Andulia and using the power of his shoulder armor to firmly block the incoming attack, then quickly countered with a series of quick jabs aimed at Andulia's chest. Andulia's expression did not change in the slightest, as if the previous punches had no effect on him. He swiftly closed his arms, attempting to trap Bai Wenming in his embrace, then squeezed tightly, as if to crush the human to death. Seeing this, Bai Wenming's heart raced. He immediately ducked to evade Andulia's attack, but then saw Andulia's knee shooting toward his face like lightning. Bai Wenming reacted swiftly, tightly guarding his head with both hands, bracing himself as Andulia's powerful knee came crashing down like a meteor. With a fierce impact, the tremendous force instantly coursed through his body, but Bai Wenming cleverly used it to his advantage, rolling away to avoid fully absorbing Andulia's thunderous strike. Andulia would not easily give up this perfect opportunity. He immediately leaped like a cheetah, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming once again relied on his agile reflexes to block the attack with both hands. Yet even so, the immense power behind the kick inevitably reverberated through the flame dragon armor, causing his body to shudder slightly. However, Bai Wenming did not panic. He utilized the momentum from the impact to swiftly slide away from Andulia, increasing the distance between them. Seeing this, Andulia quickly followed like a gust of wind, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He aimed to strike down this oblivious human while Bai Wenming was still on the ground. With his toes firmly on the ground, Bai Wenming sprang up like a spring, swinging the arms of the flame dragon armor with lightning speed to block Andulia's ferocious punch. Then, without mercy, he unleashed a series of rapid jabs that rained down upon Andulia like a torrential downpour. In the combat system of the flame dragon armor, countering after defense was the most effective tactic, and at this moment, Bai Wenming was executing this strategy to perfection. Your strength seems so pitiful to me. It cannot inflict any harm. Andulia paused his attacks, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he mocked. At the same time, he dropped all defenses, almost taunting Bai Wenming to attack him freely. Oh really? You might regret that. Bai Wenming's eyes flickered with cunning. After saying this, he promptly twisted the dial on his belt. Flame blade. With a flash of light, the flame blade appeared in his hand. He gripped this blazing weapon firmly, as if holding onto the hope of victory. Huh? Pulling out a weapon? Then you'll die faster, Andulia sneered maliciously, but he did not let his guard down. He immediately summoned his own weapon, a colossal sword wreathed in raging flames that seemed ready to ignite the entire courtyard. As a powerful demon lord, Andulia had experienced countless battles and life-or-death trials, fully aware that even the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Therefore, he would not underestimate this seemingly weak human. The scorching heat rushed toward Bai Wenming like a fiery storm, instantly scorching the lush grass and plants in the courtyard. Soon, these plants began to smoke and ultimately burned to ashes in the consuming flames. Bai Wenming stood still like a statue, patiently awaiting Andulia's proactive attack. He understood that the flame dragon armor was not adept at aggressive offense, especially since his strength was currently inferior to Andulia's. Taking the initiative would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. A hint of pride flickered in Andulia's eyes as he stepped forward, wielding the massive sword. He unleashed a vertical slash that thundered toward Bai Wenming. Unfazed, Bai Wenming positioned the flame blade horizontally across his chest, successfully deflecting Andulia's attack with precise judgment and quick reaction. But he did not stop there. He swiftly shifted his stance, moving his body while the flame blade sliced through the air like a blazing arc, the tip aiming straight for Andulia's waist. Blood instantly gushed forth as the flame blade cut through Andulia's resilient scales, pain radiating through his entire being and igniting an unprecedented rage within him. It had been years since anyone had managed to injure him, and now this insignificant human had done it. How could he not fly into a rage? In an instant, he forgot everything else, consumed only by the thought of tearing this audacious human apart. He swung his colossal sword wildly, a horizontal slash akin to a raging storm, the immense force threatening to tear the very fabric of the world. Bai Wenming had already anticipated this. Utilizing his keen senses and nimble agility, he ducked down, skillfully evading the sword's edge as the searing blade whizzed above his head, creating a gust of hot wind. Andulia, enraged by his missed attack, swung the giant sword again, unleashing a horizontal sweep like a torrential downpour. Bai Wenming countered from left to right with the flame blade, once more cutting across Andulia's leg. The sharp blade sliced through his scales with ease, opening another wound on Andulia's calf, blood gushing forth like a spring. After delivering that strike, Bai Wenming nimbly rose again, executing a fiery upward slash with the flame blade, akin to a volcano erupting, aimed directly at Andulia. At that moment, the blood that had dripped from Andulia's waist finally fell to the ground, instantly igniting into a roaring fire that rapidly spread, engulfing both combatants. Feeling the intense heat of the flames, Andulia could not help but feel a surge of fear, but his anger overshadowed it. He retreated, attempting to avoid the flame blade's deadly edge. The fiery glow of the blade flickered before him, as if it were poised to consume him. The blood from both wounds pooled on the ground, mingling with the flames, creating a bizarre sight. The two stood 3 meters apart, gazing at each other, their eyes shining with determination. Andulia's body tried to heal its wounds, but the burning effect of the flame dragon armor acted like shackles, preventing his body from self-repair. The exposed wounds on his body glistened painfully against the backdrop of his scales. Glaring fiercely at Bai Wenming, Andulia's anger reached its peak. He suddenly surged forward, expending a massive amount of energy, causing his wounds to heal instantly and be covered again by scales. Now, is my power still weak? Can I still not harm you? Bai Wenming taunted, holding the flame blade in one hand, a smug smile on his face. Kid, I may have underestimated you a bit. No wonder you dared to provoke the great Andulia. However, it's still not enough, far from enough. Your attacks are merely a tickle to me. I can afford to make countless mistakes. Your strikes mean nothing to me. But kid, the moment you are struck by my sword, you'll be obliterated under my power, Andulia declared angrily, raising the giant sword to smash down onto the ground, as if he intended to crack the very earth. Hey, is that all? Still so arrogant, Bai Wenming scoffed, his lips curling in disdain, his eyes sparkling with challenge. Andulia's fury ignited at these words, his mind consumed by rage. He could no longer control his emotions, and he swung the great sword again like lightning, crashing it down toward Bai Wenming with a force that seemed capable of shattering the entire world. Once more, Bai Wenming used the middle of the flame blade to block the giant sword, the sound of the searing metal clashing resonating like thunder, threatening to rupture eardrums. In this critical moment, Bai Wenming's feet suddenly moved with purpose. He seemed to transform into a different person, no longer the passive defender, but rather a cunning leopard, seizing Andulia's openings. Are you a fool? We're fighting here. Why are you just standing with your arms crossed? What? Do you have Parkinson's? Bai Wenming shouted from his position, his mocking tone piercing Andulia's pride like thorns. Andulia, already on alert from his previous attack, saw Bai Wenming's footwork shifting to his right and immediately released his grip on the giant sword, throwing a punch to the side, assuming Bai Wenming would seize the moment to attack. However, he never expected Bai Wenming's movement was merely a feint. He hadn't moved at all, but was simply waiting for Andulia to expose a vulnerability. Andulia's powerful punch struck nothing but air with such force that it seemed to tear through the atmosphere, and in his overexertion, he slightly lost his balance. Andulia was incensed by Bai Wenming's taunts. How dare this human challenge him? His brain was ablaze with fury. He intended to make this wretched human suffer 1,000 times over. Never had anyone stirred such rage within him. Since becoming a demon lord, he had never faced such humiliation as he had today, and this series of insults coming from this human was intolerable. Gripping the giant sword once more, Andulia's eyes gleamed with a crazed light. He resembled a feral beast, unleashing a series of slashes toward Bai Wenming, each strike filled with malice. Any hit on Bai Wenming would be enough to end his life. Bai Wenming, however, remained unflustered. He swiftly retreated, retreating again and again, dodging Andulia's devastating attacks 3 times in succession, moving like a nimble fox evading a hunter's pursuit. After the third retreat, noticing that Andulia's powerful blows always missed due to his own overexertion, Bai Wenming felt a surge of joy. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance, appearing like a specter at Andilia's left side, and struck downward with the flame blade like a bolt of lightning. However, just as he thought he was about to hit his target, a massive hand suddenly emerged from the void, grasping the right edge of the flame blade. The immense force immediately tore through the skin of the hand, creating a large wound on Andilia's left hand. But he seemingly felt no pain, maintaining his grip on the flame blade without releasing it. Andilia grinned wickedly, eyes glimmering with cruelty. Ignoring the injury on his left hand, he launched a thunderous punch toward Bai Wenming with his right, deciding to exchange injury for a kill. This was Andilia's highest form of respect for this human. He believed that a person who could wound him was worth his pride. "Kid, you can't dodge this time," Andilia thought triumphantly. At this critical moment, Bai Wenming executed a swift side kick, striking Andilia's leg with such force that it caused Andilia's body to sway slightly. In that instant, he released his grip on the flame blade, which fell toward the ground. Bai Wenming ducked to evade Andilia's heavy punch, watching as the flame blade came hurtling toward him. Despair welled up within him. But just as he faced certain peril, he suddenly realized that Andilia was using his left hand to control the flame blade, thrusting it toward him while simultaneously raising his right leg to deliver a knee strike that came crashing down like a mountain. It appeared to be Andilia's final killing move. He aimed to completely defeat this human and make him pay a heavy price. Bai Wenming deftly dodged Andilia's lethal flame blade attack, but couldn't avoid a powerful knee strike, which instantly left him dizzy. Before he could regain his senses, another blow from Andilia sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The energy indicator on the chest of the flame dragon armor lit up suddenly, indicating that his energy level was critically low. After all, those successive attacks had been delivered by a demon lord nearly at the level of a demon monarch, and under the current condition of the flame dragon armor, it was indeed challenging to withstand. "Kid, your strength is far from enough to make me angry. Today, attacking you will be the biggest regret of your life," Andilia said darkly, slowly speaking while casually tossing the flame blade to the ground, and then stepping on it forcefully, recalling the giant sword he had previously discarded. At this moment, the flame dragon armor really can't shake me. So I guess I'll just have to hunt a few anomaly beasts in a few days to upgrade it. "This isn't its true power," Bai Wenming said, gritting his teeth as he stood up, still defiantly speaking. "You won't get another chance in a few days. You'll die here shortly, and your soul will be extracted by me. And that Norman Osborn, he violated the contract. I will make him taste the consequences of angering me. His ancestors begged me to establish this contract, yet now he wants to find someone to deal with me. The benefits of Andilia aren't so easily acquired." Andilia laughed maniacally, his tone filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to devour Bai Wenming. "You want to kill me? What a grand joke. Ha ha ha. So you're Andilia, right? I'll remember you. After I kill you, your name will often flicker in my memory," Bai Wenming replied with a wild laugh. "What chance do you have to avoid death now?" "Weak human, foolish human," Andilia scoffed derisively. "Do you really think you're so strong? Then let me show you what true strength looks like. Snow Mastiff armor combined." With a roar, the Snow Mastiff armor quickly covered the flame dragon armor, and the golden patterns on the helmet glimmered under the light of the flames. The flame blade beneath Andilia's feet instantly vanished. "Come on, you bastard, try hitting me again. Do you think you're strong? Did it feel good hitting me earlier? Today, I'll let you enjoy it more," Bai Wenming roared, charging at Andilia like a fierce tiger. Andilia squinted, surprised that this guy still had the energy to attack. But to him, everything before him seemed trivial. Gripping the giant sword, he swung it down violently toward Bai Wenming. Just as the giant sword was about to strike Bai Wenming's head, he shifted his body slightly, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow as the sword crashed down on his shoulder armor. Bai Wenming's figure flickered. Although he lowered his stance a bit, it did not hinder his charging momentum. He continued to rush toward Andilia at full speed. A dull thud echoed as their shoulders collided violently, temporarily halting Bai Wenming's charge. "You came rushing at me yourself," Andilia said, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes as he instantly loosened his grip on the giant sword, allowing it to fall to the ground. He quickly reached out with both hands toward Bai Wenming. "You managed to dodge my previous attack by chance, but now you've come right to me, so don't blame me," Andilia thought to himself. "Perhaps he's been dazed by my earlier attack." How is this possible? Andulia cried out in midair, feeling extreme unease. He couldn't understand what was happening. How could this human possess such strength? Bai Wenming's hand seized Andulia's massive wrists, exerting force throughout his body as he executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming Andulia down forcefully through the air. Andulia crashed heavily to the ground, the flames that had been burning around him extinguishing instantly. He spun on his toes, propelling his body into a rapid rotation, while Bai Wenming stood over him and then slammed down with force. Think you're strong? Come on, let me see just how strong you really are. Can you compare to me? You enjoyed hitting me so much before. Now give it another shot. Bai Wenming shouted, continuously raining down punches on Andulia. Andulia's hands, which were used for defense, gradually became numb. Although his recovery ability was extremely formidable, under the relentless onslaught of the snow mastiff armor's powerful punches, he struggled to recover quickly. The defenses formed by his hands began to show cracks, unable to withstand the impact of Bai Wenming's fists any longer. Each punch landed with the sound of cracking bones, but under Andulia's powerful regenerative abilities, the wounds healed rapidly. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 5 punches, 10 punches, 50 punches. Bai Wenming had been pounding Andulia for a full 10 minutes, and his upper body had turned into a mess of blood and flesh. A powerful shockwave surged out from within Andulia, violently propelling Bai Wenming away. However, Andulia's lower body quickly rose, and his upper body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Human, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable, Andulia said grimly as his body rapidly repaired itself. I used a life-saving treasure to launch you away just now. Do you know how precious that treasure is? I have only acquired one such item in endless ages. You really should die. Andulia's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control as he shouted furiously. Now, I have no interest in continuing to play around with you. You will witness my ultimate form and die beneath it. Consider it an honor. Andulia roared, powerful energy erupting from his body like a volcanic eruption, forming a searing red mist that enveloped him completely. 3 seconds later, the energy began to settle, and the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Andulia once more before Bai Wenming. His body had grown even larger, nearly reaching 4 meters in height, with muscles seeming ready to burst through his scales, entwined together as if harboring endless power. His demonic wings unfurled completely behind him, boasting a wingspan of 15 meters, capable of shadowing the sky. The scales on his hands grew wildly, transforming into pitch-black claws that gleamed with a chilling light. The demonic horns atop his head grew violently upwards, becoming extremely hard and exuding a frightening aura. His tongue extended, revealing rows of sharp teeth that sparkled coldly under the sunlight, sending chills down the spine. A thick tail sprouted from his back, thrashing violently and creating explosive sounds with each swing. Now, Andulia had completely abandoned his human form, reverting entirely to his demonic state, the form in which he was most powerful. This was also the second time Andulia had utilized his demonic form in battle. The first time was when he had just been born, competing with other demon pups for the unhatched eggs of his siblings. Is that all there is? Then you can calmly accept your fate of death now, Bai Wenming said, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he observed Andulia's new form, his eyes glinting with disdain. Thunder Axe. Bai Wenming twisted the dial on his belt, summoning the Thunder Axe, determination shining in his eyes. He charged at Andulia, ready to engage this powerful demon in their final showdown. At this moment, the deities of the 9 realms frowned in unison. Why had a demonic lord's presence suddenly surged in the central court? Those gods who had previously fought Andulia immediately recognized the source of this ominous aura. However, they were filled with confusion. Why was Andulia appearing in the central court and unleashing such full-force attacks? Many gods felt a surge of ecstasy. The appearance of this demon signified one thing. Odin was aging, no longer able to control the entire 9 realms. Thus, the identity of the current ruler of the 9 realms became shrouded in mystery. Yet even so, questions about why Odin had aged and why he could no longer serve as the ruler of the 9 realms could not halt the fierce battle unfolding. Andulia's demonic wings suddenly spread wide, charging toward Bai Wenming like a fired arrow, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Since his birth, he had never suffered such severe injuries. Even during the fierce battle when he ascended to the status of Demon Lord, he had simply wielded his giant sword to behead all his enemies, placing their heads on his territory to intimidate anyone who dared to offend him. To this day, those heads still lay quietly on his territory, telling all demons of his strength, while the souls of those he defeated continued to endure torment in the flames of hell. The human before him would soon meet the same fate, enduring endless years of suffering in his flames, wailing in repentance for their sins. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. When they were 5 meters apart, Bai Wenming leaped high, gripping the axe tightly, striking down toward Andulia with the force of thunder. A violent clash echoed as the thunder axe collided fiercely with Andulia's sharp claws. The axe, possessing the power to break through bamboo, easily shattered Andulia's defenses formed by his claws. Bai Wenming fell into Andulia's embrace like a meteor. Upon landing, Bai Wenming wasted no time, swinging the thunder axe in a fierce horizontal slash once more. The hard scales and developed muscles of Andulia were cut through as if they were soft pork, easily sliced apart by the full force of the axe. Andulia quickly reacted, skillfully dodging this attack, then unleashed a move called Fire of the Heavens, which split the flesh that had previously closed, exposing his injuries. As Andulia's fists came crashing toward him again, Bai Wenming's hands moved slightly, making the thunder axe instantly vanish. He grasped Andulia's right fist tightly, as if it were a vice. Even though Andulia's punch struck his chest armor, Bai Wenming paid no mind, exerting all his strength to lift Andulia high into the air. With a loud crash, Andulia's body slammed to the ground like a meteor, shattering all of his bones upon impact and creating a deep pit in the earth. Andulia attempted to rise again, but Bai Wenming hurled him away once more, resulting in another earth-shattering crash that created 2 massive craters in Norman Osborn's estate. With each slam, more craters appeared until only one remained. At this point, Andulia was tossed around like a mere toy, creating a solid circular ring, with Bai Wenming standing in the center. By this time, Andulia had become a puddle of mush in Bai Wenming's grasp, but it quickly returned to its original form. As a powerful demon lord, Andulia's recovery ability was astonishing, rendering even Edward the Vampire's regeneration insignificant in comparison. Andulia looked at Bai Wenming, who was gripping his arm, with terror in his large eyes, filled with endless confusion and fear. What had just happened? He could not comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Heh, I want to see just how far your recovery ability can go. I don't believe you can keep recovering like this, Bai Wenming said coldly, pulling Andulia back toward him. At this moment, Andulia had completely lost the will to resist. He simply wanted to escape from this terrifying demon. To him, Bai Wenming no longer seemed human, but rather a demon in human skin. Such attacks and actions were beyond the capabilities of a mere human. He desperately wanted to flee, to escape the central court and return to his territory in hell. If given the chance, he would have never responded to that mysterious energy's call, would never have come to this damned central court, nor would he have agreed to the deal made by the Osborn family's ancestors. If he had avoided that, he would never have encountered this terrifying monster. However, a sudden surge of pain interrupted Andulia's thoughts. Bai Wenming punched through Andulia's head, then seized his neck and pushed him backward. Soon, Andulia's body was under control again, but his head had mostly healed. He looked back in terror, an ominous premonition washing over him, and suddenly he was met with a horrifying sight. Bai Wenming had immobilized his body with his own and was forcefully pulling on Andulia's left wing. A series of screeching sounds erupted. Andulia felt unbearable pain, far worse than when his entire body had been battered before. Quickly, blood began to seep from where Andulia's left wing connected to his body, and the edges were starting to tear. Despite his powerful recovery working desperately to heal the wound, it was soon torn open again by Bai Wenming. Andulia struggled desperately, pounding his fists against Bai Wenming's upper body, but the thick chest, back, and shoulder armor of the snow mastiff armor blocked his attacks completely, leaving him unable to impede Bai Wenming's actions. With a ripping sound, akin to fabric being torn apart, Andulia let out a piercing wail that echoed through the skies. The distant Norman Osborn and the servants in the estate covered their ears in pain, blood beginning to ooze from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Soon after, Bai Wenming forcefully tore Andulia's demonic wing from his body, pulling out several bones along with it. Let's see if you can grow another wing after I pull this one out, Bai Wenming said with a cold smile, tossing the demonic wing, along with the extracted bones, far away. Then, he began to repeat the process on Andulia's right wing. I was wrong. Please spare me, great lord. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have angered you, nor should I have attacked you. Spare me. From now on, I won't set foot in the central court, nor will I leave my territory. Great being, I beg you, let me go. I can offer you all my wealth if you will just allow me to live, Andulia cried, pleading desperately. Now you know to beg for mercy? Weren't you so proud when you hit me earlier? Didn't you say you'd burn my soul in the flames of hell for eternity? Didn't you say you wanted to hear my sincere repentance? I'm repenting right now, so why won't you accept it? Is my repentance not sincere enough? Bai Wenming shouted angrily, pulling harder on Andulia's right wing. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me, spare me. Andulia's tears fell like raindrops to the ground. Andulia let out another heart-wrenching scream. The terrified people in the city around them screamed at the sight, covering their ears in fright. You despicable being, you think yourself worthy of my satisfaction with your repentance? Bai Wenming replied coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the two large gashes on Andulia's body were slowly closing, but his new demonic wings had yet to regenerate. He appeared lethargic, his head drooping, yet he continued to beg for mercy. Noble lord, great being, please spare me. I will guard my territory and never leave it again. I only ask for your mercy. It is known that demonic wings, like a demon's heart, are the essence of a demon. Having lost his wings, Andulia's power had drastically diminished. Bai Wenming chuckled coldly, seizing one of Andulia's hands and fiercely whipping it against the ground, each strike causing the earth to tremble, further inflicting heavy damage on Andulia's body. Soon, he was reduced to a puddle of mud. Letting go of his hand, Bai Wenming allowed Andulia's body to slide down, and without his wings, his recovery abilities were greatly weakened, much slower than before. Flame Dragon Armor combined. The Snow Mastiff armor was quickly enveloped by the Flame Dragon Armor, and the energy of the newly summoned Flame Dragon Armor had mostly recovered. Flame Blade. Bai Wenming twisted the dial on his belt again, retrieving the Flame Blade, determination gleaming in his eyes. He then twisted the dial once more, Demon Sealing Slash, the exclusive sealing attack of the Flame Dragon Armor. The character for slash materialized before him. When the Flame Blade touched this slash mark and then struck the enemy, the opponent would be immobilized due to the effects of the Fire Taiji formation. That lethal mark transformed into an energy that attached itself to the Flame Blade. Bai Wenming slowly pulled the Flame Blade to his side, secretly gathering energy, and then suddenly swung it down, a red blade of fire shooting toward Andulia like a lightning bolt. The sealing slash of the Flame Blade, slaying evil and monsters, melting in flames, vanishing at dawn, he shouted. The red fire Taiji instantly enveloped Andulia's massive body. The searing flames caused Andulia to writhe in agony, but he was helpless, forced to endure endless suffering under the scorching fire. Withdrawing the Flame Blade, Bai Wenming shook his hand and twisted the dial again, Flame Fist. He leaped high, his body shooting toward Andulia like an arrow, passing through the fire Taiji and landing steadily. With a thunderous explosion, Andulia's body, along with the blood that had previously pooled on the ground and his demonic wings, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Turning around to survey the chaos around him, Bai Wenming allowed a hint of satisfaction to creep onto his face. Is that all? From the Flame Dragon Armor to the Flame Dragon Armor. As a congratulatory gift for the first appearance of the Flame Dragon Armor, Andulia, even in death, you should feel honored. However, the Snow Mastiff Armor silently grumbled in his mind. What does this mean? I've been putting in all the effort here. That Flame Dragon guy could barely withstand 2 hits and ended up being handled by me in the end. I've worked hard to change the story's conclusion. Yet why does the Flame Dragon get to claim the final victory? Just because he has a little sweetie, he's now called Lady Cow? Until now, it's been me, the Snow Mastiff Armor, who has done the heavy lifting. Whether it's fighting anomaly beasts or dealing with evil entities, I'm indispensable. But why? Why does it always end up like this? From fighting anomaly beasts to battling Edward, and now, with Andulia, I've always been the first to strike, yet I end up with this fate. Back to the main point. Shortly after Andulia's explosion, waves of energy flooded into Bai Wenming's body through the system and the purification of the flame dragon armor. He closed his eyes, quietly relishing the baptism of this energy. As a demon lord, Andulia harbored an enormous amount of energy within him. This energy continuously strengthened Bai Wenming's body, elevating his physical form from the brink of human limits to the peak of human potential, even surpassing it, pushing his flesh and soul toward higher realms. Remarkable changes occurred within Bai Wenming's body. The accumulated blood and internal injuries gradually vanished under the influence of the energy. His teeth also became more closely aligned and continued to grow, eventually settling at 38. His originally robust physique had shrunk considerably, yet his weight had bizarrely increased, with his unleashed power far exceeding before. Once the body transformation was complete, excess energy continued to reshape Bai Wenming's essence. Streams of energy dissipated, seemingly devoured by Bai Wenming's body, like an endless abyss. When the energy was nearly exhausted, a remarkable change finally occurred within Bai Wenming. This change felt as if it were seizing the very fabric of creation, shimmering with unique fluctuations, announcing its arrival to the world. Finally, as all energy was completely depleted, the spoils from defeating Andulia were fully absorbed, and the last remnants of Andulia in the world vanished. He would henceforth only exist in the memories of his enemies. Bai Wenming slowly opened his eyes, releasing the flame dragon armor. He seemed momentarily dazed, stepping forward with his left foot into the air. Logically, unless manipulated, his foot should have landed on the ground, allowing him to take a step forward. However, the inexplicable happened. His foot remained suspended in the air, followed closely by his right foot, as if a mysterious force was supporting him, allowing him to walk in the air. It is important to note that a demon lord is considered a god-level being in the 9 realms, while a demon lord stands at a demigod level. As a demon lord nearing the status of a demon monarch, Andulia contained vast amounts of energy. Even though the system had transformed it, reducing much of it, it still elevated Bai Wenming's power to a demigod level. A demigod? Yes, that's correct. Bai Wenming's current physical strength had reached the demigod tier, the foundational capacity that allowed him to walk in the air. Bai Wenming stood suspended in the air, and after a long moment, he suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He knew that with his current strength, summoning the flame dragon armor would be enough to thoroughly crush Andulia to death. His laughter continued for a while before gradually subsiding, and he slowly descended to the ground. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a blazing red flame appeared at his fingertips. This was the heart-eating demon flame, a talent skill Andulia possessed after ascending to the rank of demon lord. Now, this skill had fallen into the hands of the righteous armor summoner, Bai Wenming, who preferred to call it the Red Lotus Inferno. The characteristic of this flame was that the more demonic thoughts a person harbored in their heart, the greater the damage it would cause. Once it touched a person, it would not extinguish until the person died or their demonic thoughts vanished completely. This flame was one of Andulia's key assets that made him invincible in a world filled with demons. Bai Wenming glanced back at the devastated estate with a satisfied expression on his face. He had not anticipated that this journey to retrieve the Fire Shadow Stone would bring him such immense surprises, significantly enhancing his power. To him, Norman Osborn was like a benefactor, providing him with an unexpected opportunity. He leisurely walked forward until he reached the place where Norman Osborn was hiding. This old man was indeed very cautious. He did not hide with the others in the estate, and only he, his son Harry Osborn, and Jim Osborn were present. "Mr. Bai, have you dealt with that guy?" Norman Osborn asked eagerly, his eyes shining with excitement as he saw Bai Wenming approaching. The overwhelming aura and the 2 agonizing howls from earlier had made him acutely aware of the enemy's formidable strength. "Yes, that guy indeed had some skills, but ultimately I took care of him. From now on, the curse your family has borne will be completely lifted." Bai Wenming nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. "Really? That's fantastic." Norman Osborn's eyes welled with tears of joy. The curse that had plagued their family for generations was finally lifted, freeing them from the constant risk of madness. He excitedly picked up Harry Osborn, showering kisses on his forehead, as both he and his son would now escape the hereditary affliction and the torment of the curse. Thank you, Mr. Bai. You are a great benefactor to our Osborne family. Norman Osborne repeatedly expressed his gratitude. All right, now that the issue has been resolved, I should be heading back. The promised $100 million will be transacted with you as agreed, and the Fire Shadow Stone will have no further connection with you. Bai Wenming waved his hand, indicating his intent to leave. Mr. Bai, consider that stone a gift from me to you. If you ever desire any industry, you could just ask me. I would not hesitate to give you the entire Osborne group. Norman Osborne insisted on not accepting Bai Wenming's money. As for how sincere his words were, that was subjective. Well, then it's settled. We are now square. You can return to your estate. Also, the scene here may be a bit chaotic and will require your cleanup afterward. I can't control this battle. Furthermore, if any special departments or mysterious forces come to investigate today's events, you should tell the truth and place all the blame on me, saying that I am Bai Wenming from the Hilaire Hotel. You need not worry about anything else. Do not be reckless. Those people are not something you, as a mere mortal, can handle. You need not concern yourself with my safety, Bai Wenming stated before ignoring the responses from the Osborne father and son, turning to leave. Although his steps were still slow, he disappeared from Norman Osborne's sight after just a few dozen steps. During his departure, Bai Wenming casually tested his current strength. As he moved, he utilized spatial power, achieving a weakened version of 1,000 miles in a step. He understood that, despite his current demigod strength being somewhat immature, he could not truly realize 1,000 miles in a step, as it involved the profound laws of space. Harry, you must respect Mr. Bai even more than you respect me. You absolutely must not offend him, understand? Norman Osborne warned Harry seriously as he watched Bai Wenming vanish from their sight. He knew that provoking a powerful being was an incredibly foolish act. Yes, father, I understand. Harry nodded obediently, naturally bright and able to grasp the deeper meaning behind his father's words. Jim, inform the others to return to the estate. According to Mr. Bai's instructions, we may need to conduct a thorough cleanup. After returning, have them send us a message, Norman Osborne instructed Jim. He remained somewhat worried, fearing that Bai Wenming had not completely resolved the enemy. So he planned to send servants to the estate to inspect the situation before deciding whether to return. Understood, sir, Jim responded, then began calling the servants. After a while, Jim's phone rang. After exchanging the previously agreed-upon code with the other party, he nodded slightly to Norman Osborne, indicating that the estate was currently safe. Sir, they said the estate is indeed safe, but there are some other issues, such as a fire in the estate and several massive pits. Then Harry, let's return to the estate, gather our things, and stay somewhere else for a while. We'll leave this place vacant for now. Norman Osborne took Harry's hand and set off on the path back to the estate. My heavens! How is this possible? The three of them exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape in disbelief as they looked at the once familiar, but now strangely unfamiliar estate, where servants were desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Harry, you must hold Mr. Bai in even higher regard than you do me. Whatever he asks you to do, you must do without hesitation, understand? Norman Osborne said sternly to Harry as he regained his composure. His opinion had changed dramatically, and he now understood why Bai Wenming had instructed him not to conceal anything if outsiders came to investigate, as those who arrived on the scene were definitely not ordinary people. His status as a billionaire meant nothing in their presence. Father, I will, Harry said, slightly parting his lips, his tone revealing a willing attitude. The overwhelming scene before them, with massive pits and blazing flames, made it clear that this was beyond what mere humans could cause. Gazing at the enormous handprint nearby, all three shivered, imagining the pain they would feel if such a handprint struck them. Is Mr. Bai really human? This thought, like a ghost, appeared in all three of their minds. After all, this former monster had been subdued by him, yet he appeared utterly unscathed, as if nothing had happened. After walking a bit further, Bai Wenming slightly pursed his lips, displaying a hint of disappointment. He mumbled helplessly, "This speed is too slow. It's been almost 10 minutes, and I've barely covered 100 kilometers. This is just too slow." He then summoned the Wind Eagle armor, riding the Wind Eagle steed, and instantly vanished from the spot. Within just a minute, he arrived outside the Hilaire Hotel. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased, and the power of the Wind Eagle armor had also enhanced, allowing the Wind Eagle steed to move even faster, which brought him some comfort. Bai Wenming reclined comfortably on a beach chair, holding a glass of juice as he leisurely took a sip and casually glanced over a nearby group of young people enthusiastically playing beach volleyball. The volleyball itself was quite large, round, and white. "This is the true life," he sighed contentedly after swallowing the juice, feeling as if the entire world had become a better place. A month slipped by quietly. During this time, Bai Wenming had driven the Wind Eagle steed around Blue Star countless times, nearly circling the planet 4 or 5 times. However, he still hadn't detected any fluctuations from the Water Shadow Stone or Earth Shadow Stone, which meant he couldn't acquire the Black Rhino armor or Earth Tiger armor for the time being. Nonetheless, he hadn't been idle. He had casually taken down 7 stray anomaly beasts: Ant Beast, Mantis Beast, Mosquito Beast, Scorpion Beast, Lobster Beast, Thornwood Beast, and Demon Goat Beast. These endeavors had raised the bloodline concentration of both his Fire Bloodline and Wood Bloodline to 100%, while significantly enhancing the evolution levels of the Flame Dragon armor and Wind Eagle armor. The other anomaly beasts seemed to have been gathered by the Dark Guardian, now hiding and making it difficult to track them down. Only when the anomaly beasts came out to roam and emit energy could they possibly be discovered. Although Bai Wenming understood that the beasts continued to absorb evil energy, gradually growing stronger, he always found himself arriving too late to the scene. They had taken to guerrilla tactics, leaving him no opportunity to catch them. Instances like when he had cornered and successfully sealed the Lobster Beast and Mosquito Beast were exceedingly rare. He hardly ever saw other anomaly beasts. In exasperation, Bai Wenming retreated to the beach to take in the lively scene and ease his mood. "I did it. Do you know? I actually did it." A sudden excited voice pierced through his relaxed state. Bai Wenming lazily sipped his juice, having sensed the newcomer's approach earlier, but not bothering to acknowledge it. He was fully engrossed in watching the beach volleyball match. This person was nowhere near as captivating as the game. "This volleyball is really something. So white, so big, so round. The moves are crisp and precise, soaring right into place," Bai Wenming thought to himself. "What did you do? You're speaking without context. Did you finally manage to chase down some girl?" Bai Wenming finally spoke up slowly, turning his gaze to the newcomer, who turned out to be Tony Stark. "I've made the Super Soldier Serum," Tony Stark exclaimed excitedly. He grabbed a bottle of juice from the cooler, gulping down a large mouthful before proudly declaring his achievement. Throughout the past month, he had nearly lived in his lab, emerging only once for a shareholder meeting, while spending the rest of his time working tirelessly on his research. With his brilliant mind and the assistance of Jarvis, he had successfully created a genuine vial of Super Soldier Serum in just a month. Who was he? He was Tony Stark. In his world, nothing could hinder his progress. If he wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. The moment he manufactured the Super Soldier Serum, he couldn't wait to rush out and show off to Bai Wenming, wanting to convey that Tony Stark was capable of anything. "Well, so you made it. What's there to be excited about? Isn't that expected of you?" "If you couldn't make it, that would be strange," Bai Wenming replied lazily, still not willing to tear his gaze away from the big white bunnies on the volleyball court, then turned to Tony Stark with a dismissive tone. His words felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Tony Stark's excitement and leaving him with a peculiar sense of desolation. "I shouldn't have come to find him. This guy knows nothing. Sharing this news with him is worse than telling a random passerby," Tony Stark thought bitterly, closing his eyes. "What about the serum? You haven't injected it, have you? From my perception, you still seem like the same weakling. This Super Soldier Serum doesn't seem to have any effect. Did you end up making a fake?" Bai Wenming carefully sensed Stark's magnetic field, confirming that there had been no change in his physical condition and couldn't help but ask. "I haven't injected it yet. The risks are a bit high," Tony Stark replied, opening his eyes. He finished the remaining juice in the bottle and casually tossed it aside. "Hey, can you be a bit more mindful? Don't litter like that. It's very uncivilized. Look at me. I put my bottle in the nearby bin so I can take it with me when I leave. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." Bai Wenming frowned, glaring at the glass bottle and straw on the ground. Tony Stark didn't expect Bai Wenming's focus to be on this. Was this guy out of his mind? Shouldn't they be discussing the Super Soldier Serum right now? Comparing a bottle to the serum, was he really that oblivious? Even breaking a single piece of lab equipment was worth thousands of times more than that bottle. Still, with a sigh, he bent down, picked up the bottle, and placed it in the bin. Then he moved to the nearby lounge chair, letting out a relaxed sigh. He hadn't experienced such a comfortable position in a month due to being so busy with research. Your skills aren't up to par if you're afraid to inject something you created. Could it be fake? Bai Wenming laid back down, putting on his sunglasses as he watched the beach volleyball match, continuing to taunt. I've done something impressive, all right? My father's records say that injecting the super soldier serum carries significant risk. Only Steve succeeded, Tony Stark retorted, feeling annoyed. He believed this wasn't his fault, but rather an inherent issue with the super soldier serum. After all, it was supposed to elevate an ordinary person's physical capabilities to their limit. If there were no side effects, that would be strange. Just admit you lack the ability. Forget it. I'm not watching anymore. You've ruined my mood for the game. Let's go to your place, Bai Wenming said, irritated, removing his sunglasses and standing up while gesturing. Why are we going to my place? Tony Stark asked curiously, somewhat reluctant to leave the lounge chair. He wanted to stay there and relax his body. To check out your so-called precious super soldier serum, Bai Wenming replied dismissively as he turned to head toward his sports car. Riding in a luxury car was indeed comfortable, but driving it was cumbersome. Since Bai Wenming didn't want to find a driver, he felt that his sports car was more suitable for him. Aren't you going to clean up here? Didn't you just say protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility? Tony Stark asked in surprise. Please, I have so many people under me. Do I need to pick up trash myself? Bai Wenming's voice floated back, causing Tony Stark to feel a surge of frustration. What on earth was wrong with this guy? Is this all there is? Bai Wenming stared at the approximately 5 milliliters of liquid in the test tube, his expression filled with skepticism. Yes, this is the super soldier serum. Tony Stark nodded solemnly, raising the test tube in his hand with a hint of pride on his face. Just this tiny vial can help an ordinary person reach the human limit? You must be joking. Bai Wenming's skepticism was evident. Having experienced numerous battles, sealing anomaly beasts, and eliminating vampires, he knew he was still far from the human limit. Now he was told that a mere injection of this small vial could achieve that. It was simply unbelievable. However, according to Jarvis's evaluation, the success rate of injecting this serum is less than 1%. Tony Stark's previously elevated tone suddenly dropped. Then why not keep researching? Perhaps the success rate will improve, Bai Wenming tentatively suggested. We've optimized it as much as possible to elevate an ordinary person directly to the human limit with just one serum. Such simplicity must come at a cost, Tony Stark replied, lifting his head again, his tone flat. Indeed, after all the struggles I've faced, still being far from the human limit, it makes sense that a single serum could have side effects. Bai Wenming nodded in contemplation, agreeing with Tony Stark's perspective. If Stark were to learn about his true situation, even knowing his strength was considerable, he would likely be furious enough to want to kick him. What kind of pain did Stark even know? Having not faced any real hardship and complaining about the little he had suffered, his audacity was thick. So, what's your decision? Are you going to take this serum or not? Bai Wenming asked seriously, though he couldn't help but break into a smile afterward. Can you tell me what's so funny? Tony Stark looked at him, bewildered. Nothing. Bai Wenming waved his hand dismissively. His earlier words sounded like something a talent show judge would say, but when said to Tony Stark, he probably wouldn't understand, so he just found amusement in it himself. Are you going to take the serum or not? Bai Wenming asked curiously, sensing something was off about Tony Stark's impending transformation into Captain America. I will, Tony Stark said through gritted teeth after a moment of silence. He recalled the helplessness he felt in the face of vampires, the despair upon learning of the Edward family's strength, and his own powerlessness against extraordinary abilities. Facing only a few weaker vampires had nearly cost him his life. The members of the Edward family were all significantly stronger than those, let alone the infamous Edward himself. Now that he had a chance to become extraordinary, how could he pass it up? With a success rate of only 1%, it was still the only opportunity he had. After all, entering his body could lead to extraordinary power, and the temptation was immense. Aren't you afraid of dying? Bai Wenming inquired. Yes, but this is the only way I have to become extraordinary right now, Tony Stark said, a hint of gloom in his voice. All right then, but what's the cost of this serum? We're not related, so I can't just help you for nothing, Bai Wenming sighed, clarifying his stance. At this moment, he made his intentions clear. After all, why would Tony Stark voluntarily approach someone he deeply disliked? A person who had made him lose face upon their first meeting would not receive such kindness from Tony Stark. Yet he had approached Bai Wenming, even deliberately lowering his status to curry favor. All of this stemmed from the fact that Bai Wenming had eliminated the Edward family. When Tony Stark had gone through great lengths to gather information about the Edward family and learn of their standing on the planet, he had felt despair. But soon after, he heard the news that Bai Wenming had taken down the Edward family, which had shocked him. He initially thought it was nonsense. It wasn't until later, when his sources confirmed the truth, along with what he had witnessed, that his attitude completely shifted. His only thought had been to cling to Bai Wenming's leg and become extraordinary. That's why he had deliberately approached Bai Wenming, hoping to gain his assistance. Now, Bai Wenming had laid his intentions bare, waiting for his response. I'll give you all the shares of Stark Industries and the wealth accumulated by the Stark family over the past 100 years. Tony Stark didn't hesitate, laying all his cards on the table. He believed that even if he lost Stark Industries, with his intellect, he could rebuild a large corporation. And if he could become extraordinary, even if it was just reaching the human limit, it would be worth it. Going on was a form of wisdom, and Tony Stark possessed that wisdom. I don't need money, Bai Wenming shook his head, indicating that the offer was insufficient. If he wanted money, he could simply consume some energy from the system to add zeros to his bank account. The system was currently well-stocked and could easily generate it. Moreover, his life was already at the pinnacle of this world. If he wanted beautiful women, it was a piece of cake. Accumulating more wealth held little meaning for him. If he had been a poor boy when he first arrived in this world, he would have undoubtedly fallen to his knees in gratitude for Tony Stark's favor, calling him brother. But now, he could summon 3 sets of armor. His physical strength had reached the demigod level, and he was nearly invincible on Earth. Tony Stark no longer seemed as significant to him. Tony Stark fell silent, realizing his chips were insufficient, and the game could not continue. You can go ahead and state your requirements, Stark said, trembling, fearing that if Bai Wenming truly wanted him as a slave to proceed, he would rather gamble on that 1% chance. I'll help you fully absorb this serum, even assist you in breaking through the human limit, if you help me with one thing, Bai Wenming said slowly, finally relaxing Stark's anxious heart. But right after that, the relief Stark felt was immediately replaced by tension. What could be so significant that even that amount of money was insufficient? What is it? I'm willing to do anything as long as it allows me to become extraordinary, Tony Stark asked eagerly. As long as he could manufacture that item, he would become extraordinary. I want a satellite capable of detecting energy fluctuations, one that can cover the entire globe, Bai Wenming said earnestly, a hint of determination in his eyes. He had been frustrated by the anomaly beasts that had been darting around, managing to catch only 2 after exhausting efforts. These beasts provided him with no opportunity whatsoever. Now that Tony Stark had come to him with a potential solution, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. As one of the top scientists in the Marvel Universe, if even Stark couldn't create such a satellite, it would be a dire situation since no one else had that capability. For now, he could only patrol the skies daily, hoping to stumble upon the anomaly beasts that emerged to roam. The inefficiency was evident, but he had no other choice. He could either continue to wait for the anomaly beasts to wander into the system's detection range for him to strike, or rely on Tony Stark to build that satellite. His requirement for the satellite was simple. It only needed to detect the presence of anomaly beasts. He had not considered any teleportation functions for now. With his demigod strength, he could reach any point on Earth in 2 minutes on the Winged Eagle steed. Once he locked onto the location of an anomaly beast, it would have no choice but to enter the sealing box, so the key was to detect the anomaly beasts as quickly as possible. How long would it take to build such a satellite? Tony Stark asked anxiously. He knew that with Bai Wenming's financial resources, an ordinary satellite could easily be acquired with money. But now Bai Wenming was trading an extraordinary opportunity for the satellite, indicating that its construction would be exceptionally challenging. If the time frame was too short, he had little confidence in his ability to complete it, as engineering issues often required real-world testing to uncover problems. Although some design flaws could be avoided through simulations, new problems would still arise during actual use, necessitating updates. 3 months. I'll give you a maximum of 3 months, Bai Wenming said, holding up 3 fingers firmly. If 3 months was not enough to build it, then giving Stark more time would be pointless. After all, Stark had crafted the super soldier serum in just a month. According to the original storyline, the Iron Man suit's construction had only taken a few days. 3 months was already ample time. Stark would likely have to remain in the lab during this period. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark felt relieved. 3 months was sufficient time to accomplish this daunting task. Then 3 months from now, I'll bring the satellite and the super soldier serum to you, Tony Stark confidently declared. No need for such trouble. You can inject the super soldier serum right now, and I'll be here to watch. If you can endure the injection process and absorb the serum with your willpower, our deal will be complete, and I'll offer you an irresistible prize for the satellite. If you lack the resolve and cannot withstand the injection, I'll step in to help you absorb the serum, and our deal will continue. Bai Wenming shook his head and said. He felt it unnecessary to wait 3 months. After all, once Stark absorbed the serum, his research speed would surely increase significantly. While the intellectual enhancement might not be critical, a stronger body would ensure ample blood supply to his brain during research. Combined, his research speed could progress to a new level. After all, which lab rat didn't experience sleepless nights and headaches from thinking too hard? If you can assist me in absorbing the serum, then starting today, in 90 days, that is 3 months, I want to see that satellite in orbit, and I'll also conduct experiments on the ground to confirm whether the satellite meets my requirements. If you fail to deliver, since I can assist you in becoming extraordinary, I can also reclaim those results. You should understand what I mean, Bai Wenming said, locking eyes with Tony Stark as he spoke slowly. His current strength was not something an ordinary person could compete with, let alone a Tony Stark who had merely injected the super soldier serum. Even his future Iron Man suit would be easy for Bai Wenming to overpower. Understood. I will deliver the satellite to you in 3 months, Tony Stark said eagerly, filled with anticipation for stepping into the extraordinary world. Then you can prepare for the injection. I'll be right here watching. Bai Wenming stepped back a few paces, signaling Tony Stark to begin the injection. To ensure everything went smoothly, he summoned the flame dragon armor. As Bai Wenming was enveloped in the shining armor, Tony Stark momentarily froze, watching in awe. This armor was incredibly cool. What man could resist having such a flame dragon armor? Even if it had no combat power, just its sheer coolness was enough to captivate anyone. You don't need to keep staring at me. What you should do now is prepare the serum on the injection table, Bai Wenming said, somewhat exasperated. All right. Tony Stark finally pulled his gaze away reluctantly, yearning for such armor, even if just for its unique aura. Jarvis, prepare to inject the serum, Tony Stark said to the air. Sir, based on my evaluation, the probability of successfully injecting the super soldier serum is approximately 1.1567%, with a very high risk factor. I do not recommend that you proceed with the injection at this time. We can continue perfecting the serum. A voice emanated from the speaker on the wall. Jarvis, this time there won't be any risks. Execute the command. Prepare for the serum injection, Tony Stark stated confidently. As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied. Also, grant Mr. by the highest authority. During the injection process, do not obstruct any of his actions. Provide him with whatever he needs immediately, and his commands will take precedence, Tony Stark added. Understood, sir. Bai Wenming stood quietly in place, resembling a lifeless statue. If a stranger were to stumble upon him, they would surely mistake him for an exquisite figurine. Soon, all preparations were complete. Tony Stark lay on the injection table, taking a deep breath to mentally prepare for the extraordinary moment ahead. He closed his eyes as the mechanical arm reached the designated position. The injection process has been initiated. Injection will commence in 3 seconds, with a speed of 0.2 microliters per second. Jarvis's voice echoed in the quiet space. 3, 2, 1. Commencing injection. Good luck, sir. I'm sorry, but that's not how this works, Bai Wenming said, his tone firm as he faced the silverback gorilla that seemed to possess a surprising level of intelligence. You don't get to ask questions here. The silverback paused mid-charge, its massive frame hovering in the air, held by an unseen force. Bai Wenming's grip tightened, exerting just enough pressure to keep the beast in check. The gorilla's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and defiance. How did you even come to understand the world's rules? Bai Wenming mused, intrigued by the creature's ability to speak with a thick New York accent. It was not every day that he encountered a being that could articulate thoughts so clearly. "I've been around," the gorilla replied, its voice deep and resonant. "You think I was just a mindless beast? I've seen things, learned things." Bai Wenming chuckled softly. "Well, it seems you're not just another test subject after all. But I don't have time for chit-chat. You're going to help me." "Help you? Why would I do that?" The silverback scoffed, its muscles rippling under its fur. "What's in it for me? You get to survive," Bai Wenming replied, his voice steady. "I can keep you alive while the others would have left you to die. You're probably aware that the super soldier serum can enhance your capabilities, and I could be the key to your further evolution. Or you could continue this charade of strength and find yourself overwhelmed by forces you can't comprehend." The gorilla seemed to ponder this for a moment, its brow furrowing. "You're saying you can make me more than I am?" "Exactly," Bai Wenming affirmed. "You could become something extraordinary. But first, I need to test a serum on you. You'll be a part of something greater than yourself. And if I refuse," the silverback challenged, the bravado returning to its demeanor. "You won't have a choice," Bai Wenming said, his voice dropping to a low intensity. "I'm not just some human you can shake off. I have the power to make you wish you had accepted." The gorilla growled, its instincts kicking in, but Bai Wenming's presence was overwhelming. It sensed the impossible strength radiating from him, the same power that had just obliterated Andulia. "If I cooperate, what guarantees do I have?" the silverback asked, its defiance wavering slightly. "You'll have my word and protection," Bai Wenming replied. "Trust me, I don't need a beast like you running around unchecked in this world. Join me, and you can unleash your full potential." After a moment of contemplation, the silverback nodded slowly, its resistance fading. "All right, I'll cooperate. But you better keep your end of the bargain." Bai Wenming released the grip he had on the creature, allowing it to regain full control of its body. "Good choice. Now, let's get you ready for the serum." As they proceeded, Bai Wenming felt a sense of satisfaction. Every step taken was a step closer to not only enhancing his own power, but also harnessing the potential of others, thereby building a formidable team against the forces of darkness lurking in their world. "Jarvis, prepare the serum for the gorilla," Bai Wenming commanded, ready to initiate the next phase of his plan. "Understood, sir," Jarvis responded promptly, gears turning the background to prepare for the experiment. "Let's see how extraordinary you can truly become," Bai Wenming murmured as he prepared to witness the transformation of the silverback gorilla into something beyond mere beast. "Ha! You little monkey are quite clever, knowing how to hide yourself." Bai Wenming's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, but he did not respond to the silverback gorilla's question. There was no need to waste time answering a monkey's question. Immediately, he slightly clenched his palm, and with a bang the several experimental animals and the silverback gorilla's body instantly exploded, turning into a blood ball. Bai Wenming gently guided it, and the blood ball began to coalesce, gradually forming an enormous blood ball. Then, he manipulated the heart-devouring demon flame, roasting this gigantic blood ball. The size of the blood ball kept shrinking while continuously expelling powder, and soon the ground was covered with a layer of gray. Eventually, the blood ball shrank to the size of a drop of blood, containing all the essence and energy of the 5 experimental animals and the silverback gorilla. Bai Wenming recalled this drop of blood, glanced at it a few times, and then covered it on Tony Stark's forehead, causing the blood drop to instantly disappear without a trace. He manipulated this drop of blood to take effect, allowing the modifications within Stark's body to continue. As time slowly passed, Tony Stark's physical form began to change. His physique improved by at least 10 times, and the energy from the silverback gorilla played a crucial role in this process. Bai Wenming sensed that Stark's magnetic field had stabilized, so he withdrew his hand and released the armor. About 3 minutes later, Tony Stark opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Awake?" Bai Wenming asked. Tony Stark's eyes moved, his consciousness gradually returning. Did I succeed?" he murmured softly. "I'm sorry." As soon as Bai Wenming finished this sentence, Stark's brain instantly became chaotic like an explosion. "Failed. You weren't able to withstand the serum's effects on your own. I had to step in to help." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's chaotic thoughts gradually returned to normal. "Can you speak a bit faster?" Tony Stark complained with dissatisfaction. Bai Wenming shook his head helplessly. His speaking speed was perfectly normal. It was just that Tony Stark was too anxious. "Also, the amount of serum you made wasn't enough, so I supplemented you with something," Bai Wenming added. What did you supplement with? A bad premonition surged in Tony Stark's heart. It couldn't be by Wunming's method of control, could it? Well, just some essence and energy that helped you break through the limits of the human body. It's an absolute treasure. If I hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't have enjoyed this treatment. You can check the surveillance later. Moreover, I'll also help you eliminate a major threat. Of course, all of this counts towards our transaction. There won't be any additional charges. Bai Wenming stroked his chin and said, he didn't plan to tell Tony Stark the truth for now. He hoped Stark wouldn't be scared enough to vomit his guts out when he watched the surveillance after he left. Thank you, Tony Stark said gratefully, using his right hand to support the injection platform as he prepared to get up. With a thud, Tony Stark shockingly raised his hand, looking at the metal piece in his hand, disbelief written all over his face. It fell off by itself. Yes, it should be due to your sudden surge in strength causing a muscle memory error. A bit of training over time will fix it. Bai Wenming glanced at it and said nonchalantly, also, since I stepped in, our transaction continues. This means that starting today, I want to see the satellite in the sky within 90 days, and it must accurately detect this energy. Bai Wenming took out a crystal ball from his storage space, binding the energy of the evolved beast stored in the system within it. Okay, I understand. Tony Stark nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards the spot where Bai Wenming took out the crystal ball. I will be conducting random tests, placing this crystal ball in different locations on Blue Star. If it can detect over 80%, it means the satellite has passed the test, and our transaction will end. Bai Wenming explained. To prevent Tony Stark from accidentally shattering the crystal ball and leaving no experimental subject, he took out 2 more crystal balls and placed them together. The confusion on Tony Stark's face deepened, and this time he was sure he had seen it with his own eyes. Bai Wenming had really taken something out of the void. What exactly was this storage space he mentioned? Of course, if it does not reach 80%, I will take measures based on the results. If the satellite does not respond to this energy, I can also restore you to an ordinary person's state and reclaim the costs of my intervention. Bai Wenming said with a smile, his face showing no trace of gloom. Understand, I will launch the satellite as soon as possible. A sense of urgency surged in Tony Stark's heart. After becoming extraordinary, he no longer wanted to return to his previous ordinary body. The faster, the better. If the results meet the standards and the launch time is less than 90 days, I will give you some rewards. If you want a storage space, I can also help you with that. Bai Wenming painted a bright prospect, waiting for Tony Stark to take the bait. After all, energy was not a problem for him, and helping Tony Stark get a storage space was no big deal. As long as Tony Stark launched the satellite, when the evolved beasts wreaked havoc, they wouldn't easily escape. They would have to obediently be sealed in the magic sealing box. That way, his strength could be greatly enhanced, and by then, what would the energy required for a storage space matter? Just like how you took something from the void just now? My God, I swear I really saw something taken from the void. Excitement sparkled in Tony Stark's eyes as he asked eagerly. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Bai Wenming's power. Yes, but there is a size limit, and taking and placing things requires a certain amount of stamina. With your current physical condition, you won't last long, but you can put some life-saving items in there. Bai Wenming nodded, continuing to tempt Tony Stark. I will work hard. Tony Stark was beyond excited. He was itching to launch that damn satellite into the sky immediately, and then try out the storage space that Bai Wenming mentioned. You handle it as you see fit. I'll take my leave now. I hope to receive good news from you then. Bai Wenming turned to leave, but suddenly remembered he still had a few words to say, so he turned back. Additionally, you must pay special attention and make sure not to break those 3 crystal balls. Once the energy inside enters your body, it won't immediately lead to life-threatening danger, but it could very likely trigger some irreversible changes. If that energy really enters your body, you must come find me immediately. No one else can handle that kind of energy. Bai Wenming earnestly cautioned, and after finishing his words, he turned to leave, leaving Tony Stark standing there in a daze, looking bewildered. Once Bai Wenming left, Tony Stark couldn't help but raise his hands, slightly clenching his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. So this is what it feels like to be extraordinary? It's absolutely amazing. After a while, Tony Stark gradually regained control of his emotions and stepped down from the platform with a slightly unsteady gait. He decided to adapt to the explosive power within him by walking, while instructing JRVS to relocate the 3 crystal balls to another laboratory, as this one was no longer suitable for experiments. He would only feel safe to leave this laboratory once he completely mastered the changes in his body. Next, Tony Stark had JRVS initiate 2 new projects, one related to the satellite and the other concerning the armor. The imposing figure by Wan Ming displayed after transforming had truly impressed him, and he longed to possess such a cool armor. What man wouldn't want to have a striking and impressive suit of armor? Now, let's shift the focus back to Bai Wenming. Jean Bing is inviting me. Bai Wenming looked at the man behind Bob with a puzzled expression, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Bai, our boss and his family sincerely invite you to dinner tomorrow, the man said respectfully, his tone revealing a hint of nervousness. I don't think we have any connection, do we? Why would he suddenly invite me? Bai Wenming frowned slightly, filled with doubt. He really couldn't think of a reason why Jean Bing would invite him. Our boss didn't mention a specific reason, just asked me to deliver the invitation to you. The man answered honestly, evidently unaware of any further details. He had personally witnessed Bai Wenming cornering Claire in front of Jean Bing, and later learned from survivors about the brutal scene of Bai Wenming's rampage, so he was extremely respectful towards him, fearing that any slight offense could lead to dire consequences. All right, then tell him I will be there on time tomorrow night, and he should be prepared. Bai Wenming decided not to dwell on the reason for the invitation. He would understand everything after going. Even if Jean Bing had some schemes, they were nothing but insignificant characters in the face of his current strength. Okay, Mr. Bai, I will go back and inform the boss. After the man finished speaking, he saw Bai Wenming wave his hand and immediately bowed his head to retreat, only turning around to leave normally after exiting the room. Bob, is there anything important happening in the group lately? Bai Wenming picked up a glass of water, walked to the sofa, and asked Bob, who was standing nearby. Please take a seat as well. Don't just stand there. Bai Wenming pointed to the sofa across from him, signaling Bob to sit down. Nothing particularly significant. The group is currently operating very stably. After sitting down on the sofa, Bob answered respectfully. I'm very reassured to leave these matters to you. When the year-end bonuses are distributed in a few days, increase your bonus by 20%. I'll have the finance department handle it later. Bai Wenming took a sip of water and said slowly, Thank you, boss. Bob was overjoyed. With his salary level, a 20% increase in the year-end bonus was nearly $1 million in wealth. Boss, the person you brought back recently, Belta, has been making rapid progress in her studies and has performed exceptionally well. Bob continued, trying to gauge Bai Wenming's attitude. He wasn't sure how to handle the person Bai Wenming had personally brought back. After all, she had been given a cleaning position, but no one dared to underestimate her. If the boss later asked about her, and he had no idea, it would surely bring him trouble, so he specifically mentioned it. Belta, just let her carry out her duties. Also, if she has any reasonable requests, they can be met, and the finance department can reimburse them afterward. Bai Wenming recalled the name and quickly understood who Bob was talking about before responding. Understood, boss. Bob quickly replied, mentally elevating Belta's status by 2 levels. The boss clearly knew this person, and she evidently held some position in the boss's mind, so it would be best to avoid provoking her in the future. As for the nature of the relationship between the boss and her, it wasn't something he should investigate. After tomorrow, I should have some free time. You can bring the documents that need my signature accumulated over this time in my office. I will go over to sign them tomorrow. Bai Wenming thought for a moment and said, he probably wouldn't need to go out searching for evolved beasts again soon. For the next 3 months, he could just wait for news from Tony Stark. If successful, everyone would be happy. If not, he would have to ride the Wind Eagle to patrol the Earth all day long again, a lifestyle he didn't want to experience once more. The last time he patrolled the Earth nearly made him sick from boredom. Now, all he hoped for was that Tony Stark could successfully achieve results, so he could strike at any moment to eliminate those detestable evolved beasts. Those detestable evolved beasts, why can't they appear around New York? Then I could seal them one by one. Why do those evolved beasts in TV shows always line up to appear in big cities? And those people aren't even as handsome as me. Bai Wenming secretly complained to himself. Anyway, the next 3 months would be relatively free, and he would have time to handle some matters in the group that required his personal attention. Okay, boss, I will bring the documents over tomorrow. Bob replied respectfully. If there's nothing else, you can get back to the group's affairs. Bai Wenming began to dismiss him. All right, boss. After Bob finished speaking, he turned and left. Jean Bing is inviting me? This banquet probably won't bring anything good. Bai Wenming gently swirled the water in his cup, took a sip, and then controlled the cup to fly towards the table, muttering to himself. But soon he pushed this matter aside. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy at the banquet, Jean Bing wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble in front of him. Then he sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to practice the sensory breathing technique. He knew well that he couldn't put all his hopes on Tony Stark, as it was still uncertain whether Stark could successfully create that thing. Practicing the sensory breathing technique would allow him to sense the energy of evolved beasts, and even if Tony Stark didn't succeed, he would have ways to find the locations of the evolved beasts. Moreover, through practicing the sensory breathing technique, he could enhance his compatibility with the Snow Mastiff armor, boosting his strength after summoning the armor. "AI Lee, come over and say hello to Mr. Bai," Jean Bing said softly to the little girl he was holding, a loving smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Bai. My name is AI Lee, and I'm already 6 years old." The adorable little girl greeted Bai Wenming sweetly. "Oh my, what a cute little one you are. Hello there." Bai Wenming slowly crouched down and extended a hand, signaling that he wanted to shake hands with the little girl. AI Lee's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Wow, this uncle is so nice. He said I'm cute, and he even considers himself an adult, actively wanting to shake hands with me. This uncle must be the best person in the world," the little one thought to herself. With a quick thought, she swiftly extended both hands and tightly grasped Bai Wenming's hand. "Haha." Seeing AI Lee's adorable demeanor, Bai Wenming couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was truly hard to imagine that this exquisitely cute little girl was the daughter of the burly Jean Bing. The contrast between them was just too great. "Mr. Bai, please come in. We are all ready for you," Jean Bing finally interrupted, after observing the interaction between Bai Wenming and AI Lee for a while. "Well then, this lovely and cute young lady, I'll trouble you to lead the way for us," Bai Wenming said as he stood up, bending slightly towards AI Lee. "Gladly." AI Lee performed a little princess curtsy, her face beaming with a sweet smile. After speaking, she happily ran ahead, bouncing a few steps, then suddenly seemed to remember that this wasn't very ladylike and immediately stopped, quietly continuing to lead the way while bashfully glancing back at Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming watched her cute antics, unable to stop smiling. This child was truly delightful. The group slowly walked into Jean Bing's estate, which was impressively comparable to the Osborne family estate. AI Lee joyfully ran ahead, pointing out the fun spots in the area and the most beautiful flowers, while Bai Wenming followed her direction, admiring the surroundings and occasionally complimenting AI Lee. Upon hearing Bai Wenming's continuous praises, AI Lee's cheeks instantly flushed, and she began to introduce even more enthusiastically. The group's pace gradually slowed down, but no one expressed any dissatisfaction. Jean Bing, seeing this warm scene, had an even more pronounced smile on his face. Once they entered the house, Bai Wenming finally understood why Jean Bing had such a lovely child. It turned out his wife had truly exceptional genes. At that moment, a gentle and graceful woman stood up and greeted Bai Wenming. "Mr. Bai, please take a seat here." After chatting for a while, the dinner finally began officially. At the table were only Jean Bing's family and Bai Wenming, with waitstaff occasionally bringing new dishes for the guests to taste. The atmosphere at the table was very harmonious and pleasant. After indulging in food and drink, Jean Bing's wife took AI Lee upstairs, as AI Lee needed to practice piano. Jean Bing and Bai Wenming moved to the living room, and after the waitstaff served tea, they withdrew. The room instantly fell silent, with no one initiating conversation. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Bai Wenming said after waiting for a while, and seeing that Jean Bing seemed unwilling to speak. His time wasn't particularly abundant, and playing a game of statue with Jean Bing here didn't seem very interesting. "Mr. Bai, please stay. I specifically invited you today because I have something I would like to request of you." Jean Bing finally spoke up, revealing the true purpose of his invitation. I can see that we're at the point of offering up wives and children. This must be quite significant," Bai Wenming replied immediately. When he saw AI Lee and Jean Bing's wife appear together, he had already guessed why Jean Bing invited him. Their relationship wasn't close enough for Jean Bing to just invite him to a family dinner and introduce his wife and daughter. It seemed that Jean Bing was in big trouble. However, the only thing that puzzled him was why Jean Bing would choose him. They had only met once, and their relationship was at best somewhat familiar, hardly qualifying as friends. Could it be that he appeared particularly reassuring? Or perhaps Jean Bing had developed some admiration for him upon meeting and felt compelled to show loyalty, offering his family as leverage? I would like to ask Mr. Bai to ensure the safety of my wife and daughter for a period of 3 months, Jean Bing said solemnly. And the reason? Or you need to provide me with some compensation, right? You can't just expect me to agree right away, can you? If you want me to protect them, I need a reason or some compensation. You're not ordering me around, are you? Bai Wenming said with a smile. Since Jean Bing wanted him to take action, he must have some preparations in mind. He wouldn't expect him to help for free. Even if Jean Bing's wife were exceptionally beautiful, that wouldn't matter. He preferred to play with unmarried girls. He didn't want to touch someone else's wife, as that would weigh on his conscience. He was not a Chao Zai. Chao Zai was already dead. Of course, if Jean Bing hadn't prepared the cost of his help, then for the sake of the adorable AI Li, he wouldn't hold it against him and would just give him a lesson. Bai Wenming narrowed his elongated eyes, waiting for Jean Bing's answer. Ha! How could I dare to order Mr. Bai around? Jean Bing, do have some discernment. Asking Mr. Bai for help will naturally require some compensation, Jean Bing quickly said with a smile. Only then did Bai Wenming's serious expression relax as he quietly waited for Jean Bing to state his terms. If the terms were appropriate, then he could act as a bodyguard for a while also finding out what kind of trouble Jean Bing was in that forced him to go to such lengths. He was quite curious about the enemies Jean Bing faced. They must be quite formidable. I know about another glowing stone. I would like to exchange this information for Mr. Bai's protection of my family for a while, Jean Bing stated his offer. How do you know I need the Shadow Light Stone? Bai Wenming asked curiously. Did this world also have legends about armored warriors? Recently, I received some news about the battle that occurred at the Osborne estate. I investigated and found that Norman Osborn had used a stone called the Fire Shadow Stone to hire you for help, Jean Bing patiently explained. He continued, not long ago, in Chicago, because of a stone, several small organizations were exterminated. I investigated and found that the stone in the photo looked very similar to the Fire Shadow Stone you mentioned, which is why I dare to confidently ask for your help. Then where are the photos of that stone? Bai Wenming pressed, wanting to see if the stone in the photo was indeed the Shadow Light Stone. If it was, then protecting Jean Bing's wife and daughter for a while would be reasonable. After all, Jean Bing was providing him with information about the Shadow Light Stone, and in exchange, it was only fair to protect his family for a while. He wasn't a god. He didn't need to worry about all sorts of messy affairs. He was just an armored warrior, and sealing evolved beasts was his job. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. If someone came to him with a Shadow Light Stone to eliminate Jean Bing, he would act without hesitation. It wasn't about good or evil. It was merely a transaction. This is the photo of that stone. Please take a look, Mr. Bai. Jean Bing took out 2 photos from his pocket and handed them to Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming gently picked up the 2 photos on the table. Under the dim light, the small black figures seemed to blend into the surrounding environment. Perhaps this was their so-called racial talent. However, that wasn't the main point. What truly caught his eye was a stone on the table, radiating a green glow, currently held tightly by an indistinct black object. Bai Wenming's gaze immediately locked onto this stone. The clarity of the photo was limited, making it impossible to see the stone's surface clearly, but he was certain that this was the Water Shadow Stone he had been searching for. Do you know the whereabouts of the Water Shadow Stone? Bai Wenming slowly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with bright light as he fixed his gaze on Jean Bing. Jean Bing shook his head helplessly. I don't know. My people are working hard to trace the forces behind those small organizations that were wiped out, hoping to find the whereabouts of the Water Shadow Stone. Those organizations were exterminated silently, and no one knows who did it. His subordinates have been desperately searching, eager to retrieve this precious Water Shadow Stone. Tell your people to retreat. Continuing the pursuit may result in unnecessary casualties, Bai Wenming said after a moment of contemplation, his tone revealing a hint of concern. He understood that, on this earth, only he and the evolved beasts knew of the existence of the Shadow Light Stones. Ordinary people wouldn't go to great lengths for a glowing stone, but evolved beasts would. Ordinary humans stood no chance against evolved beasts. He had previously been puzzled as to why he could never find the remaining 2 Shadow Light Stones. Now it was clear that they were wrapped in the energy of the evolved beasts, causing the fluctuations of the Shadow Light Stones to remain undetectable by the system. Do you know this force? Jean Bing furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the armrest of the sofa, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Uh-huh. Bai Wenming cast a glance at Jean Bing, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a light smile, seemingly satisfying his curiosity. The armor I wore that day is the Snow Mastiff armor, one of the 5 elemental armors. Once summoned, you can call me an armored warrior. With the Shadow Light Stone, like the one in the photo, we can summon the armor and become armored warriors. In this world, I am indifferent to many things, but I will never back down when it comes to eliminating evolved beasts. The evolved beasts are the killers of those small organizations. We are mortal enemies. As long as there is any connection to the evolved beasts, regardless of who the opponent is, I will eradicate them, Bai Wenming said seriously, a mix of truth and falsehood in his words. After all, without the 5 elemental bloodlines, one could not summon the armor using only the Shadow Light Stone. As an armored warrior, he had to possess a 5-element bloodline. If my people continue to investigate and really uncover any clues, it's likely they will directly involve the evolved beasts, and, at that point, they will undoubtedly face death. Besides me, no one in this world can pose a threat to the evolved beasts, Bai Wenming continued, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. You can give me all the information you've gathered. I'd like to see if there are any clues regarding the whereabouts of the evolved beasts. Bai Wenming picked up a teacup, took a sip, and then spoke to Jean Bing. I'm prepared. It's in my study. Mr. Bai can follow me. Jean Bing stood up, signaling for Bai Wenming to follow him. The two made their way up the stairs, and as they passed the music room, the beautiful sound of piano music reached their ears. AI Li was skillfully playing. You're really lucky to have such a lovely daughter, Bai Wenming said, turning his head for a quick glance and smiling. Yes, I also feel very lucky to have met Jennifer and to have AI Li, Jean Bing replied, a content smile spreading across his face. Jennifer was his gentle and graceful wife. Upon entering the study, Jean Bing pointed to a mountain of documents piled up on his desk and said, "These are the pieces of information my subordinates have gathered during this time. I haven't had the chance to review them yet. I've been waiting for you." "Thank you. I'll start looking through these documents to see if they reveal any traces of the evolved beasts," Bai Wenming said, walking over to the desk and casually picking up a few documents to start reviewing them carefully. "Tell your people to retreat. They won't survive if they encounter the evolved beasts," Bai Wenming said, his attention completely focused on the documents. "I'll notify them to retreat tomorrow." Jean Bing nodded, having already decided to issue the order to withdraw. Silence fell in the study, with only the sound of Bai Wenming flipping through pages occasionally breaking the quietude. After a while, he finally finished reviewing all the documents, closed his eyes, and quietly reflected on the connections between the information. At that moment, Jean Bing suddenly spoke up. "I wonder if this information can be exchanged for Mr. Bai's protection of my wife and daughter for a while." "Sure, but will take a few days. I need to find the Water Shadow Stone first before I have the time to protect them." Bai Wenming opened his eyes, a hint of contemplation flashing through them. He had roughly guessed the location of the evolved beasts, but he couldn't be certain until he personally checked the site. He couldn't help but wonder why this evolved beast was acting alone. Normally, all evolved beasts should gather together under the protection of the 5 guardians. There shouldn't be any instances of them acting alone. Was this evolved beast simply uninformed of the guardian's orders, or did it consider him, the armored warrior, to be inconsequential? Just then, Jean Bing's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID, and his face instantly turned pale. "Who's calling? Why do you look so pale?" Bai Wenming noticed Jean Bing's change in expression and asked with concern. "It's someone from my side in Chicago. He's not directly responsible for investigating this matter. He's just a liaison," Jean Bing explained, then answered the phone. From the conversation on the other end, Bai Wenming learned that Jean Bing's people had encountered trouble, and they had been completely wiped out. "Wiped out?" Bai Wenming asked in surprise. "Yeah, in just 2 hours, more than 50 people were killed, perhaps even in less than 2 hours. Jean Bing slowly exhaled, a hint of shock in his eyes. He had never imagined that what Bai Wenming said was actually true. Over 50 well-equipped subordinates had been completely annihilated in such a short time, showcasing incredible power. No wonder Bai Wenming regarded the evolved beasts as mortal enemies. Their strength was indeed sufficient to stand against him. The person on the other end had been in contact with the victims just 2 hours ago, but when he tried to reach out again, they had all vanished. After receiving this news, The subordinate immediately notified Jinbing. Haha, are you interested in witnessing the evolved beasts? Bai Wenming said, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he invited him. I would also like to see what kind of beings you refer to as mortal enemies, so I can be prepared in the future and avoid being caught off guard. Jinbing said, calming down, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting in a smile. Although he felt a sting of pain over the death of those 50 subordinates, he wasn't overly angry. After all, during this time, the number of capable individuals taken down by that mysterious blind man was double this amount. This time was merely a one-time loss that was hard for him to accept. Once you see them, you will understand why they're called evolved beasts. However, their strength has increased recently, allowing them to possess humans, making it difficult to determine if someone is possessed by ordinary means. Bai Wenming explained, a serious look flashing in his eyes. I'll contact my private plane right away and prepare to leave immediately, Jinbing said, reaching for his phone to arrange the trip. No need to go through all that trouble. By the time your plane gets to the destination, the food will be cold. I can just take you there directly, Bai Wenming replied with a smile, though a glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He was eager to see which daring evolved beast would dare to venture out alone and commit a major crime at such a sensitive time. Oh, I'm curious to see what methods you have, Mr. Bai, Jinbing responded, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded the mysterious man before him. Let's go outside. I'll take you to find your subordinate right now. Hearing this, Jinbing quickly led Bai Wenming outside, his face filled with curiosity and confusion. First, confirm the specific location of your subordinate, Bai Wenming said, waving his hand. A blue light curtain instantly appeared before them, revealing a detailed map. He pointed to the location in Chicago and addressed Jinbing. Jinbing's eyes widened in shock. How was this even possible? In all his years, he had never seen such a miraculous phenomenon. However, he quickly suppressed his astonishment, relying on his years of experience and calm demeanor to bury the surprise deep in his heart. He then marked the location of the subordinate he needed to contact on the map. Wind Shadow Armor merge. With a loud eagle cry, a majestic set of Wind Eagle armor instantly appeared on Bai Wenming. This scene greatly shook Jinbing's heart. The white armor he had seen last time left a deep impression on him, and now this blue armor added a new layer to his understanding of the man before him. Coupled with the previously displayed high-tech map, Bai Wenming's image in Jinbing's mind suddenly became larger than life, as if a mysterious power enveloped him. Bai Wenming gently twisted the belt of his armor, and a Wind Eagle steed appeared out of thin air beside him, exuding a mysterious aura. Hop on. Sit behind me, Bai Wenming said as he mounted the Wind Eagle steed, turning to Jinbing. Jinbing, with his large frame, struggled to climb onto the Wind Eagle steed. Bai Wenming couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This guy was quite heavy. He had initially thought Jinbing merely looked robust, but he hadn't expected his weight to be this considerable. However, under the Wind Eagle steed's rapid flight, they arrived in Chicago in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. Get down, Bai Wenming said, stopping the Wind Eagle steed without turning around, directly addressing Jinbing. They had reached their destination, and he needed to retrieve the Wind Eagle steed. We're here already, Jinbing said, confusion written all over his face. Just a moment ago, they were still in New York. The speed of the Wind Eagle steed far exceeded his expectations. Before he could process what had happened, they had already arrived in Chicago. This left his mind momentarily in a state of chaos, struggling to accept this reality. We're here. That building ahead is where your subordinate is located, Bai Wenming explained. Okay. Jinbing, somewhat slow to react, dismounted the Wind Eagle steed and stood there in a daze, lost in thought. Seeing Jinbing in such a contemplative state, Bai Wenming found it amusing and released his armor, joking, thinking about your wife and kids? Don't worry. After we take care of this evolved beast, I'll send you back. Oh no. Jinbing hurriedly shook his head in denial. After saying this, he raised his hand to check his watch, uncertain of when they had actually departed, and asked, how long did it take us to fly over? I didn't keep a precise count, but it was about a minute, Bai Wenming replied after a moment's thought. In reality, due to needing to allocate some of his energy to protect Jinbing and ensure he wasn't harmed or burned during the high-speed flight, the time taken was slightly longer than usual. Jinbing was feeling somewhat numb from this series of shocking events. He felt that the impact he had experienced in these few minutes surpassed all the shocks he had encountered in his previous half a lifetime. Oh, a minute? That's not too bad, Jean Bing mindlessly echoed, then led by Wen Ming toward the location of his subordinate. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly reacted, a minute? From New York to Chicago. He stopped in his tracks, exclaiming in shock. Yep, what's wrong with that? Bai Wenming replied, looking at him speechlessly. Why was this guy always so surprised? It was just a minute. What was there to be astonished about? Who's there? A wary voice came from inside the building, followed by the sound of actions being taken, indicating that bullets were being chambered. Clearly, the people inside were ready for battle. Your subordinates are armed. You need to calm them down quickly to avoid them shooting us by mistake, Bai Wenming reminded, as he didn't want to get into trouble over unnecessary issues. Anyone who shot at him had to die. That was his principle, even if these people were indirectly helping him and were acting unconsciously. But once they fired a weapon, they would have to pay the price. It's me. Although Jean Bing was still in a daze, he forced himself to suppress his unease and spoke up. The boss's voice? Upon hearing the voice, the people inside relaxed, and a hushed discussion followed. Soon, Jean Bing's phone rang. Hello. Jean Bing answered the call. Boss, are you outside? A tense voice came from the other end. Yes, I'm here, Jean Bing replied calmly, a hint of authority in his tone. Boss, why did you come here? Aren't you supposed to be in New York? The person on the other end sounded even more confused. Do I need to report my business to you? Jean Bing retorted, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. No, it's just that the brothers are a bit scared and worried it might be a trap, the voice on the other end said cautiously. Open the door. I'll handle this matter personally, Jean Bing instructed. Okay, boss, please hold on a moment. The person on the other end replied before hanging up. The door slowly opened, and it seemed that if there were any signs of danger, they would immediately close it again. Boss, someone exclaimed in surprise, and the people inside revealed looks of joy. They had thought it was the enemy, but now seeing Jean Bing, their worries dissipated significantly. Boss, why did you come personally? It might not be very safe here right now. After entering, a leading figure spoke to Jean Bing, glancing at Bai Wenming with a hint of disdain, as if viewing Bai Wenming as merely a secretary with no real significance. I accompanied Mr. Bai here to handle this matter. If you have any findings, share them with Mr. Bai now. From now on, all our manpower will be at Mr. Bai's disposal, Jean Bing said seriously, pointing at Bai Wenming. We haven't discovered anything yet. After realizing that the brothers were all killed, I immediately summoned everyone to gather, preventing anyone from attacking us. We haven't entered the scene. The light is too dim at night to observe the situation inside promptly, and we were concerned there might be an ambush. We only asked the people around, and there have been no unusual movements or sounds in the past 2 hours, the leading figure reported to Jean Bing. Take me to the scene, Bai Wenming said, wanting to see firsthand which evolved beast had committed such crimes. The leading figure looked at Jean Bing, waiting for his command. What are you looking at me for? Mr. Bai's orders are my orders. From now on, everyone must greet Mr. Bai respectfully and not offend him, Jean Bing said impatiently. Understood, boss. I'll remember that, the leading figure quickly replied, then turned to Bai Wenming, saying, Hello, Mr. Bai. I'll take you to the scene right away, but we need to be cautious in case they attack us. No need to worry about safety. With Mr. Bai here, who would dare to lay a finger on us? Jean Bing said with a smile to the leading man, subtly flattering him. Initially, he thought Bai Wenming had some skills, but after witnessing the instantaneous travel from New York to Chicago in just a minute, he was left utterly shocked. He immediately elevated Bai Wenming's status in his mind to someone absolutely untouchable. After all, if Bai Wenming could escape, it would be him who would be unlucky. The leader was taken aback, never expecting that this Asian man could earn such high regard from Jean Bing. He stood there momentarily dumbfounded. Let's go. You lead the way, Bai Wenming said nonchalantly. Oh, all right, Mr. Bai. Please follow me, the leader quickly replied, gun in hand as he walked ahead, leading everyone forward. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a deserted factory. A strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. Although they had anticipated that something terrible had occurred in this factory, there were still a few homeless people scattered around, trying to find a place to shelter for the night. Upon seeing a group of armed individuals approaching, these homeless people immediately scattered in fear, worried about being caught up in the trouble. There's no energy fluctuation from the evolved beasts here, Bai Wenming said, slightly furrowing his brow. He hadn't sensed the residual energy from an evolved beast attack inside the factory. To silently kill everyone inside, the attacker would have to possess considerable strength, yet there were no traces of evolved beast energy left behind, leaving him deeply puzzled. However, he didn't voice his thoughts and simply gestured for the others to open the factory door. As they entered the factory, the stench of blood grew stronger, combined with the rusting scent of the factory that had endured years of wind and rain. Jean Bing's subordinates raised their guns, vigilantly watching the buildings inside. "Go inside and bring out the bodies. There shouldn't be anyone left and no other large creatures," Bai Wenming said in a calm tone, hinting that he was deep in thought. Upon hearing this, the subordinates didn't say much but remained cautious, slowly advancing toward the interior buildings with their guns raised. Bai Wenming continuously recalled the information he had gathered earlier, trying to connect it with the scene before him. But he hit a crucial snag. There was no residual energy from the evolved beasts. Soon, a few people emerged carrying bodies. Bai Wenming and Jean Bing stepped forward as the subordinates placed the bodies on the ground. With just one glance, Bai Wenming confirmed that this was not the work of evolved beasts because they wouldn't drain blood. These individuals had all died from having their blood completely drained, evident from the 2 large puncture wounds on their necks. Could it be that this wasn't the work of evolved beasts at all? Were these people just unlucky enough to stumble upon a group of powerful vampires while following leads? Bai Wenming's initial conviction began to waver. "Mr. Bai, it seems my subordinates were killed by vampires?" Jean Bing spoke up, his tone revealing a hint of anger as he recognized the cause of death. The horrific manner of death and the 2 large holes in their necks clearly indicated this. "These people were indeed killed by vampires, not evolved beasts," Bai Wenming replied, coming out of his contemplation to answer seriously. Do the vampires dare to mess with me? Do they think Jean Bing is that easy to bully?" Jean Bing laughed coldly, his voice exuding a chilling intensity. Recently, he had been infuriated by a mysterious, blind man, and he had even considered asking Bai Wenming to protect his wife and daughter for a while he personally dealt with the blind man. He had initially planned to inform Bai Wenming after locating the mysterious stone to maximize his benefits. But now, at such a critical moment, vampires dared to provoke him. Did they really think he had lost control of the underground world? Since AI Li was born, he hadn't personally acted in a long time, and it seemed everyone in the underground world had forgotten how he, Jean Bing, rose to power. He didn't rely on schemes or tricks. He climbed to the top by stepping on the corpses of his enemies, eliminating anyone who obstructed his path with his own fists. Since these vampires dared to act against him, they shouldn't blame Jean Bing for unleashing his wrath. What were vampires to him? He had killed them before, even the vampire elders, and he had designed their downfall himself, making all factions acknowledge his strength and ultimately crown him the king of the underground world. Now, with vampires daring to provoke him again, a fierce glint flashed in Jean Bing's eyes. As all the bodies were brought out, they were neatly arranged in 2 rows. The expressions of the subordinates turned pale, and their legs trembled. Although they had seen dead bodies before, they had never witnessed the scene of over 50 people dying at once. Their hearts were now filled with fear. Bai Wenming stepped forward and carefully examined each body, finding no new clues. These individuals had all died in their sleep from blood loss. Bai Wenming shook his head helplessly, accepting the fact that this was indeed not the scene of an evolved beast attack. He prepared to head back and walked in front of Jean Bing, saying it wasn't the work of evolved beasts. These people were all drained of blood in their sleep. I will help you deal with these vampires and avenge them. After all, they met their misfortune while working for me. If they have families, I will give each of their families $100,000. Then I thank you on behalf of them, Mr. Bai. However, I will personally take care of these vampires. I'll twist their heads off to avenge my brothers, Jean Bing said through gritted teeth. Bai Wenming didn't say anything further and prepared to leave. Jean Bing would certainly need to handle the aftermath of these individuals, whether out of genuine care or to win over people's hearts. He had to do this. A leader of a faction cannot appear overly harsh and ungrateful. As Bai Wenming took a few steps, he suddenly turned back to glance at the building, trying to glean some insights from it. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed that the subordinates had started to doze off. His brows furrowed. Even though it was late, with the bodies of their brothers lying on the ground, it hadn't been 3 hours since they died, and yet these people were starting to nod off. They showed no basic sympathy, What did they consider themselves in the hearts of their deceased brothers? Bai Wenming's impression of these individuals instantly diminished. He turned to leave, and just as he stepped out of the door, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, something isn't right. There's definitely something off about this situation, Bai Wenming muttered to himself. Bai Wenming carefully recalled the details of the day, piecing everything together in his mind, and suddenly realized why the subordinates had begun to doze off. First, the individuals who were killed had shown no signs of resistance. They were drained of blood while they were asleep. However, the first question arose. These people were sent out by Jin Bing for a mission, and Jin Bing had described them as capable. How could such capable individuals let down their guard and fall into a deep sleep at dusk when they were facing a ruthless enemy? After all, the opposing force was known for their brutality, which made this behavior extremely unreasonable. Not only had they all fallen asleep, but they did so collectively at that specific time, which was nearly impossible. While vampires could induce sleep in their prey when feeding, they could not possibly put so many people into a deep slumber at once. Even if they used some special means, these individuals would not be completely unaware of their surroundings. Additionally, the subordinates had been in high spirits only moments before, showing no signs of fatigue, and in the face of such a grim scene, they surely wouldn't allow themselves to feel sleepy. So, the sudden wave of drowsiness among them seemed particularly abnormal. The only difference between those who had started to doze off and the few who showed no signs of sleepiness was that the former had entered that building. It seems that building must have something wrong with it, Bai Wenming thought to himself, finally grasping the crux of the matter. System, are there any types of evolved beasts that can induce sleep in people? Bai Wenming urgently inquired. Yes, host. The demon beast number 5 possesses that ability. It can release a special mist that causes those who come into contact with it to fall asleep. The system replied obediently. Haha, this explains everything, Bai Wenming murmured to himself, already constructing a complete chain of evidence in his mind. He surmised that demon beast number 5 must have discovered the people who were tracing them, then came to them, released the sleep-inducing mist, incapacitating them before cruelly killing them. Given that the time interval had been short, the mist still retained a certain concentration in the air, which caused the subordinates to feel drowsy after entering that building. As for those who hadn't immediately collapsed, it was likely because the concentration of the mist in the air was too low. After all, some time had passed. Otherwise, these subordinates would have also fallen asleep on the spot. The reason why the deceased had been drained of blood was also clear. It was because a vampire was possessed by an evolved beast. The previous issue of not being able to detect the residual energy of the evolved beasts was also solved. Demon Beast number 5 had only released the mist stored within it and hadn't used any other abilities, which explained why there was no obvious energy residue at the scene, or rather, that only a minuscule amount of energy had participated in the release of the mist, and 2 hours was enough time for that tiny trace of energy to dissipate completely. If I hadn't looked back just now, I might have let this evolved beast slip away. A cold glint flashed in Bai Wenming's eyes as he turned around, deciding to further confirm his suspicions at the scene. Mr. Bai, why have you come back? Jin Bing's tone revealed a hint of displeasure upon seeing Bai Wenming return. When he noticed his subordinates yawning and looking exhausted, anger surged within him. Did these people consider their deceased comrades to be disposable? Furthermore, he was standing right there, preparing to handle the aftermath for these subordinates. Yet they were so eager to go back to sleep. He decided he would give them a profound lesson when he returned, making them understand the importance of team unity. Hence, his tone was quite unfriendly. It wasn't the vampires who did this. It was the evolved beast, that demon beast number 5. Bai Wenming ignored Jin Bing's tone, already fully aware of the evolved beast methods and only needing to conduct a final verification. You 3, go into that building and stay there for at least 10 minutes. You could do anything you want, just stay in there for 10 minutes, Bai Wenming instructed, pointing at 3 subordinates who had not yet entered the building. The 3 subordinates exchanged glances, confusion filling their eyes, but they obediently walked into the building. Jin Bing, puzzled, asked, Mr. Bai, have you discovered something? This is indeed not the work of vampires, Bai Wenming nodded affirmatively. But these brothers clearly died from having their blood drained. Who else could have done this if not the vampires? Jin Bing was even more puzzled. With such obvious signs of death, how could it not be the work of vampires? Well, there are indeed vampires involved, but I suspect this vampire isn't a regular one. I've told you before that evolved beasts can possess humans, making it very difficult to track their movements using conventional means. This vampire is likely possessed by an evolved beast known as Demon Beast Number 5, by Won Ming patiently explained. So, you're saying this is indeed the work of an evolved beast? Jean Bing asked nervously. Wait 10 minutes. If the three who just went and don't come out, then we can confirm that it was indeed Demon Beast Number 5's doing. Is there really an evolved beast inside? Jean Bing's face turned pale. These were his subordinates. If they didn't come out, it would mean they were in serious danger. Although they were just 3 subordinates, he couldn't allow them to be sacrificed like that. Don't worry, there's no real evolved beast inside. They'll be fine. They'll just fall asleep. The ability of Demon Beast Number 5 is to release that sleep-inducing mist, and the air inside still retains a certain concentration of it. If these 3 fall asleep, it will confirm that it was indeed Demon Beast Number 5's doing. Bai Wenming noticed Jean Bing's concern and quickly reassured him. He wouldn't risk his subordinates against an evolved beast. He was confident in ensuring their safety. That's a relief. Jean Bing sighed, feeling a bit of his worry dissipate. At this moment, the surrounding subordinates were already so drowsy they could barely stand, swaying as if they would fall asleep standing up at any moment. However, since Jean Bing was present, they could only force themselves to stay awake, afraid of being punished by him for dozing off, especially with their deceased brothers' bodies lying quietly nearby. Let your subordinates sleep. They've been affected. If they don't rest, they won't recover, and holding on won't do any good. They'll still fall asleep. Their physical condition cannot withstand the ability of Demon Beast Number 5, Bai Wenming said softly, looking at the struggling subordinates with a pang of compassion. Let them sleep. They've been cursed. I'll have someone come and take care of them afterward, Jean Bing said. And upon hearing this, the subordinates finally felt relieved, collapsing one after another to the ground and quickly entering a deep sleep. Watching his subordinates fall asleep so quickly, Jean Bing felt a sense of alertness. The strength of these evolved beasts was indeed not to be underestimated. Merely the residual ability was enough to put these men into a deep slumber. He realized he needed to be more careful and cautious when facing evolved beasts in the future. Now, except for Bai Wenming, Jean Bing, and the leading man, everyone else had fallen asleep. Make a call and have someone come to carry these sleeping people back. Also, arrange for vehicles to properly handle the aftermath for these brothers. Jean Bing instructed the leading man. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away. The leading man replied promptly, then stepped aside to make the call. The entire scene fell into silence, leaving only Bai Wenming and Jean Bing to quietly wait for news from inside the building. Just a few minutes later, the sound of someone falling could be heard from inside the building. Bai Wenming, relying on his keen perception, confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed the work of Demon Beast Number 5. It's the work of the mutant beast. I'll go bring them out right now, Bai Wenming said to Jean Bing before immediately rushing into the building. He easily carried 3 of his subordinates out and placed them on the ground. Seeing this, Jean Bing asked, what do you plan to do next? Of course, I need to find this mutant beast and deal with it, Bai Wenming replied, casually, seemingly confident. Do you need me to send someone to assist you? Jean Bing inquired with concern. No need. Your subordinates have already identified a few possible locations for me. I'll just check them out. How far can this mutant beast run in 2 hours? Bai Wenming declined Jean Bing's offer and continued, I won't take you with me. It might be a bit inconvenient. Next time, I'll let you see the true form of the mutant beast. Inferno Dragon Armor, merge. With a commanding dragon roar, the Inferno Dragon Armor instantly appeared on Bai Wenming, radiating intense heat. Jean Bing watched as yet another different armor appeared on Bai Wenming, filled with curiosity. How many sets of these magical armors does he possess? Then I'll take my leave first. I'll come find you later, Bai Wenming said, and with a leap, he vanished from Jean Bing's sight. Soon, Bai Wenming arrived at the first location, searching carefully but found no traces of the mutant beast or vampires. He quickly disappeared from the spot and headed to the next location. When he reached the third location, he still found no sign of the mutant beast. There was only a group of homeless people, and everything seemed normal. Come out. You've already been exposed, Bai Wenming said in a deep voice to the crowd. However, the crowd fell silent, and no one dared to speak, as if suppressed by some mysterious force. Stop pretending. I've already locked onto you. Just look at how your expression differs from the others. It's obvious. What's the use of continuing to act? Bai Wenming continued to address a shadowy figure. How did you find me? Someone in the crowd finally spoke up, startling the surrounding homeless people into cries of alarm. I already mentioned it. Look at how your expression differs from the others. Your face has betrayed you, Bai Wenming said impatiently. Huh, I see. The figure let out a cold laugh. Come out and hand over the water shadow stone. I can make your death a bit more merciful, Bai Wenming said coldly. Do you think we mutant beasts are afraid of pain? As for the water shadow stone, you'll never find it in this lifetime, haha. One person in the crowd laughed loudly and instantly transformed into the form of Demon Beast number 5. The surrounding homeless people were thrown into panic at the sudden transformation into a terrifying monster, all screaming in fear. In the next moment, one homeless person was killed on the spot by Demon Beast number 5, and the scene fell into a dead silence, with the other homeless people too scared to make a sound. Haha, Inferno Knight, let me leave here, or these people will all die, Demon Beast number 5 threatened. Would you like to repeat what you just said? Think it over carefully in your mind, and then reconsider if it's appropriate. Bai Wenming found it amusing. This Demon Beast number 5 was clearly out of its mind to dare threaten him. Moreover, it had targeted the wrong people. These homeless individuals had nothing to do with him. If they died, they died. He wasn't someone who indiscriminately kills the innocent. Haven't you armored warriors always claimed to be the righteous side? Why don't you care about the lives of these ordinary people now? Demon Beast number 5 was somewhat stunned, sensing that this Inferno Dragon armor seemed a bit different, but quickly resumed its mocking tone. What do they have to do with me? Besides, even if I seal you, these people can live safely. Why should I let you go? Bai Wenming said coldly. Then let's see whether your sealing speed is faster or my speed in killing all these people, Demon Beast number 5 responded, which instead amused Bai Wenming. This mutant beast was somewhat self-aware, knowing it would definitely be sealed today, with no thought of counterattacking. You can't do it alone. I'm telling you, Bai Wenming said, and instantly vanished from the spot. Like a flash of lightning, he kicked Demon Beast number 5 away and quickly chased after it, delivering 2 more kicks to send it flying even further, away from the group of innocent homeless people. After all, he was an armored warrior. He could never allow a mutant beast to indiscriminately kill the innocent in front of him. However, if he truly encountered an insurmountable situation, he wouldn't risk his life to save these homeless individuals. Preserving his own safety was always his top priority. Just like now, even though he could handle this mutant beast with his inherent strength, only needing to unleash his finishing move to seal it, he still chose to summon the Inferno Dragon armor, gearing up to battle the mutant beast without giving it any chance to exploit. In any battle, he had to give his all. Otherwise, he might make a mistake at a critical moment, leading to failure. Get up. I'll say it again. Tell me the location of the water shadow stone, and I can make your death a bit more merciful, Bai Wenming said, standing beside Demon Beast number 5, his tone gentle but his eyes revealing an unyielding determination. Haha, I'll say it again. We mutant beasts do not fear pain at all. You'll never find a water shadow stone in this lifetime. Demon Beast number 5 lay on the ground, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes, but it still tried to remain calm. It was somewhat surprised by Wenming's strength, not expecting this generation of armored warriors to be so powerful that it had no power to fight back. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? If you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Don't regret it later, Bai Wenming said with a cold laugh, already deciding to make this mutant beast suffer. With a snap of his fingers, a blazing flame appeared at his fingertip. It was the Red Lotus Karma Fire. I hope you can withstand the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, or I will be very disappointed. Bai Wenming summoned the Red Lotus Karma Fire, a determined look in his eyes. The Red Lotus Karma Fire was different from the heart-eating demon flame. It was specifically used to purify evil. It had a strong lethality against enemies with evil in their hearts. It resembled the legendary Red Lotus Karma Fire, so he changed the heart-eating demon flame to Red Lotus Karma Fire to better fulfill the mission of the armored warrior. Demon Beast number 5 continued to mock him, lamenting the recklessness of this generation of armored warriors. But soon, when the Red Lotus Karma Fire landed on it, its expression instantly turned to one of excruciating pain, letting out a piercing wail. The Red Lotus Karma Fire is specially used to purify evil. As a mutant beast, your evil is no match for the Red Lotus Karma Fire, Bai Wenming enjoyed the wailing of Demon Beast number 5, feeling not a shred of pity. The Red Lotus Karma Fire did not target the enemy's physical body but struck directly at the enemy's soul. The more evil within, the heavier the demonic thoughts, the stronger the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The Red Lotus Karma Fire does not target the physical body, but specifically the soul. Seeing Demon Beast number 5 continuously emitting piercing wails, a satisfied expression appeared on Bai Wenming's face. The power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed gratifying. It seemed that renaming the heart-eating demon flame was not in vain after all. Once the Red Lotus Karma Fire was retracted, Bai Wenming slowly crouched down, a smile on his face, and said, "Now you can tell me the whereabouts of the Water Shadow Stone, right? If you don't, the Red Lotus Karma Fire might just descend upon you again." I'll tell you. Demon Beast number 5 hurriedly replied. He truly hadn't expected the pain of this flame to be so intense, as if his entire body was being torn apart. Before the Red Lotus Karma Fire was retracted, he seemed to see the figure of the Shadow Emperor in a haze, and that terrifying aura sent shivers down his spine. That's more like it. There's an old saying in China, "Those who recognize the times are wise." If you had spoken up sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer the torment of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. You could have been sealed directly, which would have saved a lot of trouble, Bai Wenming said, standing up and looking down at Demon Beast number 5 on the ground. The location of the Water Shadow Stone is under that trash can over there. Hurry up and seal me. But don't get too pleased with yourself. The Guardians will definitely rescue us. Don't think that just because you're strong, you can act as you wish. The strength of the Guardians is beyond your imagination, Armored Warrior. This time, we will definitely win. Demon Beast number 5 revealed the location of the Water Shadow Stone, but continued to resist verbally, trying to save face. Stop whining. What do the Guardian's strengths have to do with you? But that's fine. In a while, you'll be able to see them in the demon sealing box. Don't expect them to save you, Bai Wenming said, stepping heavily on Demon Beast number 5, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he snorted disdainfully. Then let's wait and see, Demon Beast number 5 replied defiantly. But at this moment, he understood that there was no way to turn the tide. Bai Wenming stepped down hard, putting Demon Beast number 5 in a weakened state before walking toward the nearby trash can and ruthlessly kicking it open. Looking at the seemingly empty ground, a closer inspection revealed that the surface was noticeably different from the surroundings, appearing somewhat new. He knew that it wouldn't be long before this place would blend completely with the surrounding ground. After glancing back at the still stiff Demon Beast number 5, Bai Wenming called over 2 homeless men to help him dig up the ground again. With the efforts of the homeless men, an energy barrier was broken, revealing a faintly glowing light within. Bai Wenming clearly sensed the aura of the Water Shadow Stone inside. Without hesitation, he completely shattered the energy barrier and retrieved the Water Shadow Stone. At that moment, Bai Wenming felt an uncontrollable excitement swell within him. He was finally about to obtain the Black Rhinoceros armor. System, awaken the bloodline of water, Bai Wenming said solemnly to the system. A strange sensation instantly spread throughout his body, then quickly dissipated. The Light Shadow Stone disappeared from his hand, while the traces of the Water Shadow Stone appeared on the demon sealing box, as if the other Light Shadow Stones sensed the return of their companion and began to tremble slightly. Black Rhinoceros armor emerged. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Bai Wenming summoned the Black Rhinoceros armor directly. The heavily armed warrior, the Black Rhinoceros armor, successfully covered the Inferno Dragon armor. He raised his hand, feeling the powerful strength of the Black Rhinoceros armor, and was filled with satisfaction. He then walked in front of Demon Beast number 5 and said, "Now, let the Black Rhinoceros armor send you into the demon sealing box. Since I discovered you because of the Water Shadow Stone, it is only fitting that the Black Rhinoceros armor seals you." In fact, the reason he chose to use the Black Rhinoceros armor to seal Demon Beast number 5 was not only to improve its proficiency after just summoning it, but also because he was confident in the power of the Black Rhinoceros armor. Demon Beast number 5 was now in a weakened state and could make no response, only watching helplessly as Bai Wenming took action. Meteor Gun. Bai Wenming lightly twisted the belt wheel, summoning the main weapon of the Black Rhinoceros armor. The meteor gun looked quite peculiar. Rather than a gun, it resembled a bludgeon. Its shape vastly differed from a normal gun, yet it contained immense power. Raging Falls Thrust. Twisting the belt wheel again, Bai Wenming summoned the ultimate technique of the Black Rhinoceros armor. Meteor Gun's raging falls thrust, shatter the demon and crush it in the raging torrent, calm as mirror water. With a light touch, he tapped the ultimate light shadow sticker, which transformed back into a burst of energy, attaching itself to the tip of the meteor gun. Bai Wenming pulled the meteor gun back behind him with one hand, gripping the gun body tightly with both hands. He stepped forward with his right foot and forcefully thrust the meteor gun outward. With his movement, the ultimate technique transformed into a spiral-like gun beam that shot out instantly, carving a deep track on the ground as it raced toward Demon Beast number 5. A green flame Taiji diagram appeared on Demon Beast number 5, and this time, it finally regained its awareness from the searing pain of the flame, emitting a painful wail. Bai Wenming quickly retracted the meteor gun. Raging Fall's impact! With his loud shout, Demon Beast number 5 exploded in an instant, turning to ash. Bai Wenming turned around and stored the magic spirit sticker, placing it on his belt for absorption. Congratulations, host, for sealing the 18th mutant beast. The bloodline of water has reached 86%. The system's prompt sounded at that moment. A 26% increase. This demon beast number 5 must have absorbed quite a bit of evil energy during this time. Bai Wenming exclaimed. Indeed, during this period, demon beast number 5 had committed numerous atrocities. The number of mutant beasts that had died at his hands was no fewer than 800. The evil energy absorbed was naturally immense. With demon beast number 5 sealed, the vampire that had possessed it also turned to ash, finally bringing this matter to a close. Would you like to come back to New York with me? The water shadow stone has been found, and our transaction can begin. After we return, I can ensure the safety of your wife and daughter for 3 months. Have them come to the Hilare Hotel. I will have the front desk reserve a presidential suite for them, and someone will take care of their daily needs, Bai Wenming said with a beaming face as he returned to the abandoned factory and spoke to Jin Bing. In that case, thank you, Mr. Bai. I will definitely bring them over tomorrow, Jin Bing replied with a joyful expression. His wife and daughter would finally have guaranteed safety, and the situation in Chicago had also been completely resolved. Now, he could fully focus on dealing with that troublesome blind man. During this time, he had also gathered quite a bit of information about the blind man and collected his personal data. It had always been the blind man initiating attacks, leaving him exhausted in response. Now, he finally had the energy to counterattack. Damn blind man, prepare to face my wrath. Jin Bing cursed inwardly. No need to thank me. This is just a fair transaction. You helped me find the water shadow stone, and I help protect your family for 3 months. It's a fair deal, no need for thanks, Bai Wenming waved his hand and said. He then summoned the Wind Eagle Steed and returned to New York with Jin Bing. After arriving in New York, Jin Bing's wife had already gone to bed with Ellie. The Wind Eagle Steed landed slowly, and although Jin Bing had just experienced the speed of the Wind Eagle Steed, he was still filled with shock at seeing it again. 1 minute, how is that possible? Could this person use spatial magic? He simply could not imagine that a human could possess such terrifying speed. Even with the Wind Eagle Steed as a mount, it was far beyond what an ordinary human could achieve. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Just bring them over tomorrow, Bai Wenming said, and without waiting for Jin Bing to respond, he directly boarded the car that had been waiting nearby and left Jin Bing's estate. Hey, Gina, reserve a presidential suite for me. I'll arrange for someone to check in tomorrow, and the checkout time is undecided. This suite is temporarily not available for rent. Bai Wenming thought for a moment while sitting in the car and then called the room manager, Gina. Boss, I'm really sorry, but we currently have no extra presidential suites available. Gina replied on the other end of the phone, her face filled with regret. How many do you have left in total? Bai Wenming furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit displeased as he pressed on. There are 4 in total, 1 for you, 1 for Tony Stark, which have never been rented out. Another is occupied by a long-term tenant, and the last one was booked by a guest yesterday for a 3-day stay. Gina answered clearly, demonstrating her thorough knowledge of the hotel's room situation. Refund the rent for all 4 rooms, and additionally compensate the guest who booked the last room with 3 times the rent, and have them check out tonight. Make sure my suite is cleaned and ready by 7 a.m. tomorrow. Bai Wenming issued the command without hesitation, his tone carrying an air of authority. Understood, boss. I will arrange it as quickly as possible, Gina responded respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wenming turned his gaze to the scenery flashing by outside the car window, but his mind involuntarily recalled the words of the mutant beasts he had sealed recently. They all claimed that the Guardians' power far exceeded their imagination. With the 5 great Guardians and the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, what level of power had they reached to instill such confidence in these mutant beasts? He believed he had demonstrated enough strength in front of them. Yet these mutant beasts still firmly believed the Guardians were stronger. What did that imply about the Guardians' terrifying power? Moreover, there had been no reports of large-scale death incidents in the recent newspapers. So where had the Dark Guardians obtained so much evil energy to continually bolster their strength? Bai Wenming's frown deepened. During this time, the mutant beasts had begun to shrink away, and he had been unable to gather more information about the Guardians. Where have the Guardians gone? Bai Wenming murmured softly, leaning back against the seat, lost in deep thought. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly summoned the black rhinoceros armor. With a loud boom, a rocket suddenly struck, devastating the car and obliterating along with the driver. However, at the moment of the explosion, a dark flash appeared, and Bai Wenming instantly found himself beside the rocket launcher. Before him stood a pale-skinned figure, laughing triumphantly as he looked at the burning car. Despite the energy fluctuations detected by the system being significantly weaker than Bai Wenming's, and the rocket posing no threat to his demigod-level strength, he still summoned his armor immediately, just in case of any unexpected situations. "I want to know your reason for attacking me." The voice, almost whispering in his ear, turned the young man's smile into a frozen expression. Slowly, he turned his head, terrified to discover a dark figure standing silently beside him, with cold eyes that seemed to penetrate his soul. "Can you tell me your reason for attacking me?" Bai Wenming coldly repeated his previous question, his voice devoid of any warmth. "How can you still be alive?" "This is impossible. I clearly saw the rocket hit your car." The young man screamed in horror, disbelief etched across his face. "Tell me your reason for attacking me in 3 seconds, or suffer the consequences." Bai Wenming reiterated his demand, his tone revealing a hint of authority. "Not going to tell me? Then let you taste the flavor of hell." Without waiting for the young man's response, Bai Wenming suddenly conjured a flame, which floated gently through the air, slowly drifting toward the young man. The terrifying power of the Red Lotus Karma fire caused the young man to twist his face in agony. He wanted to scream, but found himself unable to do so, struggling desperately under the flame's searing heat. "Ha! So it's a vampire," Bai Wenming observed as the young man gradually lost consciousness under the torment of the Red Lotus Karma fire, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. "Since you dare to attack me, your kind no longer has a reason to exist." He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself. Soon, the young man lost his life in the flames of the Red Lotus Karma fire, his body quickly turning to ash due to the special constraints of the vampire race. "Since you dared to attack me, why do you still run?" The system detected several humans fleeing the dangerous scene at a speed beyond that of ordinary people. Bai Wenming's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing back at the spot where he had been, firmly grasping a few of the fleeing vampires. "Tell me a vampire gathering place you know of, and I can grant you a swift death." He threw the vampires to the ground, his expression unchanged as he coldly stated, "The ancestor will not let you off. Our bloodline will surely skin you alive and turn your bones to dust. You're finished. If you let us go now, our bloodline might grant you a quicker death." One vampire shouted frantically, struggling to rise. "Ha! A bunch of half-human, half-demon beings daring to appear in this world and act so arrogantly. It seems this world is indeed filled with too much evil. Now, let me eradicate all the evil and restore clarity to this realm." Bai Wenming spoke to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. "Then let's start with you." Bai Wenming looked at the boasting vampire, lightly raising his finger as a flame instantly appeared on the vampire's body. The vampire collapsed to the ground as if all his senses had vanished, still convulsing in agony, but already devoid of any signs of life. "Tell me a vampire gathering place you know of, and I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, that will be your fate," Bai Wenming addressed the remaining vampires. Watching their companion die in pain, the remaining vampires were filled with fear as if they could sense the terrifying fate awaiting them. Trembling all over, they hurriedly revealed all the vampire gathering places they knew. Upon hearing their words, Bai Wenming said nothing further, simply delivering a kick to each of them, sending them all out of this world. He always adhered to his principles. He kept his word. Then let the armored warriors purify the evils of this world. Bai Wenming summoned the wind eagle armor, his eyes fixed firmly on the vast night sky, filled with resolve. The slaughter operation had officially begun. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Bai Wenming returned to New York. "Come out," he said toward the window, his tone carrying a hint of authority. "I didn't expect you to discover me. You truly are extraordinary." A thin voice came from behind the curtains, and a figure slowly stepped out. A vampire? A hint of confusion flashed in Bai Wenming's eyes as he asked, "Ha, you have a sharp eye. You can tell at a glance that I'm from the bloodline. I guess my waiting here all night was worth it," the figure said with a smile, a glint of pride in his eyes. "Ha, so you were hiding here last night, coming to me uninvited." "I won't be polite," Bai Wenming coldly replied, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. He had just spent the night killing vampires and found that there was still a stray fish left in his home. "You killed one of our elders, so our bloodline won't let this go unpunished, which is why I came," the vampire stated, hatred flickering in his eyes. Seeking your own death." Bai Wenming was too lazy to waste more words with this vampire. He had already decided that the vampire would pay the price for his actions and was preparing to strike. "Your killing intent is quite strong. I hope your power matches it. Our bloodline's revenge is coming soon, and you will need to repent for your sins before the ancestor," the vampire said, and in an instant, he vanished from sight as if melding into the darkness. The vampire suddenly extended his claws, striking towards Bai Wenming's head like lightning. Truly unaware of your own insignificance. Bai Wenming showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he reached out to meet the attack head-on. In just one move, the vampire elder was easily pinned beneath Bai Wenming's foot, and the surrounding environment remained undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. So you all came to your death because one of your elders died in my hands? If only you knew I had something else to tell you. You might just die of shock right here," Bai Wenming said, looking down at the vampire elder with a slow, mocking tone. "What is it?" A strong sense of unease surged within the vampire elder as he hurriedly asked. "That attack last night was initiated by you, wasn't it? Those few vampires have already been dealt with by me," Bai Wenming teased maliciously, wanting to see the elder's reaction. "Since you've returned, those few naturally won't survive. That alone isn't enough to make me angry. Or do you think killing them is something to be proud of?" the vampire elder scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, just a few small fish. It's nothing significant," Bai Wenming nodded, seemingly agreeing with the vampire elder's perspective. "Then what if I told you I wiped out 67 vampire families?" Bai Wenming smiled slyly at him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What a boast. You think you're worthy of that?" The vampire elder continued to mock him, his worries gradually dissipating. He thought Bai Wenming was just a loudmouth. "Well, since you don't believe me, I'll let you go so you can check in with them and see if you can reach them." Bai Wenming feigned frustration, as if genuinely troubled by how to make the vampire elder believe him. On the surface, the vampire elder remained calm, showing no signs of agitation. But inside he was overjoyed, secretly mocking Bai Wenming for being foolish enough to believe he would let him go. "Once I return to tell the council elders, your death will be at hand. I won't let you die so easily. Just wait," Bai Wenming, prepared to endure my torment. The vampire elder thought viciously to himself. "All right, you can leave now. When you see those once thriving vampire families now empty, with not a single vampire left, you'll believe my words," Bai Wenming said with a cheerful smile. This fool really let me go. By this time tomorrow, I'll treat you well." The vampire elder felt an unreal sensation wash over him. He never expected Bai Wenming would actually let him leave. "I will definitely verify this," the vampire elder retorted defiantly, not wanting to show weakness and risk being detained by Bai Wenming. He admitted that Bai Wenming was powerful enough to control him in one move, but he believed the council elders and the three great ancients had not yet acted. When they did, it would be Bai Wenming's death knell. "Then watch closely and see if what I said is true." With that, Bai Wenming opened the window, signaling for the vampire elder to leave. Once the elder's figure disappeared from view, Bai Wenming looked at the moving bright spots on the map, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug expression. He had been worried about finding the vampire's lair, but now this elder had delivered himself right to his door, making it perfect for him to return to the vampire's stronghold and catch them all in one sweep. After all, those marked by the system could be clearly displayed on the map, no matter how far they ran. Haha, dare to attack me? Then let the vampire clan vanish from this world. Bai Wenming's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as he gazed at the bright spots on the map. By 9 in the morning, Jean Bing arrived at the location. I've had the room prepared for you. Your wife and Ellie can move in directly. I'll take responsibility for their safety for 3 months, and after that, I won't interfere. This transaction will be completely settled, Bai Wenming said to Jean Bing. All right, thank you, Mr. Bai, Jean Bing nodded, expressing his gratitude. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can take your wife and child to check out the room. If you have any requests, just tell the housekeeper, and they will accommodate you, Bai Wenming added. He then waved goodbye to Ellie, the adorable little girl who waved her arms in response, her bright smile seemingly possessing a magical power that eased some of his previously violent emotions. Bai Wenming smiled back at Ellie, waved goodbye, and then headed up to his office. At that moment, news swept through the entire extraordinary world like a storm. The vampire clan had suffered significant losses, with many vampire families wiped out overnight. All the factions that learned of this news began to inquire about who was behind it, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, the vampire clan was truly detestable, and no faction wanted to deal with them, as they could become prey or blood slaves at any moment, leading to conflicts with nearly every extraordinary faction. However, the faction that could achieve this feat without being wiped out naturally possessed remarkable strength. The 3 great ancients of the vampire clan ranked among the top powers on Blue Star, which was why they could act so arrogantly without facing extinction. Yet, that mysterious powerhouse had suddenly taken down over 50 vampire families, leaving the vampire clan severely wounded, which brought joy to all extraordinary factions. As for why only over 50 vampire families were mentioned, it was because there were still a dozen or so families in the extraordinary world that had not gained notoriety, considered hidden families. They simply had bad luck, running into Bai Wenming, the harbinger of death. Everyone was trying to uncover the identity of this mysterious faction, hoping to avoid provoking them, since a force that could annihilate over 50 vampire families in one night could easily do the same to them. They did not want to inadvertently provoke such a terrifying power. Meanwhile, in another office in New York, Nick Fury glared darkly at several agents, the atmosphere in the office growing heavy. So, we have no intelligence on who wiped out 64 vampire families. Nick Fury fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his voice in anger. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D., they had previously grasped the locations of 64 vampire families, yet now they were still lacking information on 2 families. Director, we have an update. The number of vampire families wiped out last night has reached 65. One agent hurriedly entered the office and handed Nick Fury a document, his tone tense. Very good. That number has increased. But what I want to know is who did this? The vampire ancients will surely cause a ruckus over this. If we can't identify the force responsible, we will have to face the pressure of the 3 vampire ancients alone, Nick Fury said grimly, his expression perhaps becoming even darker, though due to his naturally deep skin tone, no one could perceive his emotional shift. Director, we have not received any relevant information yet. We are currently working diligently on the investigation and will quickly track the movements of this mysterious force, Coulson said seriously. But the vampire ancients won't give us that much time. If the 3 ancients awaken, the war between humans and vampires may reignite. Nick Fury fixated his remaining eye on Coulson, revealing a hint of worry and urgency. Coulson slightly lowered his head, avoiding Fury's piercing gaze, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and unwilling to continue staring into the director's eyes. At that moment, a knock on the door seemed to break the oppressive atmosphere hanging in the air. Director Fury, Director Alexander requests your presence for a conference call. A staff agent briskly entered, speaking respectfully. All right, I understand. You can tell Director Alexander that I'll be there shortly, Nick Fury said, glancing at Alexander's secretary, his tone indifferent. Okay, I'll report back. Director Alexander specifically asked me to tell you to hurry, the secretary replied before turning to leave Fury's office, the sound of steady footsteps gradually fading away. All right, everyone, Director Alexander must have something important to discuss with me, and you all understand what this means. So, everyone, let's step it up and gather all recent abnormal information. We must reach a conclusion quickly to determine how to appease the three vampire ancients. Nick Fury scanned the surrounding agents with a single eye, his tone serious. Understood, Director. We will do our utmost, several agents replied in unison, their eyes glimmering with determination. Nick Fury promptly turned and strode out of the office, heading toward the top floor. An hour later, are you saying that the person codenamed Armor was attacked by a rocket last night? Nick Fury stared intently at Natasha Romanoff, flipping through the latest intelligence report, his expression revealing deep confusion and contemplation. Yes, Director. Armor was hit by a rocket when he left Jean Bing's estate last night. His driver was killed instantly, and then Armor seemed to vanish without a trace. Until this morning at 9, he suddenly appeared at the Hilare Hotel. Jean Bing's wife and daughter also checked into that hotel, and since then, Armor has not left. Black Widow Natasha calmly replied, her tone reflecting her focus and diligence regarding the incident. Jean Bing? What connection does Armor have with him? Why would he go to Jean Bing's house? How can we not detect his movements during that time? And who attacked him? Have you figured that out? Nick Fury laid down the intelligence report, his eyes flashing with sharpness as he threw several key questions at Natasha. According to the intelligence we have, Jean Bing invited Armor to a dinner. We're not clear on the details of the dinner. Only Jean Bing's family and Armor attended. There was only one previous conflict, and that was when Armor's car was stolen. After that, we had no further intel on his movements. Natasha paused slightly to organize her thoughts before continuing. Moreover, upon careful examination of the surrounding area, we found that the attackers who struck Armor were indeed vampires. We discovered ashes from the deceased vampires on the roof of a nearby building. After finishing her statement, Natasha stood still, awaiting Nick Fury's response, her expression a mix of anticipation and tension. So, you're suggesting that because the Edward family was wiped out by Armor, the vampire clan retaliated against him, and then Armor subsequently destroyed 65 vampire families. Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes showing doubt and contemplation as he found this seemingly far-fetched deduction hard to believe. Yes, based on our current analysis, Armor is the prime suspect. Additionally, Director, according to the latest intelligence, the number of vampire families he has destroyed has now reached 66. Natasha replied firmly, her expression resolute. Do you think that's possible? Just look at a world map. You could try marking those 67 vampire families on it and see their distribution. Can Armor really wipe out 66 vampire families in one night by himself? Even if he could fly, he wouldn't be able to visit all those locations in one night, let alone engage in battle. Nick Fury threw the intelligence report forcefully onto the table, his tone betraying his dissatisfaction and skepticism. But this is the current prime suspect based on our analysis. Black Widow Natasha stood her ground, believing that all leads pointed to Armor. When was the last unusual activity involving Armor? Nick Fury pondered for about 30 seconds before slowly asking. A month ago, there was a fierce battle at the Osborne family estate involving Armor. We don't have much information about the specifics of the battle. Armor showed great interest in a stone belonging to Norman Osborn, and afterward, he voluntarily took Norman to the Osborn estate. At that time, only Armor and his enemy were present, and after the battle, that enemy vanished without a trace, leaving only Armor behind. Based on our careful examination of the scene afterward, both individuals possessed tremendous power, and the Osborn estate was nearly completely destroyed. Natasha answered without hesitation, fully aware of the intelligence regarding her target. All right, I understand. Pack your things. We're going to meet Armor. Nick Fury mused for a few seconds, determination flashing in his eyes. He felt it necessary to personally investigate this mysterious Armor. The two quickly drove to the Hilare Hotel with several agents. This is the Hilare Hotel. Armor's property, Nick Fury asked, looking at the luxurious hotel with a hint of confusion. Yes, Director. According to our intelligence, Armor has not left this hotel since 9 o'clock this morning. Black Widow Natasha replied earnestly. Then let's go meet Armor. Nick Fury nodded slightly, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Gentlemen, may I help you? The lobby manager, Miranda, saw a group of imposing individuals and quickly stopped them, her face full of uncertainty as she inquired. Hello. We are from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm Natasha Romanoff. We have a case related to Mr. Bai Wanming that concerns national security, so we are here to gather information. Here's my identification. Black Widow Natasha handed over her credentials, her tone serious. The authenticity of the credentials was secondary. After all, they were blank credentials issued by the FBI, to which they just needed to fill in the relevant information. I'll report this to our boss. Please wait a moment. Miranda carefully examined the credentials and arranged for a few security personnel to assist before handing the credentials back to Natasha. FBI? I don't think I have any business with them. Bai Wanming raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he looked at Miranda. Miranda fell silent, unsure of the specifics. She only knew that Bai Wanming had been attacked last night, and the Interior Department was already handling compensation matters for the driver. Forget it. Let them come up. Bring them to my office. Bai Wanming thought for a moment and ultimately decided to let them in, curiosity piquing about what the FBI wanted with him. All right, boss. Do you need me to inform Tony and Gio to come up? Miranda inquired, as Tony was the head of security and Gio was the head of legal. No need. Just bring them up directly. Bai Wanming waved his hand, declining Miranda's suggestion. Okay, boss. Miranda turned to leave the office, her footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Bai Wanming said softly. You are. Bai Wanming's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at the woman and then at the one-eyed Nick Fury behind her, suddenly realizing their identities. So you're the main characters. This lady must be Black Widow. It seems Mr. Bai is somewhat familiar with us, Nick Fury asked with a hint of curiosity. Just a little, Bai Wanming casually replied, tossing aside the pen he had been signing with, his demeanor revealing a sense of indifference. This, Nick Fury's mind instantly filled with 3 big question marks. What does just a little even mean? Either you know us or you don't. He forced a smile, filled with confusion. What do you want from me? I don't think we have any business dealings, and I'm not exactly welcoming you here. Bai Wanming leaned back in his chair and asked flatly, showing no enthusiasm. Mr. Bai, aren't you going to invite us to sit? Nick Fury glanced around the office, a bit helpless. No need. Just get to the point and leave quickly. I really don't welcome you here. Bai Wanming picked up the pen again, not looking up from the documents on his desk, his tone clearly impatient. Aha, Mr. Bai, you are quite straightforward. So I'll get straight to the point. 66 vampire families were wiped out last night, and I want to ask if this has anything to do with you. Nick Fury said as he found a sofa and sat down, asking directly. Actually, it was 67, not 66. I wiped out a total of 67 vampire families last night, and I have also identified a few more families' locations. Once I finish my task today, I will go eliminate them as well, Bai Wanming replied without raising his head, quickly scanning the documents. The entire office fell into silence, with only the sounds of Bai Wanming flipping through papers and the occasional pen scratching against the paper. Haha, Mr. Bai, that joke isn't funny at all. After a long while, Nick Fury finally couldn't hold back and spoke, his tone filled with helplessness and awkwardness. His voice broke the silence and snapped the others out of their shocked state. They all looked at Bai Wanming, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had they just heard? Wiped out 67 vampire families in one night. It was simply unbelievable. Believe it or not, you already know the answer. Can I leave now? Bai Wanming paused his actions, set the documents aside, and picked up another file to flip through, his tone conveying a hint of indifference. Mr. Bai, what is your reasoning for this? Nick Fury asked, frowning. With your capabilities, you should know what happened last night, right? They attacked me, so of course, I had to fight back. What's wrong with that? Bai Wanming finally lifted his head, fixing his determined gaze on them, his tone unwavering. Mr. Bai, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Countless humans will die in the vampires' retaliation, and a war between humans and vampires is about to break out. Nick Fury stood up, his voice filled with anger. So what? Am I supposed to remain silent after being attacked, and let them continue to strike at me? As for those dead humans, that's your responsibility. If you can't even eliminate a group of half-human, half-demon beings and can't handle a race that feeds on human blood, what right do you have to be protected? Just because you're powerful? Bai Wanming stood up as well, placing his hands on the desk, his eyes flashing with anger as he spoke loudly. Over the years, you've taken so much money, yet you are afraid of a single vampire. Where has all that money gone? Every day, humans are drained of blood by vampires, but have you taken any action against them? Yesterday, I killed tens of thousands of vampires, while the number of humans who die at their hands each year is likely 10, 100, or even 1,000 times that. Why haven't you ever made a move against the vampires, allowing them to attack humans? What have you done for humanity over these years? Bai Wenming accused angrily, disappointment filling his eyes. And if you can't solve that disgusting race, then let me handle it. You just need to watch from the sidelines and stop whining. It's sickening. Bai Wenming returned to his chair, continuing to flip through the documents, his anger gradually subsiding. Haha. Do you know the strength of the vampire clan? Do you think they've survived this long solely because of the ordinary vampires? With the 3 vampire ancients around, how can humans possibly deal with the vampires? Your actions will surely awaken the 3 vampire ancients, and countless innocent lives will be lost because of your behavior. Nick Fury shouted, his eyes filled with concern. Haha. You fear them, but do you not fear me? Bai Wenming raised his head and stared intently at Nick Fury, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Nick Fury's heart tightened suddenly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He realized that the man before him was not someone to be trifled with. This was the person who had wiped out 67 vampire families and tens of thousands of vampires. You have no idea what the vampire ancients mean. The vampires you've killed are nothing more than a trivial matter for the 3 vampire ancients. You've stirred up a disaster, and their wrath will cost countless innocent lives. Nick Fury said with a deep breath, his voice serious. Since you fear the 3 vampire ancients so much, just wait. In a few days, after I've killed all 3 of those inhuman monsters, you can repeat that. Humanity has survived for so many years, not just by relying on the mercy of a few monsters. Evil deeds will bring about self-destruction. If heaven does not collect, then I shall collect. There is always justice in this world. Now roll out of here and don't show up in front of me again. Bai Wenming finished, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful force instantly bound the group, rendering them immobile and unable to utter a word. The others stared at Bai Wenming in terror, filled with fear that he might kill them in the next moment. Bai Wenming pressed the bell on the table, and several security personnel immediately walked in. Throw these people out and inform the front desk to keep a record. They're not allowed to enter the hotel again, Bai Wenming ordered. Understood, boss. We will take care of it. The security personnel replied in unison, stepping forward to lift the individuals in the office and quickly escorting them out. The agents, now turned into wooden stakes, were taken to a parking lot outside the hotel, where the security personnel set them down before leaving. Under the scorching sun, sweat poured from the agents like a fountain as they tried to cool down. However, due to Bai Wenming's binding power still in effect, they could only helplessly endure the sun's harsh rays, their legs going numb from lack of movement. They fell to the ground, letting out muffled groans. Nearby, pedestrians pointed and discussed the performance art of these individuals, puzzled as to why they were not afraid of heat stroke. Finally, after a long time, the binding power faded, and they were able to move again. Supporting each other, they stood up, their eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Director, what should we do now? They asked Nick Fury under the blazing sun, their eyes filled with confusion. What else can we do? Hurry and find a way to cool down. We're about to suffer from heat stroke. Nick Fury replied irritably, his face full of helplessness and anxiety. Upon returning to the office, he immediately ordered, raise the threat level of the armor to the highest level 10, and keep a close eye on any movements from the vampires. We must ascertain whether the 3 vampire ancients have awakened. Additionally, inform all nations about the potential unusual activities of the vampire clan. Understood, Director. Should we also report the personal information regarding armor? Coulson asked hesitantly. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before ultimately rejecting the proposal. Not for now. All right, Director, I understand. Coulson nodded in response. You all can get back to your tasks. I need to discuss this situation with Director Alexander. Nick Fury waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Once the others exited the office, Nick Fury began to turn the pen in his hand, his single eye darting around as if contemplating something important. After a while, he pressed a hidden button on the wall, and the wall behind him slowly cracked open, allowing him to disappear inside. Meanwhile, the vampire elder whom Bai Wenming had released was in a nearly frantic state, screaming in hysteria, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible." When he received the news that over 60 vampire families had been wiped out, he felt a tremendous shock. He couldn't believe it was true, and even went to check the 2 closest vampire family locations, only to find them completely deserted. This realization sent waves of panic through him. Could it be that what he said is true? A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. There's no way someone could wipe out so many families in one night. This must be an attack orchestrated by other forces against us. I must hurry back to inform the council elders to awaken the ancestors. Otherwise, our bloodline will truly be in grave danger. After a long while, the vampire elder muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Yes, what I need to do now is rush back to the sanctuary and inform the council elders about this matter. The vampire elder seemed to suddenly snap to attention, starting to race toward the vampire sanctuary, where the highest powers of the vampire clan, the 12 council elders, and the 3 vampire ancients, resided. Is he still on the move? You should be heading back to the stronghold now, right? Then I'll wait for his movement to stop, lock onto their stronghold's location, and wipe them out in one go. Bai Wenming thought as he observed the moving bright spot on the system map, slowly slowing down the pace of his pen. Finally, he processed all the documents on his desk, set the pen down, and pressed a button on the table. Lena, this was one of his secretaries, and he had recently taken quite a liking to her. After a while, a woman dressed in a professional suit appeared at the office door. Her looks resembled Eva Green, and her deep gray fitted suit perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. The short, narrow skirt revealed her long, proportionate legs, which were clad in skin-colored stockings, and she wore a pair of black pointed high heels. With her hair pinned up, she exuded an air of intellectual beauty. It was her unique charm that made her stand out among the many secretaries, earning her Bai Wenming's favor and becoming his current favorite. Boss, is there something you need? Lena asked. I've signed all these documents. The ones that need to be archived should be archived, and the ones that require further processing should be handed over to the respective heads of the following procedures. You should know how to handle this without me having to explain further, Bai Wenming said, looking at Lena. All right, boss, I understand. Lena nodded in response. Also, tonight at 7, you and Miko come to my room. I have something to discuss with you both in person. Make sure you wear the same outfits as today. Miko, change your stockings to black, Bai Wenming said with a serious demeanor. Okay, boss, see you at 7. Lena smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Good, Bai Wenming nodded. Lena, along with 2 assistants, took the processed documents away. Bai Wenming glanced at the time. There were 10 minutes until 7. It's still early. I should go out and deal with the remaining vampire families. It would be troublesome if they escape, he thought, calculating that he had enough time to complete this task in over an hour. He then summoned the Wind Eagle armor, starting his journey to hunt the vampires once again. Your mouth sure is tough. Even while suffering like this, you still won't reveal a new family location. Your loyalty to the vampire clan is commendable, Bai Wenming said coldly as he crouched down, looking at a vampire elder on the ground, who was in a state of agony. My lord, just kill me. Please kill me. I really don't know the locations of the other families. I've already told you everything about the locations of the families you visited before. I beg you, don't torture me anymore. Just end it. The vampire elder on the ground was in tears, desperately pleading. He had just endured 2 full minutes of being burned by the Red Lotus Karma fire, and that kind of pain was worse than death. Now, his only wish was to end it all and find relief. Well, really nothing else? Then I'll give you a quick end, Bai Wenming said, lightly prodding the Wind Eagle sword, instantly shattering the vampire elder's blood core. Looking at the once bustling estate now devoid of any vampires, Bai Wenming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. That's more like it, under the bright sun. How can we allow such evil creatures as vampires to exist? The heavens and earth will not permit evil to run rampant. After considerable effort, he had nearly eradicated the outer forces of the vampires. He used the same method on every vampire elder. They were all tortured to the point of wanting to die, and thus they willingly disclosed the locations of the other vampire families. Now, the 10 or so vampire families he had destroyed today truly seemed to know nothing of the other families' locations, indicating that he had completely wiped them out. He knew well that there might still be other hidden vampire families in this world, but those were the minority, and the other vampires were unaware of their existence. Now, only the vampire stronghold remains. As soon as that vampire elder returns to the stronghold, I can lock onto their location, and then everything can come to an end, Bai Wanming said, watching the moving position of the vampire elder to the north, his voice soft and drifting away with the wind. Back at the Hilare Hotel, there were still 10 minutes until 7. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Lena and Miko appeared at the door, dressed appropriately, as Bai Wanming had requested. Lena had brown hair, while Miko was a blonde with big waves. "Boss, we're here. Is there anything you need us to do?" Lena asked eagerly. "Come in. I have a document here that I need you to read aloud. If you do well, there will be a reward." Bai Wanming smiled as he sat on the couch. "All right, boss." The two said obediently as they approached the couch and began to read the document seriously, their crisp voices echoing into the night. In the spacious and imposing office of Oscorp, Norman Osborn was fuming, shouting loudly at the executives in front of him. "So you're telling me that Richard Parker and Mary Parker managed to take away our latest research results? I invested over $1 billion into this research, and it's just been taken by those two idiots? Is our security department completely useless, just watching them take the samples?" The executives' faces turned extremely grim, and one of them struggled to swallow hard, attempting to explain, "Yes, Chairman." However, Norman Osborn ruthlessly interrupted him. "Are you all just here to collect a paycheck? You couldn't stop them despite so many security measures? I remember just last year, I allocated a budget for the security system. Tens of millions of dollars just went down the drain. How did it not work at all?" The executive waved his hands in a flurry, trying to defend himself. "I'm sorry, Chairman, But Norman Osborn glared at him coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. "Shut up. I don't want to hear any excuses from you. Your reasons won't hold water in front of me. All I know is that I spent billions on research, and someone stole it from the lab, while the security system funded with tens of millions is completely ineffective." Before encountering Bai Wanming, Norman Osborn had always believed that the family situation was due to some hereditary disease. Consequently, he had devoted a significant amount of energy to the biological field, hoping to cure this hereditary ailment through genetic means. He had invested over $3 billion into this field, with the most promising project being the genetic project led by the Parkers and Dr. Kurt Connors. He had spared no expense, investing over $1 billion into this project. Just as this substantial investment was on the verge of yielding results, the perfect experimental sample was taken away by the chief scientist, leaving the entire project in jeopardy. However, after encountering Bai Wanming, the family curse was lifted, meaning that family members could enjoy their later years in peace. But the genetic project had already made some progress and could potentially trigger a new medical revolution, so he continued to invest funds into it. Now, he was told that the perfect experimental sample had been taken by the Parkers, which made him furious. If he hadn't met Bai Wanming, this project would have been his lifeline, and the Parkers taking the sample meant his hope had been shattered. Immediately use all means to retrieve the Parkers and bring back the perfect experimental sample from them. Also, have the legal department file a lawsuit against the Parkers. I want them to go bankrupt and never recover in this lifetime. Taking the experimental sample indicates that this couple is mentally unstable. The company should pay for their treatment in a mental hospital. As our chief scientists, we have an obligation to send them there," Norman Osborn said coldly. "Understood, boss. I'll arrange this right away," the executive said, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, though he dared not wipe them away. "Also, increase surveillance on Dr. Connors. I don't want to see another perfect experimental sample taken away. That sample must not leave the lab. If it goes missing and is taken out of the lab, you should know the consequences." Norman Osborn leaned back in his chair, saying wearily. "I understand, boss," the executive nodded repeatedly. He knew that the least consequence would be imprisonment, while the worst could lead to a mental hospital. If he ended up in jail, there might be a chance to get out, but if he went to a mental hospital, it would mean a lifetime of suffering. "Get out," Norman Osborn waved his hand, signaling the executive to leave. The executive felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly exited the office. However, not long after, he rushed back in a panic. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back? Do my words mean nothing to you?" Norman Osborn opened his eyes, irritation evident in his expression. "Boss, the plane carrying the Parkers has crashed. It went down at 15,000 feet, and there were no survivors." The executive gasped for breath as he spoke. "A plane crash with no survivors? So that means our experimental sample is also lost." Norman Osborn's expression showed no joy. Instead, he directly inquired about the status of the sample. He did not care about the lives of the Parkers. The moment they took the perfect experimental sample, Norman Osborn had already sentenced them to death. He merely wanted to torture them before sending them to a mental hospital. After all, that perfect experimental sample was worth billions, and the lives of the Parkers paled in comparison to that value. Yes, the executive trembled as he replied. Then this matter ends here. Also, keep an eye out to see if they're faking their deaths to escape. If so, do not make it public, just bring them back. After all, the Parkers no longer exist in this world, Norman Osborn said after a moment of contemplation. Understood, boss. The executive lowered his head and quietly exited. Richard Parker, Mary Parker, Norman Osborn murmured their names repeatedly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Norman Osborn frowned in displeasure. Boss, someone is looking for you, a young woman's voice came through. It was his chief secretary. Come in. Who is looking for me? Norman Osborn asked. FBI agents. They said they have something to consult with you, the secretary responded, standing in front of the desk. Here we go again. Haven't they already asked me several times? Is my time not worth anything? What do they want this time? Norman Osborn said with dissatisfaction. I'm not sure about that. I asked them, and they just said it concerns national security and needed to speak with you in person. The secretary shook her head and explained. Then let them in. Norman Osborn shook his head in resignation, gathering his thoughts before speaking. Moments later, several individuals entered, following the secretary. Mr. Osborn, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Natasha Romanoff from the FBI, the Black Widow said with a smile, her beauty and charm impossible to ignore. What do you want? The previous discussions have already clarified everything. You keep interrupting my work, which is a loss for Oscorp. The jobs and taxes I provide cannot support your continuous disturbances. Norman Osborn remained silent for a few seconds before stating. Mr. Osborn, I apologize for the inconvenience, but this matter concerns national security, so I must come to you once again. Could you recount what happened that day? Mr. Osborn, thank you very much for providing this important information. We won't disturb you any further, Black Widow said politely after confirming that the recorder had made detailed notes. So, Armor is quite interested in that glowing stone. Its name is the Fire Shadow Stone. Nick Fury gently stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with thought as he asked. That's right. The battle at the Osborn estate was triggered by the Fire Shadow Stone in Norman Osborn's possession. Black Widow replied earnestly. Please, share your thoughts, Nick Fury said, turning his gaze to Black Widow, hoping she could provide some valuable insights. I believe the Fire Shadow Stone plays a significant role in Armor's strength, perhaps even a decisive one. We should fully commit to searching for other Fire Shadow Stones or similar glowing stones. Once we find a Fire Shadow Stone, we must immediately begin research to see if we can use it to enhance our power. At the very least, we must prevent Armor from acquiring any more Fire Shadow Stones to slow his power increase. Black Widow responded seriously. That makes sense. Let's proceed as you suggested. You will take the lead on this matter and search for the whereabouts of other Fire Shadow Stones. Regarding Armor's movements, you and Coulson will be responsible for following up, reporting progress to me weekly. We must closely monitor Armor's intelligence to prevent him from causing greater destruction. Nick Fury straightened his posture and issued the order solemnly. Understood, Director. I'll take care of it, Black Widow replied firmly. However, despite their seemingly reasonable plans, they faced significant challenges, as the intelligence they possessed was too sparse, making it nearly impossible to find other Fire Shadow Stones. Finally, it has stopped moving, Bai Wenming remarked, observing the bright spot on the system map that had remained stationary over Europa for 3 hours. Looking at the slow movement of the vampire elder on the map, he felt anxious, wishing he could fly over and quickly take the elder to his destination, so he could eradicate the vampire race from this world. Now it's time for me to show my skills. The vampire ancients? Such evil beings should not continue to exist in this world, Bai Wenming murmured to himself, his eyes shining with determination. Wind Eagle armor merge. With a loud shout, a Wind Eagle steed appeared in midair, and Bai Wenming charged toward the location of the bright spot. When he flew over the area, he found it eerily quiet, with no signs of life, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. However, Bai Wenming smiled slightly, knowing that his actions had alerted the vampires, who were now hiding in the shadows, waiting for his arrival. You were so careless to let that vampire in. Didn't that just provide me with coordinates? Since that's the case, I won't be polite, Bai Wenming said a sly glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at the position of the bright spot on the system map. He gently pressed a button on the winged eagle steed's control, causing the head of the steed to light up brilliantly, the glow intensifying until it resembled a second sun in the sky, exposing all shadows. After about 10 seconds, the entire winged eagle steed was enveloped in a dazzling light, appearing like a giant of radiance. In silence, the winged eagle cannon fired, and a massive beam of light shot down like a meteor toward the seemingly unremarkable ground, instantly enveloping it in brilliance. With a silent impact, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed, the strange noise resulting from the collision of light and ground. After a moment, the sound gradually faded, revealing the long-hidden true visage of the sprawling castle complex, along with a group of vampires with bat wings flying in the air. "Hello there. I didn't expect so many vampires to come to greet me. How very hospitable. Unfortunately, I don't have any rewards for you, so I'll just treat you to a winged eagle cannon. Hope you enjoy it," Bai Wenming said, floating in his imposing winged eagle armor, smiling. "Who are you? Why are you attacking our clan's stronghold?" a powerful-looking vampire asked angrily, his eyes filled with wariness. "Haha, you don't even recognize me after attacking me? You don't know my personal information? Or did that useless guy fail to inform you about me? I've already wiped out over 80 vampire families. If you don't recognize me, then that's a bit embarrassing," Bai Wenming responded with a smile, maintaining a gentle expression. "You are Bai Wenming?" another vampire exclaimed in shock. She was a female vampire, unlike the ordinary ones. Her skin was rosy, her face alluring, her figure voluptuous and enticing. Her eyes exuded a lazy yet profound air, with a slight smile that resembled blooming cherry blossoms. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the fair skin shone even more beautifully under the light. Even with a pair of bat wings fluttering behind her, her beauty was undiminished, radiating a mysterious and alluring aura. The sound of her voice was languid and enchanting, as if it had a magical power that captivated those who heard it, perfectly embodying the term siren. "Bai Wenming," several other vampires gasped, having just learned from Fury that he had wiped out over 60 vampire families, and they were astonished that this human appeared in their stronghold so soon. Fury was the elder vampire that Bai Wenming had let go. "Yes, that's me. We're your so-called three ancients. I personally came to visit, but you didn't come out to welcome me, which is a serious offense that requires punishment." Bai Wenming ignored the beautiful female vampire's appearance, his gaze briefly flickering with reluctance before shifting as he loudly inquired. "Arrogant. You think you can leave today? You'll die here," a furious vampire shouted, darting towards Bai Wenming like lightning. "Thank you for your warm hospitality. I might just rest here for the night if you treat me well." Bai Wenming responded with a smile, still wearing a gentle expression, seeming completely unconcerned about the vampire's attack. "Aha, I hit him. That's it. When we return to negotiate with the humans, we can demand an increase of 500,000 blood slaves per year. But before that, let's kill some humans for fun." The vampire felt a surge of pride as he thought he had struck Bai Wenming. "Wait, why does it feel like I just hit air?" However, in the next moment, doubt crept into his mind, as he felt no sensation of hitting flesh. Instead, it felt like his attack had completely missed. In his confusion, Bai Wenming's figure suddenly began to fade away, revealing that it had merely been an illusion left behind by the winged eagle armor's movement. The vampire's attack completely missed, sending him flying straight ahead. "Were you trying to hit me? Your legs are pretty slow. You think you can hit anyone like that?" Just as the vampire flew several meters away, Bai Wenming's voice suddenly rang out behind him, coming from directly in front. The vampire was startled and immediately launched another attack, his clawed hands wildly swiping forward in an attempt to catch the elusive enemy. However, all his attacks struck only air, as if the surrounding space was enveloped by some mysterious force, preventing him from grasping Bai Wenming's figure. "I'm right behind you. Why are you attacking forward? Is your hearing bad?" Bai Wenming's voice echoed again from behind him, increasing his sense of panic. The vampire suddenly flapped his bat wings vigorously, as if trying to use their power to strike at Bai Wenming. "Huh, is this your version of a circus performance? Though I'm the host here, I can't say much, but I must admit, your act is quite underwhelming. It looks rather uncomfortable. If you had to rely on this for a living, you'd probably starve halfway through the show," Bai Wenming said, standing a short distance away with a faint smile, teasing him. Seeing this, the vampire was forced to halt his movements, glaring at Bai Wenming with anger. After a brief attempt to attack, he clearly realized that this enemy was incredibly fast, and his strikes couldn't touch him at all. "Mayors, come back!" A deep voice called from the gathering of vampires nearby. It was a middle-aged vampire standing next to the female vampire, evidently the strongest among the group. Hearing the command, the vampire named Mayors flashed a reluctant look and shot an angry glare at Bai Wenming before flapping his wings to return to the gathering. "Oh, so your name is Mayors? But did I let you go?" Just as Mayors was flying at high speed, Bai Wenming's voice echoed in his ear once more. Startled, Mayors had prepared himself to avoid a possible ambush from Bai Wenming on his return, but he still couldn't evade it. Bai Wenming kicked him, sending him flying like a cannonball away from the vampire gathering. "How is this possible? I clearly didn't feel the direction of his attack," Mayors thought, filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how, despite his vigilance, he had still been struck so easily. Before he could react further, another kick struck him, and Mayors found himself suspended in midair, as if grasped by an invisible hand. This moment was akin to a world-class stop, with Bai Wenming expertly controlling the ball at his feet. "Before I let you go, you're going to stay right here. Is your vampire etiquette really that poor? You don't even understand the basics of hospitality." Bai Wenming's voice sounded like a demon's whisper in Mayors' ear, making him shudder. Mayors stood frozen, his body tense and ready, fearing another attack from Bai Wenming. He silently vowed not to allow this enemy to succeed again. The next second, a cold light flashed, and Mayors' body was sliced open. The Wind Eagle sword returned to Bai Wenming's hand, its sharp blade capable of severing anything with ease. "Don't you understand my words? I said now immediately perform that little circus act again. If you do well, there will be a reward. If not, there will be punishment," Bai Wenming said, his tone revealing impatience, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Mayors' body quickly reconnected, the wounds healing at an astonishing speed. He stared at Bai Wenming with a pale face, filled with fear, realizing he had not seen how Bai Wenming had attacked. "Fine. Since you are vampires, you naturally don't understand human speech. My previous chatter was my mistake. However, since you didn't meet my demands, you must face the consequences." Bai Wenming's tone grew colder, and he raised his hand, conjuring a flame. "If you can withstand this red lotus karma fire, I'll consider you passed," he said, and the flame at his fingertips shot toward Mayors like a red venomous snake. Mayors' heart sank, desperately trying to move, fully aware that the fire would not bode well for him. However, his body felt as if it were bound by some force, rendering him completely immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the fire approached, getting closer to his body. Suddenly, the binding force vanished, and the red lotus karma fire struck him directly, then disappeared without a trace. Mayors screamed, his body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground, his face contorted in agony as he convulsed. Seeing Mayors writhing in pain on the ground, many vampires trembled in fear. They had never encountered such a powerful enemy. This stranger's strength far exceeded their expectations. "Who's next?" Bai Wenming asked with a smile, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial game. "Are you not worried about our clan's retaliation? Are you trying to provoke a war between humans and vampires?" The middle-aged vampire shot a deep glance at Mayors before refocusing on Bai Wenming, speaking in a low voice. "Oh, the vampires' retaliation? I'm so scared," Bai Wenming mocked, his eyes showing no hint of fear. "So I came here to apologize to you. To avoid your clan's retaliation and prevent a war between humans and vampires. Isn't what I'm doing, right? Or do you think my apology is insufficient? If so, feel free to ask. As long as I can do it, I'm willing to comply. After all, I don't want to provoke a war between humans and your disgusting vampire clan." Bai Wenming's tone remained calm, but his words revealed an undeniable firmness. "If you leave now, everything about your killing of so many vampires could be considered as if it never happened. We wouldn't start a war over this, and you would remain safe. How does that sound?" the middle-aged vampire suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, many vampires behind him began to stir, voicing their disapproval of this proposal. They believed that only human blood could satisfy their desires. Sensing the commotion behind him, the middle-aged vampire raised his right hand slowly and then pressed down lightly, silencing the agitation instantly. All the vampires quieted down, yet their eyes still brimmed with reluctance as they fixed their stares on Bai Wenming. "What's your name?" "You're quite the capable one," Bai Wenming remarked, glancing at the middle-aged vampire, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had initially assumed that these vampires were a bunch of brutish thugs, but this middle-aged vampire possessed a unique aura that piqued his interest. "Vlad," the middle-aged vampire answered calmly. "Are you one of the vampire ancients?" Bai Wenming asked, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. "No, the great ancients have yet to awaken," Vlad replied. "Indeed, you are quite the talent. What a pity you were born into the wrong race. Maybe in your next life, don't be a vampire. You might achieve something great." Bai Wenming sighed, a hint of regret in his gaze. "If you persist in your course of action, the three great ancients will awaken, and at that point, the situation will be beyond my control. Your life will also be in danger, and the battle between humans and vampires will reignite," Vlad stated in a deep voice, his eyes showing a hint of wariness. "Haha, now that I'm standing here, do you think there will still be a vampire race left in the world? You want to provoke a war with humans? With your kind? Are you even worthy?" Bai Wenming sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain. "It seems we will not reach a consensus today, so it can only be resolved through force," Vlad declared, and suddenly a blood-red energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. The bat wings behind him also grew slightly larger. The surrounding vampires became excited, their bat wings expanding as well, their eyes filled with murderous intent as if they wished to tear Bai Wenming apart. "Do you know why I called you a talent? Coming this far qualifies you as a hero, merciless yet kind. No wonder you can command so many vampires. But alas, this world ultimately speaks through strength, and your power is still far from enough. Therefore, everything you've done up to now is futile," Bai Wenming said, waving his hand gently to deflect a claw that lunged at him, then kicking out lightly. A female vampire's figure suddenly emerged nearby, resembling a classic vampire with skin as pale as paper and an extraordinarily alluring face. Her blood-red eyes subtly revealed a captivating allure. This was the reason Bai Wenming had praised Vlad as a talent. Moments ago, when he suggested a ceasefire, he had secretly awakened the three vampire ancients, planning to launch a surprise attack. The earlier events had merely been a ruse to draw Bai Wenming's attention, ensuring the success of the ambush. Unfortunately for him, the system had detected the presence of the three vampire ancients, resulting in his plans falling apart. "You must be one of the legendary vampire ancients," Bai Wenming said, squinting slightly as he assessed the female vampire before him. "Humph, you do have some skill to notice my arrival," the female vampire replied, her hand pressed against her chest, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The area that had been injured by Bai Wenming's kick was now fully healed, but it still bore a hint of pain. "She was one of the three vampire ancients, Elizabeth Bathory. How could I not detect your presence? That overwhelming stench of vampire is detectable from afar. It's utterly nauseating." Bai Wenming feigned disgust, wrinkling his nose and covering it with his hand. Sharp-tongued. "Today, you will witness my power," Elizabeth thought to herself, annoyed, wishing to tear apart the mouth of the irritating human before her to silence his incessant chatter. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shot towards Bai Wenming like an arrow. "I really don't like overly aggressive women. It takes away my enjoyment of the challenge," Bai Wenming remarked, a slight smile forming on his lips as he watched Elizabeth rush toward him like a whirlwind. Hearing this, Elizabeth's already incredible speed increased even further. Her sole thought was to swiftly kill this annoying human and silence him for good. Bai Wenming sidestepped effortlessly, dodging Elizabeth's claw strike without a hint of concern. His right hand swung out in a powerful uppercut that landed squarely in Elizabeth's abdomen. The force sent her body soaring diagonally upwards, barely missing the distance she had intended to close in on Bai Wenming. Quickly, Elizabeth steadied herself by flapping her bat wings. Confusion filled her heart. How could this human be so fast? This was a speed she had never encountered before, and it wasn't teleportation, just an advantage in pure speed. "It seems I'll have to show some real skill today," Elizabeth resolved silently. "Well, you're somewhat capable, but that's still far from enough. You're destined to fall at my hands today," she declared, suddenly conjuring a whip that crackled and snapped in her grasp. The whip was dark red, resembling the color of dried blood, and it measured a good 7 to 8 meters in length. It had been in Elizabeth's possession for years, having drunk the blood of countless enemies, and today it would have a new target, this human who would undoubtedly fall under its strikes. Under Elizabeth's control, the whip seemed to come alive, dancing with a will of its own. Not much of a skill, but it's enough to deal with you vampires, Bai Wenming replied as he effortlessly twisted the belt wheel, causing a winged eagle sword to appear in his arm. Well, this is interesting. I like a bit of strength. It makes things more thrilling, Bai Wenming remarked with a hint of mockery as he observed Elizabeth brandishing her whip. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with murderous intent as the whip lunged toward Bai Wenming like a venomous snake. Under her control, the whip unleashed an unending barrage of attacks, sweeping toward Bai Wenming like a relentless tide, making it nearly impossible to predict where it would strike next. However, Bai Wenming's winged eagle sword danced like lightning, blocking each of the whip strikes. Despite Elizabeth's increasing speed, she was unable to injure Bai Wenming. Their battle unfolded in the sky, resembling a dance of two graceful figures, their forms intertwining in the air. Suddenly, Elizabeth executed a technique known as white snake spits venom, with the whip's tip shooting toward Bai Wenming's right shoulder like a flash of lightning. Bai Wenming quickly raised his sword to defend, but he realized this was merely a feint. With a flick of her wrist, Elizabeth directed the whip to wrap around Bai Wenming's waist, attempting to ensnare him. Bai Wenming retreated a few steps just in time, narrowly avoiding Elizabeth's attack. As he watched the whip pass by him, he quickly reached out and seized the whip's tip, pulling with force. In an instant, the whip became taut, as if it were a tightly drawn string. From a distance of 7 to 8 meters, Bai Wenming locked eyes with Elizabeth through his armor, a hint of provocation glimmering in his gaze. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with anger as she prepared for her next attack. Releasing the whip, she launched her body like a bolt of lightning towards Bai Wenming, her sharp claws poised to draw blood. Bai Wenming let go of the whip, and with lightning speed, he blocked several of Elizabeth's claw strikes with the winged eagle sword, continuously retreating. Elizabeth pressed forward, her claws creating afterimages in the air, the two figures moving rapidly through the sky. After blocking another of Elizabeth's strikes, Bai Wenming kicked her away, but did not pursue. Elizabeth hovered in the air, stabilizing herself, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Bai Wenming. Meanwhile, Bai Wenming burst into laughter. Your claws were too long, so I helped trim them. Don't worry, no charge for that, Bai Wenming said with a chuckle, waving the winged eagle sword to indicate it had been used for the trimming. At this moment, the claws on her hands were reduced to mere stubs, resembling ordinary human fingers. As he blocked all her attacks, the winged eagle sword had silently severed her claws. Regaining control of her body, Elizabeth let her claws regrow. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the whip that had fallen to the ground instantly returned to her hand. Damn human dot! Elizabeth roared, engulfed in a layer of blood-red energy that wrapped tightly around her, causing her bat wings to expand slightly. The red energy slowly covered the whip, which now exuded a bloodthirsty aura, as if it had come to life. Once Elizabeth had completed her skill activation and enhancement, Bai Wenming instantly surged into action, his figure vanishing from sight like a ghost. You're too slow, too slow. You can't possibly satisfy me with this. You need to try harder, or your current performance won't suffice for my needs, Bai Wenming whispered, appearing near Elizabeth as the winged eagle sword shot forth like a viper from behind her. Elizabeth remained on high alert, her dark red energy shield expanding to cover a radius of 100 meters around her, transforming the sky into a crimson hue. Haha, stepping into this area means you'll be detected, right? Bai Wenming revealed himself, glancing at Elizabeth with amusement, a hint of mockery in his smile. That's right. Are you brave enough to enter? Let's see if your speed can break through this area, Elizabeth replied with a cold smile, gently flicking the whip in her hand. Come out, you two. I've already discovered your hiding spots. Did you think you could ambush me after she used her ultimate move? Or are you just hoping to steal some glory? Bai Wenming casually glanced at the two positions on the ground and spoke nonchalantly. However, the two spots remained completely still, as if Bai Wenming's words were merely the whisper of the wind. Putting on quite a show, aren't we? Do I really have to personally invite you out? Bai Wenming slightly adjusted the wheel on his waist, and the winged eagle sword instantly transformed into the winged eagle crossbow. He aimed at the seemingly empty areas, firing a bolt at each. two figures slowly materialized not far away, revealing themselves to be the other two vampire ancients. The vampire on the left appeared as an elderly man, resembling an ordinary old man, except for the bat wings behind him. His kind eyes were now fixed on Bai Wenming. The vampire on the right was dressed in a lavish suit, his hair neatly styled, and he wore a large cape. Brown pupils shimmered with an assessing light as he focused intently on Bai Wenming. "Could you introduce yourselves? I'd like to know whom I've just killed today. You all seem quite capable, worthy of me remembering your names," Bai Wenming said, once again turning the wheel at his waist to revert the Wind Eagle crossbow back to the Wind Eagle sword, resting it across his chest with a faint smile. "I am Cain," the elderly vampire said slowly, his tone calm, exuding an aura of serenity that starkly contrasted with the typical evil image associated with vampires. "I am Dracula," the middle-aged vampire followed, his voice rich and magnetic, hinting at great power. "I am Elizabeth," the female vampire finally stated, her voice filled with venomous hatred as she revealed her name. "Oh, all such noteworthy names," Bai Wenming remarked, glancing at the three vampires before him, slightly impressed. These three were indeed renowned and top-tier existences among vampires. "Vlad, you needn't hide down there anymore. Come up. With your strength, you shouldn't be so low-key," Bai Wenming said, glancing down at Vlad, lightly tapping his sword's tip in a gesture for him to come forward. In the system's detection, Vlad's energy signature was nearly equal to Elizabeth's, vastly different from the ordinary vampires on the ground. This was why Bai Wenming had inquired about him being one of the ancients after Vlad's appearance. There had always been rumors about the three vampire ancients, yet Vlad had never revealed his strength to the outside world. Aside from the other three ancients, no one knew that his power had reached such terrifying levels, allowing him to be regarded as the fourth ancient of the vampire clan. Vlad unfurled his massive bat wings and slowly floated up, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Bai Wenming, positioning himself directly behind him. The four vampires now surrounded Bai Wenming from the four cardinal directions, creating a deadly formation. Eliminating you will mean the complete disappearance of the vampire clan from this world, which would be a great relief. How wonderful it would be if such evil creatures as you cease to exist in this realm, Bai Wenming said slowly, his tone lighthearted as he expressed his satisfaction at the thought of removing the vampires. He faced the situation without a hint of panic. Even if a fourth ancient appeared, today he was determined to eradicate the vampire clan entirely. No one could stop him, not even Jesus. "You're a bit overconfident," Vlad said in a deep voice, the bat wings behind him flapping slightly, creating a gentle breeze. "Arrogant. You will undoubtedly meet your end on this ground today," Elizabeth yelled angrily, her whip seemingly responding to her fury, twitching slightly before returning to stillness. Cain and Dracula continued to silently watch Bai Wenming, their eyes fixed on him without speaking. According to the system's magnetic field detection, Cain and Dracula had nearly identical energy signatures, both significantly stronger than Elizabeth and Vlad. Even among the vampires, there was a discernible difference in strength. "Oh, if I wanted to leave here, who among you could stop me? Do you really think you can kill me? Who among you can keep up with my speed?" Bai Wenming asked with a smile, confidence radiating from him. "Your speed is indeed impressive. It's difficult for us to catch your movements. But how will you utilize that speed in this special environment?" Cain finally spoke, his voice holding a tone of ancient wisdom while also containing newfound vitality. In an instant, the world around seemed to shift, and several figures vanished beneath the blue sky and white clouds. With the four vampires positioned at each corner, a blood-red space appeared where they had been standing. Seeing this blood-red space, the vampires on the ground displayed expressions of delight. Though they had never witnessed the power of this crimson space, they believed that with the combined strength of the three ancients and Elder Vlad, they could take down the formidable enemy before them. Meanwhile, on the ground, Mares had ceased to move, his body seemingly devoid of the ability to feel pain. His gaze was blank, and shortly after, his form turned to ashes. A council elder of the vampire clan had been easily killed by Bai Wenming. Witnessing this scene, the vampires on the ground gasped in shock. The once powerful enemy had just annihilated Elder Mares so effortlessly, they couldn't help but be relieved that they hadn't rashly approached. Had they encountered that terrifying fire, they too would have likely turned to ash by now. The four vampires reappeared within the blood-red space, which was not large, measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. The crimson area surrounding Elizabeth could completely envelop the entire space. Inside the space, there was nothing but the five figures. Bai Wenming stood in the center, while the four vampires occupied the corners. The reason the four vampire ancients had withstood Bai Wenming for so long was to construct this space, eliminating the Wind Eagle armor's greatest advantages, giving them a chance to kill Bai Wenming. This space can only be broken by killing all four of us or by you being killed. Otherwise, you will never leave. So how do you plan to deal with this, Bai Wenming? Vlad said confidently. In this space, their strength was significantly enhanced compared to the outside world, and their recovery rate had improved greatly. After all, this was their home ground. Outside, they had worried that Bai Wenming could escape using his speed, but now, in this space, there was nowhere for him to run. Oh, so you're certain you can take me down? Bai Wenming said, spinning around and glancing at the four vampires, still wearing a smile. Yes, we are fully prepared. You are a formidable enemy, so we must work together to kill you. Dracula finally spoke. Really? I don't believe that, Bai Wenming scoffed. Inferno dragon armor, merge. With a dragon's roar, the Inferno dragon armor enveloped the Wind Eagle armor. You tread into heaven without a path, and you burst into hell without a door. It might take effort to deal with you outside, but in here, where can you run? Bai Wenming said coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. Seeing Bai Wenming's armor transition from blue to red, with golden patterns covering his upper body, the four vampires immediately became more vigilant. They were puzzled by this transformation, but they understood it signified that this armor was different from the previous blue one. Weren't you all so confident about taking me down here? Why do you look so hesitant now? Are you scared by the Inferno dragon armor? Bai Wenming taunted mercilessly, shaking his arm as the Inferno dragon armor showcased its power. Flame blade. As he deftly twisted the wheel on his belt, a flash of light appeared, and the flame blade manifested in his grip. He stood sideways, beckoning Dracula to come forward with a casual finger gesture. Dracula's hand twitched slightly, and a blood-red knight's sword gradually formed in his grasp. His eyes were completely blood-red, and sharp fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. His loose formal attire seemed to inflate as if it were being pumped up, while his bat wings expanded by at least half. A translucent red energy sphere formed around him, tightly wrapping him within. At this moment, Dracula had transformed from the polite nobleman into a ruthless king. Now is your time to die. With a roar, Dracula's figure flashed forward, crossing nearly 50 meters in an instant, the knight's sword thrusting fiercely toward the chest of the Inferno dragon armor. Come at me, Bai Wenming shouted, the left edge of the flame blade rising swiftly to collide fiercely with Dracula's knight's sword, producing a crisp and loud clang. Dracula exerted all his strength, but he could not surpass Bai Wenming's casual deflection. The knight's sword was sent soaring diagonally upward. The four vampires were taken aback, astonished by Bai Wenming's strength. They knew well Dracula's prowess. He was considered the strongest among the four ancients. Yet, this full power strike was effortlessly blocked by the red armor-wearing figure before them, making them realize that the Inferno dragon armor was no ordinary opponent. The previous blue armor had been quick, but its strength was vastly inferior to what they faced now, affirming that Bai Wenming was indeed a formidable adversary. Nonetheless, they did not hesitate, but accelerated toward Bai Wenming. In their eyes, no matter how powerful or fast he was, their combined might could overpower even a god from the Nine Realms. After blocking Dracula's strike, Bai Wenming swiftly spun around, the rear blade of the flame blade slicing through Elizabeth's whip behind him. He then unleashed a powerful left kick, sending Vlad flying. Simultaneously, the flame blade swept across, forcing Kane back several steps. As the blade grazed his skin, the heat radiated from it, causing a flicker of menace in Kane's eyes. He halted his retreat, charging once more at Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming continued to spin, the flame blade slicing upward in an arc, perfectly blocking another of Dracula's strikes. Just as the other three vampires closed in, he stepped forward powerfully, delivering a fierce blow toward Dracula. Seeing this, Dracula quickly retracted his knight's sword to block his chest while flapping his wings to retreat. The flame blade collided violently with Dracula's protective barrier, instantly creating multiple cracks across its surface. How is this possible? Dracula's heart was filled with disbelief. His protective barrier had always been unbreakable, and he had never encountered such a situation. Just the edge of the barrier had been struck by the flame blade, and cracks had already appeared. If Bai Wenming was well prepared, then his barrier would be utterly ineffective. Energy surged through Dracula's body, rapidly restoring the cracks in his barrier. He released the flame blade with his right hand, blocking Kane's claw with his forearm, sparks flying. Bai Wenming flipped his hand, tightly grasping the claw that Kane attempted to retract. With his grip secure, Bai Wenming glared, shouting, "Die!" He then turned toward Kane, releasing the claw and slashing downward with the flame blade. Kane hurriedly retreated, but was too late. The flame blade sliced cleanly through, severing one of his arms. Although Kane had never faced such a defeat, nor had he ever had an arm cut off, he was still one of the vampire ancients, the progenitor of the vampire clan. He didn't lose his composure upon being injured. Disregarding the severed arm, his other claw lunged toward the Inferno dragon armor once more. Bai Wenming executed a leap, adeptly dodging Elizabeth's whip. While twisting in midair, the rear edge of the flame blade cut through Vlad's claw, leaving a gash. Vlad saw his reflection in the blade and felt a chill surge through him. He narrowly avoided the flame blade, realizing that had he been a moment slower, his head might have been cleaved in two. Landing, Bai Wenming found himself facing the opposite direction from before, with Dracula's sword now aimed at his back and Kane's other claw threatening his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched to evade. Observing his movement, Kane's claw also shifted downward slightly, while Dracula immediately changed his tactic, going from thrusting to slashing toward the Inferno dragon armor. Bai Wenming sidestepped to avoid the sword, but was still caught by Kane's claw that had just been released, piercing his chest armor. The immense force caused sparks to erupt from the Inferno dragon armor. Fortunately, Kane's power was not enough to topple the armor. Using the momentum from Kane's attack, Bai Wenming kicked off the ground, crashing into Vlad. A brutal elbow strike hit Vlad's chest, knocking him away along with his intentions of seizing Bai Wenming. Vlad's chest caved in, his ribs shattered from the impact. Pain crossed Vlad's face. Despite having given his all, the power of the Inferno dragon armor exceeded his limits. Kane halted his attack, with his severed arm returning to his shoulder. However, the burning effect of the flame blade remained. Even with his formidable regeneration, he couldn't heal the wound instantly. Energy surged within him, dispelling the flame blade's energy, and his arm and shoulder healed seamlessly, appearing as they had before. After testing his arm, he charged forward once again. Bai Wenming stepped on Elizabeth's whip, which had just missed, and charged toward her without hesitation. He understood that he needed to draw Elizabeth into close combat to eliminate the threat of her whip, allowing him to unleash his full potential without constantly guarding against her attacks. In their earlier exchanges, he had expended significant energy to avoid Elizabeth's whip, which had hindered his performance in close quarters. Now that the four of them were engaged in heated battle, it was unacceptable for Elizabeth to remain on the sidelines in a safe position. Elizabeth saw this and immediately swung her whip, attempting to use it to stop Bai Wenming in his tracks. However, her whip seemed to be bound by some mysterious force, showing no reaction at all, and the distance it could move was continuously shrinking. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, and noticing the movements of the other three ancestors, Elizabeth decisively let go of the whip in her hand, her sharp claws shooting towards Bai Wenming like lightning. What other way will you escape this time? Elizabeth thought to herself, believing this would be a fatal blow. Elizabeth lunged at Bai Wenming from the front, while Kane was positioned directly behind, Vlad to the left rear, and Dracula to the right rear, all three vampire ancestors attacking Bai Wenming simultaneously. Their plan was that if Elizabeth's attack could delay Bai Wenming even slightly, then the three of them could strike his back at the same time, and with their combined strength, Bai Wenming would undoubtedly be knocked down. In this ongoing battle, once someone was knocked down, it meant that Bai Wenming would lose his chance to fight back, and they would never give him a chance to rise again. Sensing the movements of the three enemies behind him, Bai Wenming, who had been rapidly approaching Elizabeth, suddenly stopped, not taking another step forward. He quickly turned around, raising the flame blade diagonally upward. As his body spun, the flame blade traced a perfect arc from the upper right to the lower left, deflecting all the attacks from the three vampires behind him. This time, Bai Wenming used all his strength, successfully blocking the 3 vampire attacks and sending them flying away. The rotation of his body continued, and after completing a 180-degree turn, the flame blade slashed from the lower right to the upper left, severing both of Elizabeth's claws. Subsequently, the dragon armor delivered a powerful kick, sending Elizabeth flying away. The entire process was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wenming completed this series of actions. How is this possible? Dracula retreated, filled with confusion and disbelief. He had initially thought that the 3 of them could perhaps block Bai Wenming, but he never expected it to turn out this way. Their attacks seemed to have no effect on him at all. A line of blood appeared on his body, as Bai Wenming's previous strike had shattered his barrier and also hit his body. Due to the structure of the flame blade, it was not long enough to cut the 3 vampire ancestors in half. But now their bodies had all been opened up with large gashes. Bai Wenming quickly chased after Elizabeth, who had already lost her ability to resist, the flame blade slicing across her body repeatedly. Elizabeth desperately flapped her bat wings, trying to accelerate away from Bai Wenming's attack range. But it was of no use. The flame blade continued to leave scars on her body. Moreover, this space was already small, originally set up to limit Bai Wenming's speed advantage, but now it had become their death trap, leaving them nowhere to escape. Elizabeth had no retreat left. Her bat wings were pressed against the edges of the space, watching in despair as the flame blade swung toward her head. At this critical moment, she suddenly turned around, her body slightly bowing back as she slammed into Bai Wenming. He raised the flame blade horizontally, successfully blocking Dracula's slash, while Cain and Vlad's claws hit the shoulder armor of the dragon armor. Bai Wenming retreated half a step, the force transferring through his body into the space behind him. At this moment, Elizabeth's wails echoed. As a vampire, her regeneration and healing abilities were indeed formidable, but that did not mean she was devoid of pain. Her cries indicated that she was enduring immense suffering. At this moment, Elizabeth's body had already shrunk to 1/3 of its previous thickness and was continuing to thin. She struggled desperately, but the wide body of the dragon armor pinned her firmly against the wall, and her claws had been severed by Bai Wenming, leaving her completely incapable of fighting back. Is this all you can do? I thought you were formidable. The reputation of the vampire ancestors is quite loud, but it seems you are nothing special. Bai Wenming taunted, having successfully blocked all the attacks from the 3 vampire ancestors. At this point, the only area Bai Wenming could be attacked was the half-circular space in front of him, and he had no desire to initiate an attack. For the dragon armor, it was exceedingly simple to be on the defensive and counterattack, so this situation was nothing for him at all. The 3 vampire ancestors stepped back a few paces, looking at Bai Wenming with deep apprehension. They never expected that in such a situation, Bai Wenming could severely injure Elizabeth while remaining completely unscathed. This meant they had paid the price of an important combat force without achieving any results. Just then, they sensed movement behind them. Still trying to struggle? What a fool, Bai Wenming said coldly. He delivered an elbow strike to Elizabeth's head, and with a resounding bang, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, all her movements ceased. Elizabeth was pinned between the wall and Bai Wenming, completely still. The energy within her was continually resisting the burning effect of the flame blade. The burning effect of the flame blade was preventing her from healing herself. If given a little time, she could drive away the burning effect and restore her body to its original state. But at this moment, how could Bai Wenming give her that opportunity? Meanwhile, this blood-red space had already attracted attention from the outside world. After all, with such a large blood-red phenomenon in the sky, anyone would feel alarmed. Are you saying a blood-red space has appeared in Wallachia and is floating in the air? Nick Fury asked, his face filled with shock. Yes, and according to our intelligence reports, a large number of vampires have appeared in that area, all very powerful. Coulson nodded, handing over the newly acquired information. The only place where vampires can appear in large numbers must be their stronghold, Nick Fury exclaimed, then began to sift through the information sent by the intelligence personnel. Do we know the exact location of the armor now? Nick Fury asked. We reviewed 24 hours of satellite surveillance in Wallachia and found a figure in blue armor moving there. We initially deduced that this person was the armor in combat. After that, the blood-red space covered the location of the armor, and we know nothing about what is happening inside, Coulson replied. Then it seems it was indeed the armor's doing. But who is his enemy? Could it be the vampire ancestors? Nick Fury murmured, voicing his doubts. This news quickly reached the desks of global leaders, and in no time, the eyes of the entire world were focused on the small region of Wallachia. Inside the blood-red space, Bai Wenming casually held the flame blade at his side with one hand, then raised his hand to yawn, as if completely unconcerned about the situation before him. The three vampire ancestors felt their anger erupt like a volcano at Bai Wenming's contemptuous demeanor, their fury rising to their heads. Their bat wings flapped violently a couple of times, yet they still hesitated, unwilling to engage Bai Wenming in battle. What are you all doing? You dare not attack, nor will you retreat. You're just cowering around, making a fool of yourselves. Bai Wenming taunted, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes and a slight smirk on his lips. You brought me to this godforsaken place just to play a game of red light, green light? You've lived for thousands of years. How can you still be so childish? Bai Wenming shook his head with a smile, taking 2 steps forward, his tone dripping with disdain. Just as his words fell, a dazzling flash of light cut through the air. Elizabeth's recently restored head flew off, her once enchanting eyes now filled with unwillingness, staring fiercely at Bai Wenming. Bai Wenming slowly retracted the flame blade, his gaze revealing unabashed killing intent as he looked at the 3 vampire ancestors. If you don't make a move, don't blame me for being rude. I've already given you a chance, but you're just useless. Black Rhino armor, unite. With a loud shout, the dragon armor was instantly enveloped by the Black Rhino armor, and the iconic movements of the Black Rhino Knight followed. Bai Wenming lightly twisted his right wrist with his left hand, seemingly adjusting his stance. Now, let this heavily armored warrior, the Black Rhino armor, end this battle. He twisted the belt wheel with his right hand, and the meteor gun and water shield were drawn from the light and shadows, appearing instantly in his hands. Holding the meteor gun with one hand, he spun it beautifully before placing it behind him and stepping toward the 3 vampire ancestors. As they watched Bai Wenming transform from the dazzling red armor to the imposing black armor, a wave of tension surged within the 3 vampire ancestors. What did this color of armor represent? What power was hidden within it? Cain finally drew his weapon, a short-handled black machete, stained with traces of blood. The blood seemed like it had been on the blade for a long time, yet it also appeared as if it had just been left there, giving off a mysterious and eerie vibe. Vlad also revealed his weapon, a hammer with a massive head, radiating a dark glow, as if containing endless power. When Bai Wenming stepped closer, he raised his hand, and the meteor gun shot toward Dracula's chest like lightning. Dracula's heart raced. He dared not take it head-on and immediately retreated. Seeing this, Vlad shouted angrily, "Smash it!" Swinging his hammer with fierce momentum toward Bai Wenming. Cain's machete also struck like a black flash, sweeping toward Bai Wenming, creating a pincer attack from both sides. Clank! Cain's machete collided with the meteor gun, producing a crisp sound from the right. Boom! Vlad's hammer violently struck the water shield, creating a dull thud. Is that all the strength you have? You dare to use such a big hammer? What a joke. I doubt that hammer even weighs 5 pounds. Bai Wenming turned to Vlad, his eyes filled with derision, mercilessly mocking him. Dracula, who was about to attack, felt as though his eyes were deceiving him. It was unbelievable that Vlad's powerful swing had actually stopped in midair, effortlessly intercepted by Bai Wenming with one hand. He knew Vlad's hammer had to weigh at least 800 pounds. Dracula could swear that Vlad had put all his strength into that swing, yet it was so easily blocked by Bai Wenming, leaving him filled with confusion and shock. I don't understand, but I'm indeed shocked, Dracula thought to himself. With a swift motion, Bai Wenming retracted the meteor gun, gripping it with both hands. Using his left foot as an axis, he spun, then darted toward the still-dazed Vlad like a black flash. Striking true, the meteor gun pierced through Vlad's abdomen, leaving a massive hole. Bai Wenming released the meteor gun, raising both hands to block the machete that was attacking his neck. The water shield finally managed to stop the machete's advance at the last moment, producing a loud clang. Bai Wenming forcefully pushed Cain away and turned to grasp the meteor gun. The immense pain jolted Vlad from his stupor, filling him with a strong desire to survive as he attempted to retreat. Now that's what I call smashing, Bai Wenming roared, swinging the meteor gun and lifting Vlad with it before turning and slamming him toward the ground. As the ground drew closer, Vlad's mind raced, trying to think of a way to save himself. Unfortunately, Bai Wenming's speed was too great. By the time Vlad almost reached the ground, he still hadn't thought of any effective way out. Splatter. That was the sound of Vlad's body hitting the ground, instantly shattering and spraying blood everywhere. Thud. That was the sound of Vlad's hammer smashing against his own body, as if mocking him. Bai Wenming withdrew the meteor gun and tossed it aside. The meteor gun shot through the air like a black flash, accurately piercing through Elizabeth's recently restored body, pinning her to the wall of the space by her head. Now that's what I call smashing. Bai Wenming stepped forward, picking up Vlad's hammer with both hands. He swung it in a wide arc, channeling tremendous force as he struck down toward Vlad's body. The ground trembled slightly with the impact. He swung again, creating a perfect arc, and with another powerful strike, the ground shook even more violently. After 3 heavy, forceful blows, only a bloodied pancake remained on the ground, as if Vlad had truly vanished from this world. The water shield in his left hand blocked another strike from Kane, and Bai Wenming looked at him with a cold smile, lightly twisting his wrist to grip the back of Kane's machete. Meanwhile, Dracula's attack against the shoulder armor felt like mere scratching to the black rhino armor, which he simply chose to ignore. Bai Wenming engaged in a struggle with Kane using his left hand, while his right hand released Vlad's hammer, raising it in a grip. The meteor gun shook slightly before returning to his hand like a black flash. He executed a sweeping motion, forcing Dracula back, and then shot directly at Kane's chest. At this moment, Kane's face was solemn. The previous smile had vanished completely. He reluctantly released his grip, stepping back to evade Bai Wenming's attack. Retrieving the meteor gun, Bai Wenming also grasped Kane's machete in his left hand, still firmly holding the meteor gun in his right. He jumped forward, arriving in front of Elizabeth, slicing her body into several segments before charging toward the gradually recovering Vlad. He stood on one leg on the hammer's handle and stabbed Vlad in the head with the meteor gun, as if declaring the end of this battle. Dracula, why are you hiding so far away? Bai Wenming jeered at Dracula. Are you scared? Did my earlier momentum frighten you? Why are you so cowardly, not even daring to attack me once? That sword in your hand is just scrap metal. It should be able to hit me a couple of times, so what good is it to you? You might as well just toss it aside for convenience. You shouldn't call yourself the vampire ancestor Dracula. You should just call yourself Cowardly Dracula. Ha ha. After saying this, Bai Wenming threw his head back and laughed, his laughter echoing in the blood-red space, as if it were a tremendous humiliation directed at Dracula. Dracula's face began to twitch with anger, his blood-red eyes locked onto Bai Wenming, his fangs elongating as if he wanted to tear this human apart. What are you all staring at me for? Do you want to make a meal out of me? Ha! Come on over and eat, Bai Wenming said with a laugh, beckoning with his fingers. He stood with the meteor gun planted upright on the ground, completely exposing his body and leaving himself defenseless. You humble human, you are about to face your final judgment, Dracula said, enunciating each word clearly. After he spoke, his bat wings began to flap violently, lifting his body slowly into the air. Red energy surged like a tide, gradually enveloping Dracula, his form expanding as his previously gloomy face became increasingly monstrous. Ha! You are overestimating yourselves. It should be the righteous armored warrior who judges you evil beings, Bai Wenming said with righteous indignation. Then perish, Dracula declared. As his voice fell, his body vanished from Bai Wenming's sight, and red streaks of light darted around Bai Wenming, the sound of clinking echoing in the confined space. One had to admit that Dracula was indeed the ancestor of vampires, and the most renowned among them. He was certainly formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high reputation. But now he was facing the black rhino armor, which had maximum defensive capabilities. Bai Wenming seized Dracula, who had been attacking him for a while, and pulled him close, looking into his panicked eyes, smiling as he said, Your attacks feel like a mere massage to me. I'm not particularly fond of it. I think I want a more challenging opponent. With that, he swung the water shield mercilessly at Dracula's head, shattering it once more. That last hit was your reward. Now let me give you a little extra tip. After all, you worked so hard on that massage, I can't just ignore your efforts, he said, and once again, the water shield smashed into Dracula's recently restored head, exploding it again. You are just a disgusting vampire, and yet you dare to boast so much. Who gave you the courage? Bai Wenming lifted Dracula's head, looking at his expression of disbelief, gently shaking the severed head as he said, "Does it hurt that much? Don't cry, be good." He casually tossed the severed wings to the ground, looking at Dracula's bleeding back, and clapped his hands, saying, "Oh dear, why are you bleeding so much? How careless of you. Luckily I'm here. I'll help you stop the bleeding, or you might be in danger with all this blood loss." He then pulled the water shield in his fist out of Dracula's body, shaking off the bloodstains with a look of disgust, saying, "I couldn't find the wound. Your injury is really in a terrible spot. Let's just burn it to stop the bleeding. The conditions here are a bit harsh, so I hope you can be more understanding." With that, a flickering flame appeared above the palm of the black rhino armor. He slapped the red lotus flame into Dracula's body, then withdrew the leg that had been propping Dracula up, casually tossing him onto the ground. As the red lotus flame entered Dracula, his screams grew louder. Turning to the remaining 3 vampire ancestors, Bai Wenming held up the meteor gun, slowly surveying them, and said, "Dracula has fallen. Choose one of you to come forward to meet your end, or shall I come find you? Your voice is too loud. It's a bit annoying." "Get away from me," he said, kicking Dracula's body away. Dracula crashed into the edge of the space, sliding down like flowing water. "Can you spare us? Let us go, and the vampire clan will forever be your most loyal servants." "We will do whatever you ask," Cain pleaded. Among the 4 of them, the strongest, Dracula, had already fallen, and they had no way to resist Bai Wenming any longer, so they could only choose to beg for mercy. "Oh, so your mouths aren't so tough anymore? Where did that arrogance go? Weren't you just saying you'd tear me to pieces?" Bai Wenming paused, taken aback by Cain's words, before slowly responding. He truly didn't expect Cain to be so flexible. "We were too presumptuous before and neglected you. Please forgive our mistakes. We will certainly improve and keep our mouths in check," Cain said with a forced smile. "Are you saying that you will all submit to me from now on? That you will do whatever I say?" Bai Wenming stroked his chin, uncertainly asking again. "Yes, my lord." Cain nodded vigorously, affirming his words. "Oh really? That's not out of the question, but I have one question." Bai Wenming set down the meteor gun, looking at them with keen interest. Seeing him put down his weapon, the 3 vampires felt a rush of hope, gazing at the black rhino armor with longing. They thought that as long as Bai Wenming spoke his terms, they would immediately agree, no matter what it was, as living was the most important thing. "The question is, I already said outside that I would kill your entire family. I'm a man of my word. What I say will never be taken back. If I say I will kill your entire family, then I must kill your entire family. One less is unacceptable," Bai Wenming said, and his words left the 3 vampire ancestors in stunned silence. After a long pause, Cain spoke up. "Have you considered the consequences of killing me? If I die, you will find it difficult to escape death no matter where you flee." "Oh, so you have some backing? Hey, I don't believe it. What consequences could come from killing you that I can't bear? Who can touch me?" Bai Wenming lifted the meteor gun, speaking disdainfully. "Then by all means, feel free to try," Cain replied, falling silent and making no further moves, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. This ancestor of all vampires was about to face his final judgment. Although there were 4 vampire ancestors, they could all be considered descendants of Cain, but his combat power was not on par with Dracula's. Longevity did not mean greater strength. "Please spare me. I can serve you. I will agree to any demands you have, no matter what you do to me. Just let me live," Elizabeth sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Ugly refusal," Bai Wenming said coldly. "What about you, Vlad? Do you have any last words?" Without giving Elizabeth a chance to speak, Bai Wenming turned his gaze to Vlad. "If you kill us, this space will never be opened again, and you'll be forever trapped here," Vlad said slowly, scanning the surrounding crimson space with a somber tone. "Really? I don't believe it. It's just a space opened by 4 useless beings. What difficulty is there in breaking it?" Bai Wenming lightly shook his finger, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he spoke indifferently. "Then go ahead and take action. We have nothing more to say. We just hope that when you face Dracula's vengeance in the future, you can still be as arrogant as you are now," Vlad said, looking at Bai Wenming with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Ah, can Dracula really be immortal? I know your vampire clan has strong recovery abilities, but in front of me, your recovery is useless. Soon, I will eradicate you all," Bai Wenming said, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Vlad's sorrowful expression. "You guessed right. Dracula can indeed be immortal. There is no way to kill him in this world. Not even the gods can do it. Vlad suddenly laughed, a strange glint in his smile, as if anticipating something. I don't believe it. There can never be an immortal being in this world. Everything has an end, and I will grant you that end, Bai Wenming said, pointing his spear at Dracula on the ground, his eyes shining with determination. Ha ha, Vlad. Why say so much to him? After he kills us, let him face Dracula's revenge. Kane suddenly burst out laughing, his voice filled with provocation. I'll be waiting for you in hell, Bai Wenming, Elizabeth said, her tone filled with hatred, as if she wanted to devour him alive. So confident, it seems Dracula really has some skill. However, Bai Wenming fixed his gaze on the three vampire ancestors and suddenly laughed. That's not something you need to worry about. Now, it's time to send you on your way. What happens after your death is none of your business. With that, he stepped in front of the three vampires and mercilessly punched each of them to the ground, then followed up with a burst of red lotus karma fire. He twisted the belt's wheel, and the meteor gun lightly touched the fatal light shadow. Raging Cascade Strike. Raging Cascade Peak. With several loud explosions, the vampire ancestors instantly detonated, and a blood-red stream of light flew out from Kane's body, rushing towards the black rhino armor at an incredible speed. When a stream of light collided with the black rhino armor, it vanished without a trace. What was that? Is it a curse? Bai Wenming frowned slightly, filled with confusion. Yes, host, that energy mark was a curse, mainly serving to locate. But you need not worry. The black rhino armor has already absorbed this curse for you. No foreign energy can attack the summoner before breaking through the light shadow armor's defense. The system quickly provided an answer, easing Bai Wenming's mind somewhat. Ah, I see, that's not bad. Bai Wenming nodded, expressing satisfaction with this function. Well then, it's time to meet this immortal Dracula and have a good talk with him, Bai Wenming said as he turned to look at Dracula, who was writhing in pain on the ground, slowly relaxing his furrowed brows. He opened his right hand, and the red lotus karma fire within Dracula slowly floated out, disappearing back into his hand. Get up. I have extracted the red lotus karma fire, Bai Wenming said ambiguously as he approached Dracula. What kind of technique is that? Why does it hurt so much? Dracula slowly opened his eyes and weakly asked after a while. Red lotus karma fire, fueled by the evil within, burns the soul, Bai Wenming replied expressionlessly as he crouched down. Red lotus karma fire? What a strange name, Dracula murmured softly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Dracula's powerful recovery ability began to take effect, and his injuries gradually healed at a visible rate. Soon, he was nearly fully restored. He sat up, meeting Bai Wenming's gaze levelly, his eyes revealing a hint of calm. They're all dead? Did they tell you about my immortality? Dracula looked around, seeing no other vampire ancestors, and asked in a flat tone, as if those three vampires were merely passers-by in his life. Yes, I have eliminated them. I want to know, is your immortality true? Bai Wenming stood up, looking down at Dracula, his eyes glimmering with doubt. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could I, Dracula, have come this far? I would have died 800 times already, my body turned to dust. Although I'm the strongest among them, I became a vampire much later than the others. Without the ability to be immortal, how could I, Dracula, dominate the world? Dracula walked over to his bat wings, picked them up, and placed them back on his back before slowly speaking, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Soon, his bat wings flapped a few times, lifting his body into the air like a king. Come down. I don't like speaking while looking up, Bai Wenming said, his tone revealing a hint of impatience as he looked at the calm-faced Dracula. As you wish. Dracula's body instantly returned to its original posture, exuding a noble demeanor. He landed on the ground, retracting his bat wings, and at that moment, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Seeing such a compliant Dracula, Bai Wenming was momentarily at a loss. He had originally intended to take this opportunity to beat Dracula, but now that Dracula was so obedient, he found himself at a loss for a reason strike. I don't believe it. There can never be an immortal person in this world. Being killed means death. This is the fundamental law of all things, Bai Wenming said firmly, standing opposite Dracula, about 4 to 5 meters apart. Then you could try to kill me and see if you can do it. To be honest, I'm already tired of my current life, loathing every moment. Death is a luxury for me. If you could grant me death, I would be eternally grateful, Dracula said with a smile, extending his neck without any defense, as if waiting for Bai Wenming's judgment. Ah, Bai Wenming scoffed, twisting the belt's wheel to summon the meteor gun. Raging Cascade Strike. Raging Cascade Peak. However, just as he prepared to launch another attack, a sudden explosion sounded behind him, and a strong energy wave surged within him. He turned his body, revealing a bitter smile to the air. There can never be immortals in this world. Death is the most fair destination for all beings in every world. You may have spoken incorrectly. A mocking voice suddenly came, like a thunderclap, shattering Bai Wenming's heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing Dracula reappear before him, a glint of unwillingness flashed in Bai Wenming's eyes, his voice revealing despair. I'm about to leave this world. I look forward to meeting you again. At that time, I hope you can kill me and grant me release, or I will kill you and grant you release, Dracula said, removing his hat and slightly bowing. Then, his figure gradually faded, ultimately disappearing from Bai Wenming's sight as if he had never existed. Can you determine his location? Bai Wenming silently spoke to the system in his mind, as Dracula had already been marked by the system, and logically, he could not have vanished. His space-time coordinates have entered a world that has yet to be mapped. I currently cannot ascertain his location. The system cautiously responded in a low voice, feeling anxious in its heart, afraid of being reprimanded by Bai Wenming. Okay, let be for now. When you reappear before me, I want to see where you can escape to, Dracula. Do you have a way to leave this space? Bai Wenming furrowed his brows and turned to survey the empty space. Sorry, host, I cannot break this space, but I can locate the space rift to its original position after you break the space, the system quickly replied. After breaking the space, it would inevitably cause spatial turbulence. However, the system had recorded the previous space-time coordinates, and with some energy expenditure, it could locate the rift back to its prior position. At present, Bai Wenming was not lacking in energy. The 4 vampire ancestors he had just eliminated all possessed demigod-level strength. After the armor's transformation, he had acquired a substantial amount of energy that the system could freely use. It was truly a case of taking from the vampires to use against the vampires. The only regret he felt was that the energy gained from eliminating the 4 vampire ancestors had only allowed him to progress a short distance in accumulating demigod power. There was still a long way to go before igniting divine fire and advancing to the divine realm. Snow Mastiff armor merged. The white Snow Mastiff armor covered the black Rhino armor, and he summoned the Thunder Axe, delivering 3 powerful strikes to the ground. This blood-colored space, capable of trapping deities, finally cracked open under the immense force of the Snow Mastiff, unable to resist any longer. Host, hurry and leave this space. It is about to collapse, and staying inside may be dangerous, the system reminded at the right moment. Reappearing in the original world, the blood-colored space gradually vanished behind him. Who is this? Where are the ancestors? All the vampires felt a common question arise in their hearts upon seeing the Snow Mastiff armor appear. Quickly, they realized that the 3 ancestors and Elder Vlad might have all encountered misfortune. Impossible, absolutely impossible. All the vampires shook their heads wildly, trying to dispel this terrifying thought from their minds. What a joke. Those were immensely powerful ancestors. How could they possibly be eliminated? Moreover, today, the 3 ancestors had joined forces with Elder Vlad. How could there be an enemy capable of withstanding them? They must be insane to entertain such an idea. Oh, still here to warmly welcome me? Bai Wenming said with a smile, his gaze involuntarily landing on a certain female vampire. This couldn't be blamed on him. The female vampire was simply too enchanting. If faced with an ordinary beauty, he could use a plethora of flowery words to describe her looks. But in front of this female vampire, he could only use the words good-looking to express his admiration for her beauty. Since you are so enthusiastic, I can't be stingy either. Everyone get to share, but don't fight over it. With that, Bai Wenming released the red lotus karma fire from his hand, dividing it into small portions and evenly dispersing it, then sending it flying towards the vampires in the air. After all, this was the residence of the vampire clan, and the vampires here were relatively strong, most of them capable of flight. Some vampires only then began to awaken from their stupor and started to flee in panic. However, the vast majority of vampires, caught unawares, had the red lotus karma fire invade their bodies, letting out tragic wails as they fell to the ground, crashing in disarray. Those attempting to escape also fell victim to the pursuit of the Red Lotus Karma fire, being caught mid-air, watching in despair as the fire burrowed into their bodies, followed by a scream as they plummeted to the ground. Before long, some of the weaker vampires turned to ashes. "Why don't you kill me?" the female vampire asked, her voice ethereal and filled with allure. "I will kill you. I just want to admire your beauty a little longer," Bai Wenming replied, stepping forward in the air to closely examine her face. "Will I survive today?" the female vampire asked nervously, as facing death made it hard for anyone to remain calm. "No, the vampire clan must be exterminated today," Bai Wenming replied nonchalantly, his eyes never leaving the female vampire's face, his words filled with appreciation for beauty. He reached out to touch the female vampire's face, her skin delicate as if it could be broken by a breath, the touch warm like jade. He smiled and said, "Can you tell me your name? A beautiful vampire like you should have a name of your own so that I can remember you later." Lilith, the female vampire's languid voice etched the name deeply into Bai Wenming's memory. "A nice name, but it still pales in comparison to your beauty. Well, if I keep looking, I might not be able to resist taking you away, and that won't do. You are a vampire, and that is an unchangeable fact." Bai Wenming took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. "Lilith, you can state your last words. If there is anything you want to do, just let me know, and if it's suitable, I will allow you to accomplish it. Then rotate your blood core to the top of your head. I will make your passing easier. I don't want you to suffer before you die," Bai Wenming said slowly. The female vampire glanced at the sky, feeling much better. Many years ago, under such blue skies and white clouds, she had transformed into a vampire. From now on, she would no longer be a vampire. Whether this was good or bad, it simply meant that Lilith would no longer exist in this world. "Gone. Thank you for letting me avoid the kind of suffering they endured." Watching numerous vampires tragically turn to ashes, Lilith felt relieved. After all, the thought of enduring torment before death was unsettling. "It's all right. Someone as beautiful as you shouldn't have to suffer these pains," Bai Wenming said with a smile. "Okay, I'm ready." Lilith closed her eyes, a slight smile appearing on her face. "In my next life, I must be reborn as a human and then be discovered by me," she said. With that, Bai Wenming released the merging of the snow mastiff armor and gently placed his hand on Lilith's head. Lilith did not respond, merely lying quietly. Bai Wenming exerted a bit of force with his right hand, a gentle energy penetrating her skin and reaching her brain, shattering her blood core. Lilith's body fell limply to the ground, soon turning to a pile of ashes. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Bai Wenming sighed. "Why did you have to be a vampire? If you weren't a vampire, I could have taken you away. Such a beautiful being. Who wouldn't want to possess her?" He gently stepped on the ground, creating a large hole 5 meters ahead. Then he controlled the ashes and soil beneath his feet to enter the hole, before stepping down again, causing a mound and a tombstone to emerge. With swift strokes, the words "Tomb of Lilith" appeared on the tombstone. Despite Bai Wenming's average calligraphy skills, the characters on the tombstone indeed became much more beautiful under the infusion of divine power. He once again attached divine power to the tombstone to ensure it wouldn't be easily toppled. After confirming that there were no living vampires in the surrounding area on the system map, Bai Wenming summoned the Wind Eagle armor and returned to the Hilaire Hotel. It could be said that the vampire clan had been exterminated. Perhaps there were still a few scattered vampires outside, but they absolutely could not stir up any trouble now. With the 3 vampire ancestors eliminated, any vampire revealing their identity would surely be attacked by other forces. Without the protection of the vampire ancestors, vampires were seen as insignificant prey in the eyes of other extraordinary forces. Shortly after Bai Wenming left, many uninvited guests intruded into the area. These individuals were prepared to be killed by vampires, using their lives to gather detailed information about the vampire clan stronghold. The appearance of the blood-colored space piqued the curiosity of all factions. They all wanted to know what had happened to the vampire clan. After all, it was a powerful force with 3 vampire ancestors, and every faction had to regard the vampire ancestors as important figures when facing the vampires. No one wished to easily provoke them. But now, satellite images showed that the blood-colored space had disappeared, and only one person had come out from it. Thus, where the vampire ancestors had gone became the most sought-after information among all factions. Those who had bravely entered for reconnaissance soon found that there were no living vampires left. The various factions receiving this specific information were filled with trepidation, speculating about who had wiped out the vampire clan's top combat forces and how they should face this mysterious force that had exterminated them. Before long, information about the armor within S.H.I.E.L.D. was rapidly disseminated across the globe. Why has the personal information of the armor been leaked? Nick Fury, known informally as Black Egg, looked displeased at several senior agents in front of him, his mood turning sour. This was originally their exclusive intelligence, but now this news had become common knowledge, indicating that their confidentiality efforts had been utterly in vain. A group of senior agents exchanged glances, none of them knowing who had leaked the personal information of the armor. Moreover, the intelligence regarding the armor was classified as level 10, and only one or two individuals among them had the clearance to view such sensitive information. The others had no access whatsoever. But now, this critical intelligence had been compromised, and they all understood the severity of the situation. Damn it, conduct a thorough internal investigation. There must be a mole within the Bureau. After a long silence, Nick Fury finally calmed down and spoke to his most trusted subordinates. Getting angry at these subordinates was pointless. The information had already been leaked, and now they needed to identify the person responsible for the breach. It was better late than never to mend the barn after the sheep had been lost. They had to ensure there were no moles within the organization to prevent any further leaks. I will report to Director Pierce and seek his approval for an internal audit. We need to root out the moles planted by other forces within us. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. We cannot allow agents from other forces to infiltrate our ranks. Nick Fury's voice revealed an undeniable firmness. Understood, the agents replied in unison, sitting up straighter. Then you may leave. Prepare for the internal audit and detain those fools who have revealed their true colors. Once the agents left, Nick Fury dialed Pierce Alexander's number. This is Pierce, came the voice from the other end of the line. Director, this is Nick Fury. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Pierce replied, sounding somewhat puzzled. Director, in the case at the vampire stronghold, the information about the armor has been leaked. Really? Pierce's tone revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, Director, I believe the Bureau has already been infiltrated. Many personnel are moles from other forces. I would like to request an internal audit to identify the spies hidden within us. Nick Fury stated firmly. Is that so? After a long silence, Pierce continued. I agree with your opinion, and I will send personnel to assist you in completing this internal audit. Thank you, Director. I will complete this task successfully, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, filled with confidence and gratitude. The insertion of moles under his nose was a tremendous provocation against him. Who was he? He was Nick Fury, the king of spies in this world. And someone dared to do such a thing in front of him? It was truly an audacious act. At the same time, Nick Fury understood why Pierce had been silent for a while. This was also why he was grateful to Pierce. After all, issuing this order was not something to be taken lightly, and Pierce would also bear a certain amount of pressure. Once the higher-ups learned that an internal audit was being conducted, Pierce would undoubtedly face scrutiny, as having moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. was highly unreasonable, implying that Pierce's capabilities were being questioned. However, as long as the task could be completed successfully, this pressure would transform into accolades. Nick Fury was confident about this mission, and all of this was no longer related to Bai Wenming. He was currently sitting in a chair, looking at an invitation on the table. So, who sent this invitation? Bai Wenming raised an eyebrow, looking at Bob. He found it somewhat puzzling. Was Bob on some medication? The general manager of a corporation personally delivering an invitation to him. The boss was quite unusual. Was Bob too idle lately? Did he need to arrange some work for Bob to keep him busy? Boss, this is the invitation for this year's Entrepreneurs Summit. The theme of this summit is Breaking Barriers, Illuminating the Future, Bob explained. So what you mean is, boss, if you have time, you can go and relax a bit. It's also a chance to network. Bob provided the reason for personally delivering the invitation. Fine, I don't have much to do lately, so going there is okay. Bai Wenming nodded, accepting the invitation. Is there anything else? Bai Wenming asked, looking at Bob. Nothing else. Bob understood and turned to leave. Once Bob's figure disappeared at the office door, Bai Wenming looked under the table. Come out. A female secretary crawled out from under the desk, her lips still slightly moist. Boss. The female secretary was just about to speak when Bai Wenming covered her mouth with his hand. Tonight, in New York, it seemed to have fallen into a state of unrest. My name is Agu, and my high school grades have always been poor. Recently, the landlord's wife has been looking at me strangely, and I can't shake the feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. But who can tell me what is actually happening right now? Oh my God, I must still be dreaming. How can I be seeing two monsters fighting fiercely? Agu was mumbling to himself when suddenly, a wrecked car flew towards him like a cannonball, shattering the story he had just begun. Lieutenant, take your people and evacuate the residents of this block immediately. After a violent explosion, a major shouted loudly to the sergeant beside him. What are you talking about, Major? The lieutenant yelled back. It was only then he realized his ears were starting to bleed. I said, hurry up and take your people to evacuate everyone from this block. The major leaned closer to the lieutenant's ear and shouted again. Understood. The lieutenant quickly put away his gun and, with his men, began organizing the evacuation of the ordinary residents. However, a few soldiers were soon unfortunately struck by the debris of a car, instantly turning into a pool of blood. The crowd ran even more frantically in the direction away from the two monsters, in the Lehman Street area of Manhattan, New York. The two monsters were engaged in a fierce battle, wildly destroying everything around them. Vehicles, streetlights, and billboards were used as weapons, raised high and smashed down on each other. The skyscrapers seemed particularly fragile at that moment, crumbling continuously. Hulk, the superhero who once astonished the entire world, reappeared in the public eye. And the creature capable of engaging Hulk in such a deadly struggle was none other than Abomination. Abomination stood slightly taller than Hulk, over 4 meters high. Underneath his sickly yellow skin, bulging muscles were prominent, and along his spine were rows of razor-sharp bone spines, the longest measuring over a meter. These powerful muscles, hard bones, and tough skin collectively forged an incredibly tough armor that seemed to grow out of his body. Ha ha! This is true power! Abomination roared excitedly, casually picking up a small car from the roadside and smashing it fiercely toward his opponent. Hulk was not to be outdone. He punched apart the flying car and then picked up another small car to throw at Abomination. At that moment, military weapons rained down on Abomination like raindrops. A rocket slammed into Abomination, exploding violently. However, when the smoke cleared, not even a white mark was left on Abomination's body. Is that all you've got? Hulk, weren't you supposed to be strong? Weren't you able to crush me with a single punch? Why is your strength so diminished now? Blonsky picked up a burning car and hurled it at the military vehicles, taunting Hulk as he did so. An infantry fighting vehicle exploded under his attack, and none of the soldiers inside survived. The ammunition depot ignited, triggering a secondary explosion that instantly obliterated the surrounding buildings. Hulk! After a furious roar, Hulk charged at Abomination. Bruce Banner, if this is all the power you have today, then I believe you will die in my hands. Taking advantage of Hulk's charge, Blonsky used a single move to slam Hulk heavily to the ground, sending nearby cars flying due to the immense force. Although Hulk's strength was massive, he had no combat skills and was simply being ground into the dirt by Abomination. After taking several heavy punches from Abomination, Hulk finally broke free from his grip and landed a solid punch to Abomination's chest, sending him flying. Hulk! Hulk stood up and roared at Abomination. Ha ha! There are times when you are powerless too. I thought you were so impressive, but you're just reckless with this strong body. Abomination stood up, looking at his unscathed body and laughing maniacally. The two monsters quickly locked in combat again, the battle growing even more intense. Ross, I need an explanation. The governor of New York was on the phone with General Ross, his anger so intense it could scorch the earth. The two monsters were battling in New York City, and although the death toll had not yet been counted, it would undoubtedly be staggering. More importantly, the economic damage this battle would inflict on New York will become a significant weapon for his opponents in the next election, and none of this was his doing. How could he not be furious? I'm sorry, Governor, but we couldn't have anticipated this situation, Ross replied stiffly. Damn it, you have to resolve this issue immediately. The governor cursed angrily. I will, Governor. I have another call coming in, so I'll have to hang up, Ross said decisively before ending the call. The president wants you to resolve this trouble immediately, his assistant reminded him from the side. I understand. General Ross's weary voice echoed in the cramped space of the helicopter. What was supposed to be a simple operation to capture Hulk had suddenly turned into such a huge mess, filling Ross with a strong sense of helplessness. He might really be in over his head this time. Such a large incident was not something he and the forces behind him could easily manage. What's the latest situation on the ground? After a silence of several seconds, Ross asked again. Blonsky and the monster that is Bruce Banner are still engaged in fierce combat. We've lost 4 infantry fighting vehicles, 1 tank, and 2 helicopters. Casualties are still being tallied, the assistant reported, glancing at the latest intelligence in his hands. Damn it, Bruce still hasn't taken down that monster. General Ross was reluctant to mention Blonsky's name, instead referring to him as that monster. Who would have thought that the soldier he admired the most, Blonsky, would become the culprit behind this incident, causing such tremendous losses? He might as well have been killed by Hulk's punch from the start. What a stupid thing I've done. Why did I go through so much trouble to save this waste? Wouldn't it have been better if he just reported as Kia after being smashed by Hulk? It would have only cost a bit more in compensation, and the medical expenses would have completely covered it, General Ross thought despairingly. Dad, Banner will take down Blonsky. I believe in him. He can do it, Betty Ross said, her hands tightly clasped together in prayer. Let's hope so. Ross glanced at his beloved daughter and sighed deeply. How long until reinforcements arrive? General Ross turned to ask his assistant. About 45 minutes. An artillery battalion will arrive, the assistant replied, checking his notebook. Tell them to hurry, General Ross ordered, then picked up a pair of binoculars to look down at the ground. Wow, New York City lives up to its name. This lively scene is the true flavor of New York, Bai Wenming exclaimed, having driven over to check out the commotion after hearing the explosions. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Bai Wenming couldn't help but think regretfully, if only I had a bag of sunflower seeds in the car right now. As for saving people, he had little interest at this moment. If someone nearby were in danger, he might lend a hand, but those at a distance were of no concern to him. After all, this was New York, and specifically Marvel's New York. Here, ordinary people were like crops that could be harvested again and again. Even if one batch was destroyed, another would quickly sprout back. From now on, for over a decade until that purple potato showed up, New York had never known a day of peace. Those supervillains aside, whenever superheroes clashed with supervillains, where could these ordinary people possibly run? Even if some were saved now, perhaps they would be killed by an incoming supervillain or crushed by the debris of collapsing buildings as soon as they stepped off this block. The plight of ordinary people in New York was truly pitiful, and Bai Wenming couldn't help but ponder why they didn't choose to leave the city. Or did the ordinary people of New York possess some special refresh ability? Moreover, he was particularly curious about the insurance companies in New York. After today, would there still be insurance companies operating in New York? After all, the city experienced minor damage every 3 days and major disasters every 5 days. Which insurance company could possibly have the capability to sustain itself in such a tumultuous New York? If any company could stand firm in New York, Bai Wenming would gladly call it the strongest insurance company in the universe. At this moment, the battle between Abomination and Hulk had entered a heated phase, with surrounding buildings shaking violently. The lower floors had already been destroyed beyond recognition, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Noticing that few ordinary people remained, Bai Wenming waved his hand to relocate several nearby civilians to the street outside, muttering to himself, "The heroes should make their appearance now." He then opened the door of a sports car and slowly walked toward the 2 battling monsters. "Hey, retreat immediately. It's very dangerous here," a soldier shouted loudly as he saw Bai Wenming approaching the battlefield. "Thanks for your concern, but you guys should probably evacuate first. That building next to you isn't looking too sturdy right now." Bai Wenming smiled at him, pointing at the precarious building before continuing toward the fighting area. A reporter, risking his life for the sake of his career, was taking photos. When he saw Bai Wenming calmly approaching the combat zone, he froze for a moment, and his camera instinctively clicked, capturing a cleverly composed photo with perfect lighting. Bai Wenming glanced at the reporter, realizing this person was quite reckless, and decided to ignore him. After all, everyone was evacuating, yet he remained to take pictures. If he got hurt, he could only blame himself for choosing this dangerous path. From here on out, whether he lived or died would depend entirely on his luck, as the upcoming battle would be even more intense than before. Bai Wenming turned back and continued walking forward. Abomination landed a heavy punch on Hulk's head, but before he could revel in his triumph, Hulk retaliated with a powerful kick to Abomination's chest. Under the impact of their combined strength, both were forced back a few steps, their eyes burning with fury as they panted heavily. The wounds left by each other's attacks began to heal rapidly, soon returning to normal. Snow Mastiff armor merge. Bai Wenming executed his most powerful and stylish move, the transformation while walking. Armor merge. A voice resonated in his mind. An illusion appeared before him and quickly converged toward his waist. The armor belt manifested first, and the central Taiji symbol began to rotate. Energy was emitted from the Taiji symbol, forming the light shadow armor, Snow Mastiff armor, first covering the front of his body and then swiftly extending to the back. 2 seconds later, the surrounding air trembled slightly, and the Snow Mastiff armor completed its merging. The sturdy chest and back plates perfectly protected the summoner, golden patterns extending down to his waist, and the eyes of the dog head on the shoulder armor seemed to come alive. Once fully wrapped in these golden patterns, the Snow Mastiff armor was likely to evolve. Normally, summoning the light shadow armor would take just a moment, but to showcase its flair, Bai Wenming deliberately slowed down the merging process, taking a full 3 seconds to summon the Snow Mastiff armor. In his eyes, transforming while walking was the most stylish way to manifest the armor. Bai Wenming continued forward, crossing his arms to stretch and shaking his head a few times. Both Abomination and Hulk sensed the powerful energy fluctuations nearby and turned to look at the unexpected visitor, just in time to see the Snow Mastiff armor shaking its neck. "Hello there, you two. What a coincidence to meet tonight. Please continue. I'm not here to interrupt your fight. I'm here to join you," Bai Wenming called out loudly. "Am I interrupting something?" Seeing Abomination and Hulk staring at him, Bai Wenming said with a smile. "No, you're right on time," Abomination sneered. Hulk roared. This was the downside of not having a developed language system. Saying anything would just be a single word, leaving people completely baffled. It was even worse than that silverback gorilla that Hulk had crushed earlier, which at least could speak. "Well, that's good. Let's restart the fight," Bai Wenming excitedly said, quickening his pace and charging toward the battlefield. Bang! The sound of 2 fists colliding rang out twice. The rushing Snow Mastiff armor suddenly halted in its tracks. Although the armor itself was heavy and substantial, it appeared insignificant in front of the massive forms of Abomination and Hulk. Hulk stood about 3.5 meters tall, Abomination around 4 and 3 meters, while the Snow Mastiff armor was only about 2.2 meters tall. This stark visual contrast left a strong impression. The Snow Mastiff armor barreled through with its thick frame. While it was considered a hefty piece of armor, it seemed somewhat flimsy next to the 2 muscular monsters. As Abomination and Hulk's fists hovered in front of him, Bai Wenming laughed. "Is this all you've got? Your strength is so weak that I can block it all by myself. I thought your battle would be more intense," Bai Wenming teased. Before he could say more, he was simultaneously struck by another punch from both Abomination and Hulk, sending him flying. This pesky little figure was sent hurtling away, and Abomination and Hulk resumed their furious brawl, the violent tremors of the ground sending shivers down spines. As he quickly stepped through the air, the Snow Mastiff armor's flying figure finally came to a stop. "Now, this is more like it. Such an intense battle really gets the blood pumping," Bai Wenming said excitedly as he charged back toward Abomination and Hulk. At this moment, absorbed in their fight, Abomination and Hulk had not noticed Bai Wenming's return. Their focus was entirely on each other. After Hulk threw a punch, he was about to retract his arm to strike again when he felt a sudden resistance on his hand, preventing him from delivering the blow. Abomination slammed a powerful punch in Hulk's head, instantly turning Hulk's skull to one side. Although he felt a bit puzzled as to why Hulk didn't retaliate, Abomination quickly prepared for his next move, only to grasp at air. "Do you think I'm easy to bully, huh?" Bai Wenming shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Hulk shot off the ground like an arrow and was subsequently slammed back down forcefully. "And you?" Bai Wenming turned his head, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he extended his hand toward the somewhat bewildered Abomination. Although Abomination didn't understand how Hulk was taken down by this little guy, his combat instincts remained sharp. He was not a simpleton like Bruce Banner. He adeptly dodged Bai Wenming's grasp and countered with a punch aimed at the Snow Mastiff armor. Bai Wenming firmly controlled the punch, heading his way with both hands, skillfully moving his feet to execute a clean shoulder throw, slamming Abomination down next to Hulk. The two monsters, who had previously wanted nothing more than to kill each other, were now sprawled together like brothers in misfortune. Blonsky was incredibly experienced in combat, a bona fide fighting expert. However, now that he occupied Abomination's body, his previous combat experience was nearly useless. Moreover, he was up against the Snow Mastiff armor, not a simpleton like Hulk. Hulk had now stood up, roaring like a raging beast, charging toward the Snow Mastiff armor. His anger had reached its peak. How dare this little guy provoke him? Hulk was not weak. His massive fist, carrying immense power, swung toward the Snow Mastiff armor. Bang! The sound of fists colliding echoed through the area. Bai Wenming's right fist met Hulk's right fist at an angle, their powers clashing. Bai Wenming seized Hulk's fist and executed a shoulder throw, sending Hulk crashing to the ground. A deep pit formed instantly, with half of Hulk's body sinking into it. You have some strength, but it's still far from enough. Besides, you don't even know how to maximize that strength, Bai Wenming remarked dismissively as he looked at the increasingly furious Hulk in the pit. Extending his right hand, Bai Wenming easily blocked Abomination's punch, turning his head with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes as he looked at Abomination. As for you, how dare you be so arrogant when you don't even have any strength? After saying this, his right palm bent slightly, gripping Abomination's fist and pulling it aside while stepping forward with his left foot. After a headbutt, he executed another shoulder throw. Both monsters fell to the ground, unable to rise. Oh my God, is this a dream? The soldiers nearby thought in unison. They had initially thought that witnessing the battle between the two monsters was shocking enough, but now, a person in armor had effortlessly taken down both monsters in under a minute. Was he a god? Who is this suddenly appearing person? Give me his information immediately, General Ross in a helicopter exclaimed, seeing the battle suddenly shift. Sir, we are on it, an assistant quickly responded. Speed it up. General Ross looked at the formidable Snow Mastiff armor, a surge of excitement rising in him. Wasn't this the super soldier he had always dreamed of? Sir, this individual's information is encrypted. A technician looked up, his expression serious. Encrypted? Immediately file a request to decrypt it. We need his information for this battle. No matter who he is, just tell them it's me, Ross, who wants this person's information. General Ross's ecstatic expression quickly turned serious, a wave of unease washing over him. The encryption meant this person had drawn attention from other departments, possibly even recruitment, which was not good news for him. Was he about to lose the super soldier he had longed for? But who was he? He was General Ross. He was a top brass in the military. Aside from a few marshals, he ranked among the best in the military. So what if other departments were interested or recruiting? He could simply take him. In this land, which department could withstand the pressure from their military? Did he not have enough soldiers under his command? All right, sir. The technician lowered his head, continuing to operate the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. You'll soon become my subordinate, General Ross thought to himself, gazing obsessively at the Snow Mastiff armor through the binoculars. Beside him, Betty Ross looked on worriedly at Hulk, fearing that this mysterious new arrival might harm Banner. The helicopter above did not affect the battle below. After Hulk stood up, he didn't act immediately, his massive body heaving with heavy breaths, his eyes flashing with a fierce glare as he fixed his gaze on Bai Wenming. His anger had reached at least 10 times what it was before, perhaps even 9 times. Abomination also slowly stood up, the head that had been smashed by the headbutt completely healed. The two monsters, who had previously fought to the death, now shared a common goal, to crush this little pest before them. 2 against 1. Bai Wenming recognized the intent in their eyes. The battle had ceased between them, and they were now planning to team up against him. He felt a slight surprise that their hatred for each other had solidified enough to put aside their murderous intentions and join forces against him. Well then, if you can't take me down even with 2 against 1, you are truly pathetic, Bai Wenming laughed, then beckoned them closer with a finger. At this moment, Hulk, pushed to the brink of fury, felt his pupils turn green again. His body began to grow larger, nearly matching Abomination in size. His toes dug deep into the ground, the hard surface crumbling beneath his unmatched power like tofu. Seizing a nearby small car, Hulk tore it apart with a mighty pull, the vehicle instantly splitting in half and crashing to the ground. He then slipped his hands into the halves, forming a makeshift pair of boxing gloves. Meanwhile, Abomination pulled a massive iron chain from a nearby alley. Everyone wondered what he was doing with the chain, but now it appeared in his hands, accompanied by two enormous concrete blocks. Abomination smashed the concrete blocks with his fists, shattering them, and with the chain unbound, he wrapped one end around his hand and grasped the remaining length in his other hand, giving it a couple of light tugs as it rattled. "Oh ho, you guys are really bringing weapons to the fight," Bai Wenming teased with a smile. "Well then, let's see how much power you can muster with those weapons," Bai Wenming said, twisting the belt wheel. Thunder Staff. With his movements, the Thunder Staff was extracted from the light shadow armor, and he swung it a few times in his hand, feeling the power of the weapon. "Let's go, bring it on." He held the staff in his right hand, pointing it at the two before him. Hulk, Abomination. The two massive monsters roared in unison, charging toward the snow mastiff armor like heavy tanks. After deftly dodging Hulk's punch, the snow mastiff armor bent down and swung its staff, delivering a powerful strike to Hulk's calf. The intense pain instantly sent Hulk into a rage, causing him to pivot and throw a punch. His fist, the size of a large cooking pot, collided perfectly with Abomination's chain, which seemed to be pulled back by a mysterious force, striking Abomination hard and following up with Hulk's fist connecting with Abomination's abdomen. Abomination hadn't even had a chance to reach for the snow mastiff armor when Hulk landed a heavy blow, causing his temper to flare. He was about to retaliate. After all, they were not close allies. Just moments ago, they had been fighting to the death, and it was only due to the pressure from the snow mastiff armor that they had decided to temporarily join forces. However, Blonsky was well aware of the situation and knew he couldn't let this little guy provoke a rift between them. He had to endure this punch and decided to settle the score with Hulk after they took down the little pest. But the snow mastiff armor wouldn't give them time to react. It stomped down on Abomination's foot, immobilizing him, and then unleashed two rapid punches to Abomination's abdomen. Following that, it executed a swift roll, expertly avoiding Hulk's punch. Abomination took another heavy hit, sent flying into the wall of a nearby shop, which cracked upon impact. He burst through the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. "You may have strength, but you don't know how to control it, which is a disaster for you." The snow mastiff armor stood up and mercilessly struck Hulk with two blows, followed by a powerful kick to Hulk's shin, knocking him to the ground. The armor then stood before Hulk and said, "You shouldn't have thrown that punch with all your might. You have no way to control such power. Look, you've already knocked your teammate down, which is a complete mistake, isolating yourself." Pointing at Abomination, who was just getting up, Bai Wenming coldly pointed out Hulk's earlier error. He then delivered a heavy blow to Hulk's head, instantly opening a large gash, green blood oozing out. Under the stick, a famous disciple, Bai Wenming. Hulk, infuriated, rose from the ground and charged forward, fists together, aiming for the snow mastiff armor. However, he struck nothing but air, creating a massive hole in the ground. But Hulk's attack didn't stop. He stood up, immediately throwing a hook punch while rotating his body, aiming again at the snow mastiff armor. The dirt kicked up by his punch formed an arc, flying everywhere. Bai Wenming seized a moment, swinging his staff toward Hulk's arm. Hulk was struck by the snow mastiff armor, then kicked again, sending him crashing toward Abomination. At that moment, Abomination had just gotten to his feet and was storming out of the shop, seeing Hulk flying straight at him. Abomination threw both fists forward, and with all his might, landed both punches on the incoming Hulk, knocking him down. He then kicked Hulk in the abdomen, and with his hand wrapped in chains, he slammed down on Hulk, hitting him several times until Hulk kicked him away. "Do you really think I'm without temper?" Abomination stood up and roared at Hulk, spitting out a mouthful of frustration. The two were working together against the armor, yet all of Hulk's attacks were landing on Abomination. What was happening? Was there some treachery at play? If he enjoyed using dirty tactics, then let him try my fists. Hulk! Abomination roared as he charged at Hulk. This ugly imitation dared to strike him. Did he really think he had no temper? Meanwhile, Bai Wenming had been completely ignored by the two. Their primary goal now was to take down the monster in front of them and vent their frustrations. Teaming up against the snow mastiff armor? That was out of the question. Bai Wenming stood still, waiting for the two to come his way, and was met with the sight of the two monsters fiercely battling. A few question marks popped up in his mind. This scene was indeed fitting for their characters. Hulk and Abomination were bound to clash like this. But with him now present, the scene felt absurd. Just a moment ago, you were fighting side by side, and now you've turned on each other? Bai Wenming remarked, putting away the thunderstaff and joining the fray with the two monsters. The three began to brawl, throwing punches without hesitation at anyone within reach. It didn't matter who they hit, as long as it wasn't themselves. Dust swirled around them, and the once smooth cement and asphalt were now unrecognizable. Dirt kicked up as the three moved, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick cloud. The soldiers on the sidelines listened to the sounds of battle from inside, knowing an intense fight was happening, but unaware of the outcome. The helicopter crew overhead had a similarly limited view. After a while, the three figures finally separated, the dirt settling as they began to fall. Hulk, now standing beside a small car, had several dents in his body and was holding a knife. Actually, Abomination spiked back that he had broken off. Meanwhile, Abomination, now in worse shape, had lost most of the spikes from his back, with only 3 remaining, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Hulk and Bai Wenming had each grabbed an arm and pummeled him until he was in this condition. Hulk spat out a mouthful of red saliva, mixed with a few teeth, then bent the broken spike in his hand and threw it to the ground, glaring at his 2 enemies with a menacing expression. His anger had reached a boiling point. His body now towered above Abomination, reaching around 4 meters 7 in height. The teeth had been knocked out by the snow mastiff armor. Bai Wenming had seen it happen when Hulk's head had been struck by Abomination's punch, causing him to collide with the armor's fist, resulting in a few teeth flying out as if they had gained their freedom. Hulk and Abomination, true to their nature as rivals, held nothing back in their attacks on each other. Bai Wenming was left in awe. Due to the smaller size of the snow mastiff armor, he had taken no damage during the earlier fray. Although the armor was heavy and not very agile, it had maximized its agility in the face of these 2 juggernauts. Moreover, the snow mastiff armor's body was significantly smaller than theirs, allowing it to move far more nimbly, resulting in only a few grazes on the shoulder armor while sustaining no other damage. In the brief moment of recovery, Bai Wenming suddenly spoke up. "Are you 2 planning to continue fighting?" "Hulk!" Hulk roared, his voice booming as if it could shatter the sky, clearly indicating his intent to keep fighting until he utterly defeated Abomination. However, Bai Wenming had a hunch that if Hulk really killed Abomination, what would his purpose here be? Continue fighting? Today, I must let Banner feel my strength. He's just relying on that strong body. Without it, he's nothing. Abomination growled fiercely, a glint of malice in his eyes. "But I don't want to fight anymore, and I don't want you 2 to continue either," Bai Wenming said slowly, glancing at both of them, secretly deciding he needed to pay more attention to the psychological state of these 2 little brothers in the future, or they might inadvertently cause a large disaster. "Why should we?" Blonsky remained defiant. Before he became Abomination, there were already people who dared to speak to him like this. Now that he was Abomination, how could anyone dare to challenge him? All the effort he had put in over the years would be wasted. If he could take down Hulk today, he could do whatever he wanted afterward, with no one able to stop him. Hulk! Hulk could only roar that one word in anger. "Because I'm stronger than both of you, so what I say is an order." Bai Wenming's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. "Just you? Do you think you're worthy?" Abomination scoffed derisively. However, the next moment, Bai Wenming's movements became a blur. While the 3 had been locked in fierce battle, he had merely been playing around. Now, he was ready to showcase his true strength and establish his dominance between them, making it clear who the real boss was. The snow mastiff armor flashed like a ghost, appearing in front of Abomination in an instant. Before Abomination could react, Bai Wenming's hand clamped onto his arm like an iron vise and slammed it down toward the ground. With several dull thuds, deep pits slightly larger than Abomination's body appeared in the ground, leaving him dazed. "Now, repeat what you just said," Bai Wenming said, gripping Abomination's head and bringing it close to his face, his voice steady and cold. Blonsky was momentarily taken aback. This guy hadn't been this strong before, so how had he suddenly become so powerful? But he knew all too well that the person before him possessed unimaginable strength, and he could no longer act arrogantly. If he didn't rein it in, he might end up dead at this mysterious person's hands before he could even finish off Hulk. "I got it, boss," Blonsky replied obediently, staying put in the pit without making any sudden movements. Though he was defiant, he knew to bow his head in front of a stronger opponent. "Then stay here quietly. I'll take you with me later," Bai Wenming said, patting Abomination's head before standing up. "Oh, And from now on, you'll call me boss. Bai Wenming paused for emphasis. Understood, boss. Blonsky immediately responded respectfully. Well, at least you know your place. Unlike that silly guy over there, Bai Wenming teased with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Hulk. Hulk! Hulk roared again, fire in his eyes, as if to say he was not afraid of the snow mastiff armor. Come on, let him show Hulk what he was made of. He wasn't some minor character like Abomination. I already told you, even though you're strong, you can't control that strength, so you're not my opponent, Bai Wenming said casually, as if everything was under his control, despite Hulk being even larger than Abomination. Hulk's strength was indeed immense, but was the power of the snow mastiff armor any less? With a swift motion, Bai Wenming knocked over a nearby lamppost and smashed it into the ground, creating a deep pit. Seeing this, Hulk picked up the pole, pointing it at the snow mastiff armor, his eyes filled with challenge. Then I'll satisfy your wish. Just hope you don't regret it later, Bai Wenming said, looking at the still proud Hulk, his tone calm. He understood that Hulk needed a lesson to realize who was really in control of this battle. The snow mastiff armor darted like lightning, evading Hulk's swing, then closed in on him. Hulk's massive fist came crashing down toward Bai Wenming. Bang! Their fists collided with a heavy thud, both standing their ground. Let me show you what real combat is, Bai Wenming said, lifting his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes, then kicking out to block Hulk's other fist perfectly. In an instant, the snow mastiff armor was behind Hulk, delivering a ruthless kick to his knee. The powerful force caused Hulk's knee to buckle involuntarily, dropping him to one knee. Bai Wenming leaped high, executing a battle-axe-style kick aimed at Hulk's neck, the momentum akin to a thunderous strike. Blonsky felt a chill run through him at this sight. This guy was too strong for him to handle. He grew worried for Hulk's future. After all, he had already submitted. How could Hulk still dare to oppose the boss? But at that moment, the unexpected occurred. Hulk suddenly grabbed the leg of the snow mastiff armor and violently spun around, revealing a sinister grin to Bai Wenming, then slammed the armor down to the ground like a hammer. As the snow mastiff armor was swung into the air, a powerful surge of energy traveled through Hulk's arm, quickly spreading throughout his body. Hulk was lifted into the air along with Bai Wenming, then rapidly descended, only his head and the hand gripping the snow mastiff armor visible above ground, while the rest of his body was buried deep beneath the surface. Bai Wenming knelt, forcefully smashing Hulk into the earth, and looking at the bewildered Hulk, he revealed a smug smile. Soon after, Hulk struggled out of the hole, and the snow mastiff armor, using its body as a bow, sent Hulk flying away. Hulk released his grip, collapsing onto the ground, feeling somewhat dizzy. Come with me. It's the only way for you and the human inside you to survive. You can't stay in this state forever. Banner is too weak to protect the dormant you, Bai Wenming said slowly, concern flickering in his eyes. Hulk! Hulk roared, seemingly expressing his discontent. Are you saying you don't want to think about the human inside you? Bai Wenming understood the meaning behind Hulk's roar. Hulk! Hulk yelled again in anger. You don't want to see him again? Hulk! Hulk shouted for the third time. But you can't keep this up. This state is unsustainable, Bai Wenming countered. Hulk! Hulk shouted furiously. Stop making a scene. Come here, and I'll give you a few punches to wake you up, so you know who the real boss is. If you can't beat me today, then come with me. It's your only way out, Bai Wenming said somewhat helplessly. Hulk! Hulk shouted one last time before charging forward. As Hulk charged, Bai Wenming calmly took a few steps back, and the snow mastiff armor soared into the air, hovering steadily. Hulk! Hulk looked up at the snow mastiff armor above, disbelief in his eyes, as if to say, how can this person fly? Is he mocking me for not being able to? Now do you have a way? Can you beat me? Out here, it's all about strength, you understand? Bai Wenming hovered in the sky, looking down at Hulk, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hulk! Hulk roared in anger, his eyes glinting with defiance. Go down and fight? No way, you come up and fight me. Bai Wenming gently shook his head, firmly rejecting Hulk's suggestion. However, the next moment, the snow mastiff armor shot down like a bolt of lightning, aiming to stomp down hard on Hulk. Hulk's face twisted into a fierce expression as he summoned all his strength to throw a punch, believing he could block the incoming attack and even send his opponent flying, proving his might. Hulk would not allow himself to be underestimated. In the instant they were about to collide, the snow mastiff armor suddenly stopped mid-air, as if an invisible force held it in place, then slowly rose a bit higher. Hulk's fist arced through the air, closing the distance to the snow mastiff armor by only 3 centimeters. The air around his fist seemed to solidify, even turning slightly dark. Hulk, who had fallen to the ground, reluctantly raised his head and roared in frustration, unable to comprehend why his opponent didn't want to engage him directly. "This is why I said you can't beat me. You can't control the immense power within you. You can even be toppled by your own punch. Do you think if I wanted to attack you, you could have dodged just now? Follow me, and I'll teach you how to control your body. Only then can you become stronger." Bai Wenming landed on the ground, earnestly advising Hulk, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Hulk let out a low growl. "Come on, get up. Let's trade punches and see who has more strength. That should be your only advantage, right?" No need for any skills. Bai Wenming sighed, feeling that Hulk was being too stubborn, like a child who didn't understand. Hulk stood up and called out once more. "At this distance, let's see who moves their feet first. The one who does loses, how about that?" Bai Wenming pointed at the ground, indicating the distance. Hulk nodded. In an instant, their fists flew toward each other. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a heavy sound. After the first punch, neither moved an inch, as if their strengths had completely canceled each other out. Suddenly, an abandoned car nearby was struck by a powerful force, soaring into the air and slamming into a wall, coming to a stop with its body crumpled. The 2 combatants stared at each other in surprise, then simultaneously withdrew their fists. With that, another punch was thrown. Bang! The 2 fists collided again, sending out ripples of power. A strong shockwave hit all the surrounding buildings, causing several already dilapidated structures to shake violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. The 2 withdrew their fists again and punched out simultaneously. Bang! After 3 punches, a crack suddenly appeared behind Bai Wenming, originating from his heel and extending over 50 meters, growing wider and deeper as it went back, with the deepest part reaching over 3 meters. Hulk had only moved his right foot about 20 centimeters, a trivial distance compared to the others. "You lost," Bai Wenming said calmly. Hulk looked in confusion at his right foot, then at Bai Wenming's feet, a hint of disappointment showing in his eyes. After a long moment, Hulk finally spoke again. "Hulk, lost is lost. I've already given you 2 chances. Don't be greedy," Bai Wenming said, now a bit impatient. He felt he had made himself clear, yet Hulk still didn't understand. Since he was unwilling to listen to advice, there was no need to stay here any longer. In the Marvel world, powerful beings were plentiful. Having one more Hulk or one less didn't matter. "I've been very tolerant of you. If we were to really fight, do you think you'd stand a chance? Aside from your strength, what else do you have? Can your strength even touch me? Is it greater than mine? Or do you think your body can withstand my attacks? If I truly wanted to take you down, you wouldn't have one bone left unbroken." Bai Wenming continued mercilessly, not wanting to waste any more time. Hulk fell silent, realizing that what Bai Wenming said was true. He couldn't touch him, while Bai Wenming could easily kill him. His defenses felt flimsy as paper in front of Bai Wenming. "Forget it. Just act wisely from now on," Bai Wenming said, feeling somewhat bored, and turned to walk toward Abomination. He thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit Abomination as a subordinate. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. After all, compared to Hulk, Abomination was much easier to manage. Blonsky retained most of his consciousness in his Abomination form. As for Hulk or Bruce Banner, they were much trickier to handle. One only knew rage, and without it he seemed to lose everything. The other despised his other consciousness and didn't want to become Hulk, seeing him as a burden. Both consciousnesses were difficult to control. Even recruiting Hulk would require a massive effort to make them serve him. Rather than that, it would be better to find a few more secretaries. Hulk stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to think, filled with disappointment and frustration. "Let's go." Bai Wenming glanced at the now-recovered Abomination, whose spikes had regrown, and spoke in a flat tone. He turned the belt's wheel, and the snow mastiff steed appeared beside him, while the distant sports car vanished. Abomination widened his eyes at the suddenly materializing snow mastiff steed, showing a hint of surprise as he reached out to touch it, confirming it was real. "Ah, my ride. Isn't it cool?" Seeing Abomination's expression, Bai Wenming's earlier gloom lifted instantly, and he grinned, finally able to flaunt his stylish steed. A man's joy was that simple. "Cool." Blonsky genuinely marveled, his eyes shimmering with desire as he gazed at the snow mastiff steed. If you perform well in the future, you might also earn this ride, though the color might differ, Bai Wenming teased as he mounted the snow mastiff steed, painting a grand picture for Abomination. Boss, I'll definitely perform well from now on, Blonsky responded, filled with anticipation. As long as I work hard for the boss, I'll surely get this ride. Blonsky thought, lost in his pleasant imagination. Can you revert to your previous state now? Bai Wenming asked, glancing at the massive Abomination, frowning slightly. This size was quite cumbersome for the snow mastiff steed. Not possible. Blonsky attempted for a while before finally admitting in frustration. Suddenly, a realization struck him. A look of terror spread across his dark yellow face as he realized he might have to remain in this state from now on. Earlier, he had only thought about revenge and hadn't considered the consequences. But now, having acquired such a powerful body, the drawbacks of that body were quickly becoming apparent. It's fine. We'll see when we get back. If you truly can't revert, I have ways to help you change back into human form, Bai Wenming reassured him, also giving Abomination his first benefit after joining as his subordinate. Get on, let's go. There's nothing left to do here, Bai Wenming said, turning to look ahead. The snow mastiff steed instantly grew larger, producing a seat on its left side, inviting Abomination to climb on. Hulk! A voice reached Bai Wenming's ears. He turned his head, a faint smile appearing on his face, though he didn't express much joy. He then redirected his gaze and said, Come over by yourself. At that moment, a seat quietly emerged on the right side of the snow mastiff steed, as if patiently waiting for Hulk's arrival. Before long, Hulk sat down steadily, and Bai Wenming activated the snow mastiff steed, which shot up into the sky like lightning, leaving behind a scene of devastation. We've arrived. Everyone get down. When they reached a deserted island, the snow mastiff steed slowly descended. Bai Wenming didn't bring Hulk and Abomination into the hotel because both were currently unable to control their bodies well. Their immense strength could cause earth-shattering movements, potentially leaving a massive hole. Bringing them into the hotel would be like orchestrating a demolition. He was quite satisfied with the hotel's current state and had no intention of remodeling it. Let's start with some introductions. My name is Bai Wenming. From now on, you can call me boss or chief, Bai Wenming said as he removed the snow mastiff armor, revealing a strikingly handsome young man before the two, making them marvel at the existence of such beauty in the world. Understood, boss. Abomination lowered his head, appearing somewhat respectful. Hulk, in the time to come, I will stay here with you until you can fully control your bodies and unleash your full power. Only then will we leave, Bai Wenming stated, looking at the two massive beings before him and stepping behind them, casting a shadow that shielded them from the glaring sun. Since you've recognized me as your boss, feel free to tell me any needs you have. As long as it's something that can be solved with money, just speak up. I'm not short on cash. To me, money is just a number. If there are problems that can't be solved with money, I'll see what I can do to help you out, Bai Wenming said as he sat down and patted the ground, signaling for the two to sit as well. The earth seemed to respond to his command, trembling slightly as the two massive beings also sat down, creating a striking scene. Hulk accidentally bumped his foot against Abomination's, causing Abomination to glare angrily, but with Bai Wenming nearby, he could only shoot a fierce look at Hulk. Hulk, however, remained oblivious, silently observing Bai Wenming, filled with confusion as to why this little guy could defeat him. Let's talk about your training ideas, Blonsky, Bai Wenming said, raising his head to look at Abomination. Even seated, he towered over others, which was somewhat displeasing to him. I have two methods to enhance your power. One is the sensory breathing technique, and the other is Southern Fist. Bai Wenming did not hold back, directly imparting the techniques of the armor warriors to Abomination. The sensory breathing technique will help you delve deeper into controlling your body, enhancing your self-awareness. The Southern Fist will train your combat skills. Your previous fighting techniques are insufficient for your current form. After speaking, Bai Wenming waved his hand, and lifelike illustrations appeared on the beach. Though these drawings were hastily made, the profound meanings within were evident, and under the coverage of divine power, even the raging sea winds could not erase them. They seemed imbued with some magical force, capable of guiding Abomination to begin practicing these two techniques. Bai Wenming possessed the five elements bloodline. Although he hadn't deeply practiced these techniques himself, they were deeply imprinted within his bloodline, allowing him to understand them at a high level. The sensory breathing technique was immensely beneficial for both Abomination and Hulk, enabling them to better sense their life rhythms and the life rhythms of the external world, thus allowing them to more effectively control their bodies. "Thank you, boss," Blonsky said, lowering his head to intently study the illustrations of the sensory breathing technique on the ground. After just a few glances, he was convinced that the technique his boss had imparted was crucial for controlling the changes in his body and might even help him revert to human form. "Then just stay here and study this. Hulk and I will go to another place." Seeing that Blonsky was captivated by the techniques, Bai Wenming remarked, then stood up and walked toward the opposite side of the island with Hulk. "Later, I'll teach you the same techniques, including the sensory breathing technique. This technique will greatly help you control your body and your anger," Bai Wenming said as they walked. "Hulk, I know that the angrier you get, the stronger you become. That's exactly why I mentioned you have some strength." Bai Wenming looked up at the sky, continuing to move forward with steady steps. Despite the height difference between him and Hulk, he stepped forward to stand in front of Hulk. "But you can't let anger control you completely. You need to learn to control your anger, making your body stronger and enhancing your combat power, rather than letting anger dictate your body and consciousness." Hulk fell silent, stopping in his tracks. Appropriate anger can make you stronger, but if anger controls you, when you face a real strong enemy, you might not even have the chance to get angry before they kill you, Bai Wenming said seriously, looking intently at Hulk. "Your strength right after transforming isn't impressive, and more importantly, you haven't maximized the potential of your current body. Thus, you can only rely on your anger after taking hits, leading to increasing rage until you're overtaken by it. While in this state, you can use the overflow effect to accumulate quantity to achieve quality enhancement, thereby surpassing your opponent's strength. And when I tell you to control your anger, I don't mean to forbid you from getting angry. You can unleash your anger whenever you need to, without having to wait until you've been hit to feel angry. Your previous anger was purely reactive, only coming after the enemy made you suffer. That kind of anger is too slow and dangerous. In that state, you will quickly be dominated by your anger. If you can control your anger, you can tap into its power anytime to unleash your strongest abilities, rather than only getting angrier after being hit repeatedly. Many times, you might not even get the chance to feel anger after transforming, as you could be defeated by the enemy beforehand. Just like earlier, if I hadn't wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to get angry again and again. If I had pulled out my weapon, you might have been decapitated before you even had the chance to be angry, then sealed away. At that point, no amount of anger would help you." Bai Wenming spoke firmly, staring intently at Hulk. Hulk sank into thought, fully aware that Bai Wenming's words were true. In the previous battle, Bai Wenming had at least 3 opportunities to kill him outright, never giving him a chance to feel anger. "Additionally, I will teach you Tai Chi, a form of martial arts that can enhance your combat skills and help you control your anger." Bai Wenming paused for a moment before continuing. He then waved his hand, and several new illustrations appeared on the sandy beach. The most notable feature of Tai Chi is its principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. However, if one doesn't possess that 1,000 pounds of strength to begin with, how can they achieve the realm of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Without that foundational strength, Tai Chi loses its intended purpose, merely becoming an ordinary exercise routine. The reason Hulk desires to learn Tai Chi is that he inherently possesses this 1,000 pounds of strength, enabling him to maximize the effectiveness of Tai Chi. If he could successfully learn it, Hulk's power could increase by 4 to 5 times, or even 6 to 7 times. A Hulk who only knows how to rely on brute force is terrifying, but one who knows how to wield that brute force would plunge opponents into despair. Additionally, another reason Hulk wants to learn Tai Chi is that his personality is too rigid. By studying the principles of hardness and softness within Tai Chi, Hulk can develop a soft quality, achieving a balance of strength and gentleness. The reason the Wind Eagle armor comes with Tai Chi techniques is somewhat similar to why Bai Wenming wants Hulk to learn it. The Wind Eagle hero moves at incredible speeds. By practicing Tai Chi and understanding the principles of movement and stillness, fast and slow, the Wind Eagle hero can slow down, allowing the summoner to better harness the power of the Wind Eagle armor. Take some time to review these 2 techniques, and if you have any questions, come ask me, Bai Wenming said, looking at Hulk with a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. Hulk lowered his head, letting out a deep growl. "All right, you can study it at your own pace." With that, Bai Wenming soared into the sky, summoned a few clouds to block the harsh sunlight, and comfortably lay in midair. Meanwhile, Hulk and Abomination focused all their attention on the techniques before them, causing the entire island to fall silent. Even passing birds, under the powerful aura of the three, fled the island. Although they didn't have much intelligence, they possessed keen instincts. The atmosphere on the island was too dangerous, and they knew to stay away to ensure their safety. At this moment in New York, as the figures of the three gradually vanished, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters had finally left this place, and they had temporarily escaped danger. However, when they recalled the friends and family lost in the battle, they couldn't help but weep, lamenting their unfortunate fates. Nearby, the cautious soldiers began to approach the area. The battle had ended, and now it was time for them to clean up the scene. Reinforcement forces were also arriving, and soon the neighborhood was bustling with soldiers' activity. "Where's my big, strong man? Even though his skin is a bit green, he's still my man. Where could he have gone? Did he vanish while trying to save the world?" Betty Ross pondered as she looked at the now calm ground. For the sake of saving the world, her man had turned green. From a moment Banner jumped out of the plane without transforming to later being beaten by Abomination after his transformation, Betty's heart had been strung tight like a bowstring. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope for victory, her mood had calmed for a moment. However, the sudden appearance of that mysterious man had left her watching her man fall into trouble again. Now, with that monster gone and the mysterious man vanished, Banner had disappeared as well. Her man was simply gone. Was saving the world really this hard? "General, there's a phone call," an assistant said, handing the phone to General Ross. "This is Thaddeus Ross," the general said into the phone. "Hello, General Ross. This is Nick Fury from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." The voice on the other end introduced himself. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "General, the information you need about the mysterious person is encrypted by our department, as it pertains to national security. Therefore, I'd like to inquire about what purpose you need this person's information for." Nick Fury explained the reason for his call. "I don't know what you're talking about. This person's information relates to military secrets, and we need it." "I never thought national security would be linked to military affairs, Mr. Nick Fury. You are the first person to say something like that to me, and I need a reasonable explanation." There was a strong sense of pressure in General Ross's voice. Currently, Nick Fury's standing before General Ross wasn't high. It would only be when Fury fully took control of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he could stand on equal footing with Ross. As a quasi-top military leader, General Ross had enough confidence to say what he just did. "Sorry, General. I apologize for my earlier remarks. However, the information about this individual is indeed a matter of national security. Any action regarding this person is prohibited," Nick Fury replied slowly after a moment of silence. "Ah, I appreciate your courage," General Ross said, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the person on the other end to be so bold. After a cold laugh, he continued, "This person was involved in a monster incident in New York today. This is a military secret you have no right to know the details about. The military needs this person's full information to take the next steps. Mr. Nick Fury, I hope this explanation satisfies you and that you can decrypt this person's information for me." "Understood, General Ross. In the future, your access to this person's information will be automatically decrypted," Nick Fury said before hanging up. General Ross threw the phone to his assistant and then said to the technicians, "Continue working. The information on this person has now been decrypted for us. After we disembark, everyone needs to sign a confidentiality agreement." "Understood," several people in the cabin responded. "Armor." General Ross repeatedly thought about the report of the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared on the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. He didn't know much about the vampire clan, but from what he did know, it was a massive force. However, the fact that the vampire clan had been wiped out by this person, codenamed Armor, forced General Ross to set aside some unrealistic thoughts. More importantly, Banner and Blonsky had also vanished alongside this Armor. If they angered this individual, it would certainly trigger an incident more severe than today's battle in New York. Now, with Banner and Blonsky's disappearance, General Ross's position was precarious. He would likely face dismissal upon returning, but he probably wouldn't suffer any more severe punishment, despite the massive loss of life in New York City. All blame for this battle would fall squarely on General Ross. Hulk was created by his subordinate, Banner, and Blonsky was also under his command. Other forces had no connection to this incident. As long as General Ross was removed from his position, the matter could be considered settled, and no one else would be held accountable. However, the sudden appearance of Bai Wanming somewhat eased the pressure on General Ross, as it meant that the military wasn't incapable of capturing the culprit behind the incident. Someone had taken them away, and that person was not easily dealt with by the military. Do you really think you can return to human society like an ordinary person and continue your research in peace? Bai Wanming looked at Bruce Banner in front of him with a sense of disappointment. He had truly underestimated Banner's sudden outburst of stubbornness. It was the second day on this island, and Hulk had transformed back into Bruce Banner. Immediately, an issue that gave Bai Wanming a headache arose. This Bruce Banner actually wanted to leave. That's right. After transforming, I completely lost my self-awareness. That feeling terrifies me. It's not the life I want. I know you're powerful, so could you please extract that him from within me? After that, whatever he does will be none of my business, Bruce Banner said calmly, but his words carried a sense of determination. He was tired of everything from before and didn't want to be a monster that could destroy everything at any moment, living in constant fear of accidentally unleashing the creature within him. He just wanted to be the ordinary Bruce Banner again, a biology PhD, pursuing his favorite research and being with the person he loved. I really underestimated your naivety. Bai Wanming examined Bruce Banner closely and shook his head helplessly. You should understand, Hulk is you, and you are Hulk. The two are two sides of the same coin. Extract him? If I truly had that ability, then Hulk would hold no value for me, and there would be no reason for me to do such a thankless task. After finishing his words, Bai Wanming picked up a cup of coconut juice and took a slow sip, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I'm not Hulk. I'm not that monster. I am Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner seemed to lose his composure, shouting loudly, his eyes blazing with anger. Quite spirited, aren't you? Bai Wanming looked at Bruce Banner with appreciation. But remember, don't put on that attitude in front of me again. It really annoys me. With that, Bai Wanming's aura suddenly surged, resembling a volcano about to erupt, pressing down toward Bruce Banner. A strong sense of panic surged through Bruce Banner, as if facing an ancient beast that made him shudder. How could an ordinary human body withstand the oppressive aura of a demigod? If it were any other ordinary person, their body would probably have already reacted abnormally by now. But fortunately, this was Hulk's human form. Under the stimulation of this aura, the green in Bruce Banner's pupils began to rapidly expand, and his body gradually started to turn green, muscles bulging. However, just then, Bai Wanming suddenly withdrew his aura, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. The atmosphere returned to calm, as if nothing had occurred. The transformation process of Banner was interrupted and abruptly halted, quickly restoring to his original state. Aside from the trademark artifact, Hulk's shorts, Banner had no other clothing left after the transformation. Haha, is this what you call not being Hulk? How amusing. You rely on Hulk to face problems, and after it's all over, you say you're not Hulk. Dr. Banner, I'm curious. How did you cultivate such a thick skin? Bai Wanming straightened in his seat, his eyes filled with mockery and a hint of disdain. Bruce Banner fell silent, a flicker of struggle and pain crossing his eyes. From a moment you first transformed into Hulk, you were no longer the old Dr. Banner. Hulk's emergence brought many issues, but it also opened a new door for you, allowing you to step into a world that countless people dream of. Those high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals strive to enter this world, but end up with nothing. Bai Wanming leaned back in his beach chair, lazily continuing, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. And you're lucky enough to become Hulk, possessing demigod-level extraordinary strength from birth, with the potential to reach a divine level of power. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds above, Bai Wanming spoke with a tone full of contentment, as if narrating a story unrelated to himself. This kind of luck is almost unbelievable. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed. Why is it that you feel nothing about this miracle? Dr. Banner remained silent, simply standing there, with confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. This is the New York Times from the past 2 days, Dr. Banner. You might want to take a look at this newspaper and then reconsider what you said before about wanting to be an ordinary person. If others knew you were once Hulk, what do you think would happen? Bai Wanming picked up several newspapers and handed them to Bruce Banner, a hint of mockery flashing his eyes. Seeing that Dr. Banner didn't react, Bai Wanming gently shook the newspapers, making a rustling sound, signaling him to take them. Not gonna take them, huh? Then I'll just read the newspaper for you, since you are my subordinate, Bai Wenming said, noticing that Dr. Banner remained unmoved, and pulled the newspapers back, placing them in front of himself. Front page headline, New York Monster Battle. This monster battle resulted in 1,659 deaths, over 13,500 injuries, with direct losses reaching 15 billion and indirect losses. The military has issued a statement, launching a manhunt for Bruce Banner and Blonsky. Statements from the families of the victims. The NYPD has issued a statement, launching a manhunt for Bruce Banner and Blonsky. Bai Wenming's voice seemed to echo from hell, like a demonic chant, compelling Bruce Banner to cover his ears, trying to block out the sound. He didn't want to hear anything about this matter. He just wanted to escape this painful world. But it was clearly futile. Bai Wenming's voice effortlessly penetrated through his hands, clearly reaching his ears. Stop reading. Stop reading. Ah, Dr. Banner shouted loudly, trying to drown out Bai Wenming's voice, but it was to no avail. The green deep within his pupils continued to expand rapidly. His body began to turn green again, muscles swelling. Roar, Hulk! With a furious roar, Hulk emerged once more. The immense aura sent tremors throughout the island, and the unstoppable Hulk was about to take action, while those who had once angered him were about to pay a heavy price. Hulk glanced at Bai Wenming, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes before he vanished from sight. The transformed Dr. Banner knelt weakly on the ground, looking up, glaring fiercely at Bai Wenming, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. This is just the front page. The other sections are filled with news about this incident. If you want to know the details, you can take this newspaper and read it yourself, Bai Wenming said, looking at Bruce Banner's gaze, putting down the newspaper with a smile, though his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Why won't you let me go? Dr. Banner's voice was filled with a pleading tone, as if he was begging for mercy from the other party. You're mistaken. The consequences of everything are not my doing. Did I force you to transform? Did I force you to engage in that intense battle with Abomination? Did I force you to destroy New York City? Did I force you to kill those soldiers and innocent civilians? Everything was done by your own volition. It has nothing to do with me. The only thing I did was pull you away from that place of chaos to prevent you from causing further, more serious casualties. You didn't thank me for that. So why say such things to me? Bai Wenming walked up to Dr. Banner, squatting down to meet his gaze, his tone gentle yet tinged with helplessness. Oh, by the way, I also saved 13 ordinary people who were about to be crushed by the cars you threw, preventing the death toll from rising by another 13. Bai Wenming stood up, looking out at the calm sea, speaking in a relaxed tone. You're not human. You're a devil. You're just a devil. Dr. Banner remained silent for a long time before forcing out this desperate voice from deep within his throat, his eyes filled with pain and resentment. It seems I've been too gentle, allowing you the audacity to speak to me like this. Bai Wenming turned around, the gentle expression on his face vanishing in an instant, his gaze locking onto Dr. Banner like a sharpened sword, anger flickering in his eyes. With that, he kicked out, and Dr. Banner was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but cough violently, the metallic taste in his mouth making him feel nauseous. Bai Wenming took a single step, crossing over 30 meters instantly, arriving before Dr. Banner. Your reliance doesn't seem to be working at all. Do you have any of the tricks up your sleeve? Looking at the unwillingness on Dr. Banner's face, Bai Wenming squatted down again, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. All your hopes are now pinned on Hulk. With your intelligence, you should understand what losing Hulk means for you. It would be a situation from which there is no return. Your little girlfriend and that dissatisfied father-in-law of yours won't be able to save you. You will face the wrath of thousands of angry people. Moreover, if the news spreads that you've lost Hulk, your girlfriend and her entire family will be dead in an instant. You understand all this, don't you? Bai Wenming spoke in a calm tone, as if stating a cold fact. It's impossible, impossible. They've done nothing. They're innocent. Dr. Banner's voice trembled, his eyes filled with panic, as if he could see a terrifying future. They indeed have done nothing, but what about you? You've done plenty, Dr. Banner. You could calculate how many lives you currently hold in your hands. How many buildings have you destroyed? How many soldiers have died at your hands? All of this has to have someone responsible. You can't just say it's a natural disaster that caused so many deaths, that so many businesses suddenly went bankrupt, that so many soldiers were killed by you without reason. The soldiers of America have died for nothing at your hands, and the military can just ignore it, not even pursuing any responsibility. Bai Wenming looked at the dazed Dr. Banner, his cold voice continuously penetrating his ears, stimulating his nerves, and making him tremble even more. Dr. Banner tightly hugged his head with both hands, curling up as if trying to protect himself, to distance himself from this terrifying world. Only this posture could bring him a brief moment of relief. If given a choice, Dr. Banner would prefer to transform into Hulk and smash this incessant talker into a pulp, shutting him up so that no one would say these painful words in front of him. But now, he couldn't summon Hulk, as if he had truly lost him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't transform. Unable to summon Hulk, he could only face everything helplessly, filled with despair. You don't believe that your girlfriend and her family can remain safe because the victims were all good people, do you? Their families have died. What's done is done. The company went bankrupt. It's no big deal. They were all good people, so they can't even complain about it. Or do you think your father-in-law's power is so great that no one dares to target him? Bai Wenming didn't stop his psychological attacks, continuing to dissect the facts for Dr. Banner, as if he aimed to thoroughly destroy the last shred of hope in his heart. Please, please, don't say anymore, don't say anymore, Dr. Banner cried, pleading for the other to stop this terrifying topic. I know why you hate transforming, even wanting to eliminate Hulk. It's because you've seen the aftermath of those transformations, haven't you? Bai Wenming chose not to delve deeper into this topic, but instead shifted directions, knowing that sometimes changing perspectives can make it easier for the other party to accept. The scenes you saw must have been rivers of blood. Flesh and bones turned to mud, buildings collapsed, the wails of victims' families, raging fires. Everything you don't want to see. And all of this was caused by your transformations. You're afraid. You think that if Hulk is gone, these things won't happen. You're avoiding it. You want to escape all of this. Is it that you believe that as long as you insist Hulk is Hulk and Bruce Banner is Bruce Banner, with no connection between the two, then everything Hulk has done has nothing to do with you, and you can continue living comfortably? Bai Wenming's voice grew louder and more urgent, as if he were trying to extract the secret hidden in Dr. Banner's heart. His voice crashed against Banner's spirit like ocean waves, making his body shrink further as if an invisible pressure bound him tightly. His hands had turned white from gripping so tightly, but he continued to clutch his legs, trying to make his body as small as possible, as if that might bring him a semblance of warmth and support. I didn't think about living comfortably, Dr. Banner sobbed, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Oh, right, you didn't. Your spirit is noble enough that you don't want to live like that. So you once thought of suicide, believing that as long as you died, all this would stop, that such things wouldn't happen, right? Bai Wenming lowered his head, looking at the trembling Dr. Banner, speaking in a flat tone, as if recounting a story unrelated to himself. But you failed, didn't you? You found that no matter how you tried, you couldn't successfully commit suicide. All methods of suicide had no effect on you. You always transformed midway, surviving whether by hanging, jumping off a building, cutting your wrists, or even starving yourself. In the end, you still lived on. Admit it, Hulk is Bruce Banner, and Bruce Banner is Hulk. All of this is because of you, not some independent entity called Hulk, Bai Wenming said as he let the sand slip from his hand, standing up slowly. I am not Hulk. I'm not that monster. I'm just Bruce Banner, and I have nothing to do with that creature. After rapidly transforming, Hulk thrust his head close to Bai Wenming, roaring at him, the sound waves rippling outward, powerful enough to send ordinary people into unconsciousness or even injure them. Hulk's roar could easily take many lives. Why don't you look down at yourself, and then repeat what you just said? Bai Wenming's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a mocking smile as he leaned in close to Hulk's ear, speaking slowly. After hearing this, Hulk seemed frozen in place, maintaining that posture for a long time, as if he had turned into a rigid statue. Time passed quietly, and the area fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had stopped. Eventually, the silence was broken. Aren't you brave enough to look? Do you need my help? Didn't you say you're not Hulk, not that monster, just Bruce Banner with no connection to the creature? Why not look now? Is something stopping you from seeing yourself? There's no one here but you and me. Nobody will stop you from looking at yourself, Bai Wenming said, his tone filled with mockery and sarcasm. Yet Hulk still made no move, remaining as still as the statue. Are you afraid? Oh, you're Dr. Banner. How could you possibly be that monster Hulk? What is there to be afraid of? Go ahead, boldly look down at yourself. Won't that clarify your identity? As long as you take a moment to look at yourself, I'll acknowledge that Hulk is Hulk and Bruce Banner is Bruce Banner, and that they are unrelated. Bai Wenming leaned in again, locking eyes with Hulk, speaking softly. Tears began to stream down Hulk's face, sliding down his cheeks, and finally dripping onto the ground. He was filled with regret, lamenting why he had returned to the lab. So what if the machine was broken? So what if the experimental data was lost? Why had he gone back there, transforming into the creature he had become? He regretted his cowardice. Had he chosen to end his life earlier, he wouldn't have become this monster. When he first completed the transformation, he hadn't known what was happening. That place had already been designated a military-restricted zone. But later, when he transformed again while fleeing and awoke to see the ruins scattered around him, his body trembled uncontrollably. The tragedies of humanity were all caused by him. Thus, Banner locked away his emotions and created a persona named Hulk, trying to separate Hulk from himself completely. But how could that be possible? Hulk was not an ordinary existence. He was one of the most extraordinary beings on this planet, possessing immense power from the moment of his birth. How could a mere mortal easily split that persona? Bruce Banner was Hulk, and Hulk was Bruce Banner. Hulk was simply a state he entered when overwhelmed by anger. From a moment gamma rays entered his body, it had always been Bruce Banner's anger that resulted in all the human tragedies. It was not Hulk's doing. Under Bai Wenming's verbal assault, Bruce Banner recalled those memories he had deliberately tried to forget. He finally understood that he was Hulk, and Hulk was him. Everything was his doing. He painfully hugged his head, bowed down, and knelt on the ground. Then, as his transformation ended, he reverted back to human form, curling up his body once more. I know you're feeling terrible right now, but what's done is done. We can't change the past. We can only strive to change the future to ensure that such tragedies don't happen again. That's why I imparted those techniques to you, to help you learn to control your anger. Only when you can master your anger can you avoid bringing harm to others in the future. Hulk doesn't just appear or disappear at will. He is one of the greatest miracles in this world. As the one who bears this miracle, you have gained immense benefits, instantly transforming from an ordinary person to a top-tier extraordinary being. While you may suffer harm from this miracle, you cannot reject it simply because of that pain. The miracle granted to you by the heavens must be accepted, even if it means kneeling or paying the price of your life. You cannot refuse the blessings of the heavens, nor can you afford the consequences of rejecting them. Looking at the tearful Banner, Bai Wenming sighed softly and continued. Think of your girlfriend. Think of her family. Your father-in-law, Ross, is a general, but he's just a general. His power cannot protect them from all harm. He cannot shield them from the wrath of angry crowds or superiors. The only reason they can live safely is because you are alive, or because Hulk is alive and can appear at any moment. Only you, only Hulk can create the deterrence that makes those who might harm them think twice, ensuring the safety and protection of her girlfriend and her family from unforeseen events. Bai Wenming paused briefly before continuing in a gentler tone. You haven't seen the scenes I've caused, which is why you can speak so nonchalantly. Once you witness the devastation I've caused, you want to kill me just like I want to kill you, came Banner's low voice slowly. Then you can choose to die. Honestly, Banner, if you want to die, there's no way you can't, Bai Wenming said coldly. In his view, Banner's current demeanor was utterly hypocritical. Why don't you go die? The so-called Hulk can't stop your actions. You're just cowardly. Just admit it. There's no need to make so many excuses. Bai Wenming looked at the now quieted Banner, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The sea breeze gently caressed the island, and under the scorching sun, Bai Wenming quietly gazed at the rigid Banner on the ground. After a long while, he finally spoke. Why don't you dare to choose self-termination? Are you worried that after your death, the Ross family will encounter misfortune? If that's the case, I can help you eliminate this concern. After you leave, I will issue a statement that I will protect their family. That way, I think it would be fair to you, right? With my protection, no one would dare to harm them. My deterrence is far greater than yours. I could even have Blonsky guard them. He's known them for a long time, and his hatred is enough to suppress any attacks against them. What Hulk can do, Blonsky can do as well. Your little girlfriend will also have a new support. Blonsky will become General Ross's son-in-law. With Blonsky's involvement, their family can still live safely. With this guarantee from me, you should have no more fears and can confidently choose self-termination, right? Bai Wenming looked at the rigid banner and said mercilessly, Hulk! Hulk suddenly appeared, roaring angrily at Bai Wenming, his voice booming like thunder in front of him. The fury in his eyes seemed to take on a physical form, as if it would ignite Bai Wenming. The calm scene nearby instantly changed, sound waves blasting through the water, forcing it aside helplessly. Bai Wenming continued to watch expressionlessly, his demeanor calm, as usual, as if he were watching a clown desperately trying to make people laugh, but performing very poorly. You have the courage to roar at me, but why don't you have the courage to terminate yourself? Didn't you say you want to end it all? Why are you silent now? Transforming means you're embarrassed and angry, right? Do you feel that Blonsky taking your place is hard to accept? After all, you are Hulk. How could you easily choose self-termination? Your things should not be touched by others, right? This is what your heart is thinking, isn't it? As the seawater flowed back into the previous channel, Bai Wenming disdainfully spoke. Although he phrased it as a question, his tone was filled with certainty. He firmly believed that this was Banner's inner thought. Why do you treat me this way? I don't know you, Hulk said painfully. It's you who are treating yourself this way, not me. I merely stated your inner thoughts as they are. I haven't done anything extra. You are Hulk. You were born different. I know this well. And you yourself know it. Everyone understands it. So, why are you so entangled? I spare your life and teach you to control your anger because I hope you can serve me. But now, you can't even do anything for me. So why should I waste my energy on a useless person? If I had this time, I could accomplish anything rather than talking to a useless person here. Think about it carefully. I don't want to say more. If you insist on self-termination, then do it here. Besides me and Blonsky, no one else will know, and we won't stop you. You can boldly do what you want to do. After Bai Wenming finished speaking, he gently patted Hulk's shoulder and then turned to leave. Hulk stood quietly in place, lost in thought, unsure of what he was pondering. A month later, let's begin. Bai Wenming sat in the sky, a set of tea utensils floating beside him. He took a sip of tea and said with interest. He also wanted to see how the two had progressed over the month, what differences there were compared to a month ago, and what they had learned in their respective learning processes. This was a battle he specially organized, or rather a practice, aimed at observing the learning effects of the two over the past month. The rules were very simple. There were no rules. Whoever could defeat the other would win. Embrace your defeat. The abomination roared, his legs exerting force as he flew out like a cannonball, instantly creating a deep pit in the soft ground. Hulk still spoke concisely, only able to utter 2 words. After a roar, he also exerted force with his legs and charged towards the abomination, leaving a deep pit behind him as well. The next day, Banner found Bai Wenming and willingly expressed his desire to follow him. He understood that although Hulk was powerful, he was also extremely dangerous. An uncontrolled Hulk was a disaster. Now, in front of Bruce Banner, the only one who could solve the whole problem was Bai Wenming. Only Bai Wenming could help him control his anger, making Hulk's existence less terrifying. The two figures rapidly approached in the air, their eyes filled with murderous intent, eager to put each other to death. The abomination, having been paralyzed by Hulk before receiving the serum, had accumulated countless grudges against Hulk. Now that he had become the abomination, he naturally wanted to settle the score with Hulk. Hulk originally had no significant murderous intent towards the abomination, but Bai Wenming's previous words about having Blonsky take his place to protect Betty and her family after his death made Banner furious. He was Hulk, not a pushover. Betty was his beloved, and anyone who coveted her must pay the price. Although he couldn't deal with Bai Wenming, he could certainly handle the abomination. If I can't deal with the boss, can I deal with you? Although both wanted to kill each other and had sufficient strength, it was undoubtedly a challenging task. Now, they were both under Bai Wenming's command, and Bai Wenming would not allow such a thing to happen. However, allowing them to vent their grievances through an exhilarating battle was possible. A fist-to-fist confrontation could alleviate many emotions. Paying attention to employees' mental health and promptly guiding their negative emotions can help them invest better in their work. Looking at Hulk in front of him, Blonsky didn't hesitate to throw the punch he had long prepared. Hulk also countered without showing weakness. When their fists collided, a powerful shockwave rapidly spread out. Several birds were flying around the island, and after the shockwave passed, they were left with nothing but a pool of blood mist. After their fists collided, neither stopped their attacks. As the momentum of the impact was blocked by the other's body, they began to plummet rapidly under the force of gravity. They each grabbed the other's extended fist, using their other hand to launch attacks, landing punches with pure aggression. With only one hand able to move, their techniques had no defense, just pure attack. Their chests emitted unbearable sounds under the impact of each other's powerful force, and cracks began to appear in their internal bones.